Chapter 1. The Diary of My Cousin. Han Zheng reclined on the sofa, surveying the disheveled living room. His hand brushed against the layer of dust on the coffee table, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Alas, yet another fruitless journey." Casting his gaze around the two-bedroom apartment, he noted that aside from the accumulation of dust, it remained unchanged since his last visit a month prior. Clearly, no one had graced this space during his absence. This 77-square-meter abode in Z City was originally his cousin Han Lei's marital home. Han Lei's parents, Han Zheng's uncle and aunt, had nearly exhausted their savings to provide a down payment for their son. The early establishment of a family should have been a cause for celebration, but unexpectedly, shortly after the renovations were completed, Han Lei abruptly severed ties with his fiancée, his resolve unwavering and his demeanor shocking. This incident transpired less than 2 years ago, when Han Zheng had just graduated. Han Lei's sudden decision sent ripples of distress through the entire family, prompting the elders to journey from their hometown in northeast China to Z City in a bid to intervene. Yet, inexplicably, the once docile and obedient Han Lei became stubbornly unyielding, dismissing all pleas for explanation and remaining resolute in his stance, leading to the dissolution of the engagement. Consequently, upon returning to northeast China, Han Zheng's uncle fell gravely ill, requiring an extended hospital stay. Since then, Han Lei had transformed into a peculiar enigma, resigning from his job, his whereabouts elusive and often unreachable. When he did appear, he would stammer evasively, offering no clarity regarding his situation. This unsettling pattern continued for an extended period, culminating 3 months ago in his complete disappearance. No one had laid eyes on him since, nor could anyone establish contact. As the sole heir, the situation further deteriorated his father's health, compelling the elderly couple to file a missing persons report and enlist the help of friends and relatives in the search. Having left his previous job 6 months prior and struggling to find suitable employment, Han Zheng had taken it upon himself to frequently visit Z City to inquire about his cousin's whereabouts, as urged by his family. Han Lei's former colleagues and friends in Z City were familiar to Han Zheng. Yet over the past 2 months, he had exhausted all avenues, visiting every conceivable location his cousin might have frequented, only to unearth not a single clue. It seemed that Han Lei had severed ties with all his former acquaintances long before. At this juncture, Han Zheng felt utterly at a loss. How could a perfectly ordinary person simply vanish without a trace? As he pondered his next steps, he ambled into the guest bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. After lazily rolling about on the bed, he stumbled upon something unusual. A hard object beneath the mattress pricked him unexpectedly. Lifting the mattress revealed a hardcover diary read, thick and secured with a small combination lock. From a young age, Han Zheng was well aware of his cousin's penchant for journaling, yet he never anticipated that such a diary would be hidden beneath the mattress of the guest room, eluding his notice until now. The combination lock posed no challenge, drawing upon his knowledge of Han Lei. He guessed the code a few times and successfully unlocked the diary. Perhaps within its pages lay the reason behind Han Lei's disappearance. As he turned the pages, the contents astounded him. "Today, I broke up with Xiao Hui." I could see the shock and anger in her eyes, yet I was unable to provide an explanation. When my parents called to confront me, I could not offer a reason either, but I had no choice. I don't know when I might perish in this alternate realm. I cannot burden her with this fear. I am terrified, and I don't know whom to confide in. Today, I almost did not return alive. This is merely my second round in the alternate realm. I have no idea how much longer I can endure, yet to persist, I must enhance my combat capabilities. Currently, I am merely a human. When will I awaken my scion bloodline? Reflecting on it now, my initial training regimen was not particularly efficient. Perhaps a different approach would yield better results. It is truly fortuitous to be on the same team as Brother Zhao. Without him, I would have likely perished in this round. Brother Zhao has activated his Namekian bloodline. How envious I am. Xiao Huang and the others remain oblivious. Every newcomer has the opportunity to obtain a hidden rookie gift pack during the first round, provided they successfully awaken their bloodline on the first day of the time limit. Alas, I now consider myself a veteran. Brother Zhao has established the blue team and invited me to join naturally. I accepted. Without him, I would not have been able to awaken my scion bloodline, acquire such equipment, or survive until now. What on earth is all this? As Han Zheng delved deeper, his confusion grew. Much of the diary's content eluded his understanding. It appeared as if his cousin had been ensnared in some mysterious world, or rather, bound by it, with his very life at stake. Moreover, many terms referenced were drawn from a beloved Japanese manga, Dragon Ball, yet their meanings within this context remain elusive. Could it be a parallel universe? A startling conclusion dawned upon Han Zheng, sending a shiver down his spine. Resolutely, he flipped to the final entry, dated around the time of Han Lei's complete disappearance. The content read, "Tomorrow, Brother Zhao, along with 6 other members of the team, will enter the gladiatorial realm. If we triumph and successfully obtain Frisia's complete bloodline as planned, our team's strength will greatly increase." Puzzled, Han Zheng closed the diary, realizing that its contents demanded careful contemplation. At that moment, he noticed the inner lining of the diary's cover, where a black card lay concealed. This card was entirely black, appearing exceedingly thin, yet its craftsmanship was exquisite, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns. Driven by curiosity, Han Zheng pulled the black card out for closer inspection. But as soon as he grasped the card, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The temperature of the card surged rapidly, becoming unbearably hot. Han Zheng attempted to discard it, yet the card seemed glued to his fingers, refusing to budge no matter how he tried. The card grew increasingly scorching, a piercing pain radiating from his fingertips throughout his body, causing Han Zheng to collapse to the floor. A red dot emerged at the center of the card, swiftly spreading to engulf its entirety, transforming the card into a blazing crimson hue. Subsequently, from the top of the card, it began to disintegrate, crumbling and dispersing like ashes. Simultaneously, as the ashes floated away, Han Zheng's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. When the final corner of the card turned to ash, Han Zheng lost all awareness, collapsing to the ground. In that instant, he vanished from the apartment. Time passed, though how long was unknown. Scanning complete. Subject in 2199. Physical state restored to optimal condition. Amidst a cold, harsh electronic voice, Han Zheng awoke to find himself in a bizarre space, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, yet he could distinctly see his hands and feet. Subject in 2199. Please prepare. The Dragon Ball battlefield, solo melee dungeon, is about to commence. As the electronic voice echoed, faint blue subtitles materialized in the darkness. Dragon Ball battlefield? Combatant? Dungeon? What madness is this? Han Zheng stood up, bewildered, suddenly recalling the diary's contents, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Is the information on that card true? Have I, like Han Lei, been transported to another world? No one answered him. The electronic voice and the blue subtitles continued their indifferent, synchronized operation. Subject in 2199 status. Combat power, 5 newcomer status. Bloodline, none newcomer status. Combat power cap, 5 newcomer status. Training speed, none newcomer status. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Special abilities, none. Dungeon rounds executed. 0. The nature of this instance is that of a solo brawl, with the timeline commencing on the 6th of May in the year 750 of the AG era, precisely 1 day prior to the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. The duration of the mission is set at 10 days, taking place in the West Capital, albeit with a restricted area of movement. This instance involves a total of 157 combatants, each boasting an average combat strength of 9.8. The survival task for this instance is to locate and eliminate at least 1 combatant failure. To accomplish this will result in erasure. The solo brawl instance is about to commence, with a countdown of 30 seconds, 292827. As the fleeting 30 seconds draw to a close, when the final digit on the countdown display transitions from 1 to 0, the surrounding darkness abruptly dissipates, as if a black curtain that had shrouded a transparent box was suddenly drawn away, allowing color and scenery to flood in. What is this? The sudden brilliance compelled Han Zheng to squint, as he realized he was situated in a bustling and vibrant urban street. the architectural designs around him utterly bizarre and unlike anything in reality. What truly astonished him were the passers-by and vehicles. Among the pedestrians on the street, in addition to the majority who bore the appearance of ordinary humans, there were also those with animal heads and human bodies. These dapperly dressed, upright walking rabbit people, leopard people, and lizard people traversed the crowd with an air of nonchalance, while the normal human beings around them exhibited a placid demeanor, seemingly unfazed, as though this were the norm of society. The vehicles were equally peculiar, with a plethora of wheelless hover cars gliding effortlessly several centimeters above the ground, zipping along the road, and occasionally flying cars whizzed by overhead, entirely products of fantastical technology that did not exist in reality. There was even an individual on the roadside who produced a small capsule and casually tossed it, instantly conjuring a motorcycle. Han Zheng swallowed hard as a comic book enthusiast. He beheld this scene reminiscent of a beloved manga from his childhood that had influenced an entire generation. Anthropomorphic beings, fantastical vehicles, and universal capsules, this truly is the world of Dragon Ball. As Han Zheng marveled at the spectacle, a male voice suddenly called out from not far behind him. What is going on? Where exactly is this place? Is this some kind of reality show? Turning in the direction of the voice, he spotted a man standing at the street corner across from him, fearfully shouting at the surrounding crowd. Who brought me here? Do you understand that this is kidnapping? Can someone please respond to me? The onlookers turned to glance at him, while Han Zheng's heart raced, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. Is this person like me? Is he from the real world? Or perhaps, like me, he is one of the so-called combatants? His mind raced, intertwining the contents of his cousin's diary with the previous pale blue subtitles, the cold, electronic voice echoing incessantly in his ears. Survival task for the instance. Locate and eliminate at least one combatant failure. To accomplish this will result in erasure. Survival task for the instance. Locate and eliminate at least one combatant failure. To accomplish this will result in erasure. Almost instinctively, Han Zheng took a small step toward the man at the street corner, his emotions in turmoil, as a sudden thought screamed within his mind. Approach him, take him down, and you will fulfill the survival task. Chapter 2. A Combat Weakling. Approach him, kill him, and the survival task shall be completed. Han Zheng was convinced that this was undoubtedly some inexplicable supernatural phenomenon, and certainly not a farcical reality show. The man at the street corner was evidently still bewildered, while he himself had to make a decision at once. From the words of his cousin's diary, he could sense the palpable fear the penalties of the instance were undeniably real. Should he fail the survival task, then in 10 days' time, he would surely be obliterated, and in the real world, he too would vanish completely, just like his cousin. Han Zheng steadied his breath, striving to maintain composure, and feigned the demeanor of a casual passerby as he blended into the crowd, edging closer to the street corner. The man at the corner continued his loud outbursts, even beginning to tug at the passers-by, inciting some disputes. Not far off, 2 patrolling police officers seemed to sense the disturbance and prepare to ride over. The man's commotion had piqued the curiosity of several onlookers nearby, many of whom paused to observe the spectacle. This provided Han Zheng with a perfect cover as he pretended to be just another curious observer within the gathered crowd. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the police were nearly upon him, and he calculated the optimal course of action. Just then, he suddenly realized a grave oversight. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The man at the corner ceased his shouting, a gaping wound appearing in his face, blood splattering forth as he crumpled to the ground. The once curious onlookers hastily scattered, their screams and shouts echoing through the air. MD, how could this be such a blunder? Han Zheng crouched low, concealed within the chaotic throng, his mind rife with indignation. This engagement involved 157 combatants, boasting an average combat power of 9.8, a total of 157 individuals. Even if dispersed, it was quite possible that multiple combatants lurked within a single area. The shots fired must have come from another combatant, lying in wait not far off, being new to this place. He was far too anxious, failing to maintain his composure, and shockingly neglected to consider this crucial point at the outset. As he continued to flee, Han Zheng reflected that he had not exhibited any peculiar or abnormal behavior. He had not revealed his identity as a combatant like that man at the street corner. Otherwise, he would likely have already been eliminated. Meanwhile, the sudden outbreak of violence clearly astonished the two arriving police officers, who hastily took cover behind their patrol car while simultaneously firing at the location where the combatant was concealed. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. The marksmanship of the assailant was truly astonishing. As he managed to shoot both officers in the head despite their cover point, one officer fell with such force that his handgun was flung far from his grasp. Amidst the crowd, Han Zheng seized the opportunity to dart past, deftly snatching the discarded pistol and tucking it into his waistband. I could see that moment. Amid the turmoil, a rotund woman clad in lavish attire and high heels was knocked over by the rushing crowd, her handbag sent flying. Han Zheng, now considerably calmer, bent low, blending into the throng, observing as he ran. Seizing the chaotic moment, he stepped over the fallen woman and discreetly liberated her handbag, after the combatant had claimed 3 lives. It seemed that the ambush had ceased, yet Han Zheng dared not let his guard down, that he continued to flee with the crowd for several blocks before finally stopping. What on earth has transpired? Gunfire erupted suddenly. Quick, call the police. The officers were attacked too. What is going on? The panicked crowd buzzed with speculation, and some bewildered bystanders gasped in shock at the unfolding events, leaning against a wall to catch his breath. Han Zheng concealed the handgun at his waist. He rifled through the woman's handbag as he ran, extracting a reasonably substantial wallet. The remainder contained only trivial feminine items, which he discarded along with the handbag at the previous corner. He pressed his hand against his chest, breathing heavily while furtively scanning his surroundings for any suspicious activity. With 157 combatants deployed, any one of them could be hiding within the bustling streets of Shidu. How could he uncover them? How could he remain undetected? Anxiety and confusion flooded his mind, compelling Han Zheng to seek a quiet place to carefully contemplate his predicament. An hour later, Han Zheng let out a long sigh. Collapsing onto a sofa, he found himself in a double suite of a hotel, the decor relatively pleasant and quite comfortable. The wallet he had pilfered contained a sufficient amount of cash, with bills adorned with the self-portrait of Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball. Reflecting on the perilous gunfight he had just narrowly escaped, he gazed at the somewhat humorous Dragon Ball money, the stark contrast eliciting a bittersweet chuckle from him. In truth, under such circumstances, Han Zheng felt that staying in a hotel was not the most prudent choice. Yet, he desperately needed a private space to gather his thoughts and allow his weary body to rest. It was evident that he had been forcibly thrust into this Dragon Ball battlefield, a world constructed upon the manga's universe, where he must complete a survival task within 10 days. Time was of the essence, 10 days. With his movements confined to the largest city in the Dragon Ball world, Shidu, the hometown of the character Bulma. This meant that even if he completed his survival task ahead of schedule, he would still be required to remain in Shidu for the full 10 days. Escaping to a remote location was simply not an option. The Dragon Ball universe was a high-power domain. Even within the first manga series, individuals with considerable combat strength could completely disregard firearms. Han Zheng glanced at his own status. Combat power. 5. Newcomer status. Alas, after frequently taunting others online as weaklings. Today, he too found himself labeled as such. The notation suggested that newcomers like himself were assigned a combat power of 5 upon entering the battlefield. In the Dragon Ball context, this was equivalent to the strength of an adult male engaged in manual labor. He flexed his fists, noting that he had indeed become somewhat stronger since entering the instance. 157 individuals, an average combat power of 9.8. Han Zheng furrowed his brow in concern that it appeared that, aside from newcomers, there were likely some relatively seasoned combatants among them. 157 multiplied by 9.8 yields a total combat power of 1538.6. Assuming 106 were newcomers, the most powerful among them could exceed 1,000. However, such a scenario was unlikely. There must be at least one experienced fighter, and it was certain that individuals with combat powers in the dozens existed. These would pose a significant threat to him. The timeline remained relatively clear. Han Zheng had been an avid Dragon Ball fan since childhood, having read the manga countless times. While he could not pinpoint the exact date, the battlefield provided a hint. Today was the day before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. This was the first tournament in which the main characters participated, and based on the timeline, Goku, Krillin, and the others should already be en route to the martial arts temple. Meanwhile, Bulma, Yamcha, and others who were originally in Shidu should also be traveling there. It appeared that, aside from Bulma as parents, the primary characters were currently absent from Shidu. Having previously perused a map of the Dragon Ball world online, Han Zheng recalled some of the general locations. The martial arts temple lay to the south of Shidu, a considerable distance away. Following the storyline, the protagonist would not return to Shidu until after the tournament concluded, allowing him to consider how to interact with them later. Given the restrictions on his movement, it seemed prudent to obtain a map of Shidu as soon as possible. Regrettably, there were no navigation apps or tourism websites available here, as Han Zheng pondered. He turned on the television that a mysterious shooting incident had just occurred. A civilian and 2 police officers had been shot and killed, and he was currently at the scene of the crime. With police conducting a manhunt on the screen, a suited journalist wielding a microphone was reporting live from the shooting site. Han Zheng recalled the earlier events. The concealed combatant had ambushed them with a firearm, and after eliminating the 2 attacking officers, he had taken no further action, suggesting that his combat power was likely not very high and that he still relied on firearms for lethal force. Scrolling news headlines at the bottom of the screen caught his attention. A gun shop in the city center had been robbed, and an explosion had occurred at an underground mall in the southwestern part of the city. So many incidents on the same day were likely the work of other combatants, and Han Zheng mentally noted these locations. When he switched channels, he discovered that the news also covered events in the city. In the same downtown area, a building had emitted strange noises from its rooftop, followed by an abrupt burst of bright light. The blinding glare had temporarily blinded many nearby citizens, who slowly regained their sight after a while. A flashbang? This is incorrect. Judging by the circumstances, it appears to be the solar fist technique from the Crane School in Dragon Ball. As the name suggests, this technique can emit a blinding light akin to that of the sun in an instant, rendering opponents temporarily sightless, proving quite effective in combat. Goosebumps pricked Han Zheng's arms. Indeed, a person of formidable combat prowess could even wield the solar fist. One wonders if there are others who can perform the Kamehameha wave. After absorbing all the content from the television news and committing it to memory, Han Zheng finally felt his stomach protesting, having gone without food or water since the beginning of the mission. It was high time to procure something to eat. Han Zheng descended to the restaurant downstairs and casually ordered some food to satiate his hunger, not caring much about the taste at this moment. Subsequently, he ventured out to a modest clothing store, purchasing 2 sets of inconspicuous spare clothing. Along with a baseball cap at the convenience store across from the clothing shop, he acquired a map of Shidu City. Furthermore, how could one neglect to seek out Capsule Corp in the world of Dragon Ball? After some searching, he finally found a second-hand capsule shop and bought an empty capsule, into which he placed all his acquisitions. Compacting them into this diminutive container, in his youth, he had always found the concept of a capsule reminiscent of those magical storage bags in fantasy novels to be exceedingly cool. Now, he felt a small sense of fulfillment of his childhood wish. After the shopping trip, he had spent quite a sum of the money he had collected. Han Zheng had initially considered purchasing some weapons, but regrettably, there were no weapon shops in the nearby streets. There was a car capsule store, but the prices were exorbitant. Throughout this journey, Han Zheng remained vigilant, constantly attentive to his surroundings, his handgun always at his side in case of unexpected situations. Fortunately, he encountered no incidents until he returned to the hotel. Nor did he notice any suspicious individuals. Upon entering the lobby, Han Zheng was momentarily startled. The receptionist, who had been a young woman, had inexplicably been replaced by a robust and stern Minotaur, resembling the bull chief from Zootopia. The Minotaur was holding the phone at the front desk, occasionally responding with and ah, before promptly hanging up and calling out to a nearby waiter. The guest in room 202 requests a world map and a city map of Shidu, along with 2 pens. Hurry and deliver them. Han Zheng, who had been prepared to ascend his room, immediately became alert. Chapter 3. Awakening the Earthling Bloodline, the guest in room 202 requests a world map and a city map of Shidu. Along with 2 pens, Han Zheng, who had just pressed the elevator button to go upstairs, was suddenly on high alert. Was he being overly cautious as he observed the floor indicator descending 1 level at a time? He rapidly contemplated the situation. The rooms on the second floor were all single occupancy, a detail he had confirmed earlier. Upon his arrival at this hotel, Han Zheng had claimed to be part of a two-person group, intending to book 2 single rooms. Later, after inspecting the rooms, he feigned dissatisfaction, hesitated momentarily, and opted for a double suite on the 4th floor, a trick he had learned from a foreign film. The purpose of this charade was to ascertain how many single rooms were occupied and to examine the layout of the floor. With over 100 combatants present in Shidu City, it was plausible that some might seek refuge in the same hotel. After all, when he initially entered the mission, he had encountered 2 combatants nearby and had nearly fallen victim to an ambush. Such possibilities must be taken into account. Thus, familiarizing himself with his living quarters could only be beneficial. Most importantly, Han Zheng distinctly recalled that room 202 had been vacant when he first checked. Yet now, it was evidently occupied. The occupant had checked in today, slightly later than himself. Was it mere coincidence? The elevator doors opened slowly, and Han Zheng stepped inside, his heavy footsteps echoing. He overheard the waiter conversing with the minotaur at the front desk. "We are out of world maps, and we have very few city maps left. Call the neighboring supermarket to send someone over." "Understood. I will make the call." As the elevator doors began to close, Han Zheng bit his lip and pressed the button for the second floor. Could he be overthinking? The guest in room 202 checked in after him, and was alone, having requested both a city map and a world map. Requesting the city map was one thing, but the simultaneous request for a world map seemed peculiar. Was it possible this was merely a civilian visiting Shidu for business or leisure, given that it was the largest city in the West? Or could it be that he, too, was a newcomer to the mission, urgently gathering information and strategizing? After all, there were indeed coincidences and sensitivities regarding numbers, timing, and actions. The seconds in the elevator felt interminable as countless thoughts collided in Han Zheng's mind. Upon exiting the elevator and gazing down the long corridor, he realized he must make a decision promptly. If room 202 indeed housed a combatant, now would be an exceptionally rare opportunity. Due to the shortage, the waiter downstairs would need some time before he could deliver the maps. This delay could be exploited. Disguising himself as a delivery waiter to knock on the door would likely catch the occupant off guard. Their guard would surely be lowered. Conversely, if he chose to invade later or attempted to track the occupant upon their exit, those approaches would prove considerably more challenging. Most importantly, if this individual were indeed a combatant, his apparent nervousness suggested that he might very well be a novice, rather than an experienced fighter. Han Zheng resolved to take the risk. With only 10 days to complete the mission, as a newcomer, he needed to accomplish his objectives swiftly in these initial days. Otherwise, as time passed and the number of survivors dwindled, the difficulty of survival tasks would increase exponentially. He tightened his grip on the handgun in his pocket and approached room 202. Steadying his breath before knocking on the door, he heard faint footsteps from within, followed by the door creaking open. Without waiting for the occupant's reaction, Han Zheng swiftly slipped inside, simultaneously kicking the door shut behind him. "Just place what I requested over there, will you?" "What are you doing?" Inside, the occupant, a young man a similar height to Han Zheng, albeit slightly more slender, was busy polishing his glasses as he opened the door. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the ominous barrel of a gun pointed directly at his head. "What do you want? Are you after money?" The bespectacled youth, panic-stricken, stumbled backward, tripping over the edge of a table and crashing to the floor, causing a fruit bowl atop it to topple, scattering the knives within. "Oh no! Did I misjudge? Am I overly anxious?" The young man's series of reactions left Han Zheng utterly disappointed. From his demeanor and speech, it was evident that this individual was simply an oblivious civilian, unaware of the circumstances. Nonetheless, Han Zheng dared not relax his guard in the slightest. After all, he could not be certain whether the man was merely acting to "don't scream, stand up slowly and avoid any sudden movements," or "I will shoot you," Han Zheng said in a hushed tone, gun still raised. The bespectacled youth shakily stood, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed as if he dared not look at Han Zheng or the weapon aimed at him. He gestured toward the bedside, stammering, "If you want money, I have a lot of cash in my bag. You can take it all, and I promise I won't call the police. I absolutely won't." "Very well. Then walk over slowly and take out all the money as long as you cooperate. I assure you, I will not harm you." The bespectacled youth, trembling slightly, slowly turned around and approached the bedside, just as he reached out to grab his bag. Han Zheng swiftly seized the fruit knife from the table, lunged forward, and tightly restrained the bespectacled youth, exerting all his strength to plunge the blade into his neck. Due to the uniform combat power settings for newcomers in the Dragon Ball battlefield, Han Zheng's strength was somewhat enhanced compared to before, and the frail youth was utterly incapable of resistance. To ensure a swift kill, Han Zheng did not hold back even a fraction of his strength. After the blade penetrated the youth's neck, he forcefully slashed sideways. Blood gushed forth, staining the pristine white sheets of vivid red. Han Zheng pressed his left arm against the youth's mouth, ensuring that he did not utter a single sound. This was merely a virtual character in the illusory realm of the Dragon Ball battlefield, not a real person. Han Zheng repeatedly reassured himself his mind while hastily grabbing the bedsheet, folding it into a bundle to staunch the bleeding from the neck wound, preventing blood from spilling everywhere. He understood that whether the bespectacled youth was a combatant or an ordinary character, he could not be allowed to live. If he reported the incident afterward, revealing Han Zheng's appearance and physique, it would be exceedingly detrimental to him, especially if he were to end up on the city news like other combatants. Now, he merely needed to clean up the bloodstains in the room and dispose of the body into the universal capsule, ensuring that this person would completely vanish from existence, while he himself could escape unscathed. Just as Han Zheng was about to remove his blood-stained outer garment and prepare to cleanse the room of blood, a series of blue subtitles suddenly materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a familiar electronic voice once more. Combatant No in 2199 has killed one ordinary copy character. A male office worker. 1 drop of earthling blood has been dropped. You wish to collect it. An ordinary copy character, indeed, he thought to himself, feeling relieved from his earlier tension. However, earthling blood, bloodline. Han Zheng immediately grasped the significance of this revelation and hurriedly chose to collect it. Combatant No in 2199 has met the conditions to unlock the earthling bloodline. Would you like to activate it now? The required conditions for unlocking the earthling bloodline. Earthling blood. Required amount. 11. Activate. Han Zheng felt a slight chill enveloping his body, followed by a peculiar tingling sensation coursing from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Combatant No in 2199 has activated. Earthling bloodline. Han Zheng quickly checked his current status. Combatant No in 2199 status. Combat power. 5. Bloodline. Earthling. Combat power limit. 1000 excluding exceptions. Training speed. Excluding exceptions. Equipment items. 05. Skills. None. Special abilities. None. Executed copy rounds. 0. There were noticeable changes in the 4 categories of bloodline, limit, speed, and items that a limit of 1000. Han Zheng scoffed. In the original work, the Earthling Krillin's combat power in the later stages far exceeded that number. The Dragon Ball battlefield's settings for combatants were indeed excessively stringent. Moreover, what exactly constituted an exception? The equipment items bar indicated 05, meaning there were 5 available slots for storing equipment and items. From the prompts, Han Zheng understood that the handgun he had picked up that day, his wallet, the clothes he had purchased, and the capsules, among other things, could only be considered copy items, possessing usage rights within this copy, but no ownership. Thus, unable to be taken out of this copy. Only items with equipment properties that could be placed in the equipment bar could be taken out of the copy and reused. At that moment, after a brief silence, the electronic voice suddenly resumed. Combatant No in 2199, on the first day of the initial copy, has unlocked the bloodline and received a newbie gift package. Would you like to claim it now? A newbie gift package. Han Zheng suddenly recalled a passage in his cousin's diary that seemed to mention this term, that if individuals believed this book was still worthwhile, they might as well save it. He hoped for considerable support, and the author would continue to strive. Chapter 4. Newbie gift package. A newbie gift package. Han Zheng recalled a section in his cousin's diary that mentioned unlocking one's bloodline on the first day of the first copy could complete a hidden newbie task and earn rewards. He never anticipated that the so-called bloodline could only be activated in such a manner. Killing characters within the Dragon Ball battlefield copy would yield blood drops. Collecting a certain quantity of blood from a specific bloodline would enable the unlocking of that bloodline. The bloodline determined the limits of combat power and training speed. Han Zheng began to gradually comprehend some of the core aspects of the Dragon Ball battlefield. However, the immediate priority now was to claim it. As a burst of blue light flashed before his eyes, Han Zheng soon felt a wave of mild and refreshing sensations wash over him. Combatant No. in 2199 has claimed the newbie gift package. Reward points, 200, reward equipment item, 1 submachine gun capsule, reward lottery chance. What would you like to draw now? 200 points. Han Zheng was still somewhat unclear about the current utility of the points, as there had been no prompts provided in the copy thus far. He had received a weapon-type capsule, and although firearms held little use in the Dragon Ball world, they were indeed quite suitable for someone like him, a novice in combat, especially as this was a genuine equipment item that could be taken out of this copy for repeated US E.AS for the lottery chance. He would draw immediately. Just as Han Zheng prepared to draw, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him, along with the voice of the knocker calling from outside. "Hello, the 2 maps you requested have arrived. Sorry for the delay. Oh no. First, the activation of the bloodline. And now the newbie reward." This series of events had left Han Zheng in a daze, nearly forgetting about this pressing matter. He hurriedly shoved his blood-stained jacket aside, kicked the knife into the corner, surveyed the position of the corpse in the bed, ensuring that it wouldn't be visible from the door, and then grabbed the deceased's briefcase to open the door, extracting a few sheets of what appeared to be documents from the briefcase. Han Zheng, while keeping his head down and feigning intense concentration on the papers, gently opened the door a crack. "Hello, here are the 2 maps you requested." The attendant smiled as he handed over the maps. Han Zheng, holding the documents and keeping his head lowered to appear highly engrossed, accepted the maps from the attendant, muttered a thank you without raising his gaze, and promptly closed the door. He had to act swiftly and leave this place as soon as possible. Han Zheng swiftly grabbed the corpse from the bed, stripping off the blood-soaked sheets and covers, and unceremoniously tossed everything into the empty capsule. Fortunately, after promptly applying pressure to the wound after the attack. Aside from a bedding, no other areas in the room had been stained with blood. Besides the briefcase, the deceased's personal belongings included a suitcase, which only contained some clothes, also tossed into the capsule by Han Zheng. As for the briefcase, it indeed contained a substantial amount of cash, which Han Zheng thoroughly pilfered, along with a motorcycle capsule he found inside. Now, it was time to draw immediately. With a thought, the blue screen reappeared before him. In the center of the blue screen hung a spinning wheel, divided into 6 segments, labeled points, skills, equipment items, blood, training coupons, and life's disappointments. 16.at. The center of the wheel was a golden pointer. A lottery draw? How lowly indeed, and what an absurdity to suggest that 1 in 6 lives is filled with misfortune. After harboring such thoughts, Han Zheng began to spin the wheel. The wheel whirled rapidly, with its 6 segments swirling around the pointer in a dizzying dance until it gradually slowed. Ultimately, the segment depicting skill techniques came to rest beneath the pointer. Han Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. First, he had avoided the dreaded 1/6 chance, and second, the skill technique was precisely what he currently lacked, although he was uncertain about what he would receive as the other 5 segments faded away. The skill technique segment slowly flipped over, revealing the words incomplete transformation technique. Subsequently, both the wheel and the blue backdrop vanished. Han Zheng noticed a change in his equipment inventory. His current status read, equipment items, 25. In addition to the previously awarded submachine gun capsule, the other item was the incomplete transformation technique. Notably, the incomplete transformation technique did not appear in the skill technique section, indicating that it had yet to be learned, but it could still be carried into the dungeon. Han Zheng chose to examine the 2 items, and their attributes were displayed. Equipment item, submachine gun capsule attributes, conventional firearm killing power, ordinary bullet count, 99999999999999999. Description: submachine gun concealed within a minuscule capsule, convenient to carry, and capable of delivering an unexpected strike. What he had initially thought to be an ordinary firearm turned out to be one with infinite ammunition, prompting Han Zheng to marvel in astonishment. Continuing his examination, he looked at the skill technique. Skill technique untrained. Incomplete transformation technique attributes. Auxiliary skill effects. Allows transformation into any biological or object form, unrestricted by species, category, or size, but the transformation lasts only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, a 1-minute rest is required before retransforming. Furthermore, regardless of the form assumed, the combat effectiveness remains unchanged. Description: a signature skill of Wulong, learned from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, due to Wulong's expulsion for stealing the female teacher's underwear. The skill's functionality is incomplete and limited. Would you like to learn it immediately? Yes. Of course, I must learn it at once. This skill is incredibly practical, allowing transformation into any person, animal, or object, although there's a 5-minute limitation. It can undoubtedly prove invaluable in combat situations, especially for surprise attacks. The incomplete transformation technique instantly vanished from his equipment inventory, and shortly thereafter, Han Zheng received a notification. The incomplete transformation technique has begun to be cultivated. Cultivation duration: 3 hours remaining time. 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds 2 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds 57 seconds. To his astonishment, a full 3 hours of cultivation time was required. Han Zheng couldn't help but smile wryly, as he had intended to learn it for immediate use, but it seemed that plan would have to be postponed, setting aside the cultivation for now. The pressing matter at hand was to depart from this place quickly. This hotel was no longer suitable for an extended stay. Han Zheng tidied up the room briefly and then changed into a fresh outfit. The glasses-wearing youth who had been killed, along with his personal belongings, were placed into the capsule. The only blood-stained knife and bedding in the room were also stowed away. Before leaving, Han Zheng took one last look around to ensure nothing was overlooked. In the coming days, over 100 combatants were bound to wreak havoc in the city of Shidu, with various crimes undoubtedly on the rise. Thus, the sudden disappearance of a hotel guest along with a set of bedding would hardly attract any undue attention. With this thought, Han Zheng stepped out of the room, casually donning a baseball cap, and completely departed from the hotel he had barely occupied for half a day. 3 hours later, in a modest restaurant in the heart of Shidu City. Within the restroom that he had indeed transformed into Fan Bingbing, Han Zheng stood alone before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, which had morphed into that of Fan Bingbing. Though he had anticipated this, the internal excitement was still exhilarating. He even found himself unable to resist the urge to touch his own chest. As the cultivation of the incomplete transformation technique concluded, Han Zheng eagerly locked himself in the restroom to conduct an experiment, and the results were exceedingly satisfying. Let me try transforming into Jackie Chan, Han Zheng thought, conjuring an image of the actor in his mind. With the transformation skill activated, the slender figure of Fan Bingbing in the mirror instantly morphed into the plump form of Jackie Chan. Although the transformation lasted only 5 minutes, as long as the time remained, he could initiate multiple transformations at will. Next, Han Zheng attempted to change into Scarlett Johansson, a tiger-headed man, a cat, and a baseball bat in succession. It felt as if he had mastered the art of transformation. Han Zheng marveled inwardly, then halted the transformations to revert to his original appearance. Having acquired this skill significantly enhanced his chances of survival within this dungeon. Exiting the restroom and returning to his original seat in the restaurant, he found that the dishes he had ordered prior to his bathroom visit had already been served. After the day's chaotic events, Han Zheng was ravenous and ready for a hearty meal. The television in the restaurant was broadcasting current affairs news, and as Han Zheng had anticipated, incidents in Shidu had surged dramatically over the past few hours. Robberies, gun battles, explosions, and various other calamities had erupted across the city. Today was merely the first day. The situation was likely to worsen with each passing day, Han Zheng muttered to himself as he ate. With 157 combatants, survival necessitated that at least one be killed within 10 days. In other words, even in an ideal scenario, 10 days hence, only 78 individuals could potentially survive. However, he believed that the actual number of survivors would likely be far less than that. Over 100 individuals, each unaware of the other's appearance, gender, or characteristics, oblivious to each other's combat prowess, skills, and weaponry, and entirely ignorant of how many had completed their survival tasks or how many had yet to do so. These combatants could be lurking in any corner of Shidu, perhaps strolling outside his window or dining in the very restaurant where his Saturday identity was his shield. Should he inadvertently reveal himself as a combatant, he would likely attract an immediate attack, just as the man at the street corner who had unwittingly exposed his identity with his frantic shouting was immediately dispatched by a hidden gunman. reflecting on this. Han Zheng couldn't suppress a shiver, and a classic line from the renowned science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem suddenly echoed in his mind. It's dark, so very dark. Chapter 5. The Bloodline Theory of the Dragon Ball Battlefield in the Dead of Night. In a certain area of the bustling downtown West City, the aftermath of a daytime gunfight and explosion rendered what was once a vibrant locale eerily desolate. The hemisphere-shaped, standalone houses typical of the Dragon Ball world line the streets, with several visibly bearing the scars of the earlier chaos, walls reduced to ruins, and structures in disarray. Beneath one such house, which had lost more than half of its walls, a few ragged homeless souls huddled together. Twisted in their slumber, these dilapidated buildings had inadvertently become temporary shelters for the destitute. Amidst the shadows, a police-marked hover motorcycle glided silently, coming to a halt a few meters away from the crumbling edifice. The rider, a young man clad in a police uniform with a delicate mustache, gazed with a sinister smile at the sleeping vagrants within. With a swift motion, he retrieved a grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the derelict structure. Without waiting to witness the outcome, he revved the motorcycle and sped away from the area. Mere seconds later, the explosion resonated through the night. Not far off, within another intact, standalone dwelling, Han Zheng jolted awake from his slumber. The blast sending a chill down his spine, he hastily withdrew a handgun from beneath his pillow, simultaneously releasing the capsule containing his submachine gun. Brandishing both firearms as he stealthily approached the window, pressing himself against the wall. Outside, the already ruined house had been nearly leveled, smoke billowing into the night sky, with none of the homeless who had taken refuge there escaping the devastation. Another indiscriminate attack had occurred. Han Zheng raised his weapons, observing for a moment longer to confirm that this was merely a random strike without further repercussions, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Having barely slept for 3 hours, he glanced at the time, unable to suppress his frustration. Shaking his head, he made his way to the bathroom. In the restroom, the body of a slightly overweight man lay sprawled in a corner, wrapped in a shroud. Han Zheng regarded the lifeless form with a heavy sigh, reflecting on the fact that since entering this Dragon Ball battlefield less than 24 hours ago, he had already claimed yet another life in error following his initial act of violence at the hotel. Earlier that evening, he had inadvertently discovered this man lurking in a deserted corner, having just killed another individual, his subsequent behavior raising Han Zheng's suspicions. Following him, Han Zheng had seized the opportunity to eliminate him swiftly. Regrettably, the act did not yield a notification for completing a survival task. This individual was simply a perverse killer from an ordinary subplot, devoid of any substantial rewards beyond a spattering of human blood. The only silver lining was that Han Zheng could utilize this house as a temporary refuge. Upon inspection, he confirmed that the dwelling belonged solely to the slain killer, making it an ideal resting spot. As time wore on, hotels and inns had become increasingly perilous, and it was likely that uncompleted missions would soon attract large-scale assaults in those areas. Before long, law enforcement arrived in response to the reports, and residents of the vicinity began to emerge, either recounting their experiences to the police or engaging in animated discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Han Zheng seethed inwardly, lamenting the loss of even a single restful sleep. Feeling the weight of exhaustion settle heavily upon him, he poured himself a drink and turned on the television, searching for a late-night channel to catch up on current events, scrolling through the news. He remained vigilant regarding the city's developments, a ritual he had adopted throughout the day. Sure enough, just 2 hours prior, reports surfaced of widespread attacks on hotel guests in the southern part of West City. As he continued to peruse the news, Han Zheng retrieved a map of West City, meticulously marking the locations mentioned in the reports. The sites of these sudden events remained quite dispersed, with no particular area experiencing a concentration of violence. It appeared that throughout the day, the combatants were evenly distributed, not overly clustered in any one location. The commotion outside gradually subsided, and gazing out into the profound darkness of the night, Han Zheng fell into contemplation. The deadline loomed. The first day was nearly at an end, leaving him with only 9 days to complete his objectives. He had mistakenly killed 2 individuals today, unlocking the Earthling bloodline and receiving a novice gift pack. Yet progress on his survival task remained stagnant. It was likely that many combatants had already perished today, Of the original 157, how many remained? With each passing day, the odds of completing his mission would diminish significantly. Should he consider engaging in indiscriminate attacks for a stroke of luck? Han Zheng quickly dismissed the notion. He was still weak, merely a newcomer with a combat power of 5 and only 2 firearms with limited lethality. Recklessly rushing into the streets to fire indiscriminately could easily result in his own assassination by hidden adversaries. He cursed his own weaknesses and low combat power. Shaking his head, his thoughts inexplicably drifted to the concept of bloodlines. Having killed 2 ordinary subplot characters today, he had acquired 2 drops of Earthling blood, activating the Earthling bloodline. However, the combat power ceiling and training speed associated with it were disappointingly low if he wished to alter his own bloodline in the future. What could he do? Recalling his cousin's diary, he lamented that he had skimmed through it too hastily, retaining only vague fragments of information. Yet, piecing together his current experiences, he deduced that the 2 ordinary subplot characters were indeed Earthlings. Killing Earthlings would yield Earthling blood, which could be used to unlock the Earthling bloodline. Thus, in the realm of Dragon Ball, beings with superior combat abilities, such as Namekians, Psions, and Frost Demons, should also possess bloodlines that could be similarly unlocked. Therefore, by slaying Psions, one could obtain Psion blood, and with sufficient collection, unlock the Psion bloodline. Who were the Psions? The protagonists: Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and others. The more Han Zheng contemplated, the clearer the intricate mechanics of bloodlines within this Dragon Ball battlefield became. Bloodlines were inherently stratified by strength. Weaker bloodlines had their combat power ceilings and training speeds set disappointingly low. To grow stronger step by step, one must continuously enhance their bloodline. However, to acquire a more powerful bloodline, one must resort to attacking and killing those who possess such bloodlines. Han Zheng could not suppress a cold chuckle. This was an endeavor even more formidable than the survival task. As the night deepened, fatigue finally caught up with him, and he succumbed to slumber on the sofa. The following day, Han Zheng found himself seated in a larger dining area, enjoying breakfast. He chose a corner seat by the window, allowing him to observe the activity both inside and outside the restaurant. To his surprise, the television in the restaurant was not broadcasting news, but was instead live-streaming the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, this day marks the 7th of May in the year 750 of the AG era, heralding the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. Han Zheng gazed at the content on the television, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. In the past, whenever he immersed himself in the Dragon Ball manga and encountered the martial arts tournaments, he could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to leap into the pages and join the characters in their fervent battles. How passionately exhilarating that was. Yet now, as he sat here, watching the live broadcast of the World Martial Arts Championship preliminaries, the fervor was nowhere to be found in such an environment. Suddenly, the screen shifted to a fighting arena where a diminutive contestant effortlessly knocked down a towering, ferocious bear-like fighter. The small fighter, bald and with no nose, bore a striking resemblance to a miniature, adorable version of Voldemort. That's Krillin, Han Zheng murmured to himself, instantly recognizing this pivotal character from the original manga as he made his debut in this three-dimensional world. He scratched his head, never anticipating that his first encounter with a major character from Dragon Ball would be under such circumstances. The camera then transitioned to another arena, piquing Han Zheng's interest as he sought to catch a glimpse of the participating Son Goku. Just then, the restaurant's entrance was flung open. A young woman, disheveled and somewhat ragged, rushed in, immediately grabbing food from a patron's table without a second thought, shoving it into her mouth with her bare hands. The diners were taken aback, and the restaurant staff hurried over to confront her. The young woman retreated to a corner, continuing to devour the food. She cried out intermittently, "I'm starving. Don't come near me. I've been brought here for a day without eating anything. Where on earth is this? I want to go home. Don't come any closer." A battle-hardened warrior like herself, Han Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. This woman's erratic behavior unmistakably marked her as a bewildered combatant. Could this be a stroke of serendipity? However, it had already been a day. Was it truly possible for such an oblivious novice to still be alive? How fortunate could she be? With her lack of awareness and such brash actions, How had she managed to survive this long? Han Zheng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. At that moment, the restaurant door was forcefully swung open again, and yet another woman rushed in. This one was in a similar state as the first, equally filthy and disheveled. Upon entering, she fell to her knees, pleading, "I haven't eaten for a day. Please." However, she had barely uttered her plea when she noticed another woman resembling her in the restaurant, causing her to swallow her words. The two grimy women locked eyes, both looking utterly bewildered. The patrons in the restaurant mirrored their astonishment, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Han Zheng felt an urge to laugh. Witnessing this scene, he suddenly grasped much more than before. Chapter 6. First Kill. Please bookmark. The two women, having enacted the same scenario in succession, scrutinized one another for a good 3 or 4 seconds. The woman who had snatched the food was the first to act. Abandoning the morsel she had just seized and striding toward the kneeling woman, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, hastily rose and, pushing the bearded man fell to the ground with a heavy thud, his firearm flung from his grasp. Fortunately, in the final moment, he had the presence of mind to evade the bullet, which spared him from immediate death. However, his back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and torn. As he struggled to rise, behind him, the woman he had previously pushed aside to seize a meal now stood before him, brandishing a small handgun. At that moment, Han Zheng transformed into a shadowy black cat, concealed himself in the corner of an alley, unnoticed by the two combatants embroiled in their deadly struggle. Han Zheng was taken aback, realizing that the woman was, in fact, a fighter, although employing a fishing tactic. She had subverted expectations. The man with the crew cut was merely a hired decoy, while she was the true puppeteer behind the scenes. I had long suspected that the woman you hired was casting her nets in this vicinity, which is why I risked everything to draw you out, he mused as the woman raised her hand and fired 2 more shots. She offered the bearded man no chance for a counterattack. He fell dead on the spot, and the woman suddenly halted, standing beside the corpse as if receiving some sort of mission prompt that instant. It was the opportune moment Han Zheng had been anticipating. Bursting from his hiding place, the black cat's form rapidly morphed back into his original self. He seized a capsule, activating it, and in an instant, a submachine gun materialized in his hands. The woman seemed to sense the wind shifting behind her. Her reflexes were razor-sharp. Before she could fully turn, she extended her pistol from beneath her armpit, aiming to fire. Yet, Han Zheng would not grant her that opportunity. The moment the submachine gun was in his grip, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Accompanied by the rapid fire of bullets, the woman barely had time to retaliate before she was riddled with rounds, her body reduced to a mangled mess, collapsing like a tattered rag in the breeze. Combatant No. in 2199 has eliminated Combatant No. L1487, dropping 1 drop of earthling blood. Would you like to collect it? Combatant No. in 2199 has completed the survival task for this mission, earning 500 reward points. There are still 8 days, 22 hours, and 50 minutes remaining until the conclusion of this mission. Upon its completion, Combatant No. in 2199 may safely exit the mission. Please be patient that a series of blue subtitles and electronic prompts reappeared. But Han Zheng had no time to dwell on them. Having confirmed his completion of the survival task, he needed to find a place to hide immediately, after such a violent exchange of gunfire. If there were other combatants nearby, they would surely be drawn to the scene, that he could not afford to meet the same fate as the woman, who had been killed shortly after her success. He had to retreat at once. With approximately 3 minutes left on his transformation, Han Zheng stowed the submachine gun and transformed back into a black cat, darting out of the alley a few minutes later. In a CAF on the outskirts of a block, Han Zheng sat at a table, ordering a cup of coffee. Breathing heavily, he wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his surroundings, assuring himself that this place should be safe. At this moment, he finally allowed himself to relax and reflect on the notifications he had received earlier. After killing Combatant L1487, he had acquired a drop of earthling blood, indicating that this combatant had also awakened their earthling lineage. Slaying those with such bloodlines could yield a blood drop. Completing the survival task granted him 500 points, bringing his total to 700 points when combined with the initial novice reward. However, he was still uncertain how to utilize these points. What truly unsettled Han Zheng was the final notification. Despite completing the survival task, he was required to remain within the mission until the timer expired to exit safely. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that finishing the task early would grant him the option to leave prematurely. But alas, reality proved otherwise. The thought of enduring such perilous conditions for an extended period filled him with an uncontrollable sense of frustration and anger. He cursed the Dragon Ball battlefield repeatedly in his mind. Yet there was nothing he could do but silently accept his fate. In the time to come, he vowed to exercise utmost caution, remaining vigilant to ensure he could survive these days and emerge from the mission unscathed. He had to survive. Chapter 7. Such operations exist. On May 7750 AE, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. On that day, contestant Shenlong, Master Rashi, triumphed over all opponents, claiming the championship title as the world's strongest. Sun Wukong narrowly lost, securing the runner-up position. On May 8, Bulma, Yamcha, and their companions returned to West City. On the same day, Sun Wukong clashed with the Red Ribbon Army in search of Dragon Balls. Defeating Colonel Silver and General White of the Marisuti unit on the morning of May 9, after his Dragon radar malfunctioned, Sun Wukong resolved to seek assistance from Bulma, making his way to West City. Meanwhile, Han Zheng had spent 3 days within the Dragon Ball battlefield mission, now entering the 4th day. Since completing the survival task on May 7, he had been exceedingly cautious, spending most of his time hidden within a building while keeping a close eye on the news from West City. That evening, a sudden surge of violent incidents erupted. Numerous hotels in West City were bombed, and incidents of robbery and murder escalated dramatically compared to the previous day, with crime scenes still evenly distributed across the city. In light of such frequent malevolence, the police force of West City was overwhelmed, seemingly unable to cope. Han Zheng remained in hiding, even sleeping in a seated position, too wary to sink into a deep slumber. The capsule containing his submachine gun was always within his grasp, ready to counter any potential ambush that could arise at any moment. Fortunately, during this period, the area had remained relatively quiet and stable, with no unexpected occurrences. However, by the following day, May 8, after Bulma and Yamcha returned to West City, reports of violent incidents abruptly decreased, particularly around Bulma's residence in the city center, where not a single case occurred throughout the day. Han Zheng surmised that many novice combatants had likely perished in the first 2 days of the mission, leaving only seasoned fighters or cautious newcomers remaining. Yamcha was a prominent character in the manga, possessing formidable skills such as the Wolf Fong Fist and ranking among the top 8 contestants in this martial arts tournament. Novice fighters would likely hesitate to engage with such characters. But what about the more powerful seasoned combatants? Reflecting on the lineage dynamics within the Dragon Ball battlefield, Han Zheng placed himself in the mindset of these seasoned fighters, connecting the events to the timeline of the Dragon Ball manga. He began to comprehend what these experienced combatants truly sought beyond merely completing the survival task. On the morning of May 9, a small cluster of golden clouds, trailing a long tail, soared swiftly across the sky into West City. On these clouds, a young boy dressed in a training outfit, carrying a small bundle, gazed in wonder at the expansive city before him. This boy, with a tail and a unique hairstyle, exuded a blend of cuteness and a hint of Navet. He was none other than Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, a globally adored comic hero. As Sun Wukong first ventured into the western capital, the vastness of the city seemed to surpass his imagination. Hovering in the air atop his Nimbus cloud, he marveled in awe. This journey to the western capital was for the purpose of seeking Bulma's assistance in repairing the Dragon radar, yet he found himself lost, wandering aimlessly and inquiring passers-by for directions that, in the original comic narrative, Sun Wukong had caused a multitude of humorous incidents within the city, such as refusing to pay for a ride, challenging others to duels in the streets, and teaching a lesson to a few thuggish robbers. However, the western capital had long since transformed from its original depiction. After several days of turmoil, it now lay in a state of decay, with scarce pedestrians and an overwhelming sense of desolation. Sun Wukong attempted to stop several individuals on the street for guidance, but none could provide answers, as the hurried passers-by remained cold and indifferent. How peculiar it was that one could not simply ask for directions in a city. Young Sun Wukong appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed at that moment. A police-marked hover motorcycle rounded the corner and came to a halt before him. The rider, a young officer sporting a small mustache, adjusted his hat and greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. "Hello, young friend. Is this your first time in the Western capital? Where are you headed? Do you know the way to Bulma's house?" "Oh, Bulma. Yes, I know her. Please hop on, and I'll take you there." "That would be wonderful. You are truly a good person," young Sun Wukong exclaimed with innocent glee, lacking any suspicion as he prepared to mount the police motorcycle. On the rooftop of a white house nearby, a small bird, its feathers mirroring the color of the building, perched quietly, observing the scene below. This bird was Han Zheng, who recalled vividly that according to the comic storyline, Sun Wukong was indeed supposed to arrive in the Western capital that very morning. After consulting a world map, he noted that Malistar was located in the northeastern part of the world, meaning Sun Wukong must enter the city from that direction. Han Zheng remembered that a police officer had indeed escorted Sun Wukong to Bulma's residence in the comic, but it was Sun Wukong who had proactively sought out that officer for directions, not the other way around. Moreover, the officer in the comic wore glasses, while this one did not. This individual must be an imposter, Han Zheng quickly deduced. The officer continued to smile amicably at Sun Wukong as he mounted the motorcycle, patting him gently on the back as if to convey warmth and friendliness. "Be sure to hold on tight, young friend." Yet his right hand lingered after the pat, seemingly sliding down toward Sun Wukong's vulnerable tail. Aha! From his vantage point on the rooftop, Han Zheng realized the officer was aiming for Sun Wukong's weak spot. Unaware of the deception and utterly defenseless, Sun Wukong was caught off guard as the officer seized his tail with precision. In an instant, the once lively Sun Wukong was rendered limp, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, he had yet to train his tail, and once captured, he lost all his combat prowess. The officer's smile morphed from congeniality to malevolence as he gripped Sun Wukong's tail tightly, swiftly drawing a handgun with his other hand. Han Zheng watched intently, contemplating whether to intervene and how to do so in this scenario. At this moment, young Sun Wukong was the sole scion on Earth, and if one wished to obtain a drop of scion blood, they must act against him. This, he surmised, was likely the intent of the impersonating officer and a common goal among many seasoned fighters. Just as the officer seized Sun Wukong's tail and brandished his firearm, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the street. Han Zheng, still perched on the rooftop, was astounded as a scene reminiscent of a wuxia novel unfolded before him. From between two buildings, two burly figures emerged, each wielding weapons as a small fighter burst forth from a nearby manhole, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. A taxi parked by the side of the road had its door flung open, and a long-haired woman leaped out, tossing a capsule that exploded mid-air, revealing a combat robot on the street. Simultaneously, seemingly harmless pedestrians, a mother pushing a stroller, a young cyclist, a man waiting for the bus, and a schoolboy in uniform, suddenly erupted into action, each showcasing their unique skills as they converged upon Sun Wukong. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Han Zheng's heart surged with tumultuous emotion, astonished by the number of fighters concealed nearby. Although they acted independently, their collective aim was singular: Sun Wukong, or rather, Scion blood. Initially, they had hidden their presence well, but the foe officer disrupted the equilibrium by striking first and swiftly subduing Sun Wukong. As he neared his goal, the remaining fighters could no longer restrain themselves and leapt into action, eager to claim the prize. Amidst the tension and turmoil, despite having transformed into a bird, Han Zheng could feel himself trembling with apprehension. Such an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 8. The first encirclement of Sun Wukong. Bang! The diminutive fighter emerging from the sewer fired a shot, and the imposter officer let out a wail as his left arm was shattered at the elbow. Yet, despite his grievous injury, he clung desperately to Sun Wukong's tail, who remained lifeless on the ground. The fighter masquerading as a mother hoisted the stroller high and brought it crashing down toward the nearby schoolboy. The cyclist delivered a swift kick, sending a stunned bystander sprawling, before lunging toward Sun Wukong. However, as he advanced, his expression shifted to one of horror, and he leapt back just in time. Bullets whizzed past where he had just stood. A robot, its lower half equipped with treads and armed with machine guns, advanced while firing at the other fighters, forcing them to retreat. Meanwhile, its master, the long-haired woman, followed closely behind. Amidst the hail of gunfire, a middle-aged man soared through the air, moving with ghostly agility, evading every bullet as he closed in on the robot. In mere moments, he stood before the mechanical foe, delivering a single punch that obliterated its torso, before seizing a piece of its wreckage and flinging it aside. Without pausing, he turned and seized the long-haired woman by the neck, his grip like iron and with a series of bone-crunching sounds. Her terrified expression faded as she met her demise. Next, the middle-aged man dashed toward the foe officer, seizing Sun Wukong's tail from his grip and delivering a swift kick that sent the imposter flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. This man's combat prowess was astonishing. Han Zheng marveled inwardly. In mere seconds, he had dispatched 2 fighters with his bare hands, clearly surpassing the others in strength. While the onlookers were taken aback, the incapacitated Sun Wukong lay before them, and they could not bear to relinquish their prize, thus raising their weapons to aim at the middle-aged man, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. In that moment, bullets rained down like a tempest, yet the middle-aged man remained utterly unafraid, with one hand firmly grasping Sun Wukong's tail and the other seizing his collar. He lifted him effortlessly. His astonishment. Sun Wukong's body was employed as a shield against the barrage of bullets. With an exceptional defense, ordinary bullets merely inflicted pain upon him, failing to cause any significant damage. As a volley of bullets struck him, they simply left a series of red marks upon his skin. The middle-aged man used Sun Wukong as a human shield, charging forward before leaping into the air, delivering 2 powerful kicks that snapped the necks of 2 burly men, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The remaining fighters inhaled sharply, realizing that their chance to claim a kill had vanished. Self-preservation took precedence, and they turned to flee. Only the small fighter, who had emerged from the sewer, gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved, and tossed aside his firearm, rushing towards the middle-aged man. With rapid movements, his hands appeared to transform into 8, launching an assault on the middle-aged man. That the 8-handed fist. Han Zheng recognized the technique as that of Chai Ba Wang, a character from Dragon Ball. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Then a smirk of disdain crept across his lips. He continued to grip Sun Wukong's tail with one hand while engaging the small fighter with the other, surprisingly gaining the upper hand after several exchanges. Han Zheng stood atop the roof, calculating that his transformation would last no more than a minute longer. That moment, the street was strewn with the fallen and the fleeing, leaving only these 2 warriors engaged in combat, both of whom far surpassed his own fighting capabilities. The prospect of claiming Sun Wukong's head seemed increasingly unlikely. While he pondered this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A tall youth suddenly leaped out from a nearby building, charging towards the 2 combatants. Having lain in wait for the perfect moment, he extended 4 fingers from each hand, poised to unleash a powerful technique. Holy cow! The Solar Fist. Han Zheng was all too familiar with this move and hastily attempted to shield his eyes. But the youth's strike came with such speed that he could not react in time. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man and the small fighter also attempted to cease their actions, yet reacted too late. A blinding flash erupted, as if a sun had materialized in the street, dazzling everyone and causing a momentary loss of vision. Han Zheng found himself engulfed in a blinding whiteness, unable to see anything. Amidst the chaos, he heard the sounds of fierce fighting followed by a series of agonized screams. As his vision gradually returned, the scene before him took him by surprise. The small fighter, the middle-aged man, and the tall youth now lay on the ground, each clutching their chests in agony, while Sun Wukong had freed himself, standing nearby with clenched fists. In the turmoil, the middle-aged man had inadvertently released his grip on Sun Wukong's tail, allowing his combat prowess to surge back, reclaiming his status as the strongest amidst the crowd. You are all villains. I shall not spare you. Sun Wukong seethed, each word laced with fury. The 3 on the ground were stricken with fear. Moments ago, Sun Wukong had been their plaything, but now, with his restored power, they were no match for him, even if they banded together. The small fighter, sensing the impending doom, was the first to leap up and flee. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong drew his staff and bellowed, "Rui Bang! Extend!" The staff surged in length, hurtling towards the fleeing small fighter. Though swift, the small fighter could not outrun the Rui Bang, which struck him squarely in the back, pushing him forcefully until he crashed against a wall, creating a human-sized hole, leaving him seemingly embedded in the wall, his fate uncertain. The middle-aged man and the tall youth, drenched in cold sweat, scrambled to their feet, desperately fleeing in opposite directions. Sun Wukong retracted the Rui Bang with a huff. Then he assumed a hoarse stance, hands at his waist, and intoned each syllable with gravity. Came? Haim! Huh! A massive energy wave erupted from his hands, targeting the retreating middle-aged man. With a thunderous explosion, the middle-aged man was engulfed by the energy blast, unable to utter a sound as he was utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, the tall youth had managed to escape during this brief interval. Sun Wukong shouted to the heavens, "Jin Do Yun!" The cloud promptly responded, and Sun Wukong leapt onto it, pursuing the direction of the youth's flight. At that moment, Han Zheng's transformation came to an end. Returning him to his human form, he descended from the rooftop, gazing at the long tail of the cloud trailing behind. Filled with mixed emotions, he had never anticipated that his first close encounter with Sun Wukong would unfold in such a manner. As he contemplated his next move, a sound drew his attention from nearby. Turning towards the noise, he was astonished to see the injured fake police officer who had suffered a severed arm and grave injuries. Stirring back to life, it was remarkable that this individual still clung to life, prompting Han Zheng to marvel at his tenacity. The fake police officer groaned a few times before extending his remaining hand, grasping a small bean-like object that materialized in his palm. Struggling, he attempted to bring the bean to his mouth. Fairy bean. Han Zheng dashed forward, seizing the fake police officer's hand and forcefully extracting the bean. Taken by surprise, the fake officer, in his weakened state, found himself unable to resist, his eyes filled with urgency and resentment. Han Zheng swiftly examined the bean's attributes. Equipment item. Fairy bean attributes. Consumable effects. 1. Consuming 1 restores substantial stamina, negating the need for food for 10 days. 2. In the event of severe injury, as long as one still draws breath, consuming the bean will restore them to full health. Unscathed. Description. Grown by Master Karen, these beans are small yet immensely nourishing, possessing remarkable healing properties. Furthermore, when combined with the Scion physiology, their efficacy is greatly enhanced. Indeed, it was a fairy bean. Han Zheng was elated. In Dragon Ball, these beans were akin to a cheat item, capable of reviving countless heroes and warriors on the brink of death, allowing them to turn the tide of battle. He quickly stored the bean in his equipment inventory and drew his gun, pointing it at the fake police officer, threatening, "Hand over everything in your inventory, that if you cooperate, I won't kill you, and I'll even take you to the hospital for treatment. You wouldn't want to die here in this instance. Would you? There's nothing left. I swear, nothing." "No. Then don't blame me." "Wait." The feigned police officer's fear intensified, and he trembled as he raised a finger toward the other side. That handgun belongs to General White. It can inflict severe damage on Sun Wukong. Please take it away. Just don't kill me." At that moment, the firearm remained clasped in the severed hand, and Han Zheng had to pry open the fingers to retrieve it. Equipment. General White's handgun attributes. Enhanced handgun damage. Powerful bullet count. 5. Description. General White's enhanced handgun possesses immense power. Even someone as formidable as Sun Wukong would sustain grave injuries if struck by this weapon. This firearm is indeed a valuable asset, and Han Zheng decisively stored it in his inventory. Given this, it seems you are of no further use to me. Han Zheng pressed the gun against the feigned police officer's forehead. Wait, didn't you say bang?" Before he could finish his sentence, Han Zheng pulled the trigger, and 2199 combatant eliminated L0069 combatant. No items dropped. Han Zheng let out a soft snort, disregarding the dungeon prompt, and turned to scour the battlefield. But regrettably, he found nothing of value. The fallen combatant no longer posed a threat of looting their inventory, and after a brief search, Han Zheng had to abandon his efforts. Finally, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Han Zheng transformed into a bird and soared into the sky, heading in the direction where Sun Wukong had vanished. Chapter 9. Bulma's home. Han Zheng glided above the city, surveying the crisscrossing streets below. Neither Sun Wukong nor the tall young man skilled in the solar fist was in sight, and as Han Zheng circled around, his patience began to wane. He turned towards Bulma's residence. Due to the time limit of his transformation, Han Zheng had to find an unoccupied spot to land and rest for a minute before taking flight again. His first direct encounter with Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball battlefield left a profound impression on him due to the latter's formidable strength. In the past, while reading the comics, witnessing the protagonist Sun Wukong display his might and defeat various foes had thrilled Han Zheng as a reader, providing him with indescribable satisfaction. However, now, in the dungeon, the overwhelming power exhibited by Sun Wukong sent chills down his spine. Indeed, perspective makes all the difference. Recalling the lineage rules established in the Dragon Ball battlefield and reflecting on some details from his cousin's diary, Han Zheng remembered how his cousin had once been frustrated about his inability to unlock his powerful lineage, only to later rejoice upon awakening his scion bloodline. It was no wonder that the previous group of combatants had recklessly attacked Sun Wukong. The allure of the scion blood coursing through him was undeniably tempting. Among that group of combatants, including middle-aged men, short individuals, and tall youths, were all seasoned fighters of considerable strength. Han Zheng understood that he, as a mere novice, had little hope of competing with these veterans. Yet, Sun Wukong was singular, and those coveting him were not limited to just those FEW. It was likely that further assaults on Sun Wukong would follow, and amidst the chaos, he might yet find an opportunity. After all, while Sun Wukong was indeed powerful, he possessed two critical weaknesses: his tail and his naivety. Bulma's residence was an extraordinarily tall hemispherical structure, its size dwarfing the neighboring houses by more than tenfold. Han Zheng descended from the sky and landed on the fence outside the house to ensure he had ample time for transformation. He had previously extended his cooldown by an additional minute. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, the Bulma family is the wealthiest in the world, and two of the three greatest scientists on Earth hail from this household. As for these three eminent scientists, Han Zheng had once seen online jokes about them. The first, Bulma's father, invented the universal capsule that changed the world. The second, Dr. Gero, created androids that nearly doomed it. The third, Bulma, invented the time machine that saved the world. At that moment, the world-renowned scientist and father of Bulma, Dr. Brief, happened to open the door and step outside. Han Zheng seized the opportunity and flew inside. The courtyard on the first floor of Bulma's home resembled a jungle zoo, complete with flowers, trees, fountains, benches, and a variety of animals. Han Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the scene, just as he was lost in wonder. The air and ground around him suddenly trembled. The Triceratops, a genuine Triceratops, was stomping over, rushing past Han Zheng. In the distance, he could see several other dinosaurs frolicking about. Bulma's home was indeed as magical as depicted in the comics. Though the zoo was enchanting and beautiful, it housed various wild animals, prompting Han Zheng to navigate cautiously through the air to avoid contact. Suddenly, a door swung open. A muscular man over 180 centimeters tall, sporting short hair, walked in, accompanied by two small creatures, a pig wearing underwear on its head and a flying cat. Han Zheng instantly recognized them as key characters from Dragon Ball: Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar. Yamcha was one of the Dragon Ball warriors and a friend of Sun Wukong. At this moment, he was still in a romantic relationship with Bulma. Oolong and Puar were classmates from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, both proficient in shape-shifting. Yamcha appeared displeased as he walked in, saying, "I don't know what's been going on in West City these past few days, ever since we attended the martial arts tournament. The crime rate has skyrocketed, and now even schools are closed." He clutched his chest in a dramatized gesture of heartbreak. "I haven't even had the chance to get to know those beautiful female students." Yes, Oolong chimed in. Puar, unable to bear the conversation any longer, interjected, "Yamcha, stop thinking about those female students. It's chaotic in West City right now. Have you forgotten what happened this morning? Someone committed murder in broad daylight. And when you attempted to intervene, you were defeated. If he hadn't inexplicably fled, the consequences would have been dire." Yamcha's face flushed with embarrassment at these words, and he cleared his throat awkwardly, defending himself. "That person was actually quite mediocre in martial arts. not a match for my Wolfong fist. Just that his eyes, they glowed. The moment I saw them, I was frozen in place. Eyes glowing, to be immobilized by a mere glance. Han Zheng pondered quickly. It sounded strikingly similar to the ability of General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue's power could paralyze individuals. And in the comics, he nearly killed Sun Wukong with it. So, there were combatants in the dungeon possessing such abilities. Was this considered a skill or technique? Or had that combatant already awakened the bloodline of General Blue? Han Zheng began to feel anxious. If that were the case, this combatant was truly formidable, capable of eliminating Sun Wukong directly, capitalizing on his naivety without needing any external means to die in such a scenario. Han Zheng's chances of sneaking in to scavenge amidst the chaos would significantly diminish. With a swoosh, the door opened once more, and Dr. Brief's voice followed. There's someone here claiming to be Bulma's and your friend. Wukong. Before Dr. Brief could finish his sentence, Oolong and Poir rushed forward. The person Dr. Brief brought him was none other than Sun Wukong, followed closely by a bespectacled youth. Sun Wukong embraced Oolong and Poir, sharing laughter and banter. Wow, so you're the Sun Wukong everyone talks about. Indeed, you are quite short, Dr. Brief exclaimed. Wukong, weren't you supposed to be gathering the Dragon Balls? How did you end up here? Yamcha approached with a smile. My dragon radar is broken, so I came to seek Bulma's assistance in fixing it. Oh, how did you find this place? Goku pointed to the bespectacled young man beside him. The young man, slightly bashful, scratched his head and asked in a hushed tone, I happen to be passing by Is Bulma at home. Yamcha ruffled his hair. She had stepped out. Is there something you need from her? You must be Mr. Yamcha, Bulma's boyfriend, right? If you're available, there are some matters we could discuss outside. As he spoke, the young man subtly winked at Yamcha, seemingly indicating that the current company was rather numerous. All right. Please wait here for a moment. Yamcha replied, somewhat perplexed, but he followed the young man outside. Kang Zheng was filled with confusion. The scene before him was utterly bewildering. With the arrival of these fighters, the timeline had evidently been disrupted, and the narrative was spiraling out of control. Who exactly was this bespectacled youth? In the original story, Goku was escorted to Bulma's house by the police, but now it was this individual. Was he a fighter, or merely a minor character in this unraveling plot? What business did he have with Bulma and Yamcha? What had become of the young man who employed the solar flare technique, whom Goku had pursued earlier? A multitude of questions swirled in Kang Zheng's mind, and he yearned for answers, eager to follow them outside to investigate. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that his transformation was on the verge of exceeding 5 minutes. He needed to find a place to revert to his original form immediately. Chapter 10. The injured Yamcha time was of the essence. Initially, Kang Zheng had merely intended to sneak in and gather intelligence, to ascertain whether Goku had arrived, and to learn of Bulma's and Yamcha's whereabouts. He had planned to make a brief reconnaissance before retreating. Yet, one incident followed another, and 5 minutes swiftly passed. Now he had to find a spot to wait for his skills to cool down. Fortunately, Bulma's house was spacious enough. Kang Zheng hurriedly sought a corner where he would not be seen by others, and as soon as he landed, he reverted to his original form. That was close. Had he delayed even a few seconds longer, he might have been discovered. Kang Zheng crouched in the corner, striving to make no sound. Meanwhile, Goku and Oolong were engaged in conversation about Goku's recent battles with the Red Ribbon Army, recounting how he had been ambushed upon entering the city. The Red Ribbon Army was notoriously infamous, and Oolong listened with beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As Kang Zheng counted the seconds, he eavesdropped on their discussion, oblivious to a knee-high dinosaur approaching him. Its claws waving, startled, he quickly pressed it down. If it revealed his position, it would spell disaster. Though Goku was innocent, having just been attacked, he was likely not as easily fooled now. When he and the bespectacled youth had entered earlier, Kang Zheng noticed Goku had been careful to keep his backside hidden, clearly wary of potential threats. He pressed the little dinosaur down firmly. It struggled, but its mouth was also restrained, making it difficult to cry out. Just then, a scream echoed from outside the door, clear enough for Goku and the others, including Kang Zheng hiding in the corner, to hear. Without a doubt, it was Yamcha's voice. Goku and the others rushed outside, and as Kang Zheng counted down the cooldown time, he pushed the little dinosaur aside and prepared to transform to chase after them. However, a large dinosaur suddenly appeared to block his path. The small dinosaur that Kang Zheng had just subdued was evidently its offspring. Now that its child was in danger, the mother was furious. Charging at Kang Zheng with its gaping maw, "I have no time to play with you," Kang Zheng exclaimed, quickly dodging to the side as his transformation spell activated and a towering mech appeared before the dinosaur. Thanks to the spaciousness of Bulma's residence, if it had been somewhere else with a smaller entrance, manifesting such a giant mech might have resulted in a roof collapse. The dinosaur had never encountered such a sight. Terrified, it turned and fled, while Kang Zheng hastily transformed into a bird and soared out of the house. Outside in the yard, a pool of blood slowly spread across the ground. Yet neither Yamcha nor the bespectacled youth was in sight. "Yamcha! Yamcha!" Goku called out repeatedly, but received no response. He dashed out of the yard and leaped onto the Kintoon, racing away as if he intended to scour every street for him. Indeed, something was amiss. Although Kang Zheng was not privy to the unfolding events, he could infer from the scene that the bespectacled youth was undoubtedly a fighter. But why would he attack Yamcha? Logically, as a scion, Goku was the most significant and valuable target in this scenario, while Yamcha, being merely a human, would yield little more than human blood upon his demise. What was the motive behind such an assault? Was it for the Wolfang Fist? Aside from fighters, Kang Zheng had only dealt with ordinary characters thus far. Whether eliminating crucial narrative figures would yield equipment or skills in addition to mere blood was something he could not ascertain. Regardless, he resolved to follow Goku without hesitation. Taking to the skies, he was fortunate that Goku, in his pursuit of Yamcha, was not flying too swiftly, allowing Kang Zheng to follow from a distance. Watching Goku's tail sway in the wind, he couldn't help but entertain a daring thought. If he seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, catching Goku's tail and firing at him with General White's pistol, or perhaps shooting him when he least expected it, would he succeed? This audacious idea lingered in his mind for several seconds, but ultimately he had to abandon it. His combat prowess was still too feeble, and being in bird form, suspended in the air, left him with no means of escape should he fail. He would merely become another casualty at Goku's hands. Goku flew further and faster, and with the 5-minute time constraint looming, Kang Zheng reluctantly sought a secluded spot to land and await the cooldown. At that moment, he spotted Oolong zipping through the sky. Pursuing Goku, it seemed Goku heard Oolong's shouts as they met, and after an exchange of words, Goku turned the Kintoon around, carrying Oolong swiftly back towards Bulma's home. What on earth is happening? Kang Zheng sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, and decided to follow them back. Inside Bulma's home, Yamcha lay on the bed, a long wound stretching from his chest to his navel. While Oolong and Dr. Brief tended to him, Yamcha's complexion was pale, teeth gritted, and sweat poured down his face. "Yamcha, what happened?" Goku cried, alarmed and furious, while Oolong even shed tears. "Goku, there were people lying in wait outside. As soon as I stepped out, I was ambushed, and they took me south. That I managed to find a chance to escape." Yamcha coughed weakly, his voice barely audible. Kang Zheng remained hidden within the room, concealed by his transformation, unnoticed by anyone. Yamcha's words sparked confusion within him. Who could possibly want to abduct him? Moreover, Bulma had yet to make an appearance. Something was clearly amiss. The others began discussing the recent turmoil in West City, the rising crime rate, and how the entire city had become exceedingly unsafe. "I just heard Oolong mention that you had been searching for the Dragon Balls and it clashed with the Red Ribbon Army. Might they be involved?" Yamcha suddenly inquired. "The Red Ribbon Army?" Goku replied, uncertain. "They are indeed a notorious group of villains." "The Red Ribbon Army?" Kang Zheng pondered, skeptical. They certainly had motives to come to West City, as they sought to seize Goku's Dragon Balls. Yet, characters from outside the narrative should not have been influenced by the fighters. According to the unfolding plot, they should not have appeared at this time. Furthermore, what was the reasoning behind Yamcha's abduction? It made no sense. The entire affair is fraught with numerous suspicions, as though some underlying issue exists, though Han Zheng is momentarily unable to discern it. Yamcha is wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages, lying in bed and unable to suppress a sigh. Wulong, half consoling and half teasing, remarks, "Fortunately, The school is closed, so you need not take a leave of absence. Make sure to recuperate well during this time. Yamacha, stroking Wulong's bald head, self-deprecatingly smiles. Not attending school is the best. I truly dislike IT in an instant. Han Zheng comprehends where the problem lies. Chapter 11. The second attempt to encircle Sun Wukong. This Yamacha is an imposter. This is a combatant skilled in transformation techniques. With his own mastery of transformation, Han Zheng quickly grasps the crux of the matter. First, they will deceive the real Yamacha out of hiding and launch a surprise attack. While this imposter will use transformation to assume Yamacha's appearance and return feigning injury, it is highly probable that the genuine Yamacha has already been slain after Yamacha's agonizing cries outside. Sun Wukong and the others rushed out, but they failed to capture even a shadow that it is quite likely that Yamacha was lured out and immediately ambushed and killed, with the perpetrator swiftly concealing the body in a capsule, then using transformation to disguise themselves as a bug or a mouse to hide, only to later morph back into Yamacha and pretend to have returned. That it seems that this false Yamacha should be the bespectacled youth from earlier. Observing the imposter's fervent performance, Han Zheng cannot help but find it somewhat amusing. Previously, Yamacha complained about the school closure preventing him from meeting female students, yet now he professes a dislike for school. It appears that despite his acting skills, a lack of well-considered dialogue can easily lead to exposure. But what could be this person's motive for impersonating Yamacha? Perhaps to ambush Sun Wukong. It is possible, as Sun Wukong has developed a heightened sense of vigilance toward strangers, yet he would be less wary of a friend, making it a clever strategy to impersonate one of Sun Wukong's acquaintances for a surprise attack. Wulong and the others continue to offer words of comfort to the false Yamacha, while Han Zheng calculates the time. The duration of his transformation is about to expire, and he needs to retreat for a moment. Just then, the door is pushed open and a striking girl with vibrant blue hair enters, rushing to Yamacha's side with concern, bombarding him with questions. It is Bulma. The female protagonist of Dragon Ball has finally made her entrance. However, Han Zheng has no time to admire. His transformation is on the verge of failing. Seizing the opportunity, he slips through the door and makes his escape, when Han Zheng transforms and stealthily re-enters the room. Bulma's demeanor has calmed considerably. She is seated by the bed, discussing the next course of action with the others. He is unsure what has transpired, but the chaos in West City has been overwhelming in recent days. This morning, the mayor urged everyone on television to minimize outings and prioritize safety, and to his surprise, even Yamacha. In that case, how about I escort you all to Master Roshi's island? It will be quite safe there. Sun Wukong proposes. The turtle hermit? Indeed. Master Roshi's place is undoubtedly secure. Oh, if that is the case, Bulma muses for a moment before smiling. Let me think it over. After all, my parents are here to be by the way. Wukong, didn't you mention needing me to repair your dragon radar? Come with me. I'll help you fix it. Well, it's all because of the Red Ribbon Army. It got damaged during the fight. Bulma and Sun Wukong move toward the door, with Sun Wukong trailing behind her when he suddenly asks, Hey, Bulma, why does your fragrance smell different from before? Bulma, currently facing away from Sun Wukong, suddenly stiffens at his question. Though the moment is brief, as she quickly regains her composure, casually replying, Oh, I've been using a new perfume. Come upstairs with me. Another combatant skilled in transformation. Han Zheng is now more shocked than when he discovered Yamacha was an imposter. Sun Wukong has only just arrived in West City half a day ago, having had a fierce battle on the streets that morning. And now, including himself, 3 combatants possessing transformation abilities have infiltrated this abode, lying in wait beside Sun Wukong. Truly a meticulous endeavor. Han Zheng silently chuckles to himself as he sees Sun Wukong and Bulma exiting the room and heading upstairs. Han Zheng hesitates, contemplating whether to follow them, when he suddenly catches sight of the feigning Yamacha discreetly reaching into his pants pocket. That moment, Bulma and Sun Wukong have already exited, while Wulong and Pu'er are engaged in a minor dispute. Oblivious to this subtle motion, Yamacha slowly retrieves what appears to be a small remote device from his pocket and swiftly presses a button. Boom! Amidst the blinding fire and explosive sound, the enormous house belonging to Bulma is instantly reduced by half. Han Zheng feels a powerful gust of air propel his diminutive form far away, followed by heavy debris and dust crashing down from above. He has no time to react before he is hastily buried. Enveloped in darkness, his mind spins, and he senses he has sustained minor injuries. This imposter Yamcha had actually planted explosives nearby. Regaining his composure, he quickly transforms into a small insect and begins to crawl upward through the crevices of the rubble as he climbs. He hears the cacophony of voices above, a chaotic symphony. After navigating the layers of debris, Han Zheng finally sees daylight, but as soon as he pokes his head out, a gigantic shoe descends towards him. He hurriedly scuttles away. Glancing back to find the owner of the shoe is none other than the tall youth who had ambushed Sun Wukong on the street using the solar flare. Unexpectedly, this person has escaped from Sun Wukong's pursuit and reappeared here, evidently still undeterred by the Scion blood running through Sun Wukong. The tall youth, unaware of the small insect observing him from a short distance, had originally been lying in wait nearby. The explosion has evidently caught him off guard, and he appears anxious, as if searching for something. This explosion has obliterated half the house, with flames still raging, creating a massive cloud of smoke and layers of dust. The tall youth covers his nose and waves his hands to clear the air in front of him, cautiously advancing into the interior. Amidst the smoke and dust, a small figure suddenly leaps out. It is Sun Wukong, soaring high before landing on the flying nimbus, shouting frantically below, "Bulma! Yamcha! Wulong! Wukong! I'm here!" Yamcha's voice resonates from below. "I'm coming to rescue you." Sun Wukong shouts, preparing to dive down on the nimbus. Just then, a rocket-propelled grenade streaks through the air, striking Sun Wukong and knocking him off the nimbus. Not far away, atop a building, a helmeted woman kneels, shouldering a cannon, her expression tense and serious as she watches Sun Wukong plummet. Her lips move slightly, as if counting down. Then she reaches out into the air, seemingly to retrieve something from her equipment. But at that moment, a fist erupts from her chest, blood and flesh flying. The helmeted woman's eyes widen in shock as she struggles to turn one last time to see who has dealt her a fatal blow, only to be violently thrown off the roof by the owner of that fist. A burly man then rises from the rooftop, wiping the blood and flesh from his fist, and gazes up at the sky. In the air, Sun Wukong, in a state of free fall, seems to have no means to regain his footing, while at the same time, a portly, blonde figure suddenly appears, reaching out to grasp Sun Wukong's tail. Rui bang, extend. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong brandished his staff, the Rui bang, which swiftly elongated as he struck fiercely towards the rotund figure before him. The blonde-haired fat man, seemingly cumbersome in stature, exhibited remarkable agility. Twisting mid-air to evade the blow, in a surprising display of acrobatics, he kicked off the Rui bang, propelling himself backward while executing several flips before landing gracefully. Sun Wukong, leveraging the momentum, thrust the Rui bang into the ground. Sliding down the staff to the earth below, as the cloud of dust began to settle, he gripped the Rui bang tightly, casting a fierce glare at his surroundings. The remnants of the ruins revealed the blonde fat man, a tall youth, a bearded man atop the roof, and the lifeless form of the helmeted woman. It was evident that these individuals had been lying in wait, biding their time, and the sudden explosion had drawn them all out into the open. At this moment, Yamcha emerged from the shadows, positioning himself behind Sun Wukong. "Wukong, though I'm injured, I can still fight. Let us join forces to take down these miscreants. Fear not, Yamcha, I can manage alone." Sun Wukong replied, a fierce expression etched upon his face, eliciting a barely perceptible, enigmatic smile from Yamcha. Observing the unfolding scene and the ambush fighters revealed by the explosion, Han Zheng understood the ulterior motives behind Yamcha's orchestrated chaos. Chapter 12. The Battle for Scion Blood. Yamcha, Bulma has fainted and I've left her behind. Please check on her and seek out Oolong and Puar. These three can be entrusted to me. Sun Wukong's voice was laden with fury, each successive attack throughout the day stoking the flames of his wrath. The blonde fat man, the tall youth, and the bearded man formed a triangle around Sun Wukong, each assessing the others with complex expressions. At this juncture, numerous ordinary residents fled their homes. Aghast at the aftermath of the explosion, their screams echoing in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng blended into the chaotic crowd to regain his original form, awaiting the cool down of his transformation skills while discreetly observing the situation. The three combatants, who had been lurking in the shadows, were now thrust into the limelight. Their plans disrupted, it appeared that Yamucha's explosive tactic had borne fruit. Had he initially chosen to ambush Sun Wukong, it would have inevitably drawn attention from these lurking foes. Even if he had succeeded, he would likely have struggled against their subsequent attacks, and escaping the residential area would have been a perilous endeavor. Now, having lured these ambushers into the open, he aimed to eliminate them through Sun Wukong's might, thus alleviating his own concerns and creating an opportunity to strike at Sun Wukong later. The three combatants began to grasp their predicament. Though they were unaware of the mastermind behind the chaos, they understood they had been ensnared as they deliberated their next moves. Sun Wukong took the initiative. The tall youth, skilled in the solar fist technique, was the first to suffer the consequences of the onlookers. Sun Wukong remained immobile amidst the ruins, yet the tall youth suddenly felt a gust at his back. Before he could react, a powerful elbow strike landed on his neck. The others turned to see that it was indeed Sun Wukong who had appeared behind the tall youth, while the figure still standing amidst the ruins began to fade into a mirage. It was the afterimage technique. Han Zheng, concealed within the crowd, recognized the maneuver employed by Sun Wukong. With one successful strike, Sun Wukong continued his assault, delivering a powerful punch to the youth's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Yet, Sun Wukong was relentless, launching a kick that sent the youth soaring into the air. Han Zheng glanced skyward, fearing that this blow might be fatal. The blond fat man, witnessing this, made a hasty retreat. But Sun Wukong offered no respite, hurling the Rui Bang with tremendous force. The staff cleaved through the air, prompting the fat man to dodge, but Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, charging forward with a punch. Realizing escape was futile, the fat man raised his hands in defense. To his credit, he displayed some fighting prowess, managing to exchange blows with Sun Wukong for several rounds. The earlier explosion had already frightened many residents away, and those who remained could no longer bear the scene, scattering in panic. Han Zheng navigated the throng, utilizing the chaos to transform once more and re-enter the battlefield. After several exchanges, the blond fat man found himself overwhelmed. Sun Wukong broke through his defenses, delivering two punishing punches to his face. Teeth, blood, and other unmentionable substances flew forth as the fat man collapsed, never to rise again. In a short span, Sun Wukong had dispatched two of the combatants. Han Zheng's gaze shifted to the bearded fighter, who had remained a silent observer throughout, neither attempting to flee nor join the fray against Sun Wukong. Only when the battlefield was left with him and Sun Wukong did he finally leap down from the rooftop. Sun Wukong let out a cold snort, preparing to charge, only to witness the bearded man suddenly kneeling, hands raised high, exclaiming, "Do not kill me! I surrender! I surrender!" In light of this unexpected turn of events, the previously wrathful Sun Wukong found himself momentarily stunned at that moment. The bearded man's lips curled into a sly smile, blue light suddenly igniting in his eyes. It became clear he was the one possessing General Blue's superpower. Hidden among the crowd, Han Zheng realized the truth. The instant their gazes locked, the bearded man unleashed his superpower. Blue light flashed, rendering Sun Wukong rigid and immobile. "Haha, Sun Wukong, you've fallen right into my trap," the bearded man proclaimed triumphantly, rising to his feet with a laugh. Just then, Yamucha and Bulma arrived in quick succession. Seeing Sun Wukong ensnared by another combatant, the false Yamucha grew frantic, eager to seize the opportunity for a kill. Suddenly, a long katana erupted from behind him, piercing through his chest. Blood streamed down the blade as the false Yamucha reverted to his true form, revealing himself to be the bespectacled youth. Disbelief washed over him as he turned to glance behind, eyes filled with regret as he collapsed. Behind him, the false Bulma also revealed her true identity, a stunning woman with golden hair, wielding the katana, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you, Yamucha, to be an imposter. It seems the explosion was your doing. What a pity." In the end, It has only served to aid us. With a disdainful smirk directed at the fallen body, she turned to the bearded man, declaring, "We make quite the pair, don't we? Now, this Sun Wukong is firmly within our grasp." As she approached Sun Wukong, seizing his tail and brandishing her katana, she stated, "Now I shall end his life. And as previously agreed, the Scion blood shall be mine. Should any equipment or skill fragments emerge, they shall be yours." The revelation that these two were allies struck Han Zheng with shock, yet he recalled his cousin's diary, which mentioned the existence of groups formed among the combatants, such as his cousin, Han Lei, being a member of the blue team. Wait, just as the golden-haired woman prepared to strike, the bearded man interjected. "I apologize, but I've changed my mind. Sun Wukong must be slain by me. If Scion blood is to be spilled, it belongs to me for any other equipment or skill fragments that I cannot utilize. Those can be yours." What? The blonde woman, filled with both shock and fury, instantly contorted her expression into one of rage. "We had an agreement. How could you suddenly go back on your word? We are teammates in the same squad. Do you intend to betray me?" Just as Han Zheng had suspected, the two were indeed members of the same team, although they had previously reached an understanding. One must consider the events that transpired from earlier until now. After infiltrating, she failed to provide any substantial intelligence. She did not promptly identify the impersonator posing as Yamcha, and it was I who managed to subdue Sun Wukong on my own. Aside from ultimately slaying a fake Yamcha, what contributions did you make to warrant the best spoils? The voice of the bearded man grew increasingly louder as he swiftly approached the blonde woman, seemingly ready to strike before she could eliminate Sun Wukong. The pressure weighed heavily on the blonde woman, causing her to huff in response. "What do you mean by this? Do you intend to force my compliance? Betraying allies and oppressing teammates. Do you not fear that I will report you to the captain?" The bearded man erupted into a boisterous laugh, his volume escalating further. "You incessantly mention the captain, thinking you can rely on your looks to win his favor. Let me tell you, the captain's favoritism towards you has long been the subject of gossip within the squad. Everyone harbors resentment. You have merely completed one round of dungeon, yet the captain has lavished upon you such treasures, including the perfect transformation technique and this very blade. The Midgeis are by. And still, you are not satisfied. I assure you, today this blood of the Scion is mine for the taking. If you wish to report me to the captain, feel free, but do not blame me for being ruthless if you attempt to seize it from me." The blonde woman's bravado diminished instantly. Although she still clutched Sun Wukong's tail, she lowered her head, seemingly unwilling to continue the argument. Just as the bearded man prepared to advance, she suddenly spoke in a low voice. "But have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" The blonde woman smirked wickedly. "Do you remember what I slipped into the drink I offered you last night?" The bearded man's brow furrowed as he struggled to recall. But before he could, the blonde woman suddenly shouted, "Beep, beep, beep." The bearded man suddenly felt weak, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde woman drove her knife down. Just as the bearded man attempted to rise, the blade pierced his neck with lethal precision. "Didn't see that coming, did you? I have been preparing for this all along. I laced your drink with a special toxin last night. How does it taste?" The beep medicine. Han Zheng recalled that such a substance did indeed exist in Dragon Ball, originally owned by Bulma, who had utilized it to punish Oolong. The bearded man lost all capacity to resist, lying helpless on the ground, while the blonde woman relentlessly continued to stab him. "Whatever the captain wishes to bestow upon me is not for you worthless fools to critique. You dare to bully me? You shall perish." Han Zheng sensed that his transformation was imminent, and after observing for some time, he was certain that no other combatants would attempt any tricks nearby. This was the opportunity he had long awaited. The blonde woman was currently facing away from him. Seizing the moment, Han Zheng reverted to his original form and swiftly retrieved General White's pistol from his equipment. Bang, bang. Han Zheng fired 2 shots in rapid succession. The power of General White's pistol was astounding, producing 2 large flashes of fire upon discharge at such close range. Han Zheng's aim was impeccable, with both bullets striking their targets. The first shot hit Sun Wukong, who, already weakened, was further incapacitated by the force of the bullet. The second shot tore through the blonde woman's left side, The tremendous power obliterated her back and shoulder, causing her left arm to be blown off entirely. Combatant in 2199 has eliminated combatant L8847. Han Zheng paid no heed to the prompt displayed in blue, charging forward to seize the Midgai's Arbai and stow it in his equipment, while simultaneously pressing General White's pistol firmly against Sun Wukong's eye socket. There is no time to waste. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Combatant in 2199 has eliminated the pivotal dungeon character Sun Wukong Kakarot, dropping 1 drop of Scion blood and a fragment of the Nimbus Cloud. Will you collect? Collect. If you enjoy this, please lend your support and add to your collections. The author bows deeply. Chapter 13. Conclusion of the first round of the dungeon. In the room, a loose floorboard beneath the bed was gently pried up from below, revealing a pre-dug black hole. A black snake slowly emerged from the hole, stealthily observing the room for a while, ensuring it was safe before slithering out. The snake stood upright, instantly expanding to revert to Han Zheng's original form. He let out a long breath and collapsed heavily onto the bee. At last, he had returned safely to the temporary base. During the chaotic skirmish at Bulma's house, Han Zheng had reaped the greatest rewards. After securing his gains, he did not dare linger and promptly withdrew. Throughout his journey, he was exceedingly cautious, employing stealth and transformation to evade any unforeseen incidents. Yet, Han Zheng could not shake a peculiar sensation, as if someone had been observing him from the shadows, though he could discern nothing. This feeling pricked at him like a thorn, causing considerable discomfort. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. After all, heightened tension in such circumstances was inevitable. Han Zheng reassured himself, clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, and began to examine his acquisitions. Combatant in 2199 status. Combat power. 5 combatant bloodline. Earthling blood held. 1 drop of Scion blood combat power limit. 1000 exceptions apply. Training speed. Exceptions apply. Equipped items. 55 skills. Incomplete transformation technique special abilities. None dungeon rounds executed. 0 in the equipment slot. All 5 slots were filled. In addition to the previously acquired submachine gun, healing beans, and General White's pistol, there was also the Midgai's Arbai and a fragment of the Nimbus Cloud obtained during the skirmish. Equipped item, Midgai's Arbai type. Extraordinary cold weapon killing power. Extraordinary description. The Midgai's Arbai, a blade that has accompanied its wielder through many battles, has claimed countless lives, most of which were animals slaughtered for consumption. It has been used to bisect the demon warrior Sinbalu and sever the tail of the transformed Vegeta, as well as to critically injure Vegeta by slicing through his battle uniform. Its sharpness is unparalleled, rightfully earning its title as the finest sword of the age. Han Zheng marveled at the blade. Although Midgai's Arbai was only marginally stronger than a mere supporting character in Dragon Ball, he occasionally achieved remarkable feats, such as slaying Sinbalu upon his entrance, which even caught the attention of King Piccolo. When the Scions invaded Earth, it marked his pinnacle moment, as Goku and the others ultimately defeated Vegeta. With Midgai's Arbai playing an indispensable role in the comic, this sword was indeed formidable. During the earlier chaos, both the fake Yamcha and the bearded combatant had fallen to its blade. Equipped item. Nimbus Cloud fragment type. Equipment item fragment collection status. 13 description. A fragment of the Nimbus Cloud. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize 1 Nimbus Cloud. Please continue your efforts. What a frustrating situation. Han Zheng found himself internally lamenting the arduous efforts he had exerted, risking much, only to seize the head of the formidable dungeon boss. Under the impression that he would be rewarded with exceptional equipment. Instead, he was met with a mere shard of the 13th degree, requiring an additional 23 to truly possess a cloud of Nimbus. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, the fact that he managed to secure such a prize amidst the chaos was an unexpected delight. He could not afford to be overly greedy, especially considering that he had ultimately acquired the most vital element, the blood of a Scion. At that moment, the bloodline section displayed a notable change, now boasting a new compartment for holding blood, which contained a single drop of the much-coveted Scion blood, fiercely contested by numerous combatants. Upon inspection, blood attribute, Scion blood quantity. 1 description, Scion blood could be obtained by defeating a Scion or Super Scion. Holding 4 drops of Scion blood grants access to the Scion bloodline. Indeed, the difficulty of unlocking the Scion bloodline far surpassed that of the Earthling bloodline, necessitating a full 4 drops to activate it. Securing just 1 drop of Scion blood was already a formidable challenge, and gathering the requisite 4 to unlock the bloodline seemed an even more daunting endeavor. Han Zheng began to comprehend the excitement and gratitude his cousin expressed in his diary after his team leader aided him in unlocking the Scion bloodline. Contemplating this, Han Zheng closed his personal status screen and retrieved a rod from his capsule, gazing at it for an extended period. This rod was none other than Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, which Han Zheng had casually taken after vanquishing the Monkey King. However, this rod was unable to be placed in the equipment slot that it was not due to a lack of space, but rather because Han Zheng discovered that the Rui Jingu Bang did not possess any equipment skill attributes, and thus could not occupy a space in the equipment inventory nor be taken out of the dungeon. It appeared that this rod, much like the pistol he had initially picked up, was a weapon obtained directly from a dungeon character and lacked the attributes of an equipment item. To obtain equipment with such attributes, one would need to either seize it from other combatants or otherwise. Han Zheng glanced again at the Nimbus shard in his equipment inventory, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. With the survival mission completed and the Scion blood in hand, there was nothing else in the dungeon that warranted further risk. Han Zheng resolved to remain thoroughly concealed, refraining from any unnecessary exposure, but on the 5th and 6th days, the already chaotic West capital underwent further upheaval, as a multitude of Red Ribbon Army soldiers descended upon the city in search of the Dragon Balls. Throughout this ordeal, the Red Ribbon Army employed every conceivable violent tactic, leaving the citizens of West Capital in dire distress. Han Zheng surmised that although the Red Ribbon Army lacked precise radar, they possessed the means to roughly gauge the location of the Dragon Balls. After Sun Wukong had brought the Dragon Balls to West Capital, he had not been able to leave. The signal had been detected, prompting this nefarious army to follow suit into the city. That on the 7th day, it appeared the Red Ribbon Army had finally obtained what they sought and began to withdraw. However, tranquility did not return to West Capital. Those combatants who had yet to complete their survival missions, seeing time running out, became desperate and began to rampage through the streets, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. This state of affairs persisted for 3 days. On the 8th day, the area where Han Zheng was hiding was struck by an explosion, leading to the destruction of numerous buildings. He was compelled to relocate his temporary base, seeking refuge in the northern part of West Capital. On the 9th day, chaos continued unabated. On the 10th day, the tumultuous events of the previous 3 days abruptly ceased, and the entire West Capital settled into a state of calm. Han Zheng, concealed in a basement somewhere in the northern part of the city, constantly calculated the passage of time while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As the final day approached, he knew he must act with utmost caution to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Thankfully, this day was remarkably serene, and the accidents he had feared did not transpire. The 10-day dungeon limit finally drew to a close. The dungeon completion announcement. Combatant note in 2199, survival mission completed. Safe exit from the dungeon. Combatant note in 2199 accumulated a total of 700 points during this dungeon, including a 200-point newcomer reward and a 500-point survival mission reward, which has now been distributed. Combatant note in 2199 successfully completed 1 round of the dungeon, increasing equipment inventory slots by 1. Accompanied by the mechanical electronic voice. A blue light enveloped Han Zheng once more, bringing him a wave of relief as the lengthy 10 days came to an end. When the blue light dissipated, Han Zheng found himself standing in a spacious room. The walls, floor, and ceiling all a pristine white. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice continued to echo in his ears. Combatant note in 2199 is about to enter the living area. Upon entering, you may choose to leave the Dragon Ball battlefield or remain in the living area. Please select Enter Public Living Area or Enter Private Living Area. Automatic selection will occur in 10 seconds, defaulting to Private Living Area. At that moment, Han Zheng was too captivated by surroundings to heed the mechanical voice's instructions. Waves of blue light flickered, and individuals of various shapes and sizes began to materialize within the room. Most appeared lethargic and weary. A few others gazed around in astonishment, bewildered by the situation. These must be the individuals who survived the dungeon and completed their missions. Han Zheng estimated that there were approximately 20 people in the room, indicating that out of 157 combatants, only this group, including himself, had endured until the end. As he surveyed his surroundings, he failed to notice a rather inconspicuous man in the corner, quietly observing him. 3, 2, 1. Automatic selection entering private living area. As the 10-second limit expired, Han Zheng barely had time to react before he was enveloped in blue light once again. In an instant, he found himself in the private living area of the Dragon Ball battlefield. Chapter 14. Battlefield Living Area Combatant Note: in 2199, you have entered the private living area. Please remember the following. The Dragon Ball Battlefield's announcement began to recite a series of seemingly trivial living area guidelines, which Han Zheng perceived as mere chatter. To his surprise, he discovered that upon entering the private living area, the battlefield's voice had transformed from its previous mechanical tone to a highly emotive female voice, reminiscent of a Singaporean singer he particularly admired. Could it be that the private living area personalizes its announcement tones based on individual preferences? Han Zheng found this hard to believe. However, this detail soon paled in comparison to the astonishing sight that greeted him in the private living area. Han Zheng realized he was standing in an elevator, albeit one with just a single floor button, which bore his combatant number. In 2199, he reached out to press the button, and the elevator doors opened with a soft chime. Beyond the doors lay a simply decorated foyer, revealing a residence that was directly accessible via the elevator. The residence consists of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, adorned in a pastoral style of decoration, with all necessary furniture and appliances readily available. Although Han Zheng is not adept at calculating area, he cannot help but feel that, in terms of visual perception, it appears considerably larger compared to his cousin's 70-square-meter apartment. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Han Zheng collapses onto the sofa in the living room, just beneath a calligraphy piece on the wall, featuring a line from Du Fu's poetry. How can one obtain a vast mansion of 1,000 rooms? This prompts Han Zheng to recall that, amidst the seemingly trivial prompts he had previously encountered, it was mentioned that any uncertainties within the private living quarters could be addressed through inquiries, with responses provided according to the battlefield's regulations. Straightening his posture on the sofa, Han Zheng, with a flicker of thought, articulates all his queries. Mere seconds later, the responding prompt indeed resonates through the air. After more than half an hour, Han Zheng, feeling slightly fatigued, leans back against the sofa, his myriad of doubts finally resolved. This dwelling is designated as the private living area within the Dragon Pearl battlefield. Exclusively owned by combatants, as Han Zheng has only completed 1 round of the instance thus far, his living area remains at level 1. It is only upon successfully completing 5 rounds that he will be eligible to ascend to a level 2 living area. In a level 1 living area, each combatant, like Han Zheng, possesses a house of such nature, referred to as a private living zone, where they can choose to reside and rest while awaiting the commencement of the next round of instances. This exclusive living area is inaccessible to other combatants unless granted an invitation by its owner. Upon advancing to a level 2 living area, the combatant's private space will metamorphose into an independent villa, complete with a yard, garden, and swimming pool. However, before that can occur, Han Zheng must endure 4 more rounds of instances. Following each instance's conclusion, combatants may opt to return to the real world or remain within the battlefield's living area. The passage of time is synchronized between the real world and the battlefield, allowing combatants to traverse between the 2 realms at will when not engaged in instance rounds. After each instance concludes, victorious combatants are awarded points. For instance, Han Zheng accrued a total of 700 points in this current instance. These points can be utilized to purchase training instances, as combatants must continually engage in these to enhance their combat prowess. Additionally, points may also be employed to acquire equipment or skills within the public living area, where trading between combatants can occur. Similar to private living areas, public living areas are also categorized into levels, serving as communal zones for combatants within the Dragon Pearl battlefield to gather, engage in trade, procure intelligence, and form teams. All combatants within this tier may freely access the public living area between the conclusion of one instance and the commencement of another. There will be an interval of unspecified duration, with the battlefield providing a notification 48 hours prior to the initiation of the next instance round. The Dragon Pearl battlefield will analyze big data pertaining to all combatants to ensure that the average combat power in each new instance round exceeds that of the previous one. Consequently, prior to the arrival of a new instance, combatants must strive to enhance their combat abilities to maximize their chances of survival. Among the plethora of battlefield information, the detail that astonishes Han Zheng the most is the following. In order to enable combatants to focus more intently on the affairs and instances of the Dragon Pearl battlefield, alleviating them from the burdens of mundane reality, the battlefield will provide economic assistance. This support will be assessed based on Han Zheng's nationality and working status in the real world, resulting in a daily allowance of 200 RMB disbursed every 10 days. Furthermore, the economic assistance will increase in accordance with the number of instance rounds completed by the combatant. Following the prompt, Han Zheng opens the drawer beneath the coffee table in front of the sofa, revealing a stack of crisp bills that he decisively extracts a total of 20 notes, recalling that he has indeed spent 10 days within the Dragon Pearl battlefield, thus qualifying for the stipulated allowance of 2,000 renminbi. Holding the money under the light, he inspects the holographic watermark and the texture, confirming that all the notes are genuine. He cannot help but exclaim in a mixture of amusement and disbelief at the humane provisions of this brutal battlefield, which not only provides housing for the combatants but also grants a salary amounting to 6,000 renminbi per month, surpassing his previous employment. With the money securely tucked into his pocket, and with the freedom to traverse between the real world and the battlefield, it is time for Han Zheng to return to reality. With a flicker of thought, the blue light envelopes him once more, and Han Zheng finds himself back in his cousin S' house. Observing the familiar room and the diary that lies on the floor, he is filled with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he hurriedly pulls out his phone, only to discover that it has long since run out of battery and shut down. After plugging it in to charge, Han Zheng chooses to sit beside the power outlet and wait. Shortly thereafter, the phone powers on, and upon checking, he realizes that indeed, 10 days have elapsed. The synchronization of time between reality and the battlefield is remarkably accurate. Pulling down the notification bar, he notices several missed calls, all from his parents. Given his prolonged silence, it is only natural that they might worry about potential mishaps. With this thought in mind, Han Zheng quickly dials home. "Hello, Han Zheng. You finally returned my call." The moment the call connects, his mother's voice comes through, filled with concern. "We've been trying to reach you for days. Your father and I were nearly frantic, fearing you might have encountered something unfortunate like Han Lei. Where on earth have you been?" I'm fine," Han Zheng stutters, clearing his throat to sound more casual. "That I've just been out with some friends looking for Lei, and I left my phone behind." "Mom, you really need to stop worrying. What could possibly happen to me?" "Phew, I'm relieved to hear that. You have no idea how scared we've been, by the way. Have you heard anything about Lei?" Han Zheng's expression darkens. Not yet. I've been searching with some friends for days, but we still have no leads. The fantastical nature of the battlefield instances makes it difficult to explain to his family. So he opts to remain silent, choosing to endure in solitude like his cousin. During the call, his mother continues to chatter away, insisting that Han Zheng must return home to ease the family's worries. Unable to resist her persistence, he reluctantly agrees to visit after some time. Hanging up, Han Zheng picks up his cousin's diary and lies down on his bed, delving into its contents. Initially, when he first glanced at this diary, he paid little heed. However, after completing a round of instances, he now recognizes its invaluable insights. Page by page, line by line, and even word by word, he immerses himself in the wisdom contained within, losing track of time as he reads for an entire afternoon. As evening descends, Han Zheng finally sets the diary down, releasing a long sigh. His extensive study has granted him a deeper understanding of the Dragon Pearl battlefield. Rubbing his temples, he resolves to return to the battlefield's private living area. To survive through successive instances, he must diligently enhance his combat strength and refrain from wasting time. The next instance could arrive at any moment, and he must always be prepared. It is time to enter the training instance and commence his cultivation. However, prior to that, Han Zheng made the decision to first take a stroll around the public living area. Chapter 15. Entering the training instance. Dragon Ball Battlefield Level 1 Public Living Area. Before his eyes unfolded a vast expanse of plaza, adorned with a few pavilions and long corridors, where a handful of combatants congregated in small clusters, seemingly engaged in some exchange. The majority, however, moved about alone, hurrying past without any interaction. Han Zheng stood at the edge of a long corridor, and as he entered the public living area, a plethora of prompts materialized before him. Route maps and various functionalities flashed by in a cascade of graphical text. The Level 1 public living area was rather rudimentary. Apart from the free activity square, there were only 3 zones: the stall area, the trading hall, and the service station. Following the route prompts, Han Zheng arrived at the trading hall, where a sparse gathering of individuals clustered at the edges of the hall, animatedly discussing something. This was what they referred to as information brokers. Han Zheng recalled that his cousin had mentioned this phenomenon in his diary. The Level 1 living area was populated by combatants who had yet to complete 5 rounds of instances, most of whom were not well versed in the intricacies of the Dragon Ball battlefield and were unable to access higher-level living areas. Conversely, combatants from Level 2 and beyond could venture down to the Level 1 area, leading many seasoned fighters to exploit the ignorance and urgency of newcomers by peddling various so-called information in the trading hall, of which 90 was false, a vile tactic employed by the experienced to deceive novices out of their points. Observing another seemingly inexperienced combatant entering the trading hall, a sharp-eyed information broker immediately began to shout loudly. Han Zheng paid no heed, maintaining an impassive expression as he strode directly to the trading platform. The trading platform was located in the center of the hall, a sizable surface raised about 30 centimeters high. Once combatants stepped onto the platform, a blue holographic panel would automatically appear before them, displaying various prompts and categories. Combatants could browse the panel to find the equipment or skills they required, while also having the option to place their unnecessary items for sale upon completion of a transaction. The trading hall would collect a 10 tax. Han Zheng scrutinized the panel, flipping through several pages, and discovered that the market prices were exceedingly chaotic. For instance, on earlier pages, a Sky Cross Punch was listed at 180 points, only to find another identical item several pages later priced at 320, a nearly twofold disparity. This confusion primarily stemmed from the abundance of newcomers, leading to a cacophony of erratic pricing. After quickly flipping through a few more pages, he found that the truly affordable items were not currently needed, while the desirable ones were priced exorbitantly. Han Zheng chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, closed the panel, and exited the trading hall. According to the experiences recorded in his cousin's diary, it was unwise for combatants in their novice stage to hastily spend points on equipment or skills. Firstly, the trading market in the Level 1 living area was disorganized and prices were erratic. Given that novice combatants possessed few points to begin with, purchasing without discernment could easily result in acquiring overpriced, ineffective items. Furthermore, for those still situated in the Level 1 living area, equipment and skills were secondary. What truly mattered was the relentless pursuit of enhancing combat strength. Accumulating points to purchase training instances was the proper course of action. Exiting the trading hall, Han Zheng glanced over at the nearby stall area, where many combatants, with ample time on their hands and reluctant to part with the 10 tax, were selling their own items in the living area. Intercombatant attacks were prohibited, thus alleviating concerns of forceful theft. With a light sigh, Han Zheng decided against exploring the stall area. As he already possessed a decent amount of equipment, he resolved to adhere to the wisdom imparted in his cousin's diary. Refraining from spending points in the early stages and focusing instead on training to improve himself in the next moment, Han Zheng teleported back to his private living area, entering the training instance. Standing in the room, Han Zheng issued a command as per the earlier prompt. A blue beam of light manifested, scanning him from head to toe, followed by faint blue subtitles shimmering in the air. Combatant ID and 2199 combat power, 5 bloodline. Earthling combat power limit, 1000 training speed. E-instances completed, 1 scan complete. Filtering results. Based on the scanning results, considering the combatant's current combat power, bloodline, and completed instance rounds, the following training instance has been specially selected for your consideration. Training on Came House purchase price. 1 day, 10 points. The time flow ratio within the training instance compared to reality is 6. 1. Please select to purchase. Without hesitation, Han Zheng spent all 700 points to purchase 70 days of training on Kame House. The greatest error that novice combatants often make at the outset when purchasing training instances is the tendency to hoard points for unforeseen circumstances, a choice that proves detrimental rather than beneficial. For combatants in the Level 1 living area, saving points holds no significance. For them, the paramount objective is to maximize their self-improvement by any means necessary, as this is the sole strategy to enhance their survival chances in subsequent instances. Hoarding points without utilizing them is a colossal waste. The next round of instances could arrive at any moment. And when the time comes, being marginally weaker due to prior point retention could mean the difference between survival and demise, a scenario all too common among newcomers. His cousin, Han Lei, had once made such a mistake, nearly leading to disaster. This experience left a profound impact on him, which he documented in his diary. Han Zheng felt a flash of light before his eyes, and the room along with its furnishings vanished in an instant. The warm morning breeze caressed his face, and Han Zheng found himself transported to an island. I shall now officially teach you the martial arts of the Turtle School. However, first, I must explain what martial arts truly are. An aged yet powerful and commanding voice resonated, and upon focusing, Han Zheng beheld an elderly man, bald and bearded, wielding a staff and wearing sunglasses, standing before him, delivering a loud admonition. "Kame Sun Nin," Han Zheng exclaimed, recognizing that the elder before him was none other than the legendary Master Rashi, the teacher of Sun Wukong and Krillin, revered as the god of martial arts. "Silence." Kame Sun Nin struck the ground with his staff. "You shall address me as Master Rashi, and you are not permitted to interrupt while I am speaking." Han Zheng quickly fell silent, rubbing his sore head as he surveyed his surroundings. Beside him stood two figures, young Sun Wukong and Krillin, both standing straight, though Krillin took a moment to shoot him a slightly mocking glance. "Learning martial arts is not for fighting or showing off," Kame Sun Nin resumed. Han Zheng realized that this was indeed a training instance. Observing the scene before him, he comprehended much. The moment he found himself and mirrored the manga's depiction of Sun Wukong and Krillin's first training session on the island with Kame Sun Nin. And the battlefield had been crafted from this very narrative to create the Kame House training instance that end the original story. Only Sun Wukong and Krillin trained alongside Kame Sun Nin. However, in this instance, Han Zheng was cast as the third disciple, alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, partaking in the training. Upon concluding his speech, Kame Sun Nin raised his hands and declared to the three disciples, "Now, let us begin." Chapter 16. The excruciating trials of the Turtle School. First, we shall commence with a light jog. Follow my lead. At the command of Master Rashi, he took the lead, running ahead, while Sun Wukong and Krillin responded eagerly. Trailing closely behind, Han Zheng hurriedly joined in at the rear, trotting leisurely. Though Han Zheng was accustomed to exercising, this mild jog posed little challenge for him. However, he was acutely aware that the true, daunting training was about to commence. Observing Krillin ahead, his face a picture of ease and adorned with a smile, Han Zheng could not help but think to himself, soon, that smile will fade. After a while of running, they passed numerous fields and arrived before a building emblazoned with the word milk. Master Rashi halted the group and called out to the interior, greeting a burly man with a bull's head who emerged, carrying several boxes. "I am Master Rashi. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Here is the map for the deliveries." The moment had finally arrived. A wave of anxiety washed over Han Zheng as he glanced at Sun Wukong and Krillin, who still seemed oblivious to the situation, standing there in a daze. "Each of you will take a box. Let the milk deliveries commence," Master Rashi commanded, pointing at the boxes the bull-headed man had brought out. Thus began the first task of their training on Turtle Island. With enthusiastic shouts, Master Rashi led the way, while the trio, laden with milk crates, bounded forward as instructed. The boxes were already quite heavy, and as they hopped along, it wasn't long before Han Zheng was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Look out for the curves. Run in a serpentine pattern. After delivering to a few houses, Master Rashi changed tactics, guiding them into an S-shaped route. Han Zheng felt his strength waning, beads of perspiration cascading down his face saturating his body as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After navigating the S-shaped path, Master Rashi led them to the foot of a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in clouds, and its steps steep and treacherous out of course. "We must climb," Han Zheng lamented inwardly. Although he had seen countless scenes of such training in comics, every detail etched in his mind, standing at the base of the mountain, made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Climbing each step, he felt as though his stamina had been pushed to its limit, his legs burdened as if a massive iron bar had been driven through them, both stiff and painful. Sweat poured forth, often stinging his eyes with its saltiness. He lost track of how long he had been climbing, glancing up to see the rugged steps winding endlessly upward. Sun Wukong and Krillin had already distanced themselves significantly. He tilted his head back, gasping for air, as if his lungs might burst. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the thought of giving up. Forget the Dragon Ball battlefield. Forget this training. All I want is to lie down and rest. However, that notion was swiftly quashed. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, step by step, a fervent resolve igniting within him, propelling him forward. This was a primal instinct for survival, a relentless reminder echoing in his mind. If I do not persevere, I will perish. If I cannot endure this training, I will not survive long in the Dragon Ball battlefield. Should that happen, I might enter the training realm one day and never return, becoming lost to reality like my cousin. Han Zheng clenched his jaw and continued upward. Gradually, he discovered that as long as he remained steadfast, whenever his body teetered on the brink of collapse, an indescribable force surged within him, sustaining his weary form. Perhaps this was the essence of the training realm. At last, Han Zheng reached the mountain summit, placing the milk bottles into the collection box. Standing atop the peak, he gazed upon the sprawling landscape below, suddenly realizing that this arduous training was not as burdensome as it seemed. The milk delivery training continued as Han Zheng followed Master Rashi across a narrow bridge, traversing soft sands and wading through rushing waters. They even had to navigate through the territory of the island's dinosaurs, sprinting for their lives while safeguarding the precious milk. Finally, after delivering the last bottle into the collection box, Han Zheng and his companions collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, while Master Rashi nonchalantly remarked, "The morning training has concluded. Now, we begin the morning session." As Han Zheng recalled, the morning session entailed assisting the farmers in the fields, with no tools and certainly no oxen, relying solely on their bare hands to till the vast expanse of land. Han Zheng bent over, plunging his hands into the soil, turning it over again and again, while Sun Wukong and Krillin mirrored his efforts nearby. In this training realm, a mysterious force seemed to aid Han Zheng, a combatant. His hands tirelessly worked the earth, and though he should have sustained injuries, other than the unbearable pain and fatigue, his arms remained functional. After exerting an unimaginable effort, the vast fields were finally plowed, marking the end of the morning training. After breakfast, they proceeded to the morning lessons. Sitting upright, Han Zheng understood that what was termed morning training was, in fact, study time. According to the original narrative, Master Rashi would impart knowledge to Sun Wukong and Krillin. While it appeared to be a trivial segment, it was precisely the training content Han Zheng had been eagerly anticipating. His cousin had once mentioned in his diary this training realm on Turtle Island, noting that he and other members of their team had all made a grave error. They had underestimated the significance of study time. After the exhausting training in the early morning, most of them viewed the reading session as an opportunity to rest, thus neglecting to pay attention to Master Rashi's teachings or participate in the reading. Instead, they either daydreamed or dozed off. Only later did Han Zheng's cousin learn from their captain that this reading period was a crucial part of their training, and failing to engage earnestly would adversely affect the assessment of their training outcomes, resulting in diminished combat power gains. Hence, to attain greater strength in the Turtle School training realm, one must diligently partake in the reading sessions, a lesson learned too late. Let us begin with language arts. Wukong, you shall start reading from page 12. Aware of his cousin's past mistakes, Han Zheng did not dare to slack off. He earnestly listened and studied, believing that he had never been as dedicated to learning as he was on this day. After the reading and a brief nap, Han Zheng followed Master Rashi to a construction site, commencing the first lesson of the afternoon. Laboring at the site, in the words of Master Rashi, while sweating profusely and honing one's muscles. One could even earn money, though the funds would be collected on behalf of Master Rashi. As Han Zheng pushed stones and moved bricks, he could not help but lament that he often indulged in idle chatter on online forums, frequently mentioning his brick-moving endeavors. Little did he expect that today he would finally rely on moving bricks to enhance his combat prowess. After laboring on the construction site, he took to the lake for a swim, where a great white shark was also being nurtured. Han Zheng, alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, swam with fervor, the shark hot on their heels. The final stage of their training was supposedly designed to sharpen their reflexes. In reality, it entailed the three of them being tied to a tree while Master Rashi knocked down a hornet's nest, unleashing a swarm of hornets that blotted out the sun. Han Zheng and his companions darted left and right beneath the tree, yet ultimately found themselves covered in painful stings. Reflecting on his childhood when he read comics, Han Zheng recalled how he would laugh heartily at the scenes of Sun Wukong and Krillin training on Turtle Island. Each segment of their training was not only unexpected, but also vividly entertaining. As he watched, he thought to himself how the comics author was truly gifted, able to narrate what should have been a monotonous training arc in such a lively and charming manner, leaving him both astonished and delighted. However, now that he was training under Master Rashi alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, he could no longer associate words like vivid, entertaining, and lively with turtle school training. Besides the immense suffering, he found himself devoid of energy to seek further vocabulary to describe the pain of training. Nonetheless, Han Zheng understood that true training had only just begun. Master Rashi had brought out 3 heavy turtle shells for them to bear on their backs. According to the battlefield settings, time flowed at 6 times the rate within the training instance compared to reality, meaning that 6 days spent in the training instance equated to only 1 day passing in the outside world. Consequently, after every 6 days, combatants were granted a brief opportunity to pause their training and return to the real world or their living quarters to address personal matters. After enduring 12 full days, Han Zheng finally decided it was time for a respite. He dragged his weary body back to his home in the real world and collapsed onto the sofa. Upon checking his phone, he found his mother calling once more, urging him to return home like a tea that moment. He felt too drained to call back or engage in conversation, so he simply sent a WeChat message informing her that he would be home in 10 days. After a short rest, Han Zheng returned to the battlefield living quarters and checked his personal status bar. After 12 days of training, his combat power had indeed increased. Chapter 17. Training completed. Farewell to being a weakling combat power. 9 after 12 days of rigorous training. Han Zheng's combat power had risen by a full 4 points, and he was no longer considered weak. After all this toil, only a slight increase in combat power, he sighed, yet he also recognized the progress he had made in such a brief period. His diligence played a significant role, as did the lessons learned from his cousin's journal. According to the content mentioned in the journal, his cousin's increase in combat power during his training in the instance was far slower than Han Zheng's current progress. I must persevere, Han Zheng encouraged himself, then departed the living quarters to re-enter the training instance. In the following days, Han Zheng dedicated himself to intense training on Turtle Island, not stepping outside even once. He resided within the Turtle House, training diligently under Master Rashi's guidance by day and sharing meals and living quarters with Sun Wukong and Krillin by night. Although the daily training was arduous, it was not without its pleasures. For instance, aside from Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, there was also Lan Chi, a stunning beauty with an angelic face and a devilish figure, who kept him company day and night. Moreover, she possessed exceptional culinary skills. The only regrettable aspect was that while Master Rashi and Krillin shared one room, and Sun Wukong shared another with Lan Chi, Han Zheng was left alone in his own room. During his training, Han Zheng also observed many deviations between the training instance and the original storyline. For example, the incident of pushing stones never occurred, likely filtered out by the instance itself. Additionally, as the second month of training commenced, Master Rashi replaced the 20-kilogram turtle shells they had been carrying with 40-kilogram ones, and the training duration was significantly shortened. Han Zheng surmised that these adjustments were made to enhance the efficiency of combatants' training within the instance. The 70 days of training on Turtle Island swiftly approached their conclusion. After the final day of training, with a flash of blue light, Han Zheng was transported back to his private living quarters. Combatant number in 2199 bloodline. Earthling combat power 33. This 70-day training had elevated Han Zheng's combat power to an impressive 33. Gazing at his newfound combat power, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. His hard work had not been in vain. That a combat power of 33 placed him well above the average person in the Dragon Ball universe. Although he still fell short of Sun Wukong and Krillin's initial levels when they first participated in the martial arts tournament, he was undoubtedly considered an elite fighter among regular humans. Throwing a few swift punches into the air and listening to the sound of his fists slicing through the atmosphere, Han Zheng nodded in approval, feeling a sense of contentment. Having spent over 10 days in the training instance, Han Zheng suddenly recalled something and hurriedly opened the drawer beneath the coffee table. Inside lay a stack of 20 red bills. The economic assistance distributed every 10 days. After securing the money, Han Zheng contemplated that it was time to visit home. During this period, he had not received any notification regarding the commencement of the second round of instances. According to the rules, the notification would be issued 48 hours prior to the opening of the instance. Thus, even if he returned home and suddenly received the instance prompt, he would have time to prepare. Returning to the real world, he gathered his belongings, took his cousin's journal, and boarded the train back home. Han Zheng's home was located in a small county in northeast China, near the border with Russia, where both of his parents held government jobs. Their residence was an aging building that had long been rumored to be subject to demolition, though no action had ever been taken. Han Zheng hurriedly ascended 7 flights of stairs and knocked on the door to his home. "Mom, I'm back." "Oh my, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call once you got off the train?" "I could have sent your dad to pick you up," his mother, Zhou Min, exclaimed as she took off her slippers and rushed to grab Han Zheng's backpack. "You're spoiling him. He has grown up. He wants to get lost." His father, Han Tongwei, chimed in as he emerged from his bedroom. "Stop dawdling. After such a long journey, hurry up, change your clothes that I'll wash them for you tonight. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Han Zheng silently returned to his bedroom. Upon reuniting with his family after the life and death struggles in the instance, he felt a profound warmth enveloping him. At the dinner table, Zhou Min served Han Zheng some dishes while inquiring, "Did you find any news about your brother while you were there? You wouldn't believe it. Ever since your brother went missing, your uncle seems to have aged several years. That he occasionally visits us, and all he does is sigh." "Indeed," Han Tongwei added, setting down his bowl. "After all, it's a big city. How could someone just disappear without a trace? Could he have gotten into some trouble?" The previous incident of him abruptly calling off the engagement without any apparent reason was indeed quite perplexing. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Han Zheng could only bury himself in his meal. After dinner, he rummaged beneath his bed in the bedroom and unearthed his cherished collection of Dragon Ball manga from his childhood, books painstakingly saved from his meager allowances during his youth. Wiping off the dust, he retrieved a pen and began to read meticulously from the first volume. Despite his long-standing passion for comics, he had never before immersed himself so deeply in the details, diligently jotting down extensive notes. Volume after volume, Han Zheng was nearly channeling the fervor he once had while writing papers in school. However, just then, the power unexpectedly went out at home in the pitch darkness. Unable to remain or sleep, he bid his parents farewell and stepped outside. Given the proximity to a school, he walked quite a distance before locating an internet CF, where he casually selected a machine and dove back into the long-forgotten world of League of Legends. As he played, his thoughts wandered to the battlegrounds of Dragon Ball, contemplating the fierce battles within the game and feeling a sense of confusion about future challenges. In an instant, the relaxation he had felt upon returning home transformed into a wave of tension and anxiety. Lost in his thoughts, he began to make frequent mistakes in the game, inciting the wrath of his teammates, who unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. Infuriated, Han Zheng retaliated verbally, but found himself outmatched in the exchange, ultimately conceding defeat. His already suffocating mood plummeted further, prompting him to abandon the machine in frustration and leave the CF as he reached a street corner, feeling dejected and contemplating purchasing a pack of cigarettes from a nearby shop. An unexpected incident unfolded. A black SUV sped towards him, failing to slow down as it approached the crosswalk. Han Zheng swiftly sidestepped, the vehicle whizzing past him and creating a gust that fluttered his clothing. Incensed, he turned to see the SUV come to an abrupt halt, blocking the road. The window rolled down rapidly, revealing a man whose face was flushed from drink, who leaned out and shouted at Han Zheng with slurred words. "You trying to get yourself killed? You bastard!" Chapter 18. The tragedy at the crosswalk. The intoxicated man, his face beet red, glared at Han Zheng, hurling a barrage of profanities. Han Zheng, enraged to the core, found himself momentarily stunned. He had been crossing the street legally within the crosswalk, having committed no offense. Yet here was a drunk driver who nearly hit him, and instead, he was being cursed at. The situation felt utterly skewed. At that moment, another voice emerged from within the vehicle, sounding equally inebriated. "Stop wasting time. Teach him a lesson." The driver leapt out, spitting on the ground, and approached Han Zheng while shouting, "Get out of here." Suddenly, all four doors of the SUV swung open, and 5 young men emerged, led by the driver, quickly encircling Han Zheng. Each of them bore flushed faces, reeking of alcohol, clearly having just come from a night of drinking. As the night deepened and the streets grew quiet, only a handful of passers-by remained, but those who paused to witness the commotion were swiftly chased away by one of the youths. The stout young man closest to Han Zheng jabbed a finger into his chest, demanding, "Can't you see the car, you blind fool?" For reasons unknown, Han Zheng felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He pointed to the crosswalk beneath his feet, but before he could utter a word, a hand suddenly swatted his arm aside. "What are you pointing at? You asking for a beating?" It was the driver, now standing in front of Han Zheng, using his height to loom over him in a provocative manner. The stench of alcohol emanating from the man was unbearable, causing Han Zheng to instinctively take a step back and sneer. "So what if you're drunk? You think you can just drive like that?" Another young man with long hair and a cigarette stepped forward, taunting, "What's the matter? You want to call the police? Come on, take a chance. Here's your opportunity. The phone's right here." As he spoke, he brandished a phone that was too indistinct for Han Zheng to identify. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Zheng seized the phone from the young man's grasp and smashed it against the ground. "Are you out of your mind?" The cigarette-smoking youth was initially taken aback, but quickly erupted in fury. Raising his fist to strike Han Zheng at that moment, the combatant's self-defense system activated. Based on battlefield settings, combatants in the real world were unable to utilize the powers acquired from the Dragon Ball battleground. However, if a combatant faced a situation that posed a threat to their health and freedom, the self-defense system would engage. Once activated, the combatant could harness the strength acquired in battle. After the threat was resolved, the system would assess whether the danger still existed. If deemed eliminated, the self-defense system would deactivate after 1 minute. Now, with the self-defense system engaged, a surge of 33 points of combat power coursed through Han Zheng's body. He lifted his hand to firmly grasp the incoming punch while simultaneously delivering a resounding slap to the cigarette-smoking youth's face. The half-smoked cigarette was forcefully shoved into the young man's mouth. And with a swift motion, Han Zheng seized him by the jaw, slamming him down onto the ground. The tremendous force sent the young man sprawling, landing in the very spot where his phone had shattered just moments before. The driver let out a furious curse, reaching out to grasp Han Zheng by the collar. Yet before his hand could even brush against Han Zheng's clothing, the sole of Han Zheng's shoe had already made contact with his cheek. The size 42 Jordan left a deep, even bloodied impression on the face of the stout man, who let out a wretched cry and was sent sprawling sideways. The stout man initially intended to join the fray, but before he could make a move, he witnessed 2 of his companions being knocked down, causing him to recoil in fear, contemplating retreat. However, Han Zheng offered him no such opportunity. He swiftly seized the stout man's arm and delivered a powerful kick to his ample belly. The stout man collapsed to the ground, and with a guttural sound, he expelled a large mass of vomit, hot and reeking of acidity. Han Zheng pressed his foot down upon a man's head, forcing him face first into the mess. The remaining 2 men were struck by shock. One of them turned to retreat toward the vehicle to retrieve a weapon, but Han Zheng swiftly closed the distance, gripping his face and slamming it against the car door. The door caved in with a resounding crunch, and the man crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. The last remaining individual, now trembling with terror, paid no mind to his fallen comrades or the vehicle, turning to flee this moment. Han Zheng felt a surge of pent-up fury within him, compelling him to charge forward and seize the man's hair from behind. "Don't let go," the man cried out, but Han Zheng ignored his pleas, yanking his hair forcefully and sending him hurtling backward. The man flew through the air, a large clump of hair ripped from his scalp, exposing a patch of pale skin. Han Zheng casually flicked his wrist, letting the hair dance in the night breeze. In less than a minute, all 5 men lay sprawled on the ground, struggling and moaning, unable to rise. Throughout the encounter, Han Zheng had been controlling his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, these 5 would have long since met their demise. The least injured among them clutched his head, leaning against the vehicle as he struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with sheer terror as they met Han Zheng's gaze. The drunkenness that had clouded their minds was now dissipated, and they finally comprehended the magnitude of the danger they had provoked. Taking a few deep breaths, Han Zheng felt the tension within him gradually easing. He glanced down at the writhing figures on the ground, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he wiped the soles of his shoes and turned to leave the street. Days later, news began to circulate about a group of notorious youths who had been brutally beaten while driving under the influence one fateful night. Yet, Han Zheng himself paid little heed to the unfolding events in the days that followed. He immersed himself in studying Dragon Ball comics and his cousin's diary. He meticulously outlined numerous details and gleaned valuable insights from the diary's contents. Simultaneously, he scoured the internet for extensive information, examining the entire timeline of Dragon Ball and its world map, recalling it with a fervor reminiscent of a schoolboy memorizing a text that a few days later. Han Tongwei and Zhou Min proposed taking advantage of their vacation to visit Han Zheng's grandmother and uncle in SH, suggesting a stay of half a month that would serve both as a familial visit and a brief holiday. Han Zheng, anticipating the upcoming ordeal, hesitated to agree to join them and concocted an excuse. "I have a classmate who has recently launched an online business and wants me to join him. I'm quite interested, but this is the crucial starting phase, and I simply can't leave. Please extend my apologies to Grandma and Uncle that, oh, enough of that. You're old enough to have your own ideas, which is a good thing. In that case, your mother and I will go without you," Han Tongwei replied. Consequently, the couple departed for SH, leaving Han Zheng behind after several rounds of admonishments. However, the very next night after Han Tongwei and his wife left, Han Zheng was abruptly awakened from his slumber. "Combatant 2199, the second round of the instance will officially commence in 48 hours. Please prepare accordingly." Countdown: 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The first volume had finally concluded, and the second volume was set to begin the following day. Simultaneously, the contract had been sent to the starting point, and the novel had transitioned into a signed status. The author expressed heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support of their readers and pledged to maintain consistent updates. I shamelessly request a boost in clicks, votes, collections, and so forth. Chapter 19. The second round of the instance begins. In the dark of night, Han Zheng jolted upright, fully awake. IT has finally arrived. A new round of the instance was just 2 days away. Han Zheng felt his heart begin to race. Although he had known this day would inevitably come and had been preparing for it, the actual notification ignited an undeniable tension within him. Glancing out at the stillness of the night, Han Zheng pondered for a moment before retrieving all of his money and stashing it beneath the computer desk in his parents' bedroom. He then took out his phone, accessed WeChat, and began drafting a message to his mother. Zhou Min. In the message, he claimed that he needed to travel abroad for a period to explore business opportunities with friends, stating that he could not determine how long he would be away and that he might not return home for a considerable time, urging his parents not to worry. However, as he prepared to send the message, he found himself pausing, staring at the content. Suddenly, he pressed the delete key with force, erasing every word before exiting WeChat and tossing his phone aside. There was no need for such sentimental nonsense. I will surely return alive. 2 days passed swiftly, and Han Zheng conducted one final check of the doors and windows, sitting quietly on his bed in anticipation. During this time, he had managed to inform relatives in the county as well as his parents, who were far away in SH, and then he switched his phone to a suspended service. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, the preparation time for the instance had arrived. Han Zheng felt a sudden wave of dizziness, and the scene before him blurred in an instant, subsequently dissolving into darkness. The mechanical voice resonated once more, declaring, "Scan of subject in 2199 completed, restoring optimal physical state." Han Zheng's spirits revitalized, and he found himself once again enveloped in the pitch-black void. Status of combatant in 2199. Combat power, 33 bloodline. Earthling blood sample, 1 drop of Scion blood. Maximum combat power, 1000. With exceptions, training speed, E. With exceptions, equipment, 46 item skills. Incomplete transformation technique. Special abilities, none completed. Instances, 1. The mechanical voice slowly recited his status. Given that his equipment slots were limited to 6, Han Zheng had previously stored the unusable Nimbus fragments in the warehouse of his private quarters, entering the instance with only 4 items: a submachine gun, a Senzabine, General White's pistol, and Midgerobe's blade. Once the status report concluded, the truly significant information about the instance finally emerged. Nature of the instance: solo melee combat. Timeline: May 4750 A.D. 3 days prior to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Mission duration: 10 days. Location: Marsruda and surrounding villages, with restricted movement range. Number of combatants: 40. Average combat power, 17. 6. Survival task: locate and eliminate at least 1 combatant. Failure will result in erasure. Given the background of this instance, combatants would be assigned character backgrounds, which necessitated careful attention. Countdown: 3029 Marsruda. Han Zheng recalled that it was a stronghold established by the Red Ribbon Army in the northern snowy region, guarded by General White as he sought the Dragon Balls. Numerous villagers also resided in the villages surrounding Marsruda, where the Red Ribbon Army had previously coerced the villagers into labor to search for the Dragon Balls. The starting time was 3 days before the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, meaning this instance's timeline was 2 days earlier than the previous Western Capital instance. However, Han Zheng pondered the meaning of the so-called character background assignment. As he calculated in his mind, the countdown reached its conclusion. The surrounding darkness suddenly dissipated, and a blinding white light surged before him. Han Zheng discovered himself in a snowy landscape, standing on the pristine white snow. With a biting wind swirling around him, he was clad in a padded coat and boots, wearing a thick hat and wielding a shovel, resembling a laborer. Surrounding him were numerous men dressed similarly, each wielding shovels and picks, laboring diligently. Among them were several burly men donning military caps, brandishing weapons, with red ribbons tied around their arms, and emblazoned with 2 are characters on their chests, the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. So this is how it is. Han Zheng quickly comprehended the situation. According to the original plot, during this period, the Red Ribbon Army, due to insufficient radar precision, was unable to accurately locate the Dragon Balls, leading them to abduct the village chief and force all the men in the village to dig in the frigid environment for the Dragon Balls. The men around him were likely coerced villagers, and he was presumably one of them. The previously mentioned character background assignment was indeed this. Han Zheng nodded to himself in understanding, though the participant count for this instance was only 40. Less than a third of the previous round, the instance's location was within this remote village. Unlike the densely populated metropolis of the Western capital, the sudden appearance of 40 strangers in this secluded village would undoubtedly attract attention and scrutiny. Thus, the instance was deliberately designed to assign character backgrounds, granting each combatant the identity of a villager, seamlessly integrating these 40 individuals into the village. Consequently, other combatants were among the villagers, just like him. As Han Zheng wielded his shovel to shovel snow, he meticulously scanned his surroundings for suspicious individuals. Not far ahead, an older villager with a beard was being ruthlessly beaten by a red-ribbon soldier for his lack of productivity. Further ahead, a slightly rotund villager seemed utterly inept at work, struggling to wield the pick in his hands. To the left, another similarly stout villager stood frozen, having dropped his shovel, appearing utterly bewildered. Han Zheng suspected he was likely a novice combatant. Behind this villager stood a tall man who, although working, fixated his gaze on the dazed rotund villager, oblivious to Han Zheng's scrutiny. To the right, a short-haired villager crouched, gripping a pick, casting furtive glances at a red-ribbon soldier nearby, seemingly plotting something. Suddenly, a voice barked from behind, "You lazy brat! Stop slacking off and looking around." Han Zheng felt a forceful kick to his waist. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate, but in that critical moment, he abruptly recalled his circumstances, quickly adjusting his posture and tumbling heavily into the snow, landing with a thud. Slacking off and looking around, "Are you planning to escape?" The voice belonged to a red-ribbon soldier who approached Han Zheng with an evil grin, raising his rifle but to rain blows upon him. Han Zheng cursed his misfortune inwardly. Despite his efforts to minimize his movements while observing his surroundings to avoid drawing attention, he had still been spotted by this soldier and received a beating. Fortunately, his physical capabilities now far surpassed those of an ordinary person, and these blows felt no more severe than a gentle tickle. However, the soldier's loud tirade attracted the attention of several surrounding villagers. Many turned their gazes toward Han Zheng, scrutinizing him closely. "This is bad." Chapter 20. The Agitated Villagers. Looking at the unfolding scene, Han Zheng inwardly lamented the dire situation. The red-ribbon soldier's shouting had undoubtedly drawn the attention of many villagers. This was not a favorable development. Among these villagers, numerous combatants were likely hidden. Now that he had become the center of attention, coupled with the soldier's accusations, if not handled properly, it could lead to his identity being exposed. The soldier seemed to revel in the spotlight, growing increasingly smug as he noted the attention he had garnered. "Listen up. Work diligently. No one should think of escaping, or else you will face dire consequences." As he spoke, he raised a foot and kicked Han Zheng in the chin. This blow, though lacking in any significant harm, made Han Zheng acutely aware that he had to respond. He quickly bit his cheek, letting forth a mouthful of blood, and, after a few labored struggles, managed to rise from the snow. You Red Satin Brigade, are too much." Sooner or later, blood still trickled from the corner of Han Zheng's mouth as he shakily pointed at the Red Satin Brigade, his face a mixture of anger and trepidation. Throughout his life, Han Zheng had only performed once, during middle school when he took part in a skit, uttering but 2 lines. "Ha!" mocking the protagonist alongside the antagonist. And ouch, as he was beaten by the protagonist. I could see this moment. Han Zheng seemed to extract every ounce of his acting talent, embodying the image of a defiant villager, both furious and fearful. Sooner or later what? The Red Satin Brigade immediately turned menacing. "What? Do you dare to resist us, the Red Satin Brigade? Oh dear, I apologize. We meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand us. We shall certainly work hard." Suddenly, a short, mustached man rushed over, wearing a grin as he addressed the Red Satin Brigade. "My brother is still young and naive. I ask for your understanding. We will definitely work harder." This man was indeed his brother. At the moment the short, mustached man appeared, Han Zheng's mind instantly registered the confirmation that this individual was his brother in the scenario, part of the character background setup. His brother then pulled Han Zheng along to offer further apologies. And only then did the Red Satin Brigade relent, allowing everyone to return to their tasks. The work continued until nightfall, after which all the villagers trudged home, weary from the day's labor. During this time, aside from a few villagers being brutally beaten for their inadequate work, nothing else of note occurred. Han Zheng continued to observe his surroundings discreetly, searching for clues, but now with even greater caution than before. After work concluded, he returned home with his brother to their modest abode. Through casual conversation, Han Zheng gleaned more about his own background. Both he and his brother had lost their parents at a young age and had been caring for one another ever since. With no other family to speak of, Han Zheng inquired further about the Red Satin Brigade, but his brother had little more to offer than what Han Zheng already knew, that the brigade was both wicked and powerful, and had come to this place in search of Dragon Balls. After dinner, Han Zheng sat in a corner, lost in thought. There were 40 combatants in total, with an average combat power of 17.6. Compared to the previous round, the average had nearly doubled. Han Zheng's current combat power stood at 33, significantly above the average. However, within the confines of the scenario, no one dared to claim the title of the strongest. Thus caution was paramount. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling the faces he found suspicious during the day's labor. The most dubious of them all was a plump villager, who appeared utterly bewildered, as if he could not grasp the situation. While other villagers also exhibited some questionable behavior, none appeared as strikingly suspicious as he did. When the villagers dispersed to return home, Han Zheng took special note of this plump villager's departure. His house was not far from Han Zheng's, and during his chat with his brother, he learned that the plump villager had no one else at home besides his parents. This individual was highly suspect and could not be overlooked. Han Zheng resolved to use his transformation technique to infiltrate the plump villager's home under the cover of night, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Han Zheng opened it to find a short-haired villager standing outside. He recalled this short-haired villager from earlier in the day, lurking behind a member of the Red Satin Brigade, seemingly contemplating an attack, but ultimately refraining. What could he want? No questions, just follow me, and you'll soon find out. Without waiting for Han Zheng to respond, the short-haired villager seized him and led him out of the house. They navigated through the village until they arrived at a house at the village's end. Inside, Han Zheng saw a gathering of around 20 male villagers, all of whom had been conscripted for labor earlier that day. In the center of the room stood a bearded villager, passionately addressing the crowd. Upon seeing the two newcomers, he nodded slightly before continuing his speech. Han Zheng recognized him as the elderly villager who had been beaten for poor performance. The elder villager spoke fervently to the group. Ever since the Red Satin Brigade came here looking for some Dragon Balls, our village has known no peace. Our village chief has been captured, and the men are forced to toil for them. Instead of enduring this humiliation, we should rise up and resist. Our village has many able-bodied men. When they are unguarded during the day, we can unite and strike down those who oversee us, seize their weapons, and devise a plan to rescue our chief. Was this incitement to rebellion? Han Zheng had considered various possibilities before arriving, even anticipating that there might be an ambush waiting for him in this room, that he had prepared to draw his blade at the first hint of danger. However, he had not expected to encounter such a scene. In the original narrative, there was no mention of such rebellion. The villagers had simply been coerced into labor by the Red Satin Brigade without any sign of resistance, having entered the scenario for less than a day. Encountering this unexpected turn left Han Zheng somewhat bewildered. Could this be a scheme by certain combatants? Yet, given the notorious reputation of the Red Satin Brigade, should they fail, the entire village would likely face ruin. Would it not be wiser to diligently search for this so-called Dragon Ball? Once found, they would presumably leave. Among the crowd, some villagers opposed this radical approach. But what if we cannot find it? The elder villager retorted angrily. Should we continue to search while the men of our village are taken away to work? How will the village sustain itself and support everyone? His words held weight, and many nodded in agreement. However, a robust villager in the crowd voiced his dissent. The Red Satin Brigade wields advanced weaponry, and for years they have gone unchallenged. Even if we gather the villagers for a surprise attack, our chances of success are slim. Furthermore, even if we manage to subdue those guarding us outside, there are still many troops within their tower, including numerous skilled fighters, that we cannot possibly win, and with the village chief in their custody. They would surely execute him, but we must not act recklessly. What nonsense is this? The short-haired villager who had brought Han Zheng and was visibly displeased. We initially thought you were courageous, which is why we called you here to discuss important matters. We never expected you to be such a coward. Han Zheng silently observed the unfolding scene, feeling a sense of confusion. There were approximately 20 individuals in the room, and he was certain that at least one combatant was among them. But who were they? Were they the ones voicing opinions and engaging in heated debates, or were they the silent observers? In the dim light, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air. After several rounds of disputes, the dissenting views of the elder villagers gradually garnered the support of the majority. The elder stood elevated, raising his arm and fervently inciting those around him to echo his sentiments. Among the crowd, many were swept up in his fervor, also raising their arms in solidarity. At that moment, Han Zheng suddenly noticed that, at some point, the mildly plump villager, whom he deemed highly suspicious, had entered the room. He sat quietly in the corner, gently waving his arm and softly expressing his support. Chapter 21. An enigmatic knight Han Zheng stood amidst the throng, occasionally stealing glances at the mildly plump villager in the corner. The villager appeared markedly different from his demeanor during the day. While laboring earlier, he seemed bewildered and at a loss amidst his surroundings. Now, however, he appeared considerably more composed, with no discernible signs of distress. Seated in the corner, he occasionally echoed the agitated crowd, blending seamlessly with the other ordinary villagers. Had he adapted to the situation over the course of the day, assuming his role? Or was he, in truth, merely an ordinary villager, Perhaps his earlier panic behavior was merely a manifestation of fear towards the Red Satin Brigade, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Han Zheng pondered, still regarding him as the prime suspect. Meanwhile, the elder villager, witnessing the enthusiastic response to his call, expressed immense satisfaction. He proposed gathering the strong and daring men of the village to launch a surprise attack on the Red Satin Brigade during their lunch hour the following day, seizing their weapons and then assaulting Mars Ruta to rescue the village chief. Despite some lingering doubts, the majority of villagers, now incited by fervent emotions, expressed their willingness to participate. Han Zheng, blending into the crowd to avoid drawing attention, also declared his involvement. The villagers agreed upon a time and a secret signal, designating the short-haired villager as the contact for the following day. Just then, the door was flung open and a man rushed in. A grave expression on his face, he approached the elder villager and whispered a few words to him. Some nearby overheard the conversation, and their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Han Zheng, trailing behind, gleaned the situation from snippets of conversation. It turned out that a male villager had suddenly vanished from his home, leaving no trace behind. Some began to suspect that the Red Satin Brigade was involved, while others speculated whether this could indicate that the brigade had learned of their resistance plans and was preparing to strike. "Everyone, please remain calm," the elder villager quickly reassured the crowd. "Rest assured, the missing villager was unaware of our plans, so there is no risk of exposure to AS. For whether this incident is linked to the Red Satin Brigade, it remains unclear. However, if it indeed was the work of the brigade, we must hasten our resistance. If we delay, we risk falling victim to their wrath." Gradually, the crowd quieted, and the elder reiterated the significance of their rebellion, reminding everyone of the time once more. Subsequently, they dispersed. Returning home to prepare for the impending struggle, as the villagers made their way home, Han Zheng lingered at the rear, keeping a watchful eye on the mildly plump villager. Incidents occurred along the way, and after bidding farewell to a few fellow villagers, the mildly plump youth returned to his own house alone. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng decided to follow suit. Since the mildly plump villager's home was not far from his own, he feigned a return home. However, he soon found a moment when no one was around and swiftly transformed into a small white mouse, using the cover of the snow to silently approach the mildly plump villager's abode. Just as Han Zheng reached the wall of the mildly plump villager's house and prepared to infiltrate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blood-curdling scream erupted from within, followed by the sound of thud, as if someone had collapsed to the ground. Then silence ensued. Han Zheng was taken aback. Had someone gotten the jump on them? He quickly sprang up, crouching by the window to peer inside. Within the room, the mildly plump villager lay on the floor, his head grotesquely twisted to one side, clearly a victim of a violent act. Yet, what perplexed Han Zheng was the absence of anyone else within the room. Apart from the body, there was not a soul in sight. There were no signs of life, not even a single insect. When the scream had pierced the night, Han Zheng had been right outside, and he had immediately leapt to the window. Yet he had seen no sign of the perpetrator. The doors and windows remained undisturbed. Where had the assailant vanished to? How could they have disappeared so swiftly? Was it possible they had employed some form of shape-shifting? After committing murder, had they instantly transformed into a piece of furniture or some other object to hide away? Han Zheng was certain that, after his training, his vision had greatly improved. Had the murderer slipped out as a small creature or insect, he would have noticed. Moreover, the notion of hiding as an object made little sense. There had been no one outside prior, making it the perfect opportunity to flee the scene. There was no rationale for lingering indoors. The more he contemplated, the more incredulous it seemed. Meanwhile, other villagers who had heard the scream began to arrive in succession. The first to enter were the mildly plump villagers' parents, who collapsed in anguish upon seeing their son's lifeless body. Han Zheng seized a moment to revert to his human form, blending into the crowd of onlookers. The mildly plump villager's home was spacious, yet sparsely furnished, and Han Zheng surveyed the room, unable to discern anything amiss. The grieving parents were inconsolable, and the surrounding villagers offered their sympathies. Most believed it was undoubtedly the work of the Red Satin Brigade, yet fear kept them from discussing the matter further. After a period of comforting, with no solutions forthcoming, the crowd gradually dispersed. Night fell. Han Zheng lay in bed, his mind racing, unable to find sleep. What was the motive behind those inciting rebellion? Logically, combatants should not behave so overtly. Yet nothing in life is absolute. Was it possible that some combatant was secretly meddling, influencing the other villagers to sow chaos? Moreover, how had the murderer managed to vanish so suddenly? Following the incident, the deceased parents had remained at home, leaving no indication of further developments. Han Zheng instinctively felt it was not simply a matter of shape-shifting. Could it be that a remarkably swift combatant had executed the act and fled in an instant? So fast that no one noticed? Or perhaps the killer possessed the ability to teleport. This notion sent a chill down Han Zheng's spine, yet upon further reflection, it seemed far-fetched. After all, this was merely a scenario with an average combat power of 17. 6. How could such a formidable expert exist? Han Zheng furrowed his brow. The next morning, a loud banging echoed at Han Zheng's door. He initially assumed it was the short-haired villager responsible for communication. But upon opening the door, he found the elder villager standing outside, a tense expression upon his face. "Have you heard the news?" The elder villager pulled Han Zheng aside, speaking in hushed tones. "Not only have I heard, but I also visited their home last night. It was utterly tragic. Their son's neck was broken." "Broken neck?" "Huh." What was being said was not this. The elder villager hurriedly clarified at IT was then that Han Zheng understood that the short-haired villager responsible for liaising with the resistance had suddenly gone missing that very morning. Many had searched for him, yet he was nowhere to be found, not even at his home, as if he had vanished into thin air. Another case of a person disappearing without a trace. Han Zheng could not help but lick his parched lips. Less than 24 hours had passed since entering the scenario, and already 2 villagers were known to have vanished, one of whom had been killed. With circumstances shrouded in mystery, so will we act today? Han Zheng inquired tentatively. "We will act." The elder villager replied firmly, "We will proceed according to last night's plan. When lunchtime arrives, once I signal, we will strike without hesitation." Chapter 22. Someone is stirring up trouble. At lunchtime, we wait for the signal to act. A sense of amusement unexpectedly welled up within Han Zheng, as he felt a humorous sensation akin to that of a hidden dagger waiting for the signal to strike. He inquired further into the details and learned that the elder villager had reached out to several other men in the village, gathering a total of over 30 individuals to prepare for the resistance. Over 30 villagers against the Red Ribbon Army. Han Zheng shook his head inwardly. With such a meager force, even if they seize an opportunity outside the tower, they would ultimately face the numerous experts within the ranks of the army and would likely meet with failure. However, Han Zheng was disinclined to correct him. Once the villagers initiated their rebellion, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, and it was possible that some impulsive fighters would leap forward. Throughout the morning, Han Zheng continued to dig for Dragon Balls alongside the other male villagers. Under the watchful eye of the Red Ribbon Army, he remained vigilant, constantly scanning for suspicious clues. Yet today, the crowd seemed unusually subdued, with everyone silently laboring, none daring to stir trouble. Consequently, even the overseers from the Red Ribbon Army relaxed, chatting among themselves and occasionally breaking into laughter. The morning swiftly passed, and the agreed-upon lunchtime finally arrived. The villagers gathered to eat, a few of whom belonged to the resistance group, exchanging furtive glances amidst the crowd. At that moment, Han Zheng suddenly noticed an unexpected visitor among the overseers of the Red Ribbon Army. This individual appeared to have just arrived from Misruta, mingling jovially with the surrounding soldiers. This person sported a topknot, donned in a full purple outfit with a white sash, and carried a katana on his back. It was none other than the infamous village ninja, due to his conspicuous attire. Han Zheng found it impossible not to recognize him. This individual was a well-known comedic character from the original manga, often subjected to various pranks and insults by Sun Wukong. To think he would encounter this character so early on. Just as Han Zheng was reflecting on this, he suddenly recalled something. He hastily lifted his bowl to feign eating while discreetly observing the surrounding villagers. The village ninja was a prominent figure in the original manga. If he were a fighter, the villagers would undoubtedly recognize him. Therefore, his presence would certainly alarm some of the fighters. Han Zheng quietly scanned the area. Most of the villagers around him remained indifferent to the arrival of the village ninja. Yet one individual revealed his true colors. It was the elder villager who had been inciting the resistance. Upon seeing the village ninja, the elder villager first froze, then quickly lowered his head, eating furiously, his actions tinged with a hint of concealment. Could he be a fighter? Han Zheng was internally astonished. He had considered many possibilities, but never thought the elder villager could be a fighter. What kind of fighter would be so brazenly conspicuous, drawing attention to themselves? Did he desire to be noticed so desperately? The more Han Zheng pondered, the more perplexed he became. Just as he was lost in thought, the elder villager suddenly sprang into action. As previously agreed, he exchanged glances with those around him, then approached a leading member of the Red Ribbon Army. The elder villager spoke a few words to the soldier, who immediately flew into a rage and struck him down to the ground. And that was the signal. A group of young villagers, already itching for a fight, surged forward, charging at the unsuspecting Red Ribbon soldiers still occupied with their meals. The Red Ribbon Army is too overbearing. We can no longer endure this. Bring them down and reclaim our home. The elder villager, lying on the ground, shouted vigorously, hoping to rally more villagers to the cause. In an instant, many were emboldened and joined the fray. Han Zheng blended into the crowd, neither rushing forward nor lagging behind, maintaining a careful balance to avoid drawing attention. The Red Ribbon soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were quickly overwhelmed. Many were knocked down before they could even reach for their weapons. The situation unfolded favorably, with the villagers gaining the upper hand. Other villagers, who had previously been too timid to resist, now found courage in the favorable circumstances and joined the ranks. The Red Ribbon Army, having grown complacent, never anticipated that the villagers would dare to rebel. The villagers swiftly gained a decisive advantage, dispatching the soldiers and seizing their weapons. Throughout the chaos, Han Zheng kept a close eye on the elder villager's movements. The elder villager fought fiercely, yet his displayed strength was merely that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Han Zheng noticed something amiss. The elder villager had somehow acquired a handgun, which he wielded to attack the Red Ribbon soldiers. Throughout the ordeal, Han Zheng observed him discreetly, while most would likely overlook it. Han Zheng counted precisely the number of shots fired from the gun, which evidently exceeded the weapon's standard ammunition capacity. That it must be an equipped item. Thus, the bullet count was abnormally high. Han Zheng prepared to access his equipment panel, ready to act when the opportunity arose. At this point, the majority of the Red Ribbon soldiers had been eliminated, and the remaining few had surrendered. The village ninja, initially fighting alongside, now seeing the tide turning against him, disregarded everyone else and fled towards Masruda. The elder villager, witnessing this, abandoned the others and hurried after him. Two other villagers also pursued, and upon seeing this, Han Zheng hastened to follow. The four of them chased the village ninja for quite a distance, entering the forest and moving away from the main group. Realizing he was being pursued, the village ninja hastily threw a few shurikens, but his aim was poor, and none of the villagers were struck. Han Zheng, running at the back, deliberately stepped forward to intercept a flying shuriken. Letting out a cry of pain as he fell into the thick snow, he then rolled over in the snow, transforming into a snow-white fox, silently resuming the chase. However, he had not pursued far when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The elder villager suddenly turned his gun on the other two villagers, and with the sound of gunfire, they both fell to the ground. Then, the elder villager shouted at the village ninja, "All right, they are all dead. It's just me left now. You need not run any longer." Upon hearing this, even the village ninja was taken aback and stopped, looking puzzled. Han Zheng, who had been lurking in the shadows, was also filled with suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" the village ninja inquired, bewildered. "What do you mean?" The voice of the elder villager grew increasingly agitated at that moment. "I have done as you instructed, inciting the villagers to rebel. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Is it not?" "What?" The Murakaki ninja was utterly baffled. "As you instructed? What promise?" The elder villager, now frantic, brandished his gun and shouted, "It was clearly you who urged me to do this. Stop pretending to be foolish. Just yesterday, you came to see me and abducted my daughter, compelling me to act according to your orders, or else you threatened to kill my entire family. You even gave me this handgun." insisting that I must incite the villagers to rise against the Crimson Ribbon Legion. This was all you're doing. Where's my daughter now? Nonsense. I was not in your village at all yesterday. I spent the entire day with General White in Marsruda. Never encountered you. Impossible. It was undoubtedly you. Hand over my daughter immediately, or I shall fight you right here. The elder villager raised his handgun. Trembling with emotion, each word laced with sincerity, Han Zheng, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback. From this exchange, it seemed the elder villager was being manipulated, and the one orchestrating it was none other than the Murakaki ninja. This defied logic. The only explanation could be that shape-shifting was involved. A combatant had utilized transformation techniques to impersonate the Murakaki ninja, subsequently kidnapping the elder villager's daughter and instructing him to incite rebellion. Thus, the elder villager possessed that handgun, and his demeanor shifted to one of suspicion upon encountering the Murakaki ninja. This combatant likely anticipated the ninja's arrival outside the tower today, deliberately assuming his guise. If one could employ transformation techniques, it would be child's play to morph into a bird or something similar, infiltrating Marsruda to gather intelligence. Who could be behind all of this? Someone aimed to scout information about Marsruda before transforming into the Murakaki ninja to abduct the little girl and then threaten the elder villager upon his return home. To execute such a plan would require ample time during daylight hours. The villagers had been forced into labor yesterday. If someone had stealthily slipped away for that long, it would have been impossible to avoid detection by the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Yet there had been no such incidents yesterday. A woman. Yes, it must be a woman. The men of the village were taken away to work during the day, leaving the women behind. Among them was a female combatant who orchestrated this elaborate scheme. The more Han Zheng pondered, the more agitated he became, sensing he was ensnared in a trap. Someone was scheming in the shadows. Just then, a gaunt villager suddenly sprang forth from behind, one of the two previously shot dead by the elder villager. Previously, he had been struck by a bullet and fallen, yet now he appeared completely unscathed. The gaunt villager wore a menacing expression, swiftly closing the distance to the elder villager before delivering a punch that pierced his abdomen. Then he kicked the elder villager's lifeless body aside, shaking the blood from his fist. Damn it, I misjudged. He truly was an ordinary villager. Han Zheng realized that he was not the only one caught in a trap. Chapter 23. A boastful claim. Who are you? The Murakaki ninja, observing the elder villager's sudden demise, was increasingly suspicious that he drew his katana, warily eyeing the gaunt villager who had unexpectedly appeared. The gaunt villager regarded the Murakaki ninja with disdain, about to speak when a gust of wind suddenly surged from behind him. The gaunt villager reacted swiftly, throwing himself forward and landing in the snow. In the next instant, a bright red staff darted towards him. He narrowly evaded it, but the staff continued its relentless advance, directly targeting the Murakaki ninja. The ninja hastily raised his sword to block, but as soon as the staff and blade collided, his katana shattered with a resounding crack, while the staff struck him squarely in the face, causing him to collapse unconscious. The Rui bang! The gaunt villager gasped in astonishment. Han Zheng recognized it clearly. The red staff was indeed the Rui bang. At that moment, the other end of the staff was gripped by a pair of delicate, pale hands. Han Zheng turned to see a white figure standing not far away in the snow. Judging by her silhouette, it was unmistakably a woman. She sported shoulder-length hair, a mask obscuring her face except for her bright, clear eyes, clad entirely in white, nearly blending with the snow beneath her feet. The Rui bang quickly shrank in her grasp, and then she leapt forward, charging towards the gaunt villager. He quickly retreated, drawing a large cleaver from his arsenal to confront the oncoming short-haired woman. The two clashed, and it was evident that the short-haired woman possessed significantly greater combat prowess, rapidly gaining the upper hand. Han Zheng, hidden in the shadows, realized he could no longer remain passive. Initially, he intended to observe and hope for a mutual downfall between the short-haired woman and the gaunt villager, allowing him to seize the advantage afterward. However, witnessing that the gaunt villager was no match for the short-haired woman, being thoroughly suppressed in mere moments, he feared for his own safety. Soon, she might kill him. With the transformation technique about to conclude, Han Zheng had no time to spare. He quickly reverted to human form, unsheathing the blade of Majiro Heibei, and charged towards the short-haired woman from behind. He aimed to sandwich her between them, hoping to eliminate the more formidable opponent. The short-haired woman appeared to be prepared. As Han Zheng charged with his sword raised, she suddenly produced a handful of white powder and swiftly scattered it towards him. Unable to discern the powder's effects, Han Zheng hastily dodged to the side while rapidly swinging his long knife for protection. Yet the powder caused no reaction, dispersing in the wind until it vanished entirely. At that moment, Han Zheng noticed that the snow beneath him had been swiftly rigged with a bomb by the short-haired woman. This was bad. He leaped back with all his might, landing some distance away. His mind racing with confusion. How could she dare to use a bomb at such close range? Did she not fear injuring herself? However, the bomb lay silently, showing no signs of detonation. Infuriatingly, it was yet another ruse. Han Zheng suddenly realized, in that brief interval, the short-haired woman seized her chance, breaking through the gaunt villager's defenses and thrusting the Rui Bang forward. The staff elongated with tremendous force, piercing through the gaunt villager's cleaver and plunging directly into his throat. The gaunt villager opened his mouth but could emit no sound. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death. After successfully dispatching the gaunt youth, the short-haired woman swiftly withdrew the Rui Bang and charged straight at Han Zheng. He met her with his blade raised. Their figures wove through the snowy forest, stirring up flurries of snow. The Rui Bang and Majiro Hebei clashed in a battle of equals. Han Zheng's heart raced with anxiety. Despite numerous exchanges, neither he nor the short-haired woman could gain the upper hand, their combat abilities seemingly evenly matched. Outside the forest, the villagers had likely subdued all of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. However, without the elder villager to lead them, the situation was bound to spiral out of control. As they continued their fierce struggle, unable to determine a victor in the short term, any noise might draw the attention of the villagers outside, potentially attracting even stronger combatants, which would spell disaster. Unable to resolve this fight quickly, Han Zheng deemed it wiser to extricate himself and devise another plan. At that moment, the short-haired woman opposite suddenly seized upon a flaw. Her scepter elongated abruptly, striking towards him. Han Zheng deftly stepped back, evading the attack, only to witness the short-haired woman also retreating in the same manner, before leaping high onto a large tree. "Stop!" she commanded from her elevated perch, her voice resonating with authority. Han Zheng ceased his assault, yet remained vigilant, still brandishing his blade, ever watchful. "Nice blade. The weapon of Mayajir BB?" The short-haired woman inquired with a curious lilt, her tone unexpectedly sweet and alluring. A stark contrast to her combative demeanor. "Is that all you wish to ask?" Han Zheng replied coldly, his expression unreadable. "Just a matter of curiosity. If you choose not to answer, so be it. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Our combat prowess is evenly matched, and should we continue, a victor will not emerge anytime soon. If another combatant happens upon our skirmish, the situation could turn dire. Would it not be prudent for us to withdraw and reconvene at a later date?" This proposition resonated with Han Zheng, who nodded in agreement. Outside the forest, faint cheers from the villagers could be heard. Glancing in that direction, he could not help but admire. "You truly are remarkable, orchestrating such a grand scheme." "Ha ha! Thank you for the compliment," the short-haired woman acknowledged, bowing slightly from her lofty position. "Amidst today's chaos, I have already dispatched 3 combatants, fulfilling my mission and acquiring a considerable bounty. Therefore, I shall spare you for now. Perhaps fate will allow us to clash again in the future." Such audacity. Han Zheng chuckled, unable to contain himself. "Enough talk. I take my leave." However, just before departing, the short-haired woman's voice took on a peculiar tone, a hint of playfulness sparkling in her eyes. "You are the one with audacity. During our fight, your breath nearly suffocated me." With that last remark, she transformed into a white bird, soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Zheng looked up at the heavens, then suddenly exhaled heavily, quickly catching a whiff of his own breath, and shook his head in dismay. Though he chose not to pursue the short-haired woman further for the sake of prudence, he felt a sense of vulnerability, having been seen by her. His mood soured as he made his way towards the forest's edge, reflecting on the futility of his efforts. Having gained nothing, failed to complete his task, and nearly fallen prey to another tea that moment. From a nearby snowbank, the unconscious figure of the Murasaki ninja stirred, finally awakening. His eyes fluttered open, swaying slightly, as if still not fully cognizant. Han Zheng, growing increasingly agitated, approached him and struck with his blade. Combatant in 2199 has slain an important NPC. Murasaki ninja, yielding a drop of earthling blood and 4 skill techniques. Clumsy invisibility, primitive water walking. Hopeless tatami reception, and an unattainable clone technique. Will you collect? Do not collect. Chapter 24. The awakening of a new bloodline. As Han Zheng rejoined the throng of villagers, they were celebrating their recent victory. Fervently discussing their next steps, with the elder villagers still unaccounted for, they dispatched several individuals to search for them, though all that returned was a lifeless body. The loss of their leader plunged the villagers into sorrow. Yet it did not dampen their resolve to resist. Soon, they transformed their grief into determination, actively deliberating on how to secure further victories. Han Zheng, blending among them, assisted in carrying the injured, during which he learned that 6 villagers had perished. 11 were wounded, and 1 was missing that he recalled the short-haired woman as earlier claim of having dispatched 3 combatants, likely among those casualties. The scale of her operation and the covert orchestration of the rebellion raised questions. Was her intent merely to survive amidst the chaos and eliminate a few combatants? Perhaps it was not so simple. Moreover, the mention of 1 missing individual sparked his memory of the 2 disappearances from last night to this morning, leading him to suspect they were all linked to a single combatant. But why the disappearances? Were they simply unaccounted for, or had the combatant concealed the bodies in capsules? Such actions seemed pointless. Was it to cover something up? Han Zheng found himself in a fog of confusion. Adding to the turmoil was the murder of the plump villager, leaving Han Zheng feeling overwhelmed by the recent events. After much deliberation, the villagers collectively decided to return to their village with their weapons and captives. Establishing their stronghold against Marsruta on their way back, Han Zheng walked along the snowy periphery of the group, having developed the habit of observing the movements of those around him while remaining discreet. Simultaneously, he replayed the details of the past few days in his mind, eager to uncover any clues. The captured Red Ribbon Army soldiers were bound together, dejectedly trailing behind the villagers. Han Zheng cast a glance at the line of captives, assessing them before his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, and he quickly refocused on the captives' feet. Several captives marched in unison, and 1 was stepping directly into the footprints of the individual ahead. The snow bore the marks of these repeated steps, deep, irregular impressions. Han Zheng recalled having seen similar tracks outside the plump villager's home just the previous night. He meticulously recalled the scene, confirming that he had indeed observed such prints in the snow upon leaving the plump villager's residence. At the time, he had dismissed the discovery, but now he realized that these tracks were made by 2 individuals, 1 following the other. Suddenly, clarity struck him. The combatant who had ambushed and killed the plump villager could not have moved instantly, nor possessed the speed to evade detection. The reason he had seen no sign of anyone when he leaped through the window was that the assailant was invisible. In the original comic, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered an invisible person during their competition in the fortune teller's palace. As the name suggests, a transparent person is one who is invisible, evading the gaze of the observer. That particular combatant must have awakened the lineage of the transparent. Last night, after he killed the slightly plump villager, he remained hidden within his abode. Being invisible, he eluded detection, while the neighbors, upon hearing the news, came to offer their condolences, only to disperse back to their homes. Meanwhile, he stealthily departed, treading upon the footprints of others. The transparent individual employed the method of snapping necks to commit murder, avoiding any spillage of blood to prevent leaving traces that might expose him. Han Zheng let out a long sigh. This matter had been a thorn in his heart, but now that it had been resolved, he felt considerably lighter. However, the thought of an unseen potential adversary sent chills down his spine. Clearly, he needed to heighten his vigilance exponentially. The victorious villagers returned to their settlement, and upon learning of their struggle, the women and children were filled with terror and engaged in fervent discussions. Seizing the opportunity to tend to the wounded, Han Zheng discreetly scoured the village but found no trace of the short-haired woman. Shaking his head gently, he decided not to dwell on matters he could not resolve at the moment. His foremost priority was to complete the survival task as swiftly as possible. With the second day already underway and only 40 combatants in this instance, he needed to act quickly. Throughout this period, Han Zheng had merely been in the observation phase, attempting to identify hidden combatants through scrutiny, yet the results were far from satisfactory. He resolved to alter his strategy and adopt a more proactive approach. That night, Han Zheng utilized transformation magic to assume the appearance of his elder brother and stealthily slipped out. He deliberately circled the village a couple of times before quietly infiltrating the home of a pair of injured villagers, where he dispatched 2 sleeping individuals. During the act, he feigned clumsiness, taking his time and creating minor disturbances, as if he were an inexperienced novice, leaving numerous traces. Combatant Noan 2199 has slain a common instance character, villager, dropping a drop of earthling blood. Would you like to collect it? Another prompt echoed, and Han Zheng raised an eyebrow before turning to leave. It seemed he truly lacked the luck of winning the lottery. He inwardly chastised himself and retraced his steps back home. Inside, his genuine brother remained in deep slumber, and Han Zheng lay down, reverting to his original form. The entire night passed without him sleeping, as he anxiously awaited a development. Yet the night was eerily quiet, and the anticipated event never transpired, gradually leading him to feel disheartened and disappointed. However, in the final moments of darkness before dawn, as Han Zheng was on the brink of slumber, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. The window of the house was quietly opened from the outside, and a small stone was tossed inside. Han Zheng held his breath, remaining silent, while his brother showed no reaction, merely turning over and continuing to snore. After a moment, the window was slowly widened, and a shadow stealthily slipped in. Han Zheng remained vigilant, and as the shadow entered, he assessed its speed and concluded that this individual possessed combat prowess inferior to his own. The shadow approached his brother's bedside and extended its right hand. The ensuing scene left Han Zheng astounded. The shadow touched his brother's skin, and in an instant, his brother transformed into a carrot. The ability of the leader of the Rabbit Legion. Han Zheng immediately grasped the situation. By mere contact, one could turn another into a carrot, a power unique to the leader of the Rabbit Legion. It was astonishing that someone had activated this lineage. Han Zheng quickly understood why individuals in the village had vanished without a trace. They had been transformed into carrots. The rabbit combatant seized the carrot and snapped it forcefully in two. However, the rabbit combatant suddenly froze, seemingly taken aback by the notification he received. Then, he swiftly reacted, leaping towards the window in an attempt to escape. Han Zheng was not about to grant him that opportunity. He had set a trap, hoping to ensnare a combatant, and unexpectedly, he had caught such a significant prize. The death of a combatant could occasionally yield blood or equipment skills, albeit at a considerably lower drop rate than that of crucial instance characters. He had read in his cousin's diary that his cousin had previously discussed with other team members, reaching a consensus that all instance characters, whether Sun Wukong or an ordinary passerby, had a 100 drop rate upon death. The distinction lay in the fact that Sun Wukong would drop Scion blood and other equipment skills, whereas an ordinary passerby would only yield Earthling blood. The drop rate for combatants was approximately 30. Just as the rabbit combatant was about to leap out the window, Han Zheng lunged forward with his blade. The rabbit combatant attempted to evade in midair, but was nonetheless struck in the shoulder and fell to the ground. He hastily regained his footing, realizing escape was futile, and began to swing his arms at Han Zheng. Han Zheng understood that he absolutely could not allow himself to be touched, so he wielded the blade of Michizuru, continuously blocking and counterattacking. Fortunately, Han Zheng's initial strike had already wounded the rabbit combatant, impairing his mobility, and coupled with his inherently inferior combat abilities, he soon found himself unable to withstand further assaults. With a swift move, Han Zheng seized upon an opening and struck the rabbit combatant's right leg, inflicting a deep wound that exposed flesh and blood. The rabbit combatant crumpled to the ground. And as Han Zheng approached with another strike, he instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. In an instant, the blade flashed and 4 of his fingers were severed. Panic-stricken, the rabbit combatant quickly retrieved the carrot with his remaining hand. Trembling as he implored, "Wait, I have a combatant I haven't killed. Let me offer it to you for your survival task, and spare me." I'm with the Storm Legion. If you—" Han Zheng paid him no heed. And without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade, severing the hand that held the carrot, and then thrust the blade into the rabbit combatant's chest. Combatant No. in 2199 has completed the survival task for this instance, earning 650 points. There are 8 days, 4 hours, and 36 minutes remaining until the conclusion of this instance. Upon its completion, Combatant No. in 2199 will be able to safely exit the instance. Please be patient. Combatant No. in 2199 has slain Combatant No. L6188, yielding a drop of Earthling blood. Rabbit Legion Leader. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Combatant No. in 2199 has fulfilled the requirements to activate the Earthling Rabbit Legion Leader lineage. Would you like to activate it now? Earthling Rabbit Legion Leader lineage. Requirements. Earthling Rabbit Legion Leader blood. Quantity required. 11. Activate. Han Zheng suddenly realized that his luck was not as abysmal as he had thought. Chapter 25. The Carrot Transformation Technique activated. Much like the last time he awakened the lineage of Earthlings, Han Zheng once again felt a subtle electric sensation coursing through his body. The combatant numbered in 2199 had activated the Earthling Rabbit Army Leader lineage. However, Han Zheng did not immediately assess his own status. Instead, he swiftly picked up a carrot lying on the ground and, in an instant, transformed into a mouse, scurrying out of the house through the crack of the door. The previous scuffle inside had created quite a commotion. It was certain that someone in the village would take notice. Han Zheng had to temporarily retreat to avoid becoming a target. Transformed into a small white mouse, he darted into the snowy terrain, traversing through the snow for a short distance before halting not far from the house, stealthily observing his surroundings. Indeed, it wasn't long before a shadowy figure, moving with caution, approached. The individual held a handgun, quietly pressing against the wall of the house, peering cautiously inside. I could see that moment. The interior was devoid of any presence. After casting a few glances and finding nothing, the armed combatant had no choice but to turn and withdraw. Yet just then, from behind him, an unknown assailant clad in black sprang forth with remarkable speed. The armed combatant had no time to react before being seized by the neck. Desperate to retaliate, he raised his weapon. But the assailant was far swifter. Just as the gun was lifted, the armed combatant's neck was swiftly broken by the black-clad figure. Subsequently, the assailant discarded the body and leaped high into the air, seemingly soaring as he ascended into the night sky, his dark garb blending seamlessly with the inky darkness. Hidden within the snow, Han Zheng watched this scene with a hint of incredulity. He had been preparing to launch a covert ambush, only to be taken aback by the fact that the assailant could fly after achieving his objective. Judging by the speed and strength of this figure, their combat ability seemed slightly inferior to his own. Yet the ability to fly, albeit clumsily, was undeniably present. Could this individual possibly possess the art of aerial maneuvering? Han Zheng found it hard to believe. This commotion finally roused the slumbering neighbors. Many donned their garments to investigate, and upon discovering the corpse of the armed assailant on the ground, the gathered villagers were utterly astonished. In the meantime, Han Zheng swiftly distanced himself from the village, making his way into the surrounding forest. As the area of activity for this mission was restricted, this forest marked the outer boundary of where combatants could operate. Leaning against a large tree, he remained vigilant of his surroundings while retrieving the carrot, which he then forcefully snapped in half. Combatant number in 2199 has slain combatant number L9865. No items dropped. He heard the notification chime, prompting a self-deprecating chuckle from Han Zheng. He proceeded to check his personal status. Combatant number in 2199 personal status combat power, 33 lineage. Earthling Rabbit Army Leader combat power limit, 1000, with exceptions, training speed, E with exceptions. Following the change in lineage, his combat power, limit, and training speed had remained unchanged, which seemed reasonable, as the Rabbit Army Leader was not a combat-oriented figure, and unlocking his lineage would naturally yield no enhancements in this regard. However, the Special Abilities section revealed an alteration. Special Ability. Carrot Transformation upon contact. Suppressing a laugh at the absurdity of the ability's name, Han Zheng continued to examine its detailed description. Ability name. Carrot Transformation upon contact ability holder. Rabbit Army Leader effect. The ability holder can instantly transform the target's body into a carrot by merely touching their skin. The effect can be reversed by the ability holder clapping their hands twice, allowing the target to revert to their normal form. Ability limitation. If the target's combat power exceeds that of the ability holder by 35, the ability becomes ineffective. Further explanation. To ensure humane application, the ability holder can freely control the activation and deactivation of the ability to prevent indiscriminate attacks, allowing the holder to safely remove their gloves without the fear of inadvertently transforming someone into a carrot with a mere handshake. Han Zheng was taken aback by the existence of ability limitations. Reflecting on the restrictions, he noted that if the target's combat power surpassed his own by 35, his special ability would have no effect. Currently, with a combat power of 33, this meant that he could not transform anyone with a combat power exceeding 44 into a carrot. However, this seemed reasonable, as in the realm of manga, those with unique abilities often found themselves powerless against far stronger foes. For instance, the abilities of Jiaozi were ineffective against Naba. Even the time-stopping powers of Guldo rendered him the weakest link in the special forces. And Majin Buu, despite turning Vegeta into candy, would still be thoroughly outmatched by that very candy. In this mission, the stipulations surrounding special abilities had simply been rendered more stringent and explicit. With this understanding, Han Zheng felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, aside from checking his status, he received another notification. Combatant number N2199 has unlocked a non-human lineage. Those possessing a non-human lineage will have two appearance forms: their original form and a non-human character form, which can be switched at will. Intrigued, Han Zheng realized that as the rabbit army leader, he could assume the appearance of a rabbit person at any time, unrestricted by duration. With a mere thought, he opted to switch forms, and instantly his physical appearance began to transform. His hands sprouted white fur. His head morphed into that of a rabbit, complete with fluffy long ears, transforming him entirely into a rabbit person. Han Zheng touched his furry ears, finding the experience quite amusing, and pondered whether, upon unlocking the Scion lineage in the future, he too could assume the form of a Scion with a tail. And what of Frisia, or Cell? As dawn broke, the villagers gathered once more. Under the guidance of their new leader, each armed themselves and stood resolutely at the village entrance. The recent murder and disappearance incident had instilled a heightened sense of fear and anger among the villagers. The majority believed that the recent string of bizarre occurrences and the ensuing deaths and disappearances were undoubtedly linked to the nefarious Red Ribbon Army. It was time to confront the wicked army in a decisive battle. The village leader declared that the Red Ribbon Army would surely launch an attack today, rallying the villagers to muster their courage and channel the strength they had exhibited the previous day when they defeated the overseer of the Red Ribbon Army. If we could defeat them yesterday, we can certainly do so again today. The leader, with a clenched fist, raised his voice in fervent rallying, garnering a chorus of responses. Alas, the pitiful villagers remained oblivious to the presence of General White's elite forces within Marsluda, as well as the formidable talents like Lieutenant Arno and others, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting the Red Ribbon Army. Simultaneously, General White had learned of the villagers' audacious defiance against him. Enraged, he commanded his troops to launch an assault on the village at dawn. Determined to impart a more excruciating lesson to the villagers by deploying the powerful robot, Lieutenant Arnold, as the sun began to rise, the impending battle loomed. That moment, Han Zheng, adorned with a pair of long ears, transformed into a rabbit-like figure, advancing towards Marsluda. Chapter 26. The elimination of General White. Han Zheng traversed the snowy terrain, making his way to Marsluda. In his current guise as a rabbit human, he was also clad in the uniform of the Red Ribbon Army. Following the villagers' resistance the previous day, both sides had suffered casualties. The deceased villagers were returned to their homes, while the bodies of the Red Ribbon Army were left behind on the battlefield. After night had passed, those corpses remained where they fell. Han Zheng's military attire had been hastily stripped from one of those fallen soldiers that very morning as he walked along the forest's edge. Han Zheng soon beheld Marsluda standing resolutely against the wind and snow. He glanced at the tower's pinnacle before leaping onto the branch of a nearby tree, raising his hand to survey the direction of the village. A contingent from Marsluda was advancing towards the village, among them a particularly tall and imposing figure, Lieutenant Arno. The villagers were certain to face defeat. Their inherent weakness against the Red Ribbon Army was exacerbated by the likelihood that many among the villagers were combatants eager to exploit the chaos for personal gain, which would undoubtedly lead to disarray among their ranks at the onset of battle. This may well explain why the villagers had so easily united in their rebellion. With a smirk, Han Zheng descended from the treetop and made his way directly towards the base of Marslita Tower. With the majority of the forces dispatched to eliminate the villagers, it was the perfect opportunity to seize the moment and raid the tower. The entrance of Marslita Tower. A bareheaded guard was on patrol. Brandishing his firearm. "Halt! You shall not approach." The bareheaded guard, startled by the sight of a rabbit man approaching, quickly raised his submachine gun, preparing for confrontation. "Hey, don't shoot. I'm part of the forward unit, returning to report to General White." Han Zheng waved his hand, continuing forward while deliberately showcasing his Red Ribbon Army uniform. Preposterous. The bareheaded guard was clearly not easily deceived that "I've never seen you before. There's no one like you in General White's ranks." It seemed that relying on his military attire to pass undetected was futile. With a sigh of resignation, Han Zheng suddenly dashed forward, swiftly closing the distance to the bareheaded guard. "You!" The guard's eyes widened in shock. But before he could react, Han Zheng delivered a swift slap to his face. The guard instantaneously transformed into a carrot, which Han Zheng seized in his grasp. This ability proved quite effective and manageable. Han Zheng glanced at the carrot in his hand before crushing it. Combatant number in 2199 has eliminated a common NPC, resulting in the drop of 1 drop of Earthling blood. Han Zheng discarded the remnants of the crushed carrot and leapt up to the second floor of Marslita. Kicking open the door, with most of the forces engaged in the assault on the village, the tower was unusually deserted. On the second floor, there were only 2 henchmen present, a blonde-haired Caucasian and a dog-headed man. "Who are you?" the dog-headed man exclaimed in alarm, hastily drawing his weapon. Han Zheng did not respond. Instead, he charged forward, delivering a punch that snapped the dog-headed man's neck. He then swiftly advanced to the unsuspecting blonde-haired man, seizing his chin and forcefully slamming it against the wall. Both fell lifelessly, and only then did the notifications of their elimination sound. They were mere minor characters. No valuable loot was obtained, prompting Han Zheng to hasten his ascent up the tower. Originally stationed on the 3rd and 4th floors, Lieutenant Arno and the village ninja were absent from the tower at that moment, allowing Han Zheng to ascend without hindrance. However, he remained vigilant, aware that he was not the only one seeking to exploit the tower's temporary vulnerability amid the chaos, not to mention the mastermind behind the villagers' rebellion. That short-haired woman likely shared similar intentions. Her combat prowess was comparable to his own, and she was elusive. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Yet, despite these thoughts, Han Zheng encountered no suspicious activity as he ascended the tower, and no unforeseen events transpired. Thus, he arrived at the space between the 4th and 5th floors, standing before the cage that imprisoned android number 8. Android number 8 was the first of the androids to appear in the Dragon Ball saga. At present, he was far less terrifying than his later counterparts, but possessed formidable strength that surpassed that of an average individual. Han Zheng was acutely aware that, with his own combat power of 33, he would likely pale in comparison. Nonetheless, he felt no concern. Despite his strength, android number 8 was reluctant to engage in combat, possessing a kind and innocent heart, making him relatively easy to control. Moreover, the 5th floor was a labyrinth, and Han Zheng would require android number 8's guidance to navigate it. Han Zheng's ultimate objective was to confront General White, the highest commander within the 6th floor of the tower. He had discovered a record in his cousin's diary detailing the potential rewards for eliminating General White. As an important NPC, General White was frequently targeted by combatants due to his comparatively modest combat abilities. Typically, defeating General White would yield 1 drop of Earthling blood and often resulted in the acquisition of his enhanced handgun, a weapon renowned for its power and favored by novice combatants. However, should a combatant possess General White's handgun in their equipment inventory prior to his defeat, there was a chance that instead of the enhanced handgun, an alternative equipment item would be dropped, an item that Han Zheng coveted at present. Within the cage, android number 8 gazed at Han Zheng with curiosity through the iron bars. Han Zheng swiftly severed the lock on the cage. turning to android number 8 with a friendly smile, that I'm here to rescue the village elder who was captured by the Red Ribbon Army. Oh, you know where he is? Oh, so you're here to save that old man. Android number 8, though imposing in stature, spoke with a simplicity in his voice. That elder is imprisoned on the 6th floor with General White. I can take you there. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let us not waste any time. Let us go, Han Zheng exclaimed, delighted by the smooth progression of his planned tea that moment. The loudspeaker within the tower crackled to life, broadcasting General White's furious voice. Who are you? What is your intention in opposing the Red Ribbon Army? It appears that General White has finally discerned the unusual circumstances within the tower through the monitor. You, the Red Ribbon Legion, have abducted our village chief. Release him immediately, or we shall take action. Han Zheng spoke with resolute conviction, weaving an elaborate falsehood. Android number 8, eliminate him at once. The voice of General White emanated from the loudspeaker, urgent and filled with ire. General White, cease your nefarious deeds and release that old man. You traitor, a failed creation. You deserve to be destroyed and remade. General White's fury escalated, his tirades unrelenting. Han Zheng, unwilling to squander time amidst this chaos, seized android number 8 by the arm. Do not engage him further. Take me up quickly. Ignoring General White's vituperations, the duo ascended directly to the 5th level of the tower. Upon entering the 5th level, Han Zheng found himself engulfed in a labyrinthine maze, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, with android number 8 leading the way, he would have been a loss had he been left to navigate this convoluted puzzle alone. After a series of twists and turns, they swiftly arrived at an exit, where android number 8 pointed to a small door and whispered, "This is the command room on the 6th level. The village chief is imprisoned within." Han Zheng swiftly cleaved the small door open with a single stroke and charged in. The command room on the 6th level was relatively confined, cluttered with various operational machines and surveillance screens. Standing beside one such machine, General White, with a hand nonchalantly tucked into his pocket, wore a sinister smile. You possess some skill, but Han Zheng paid no heed to his ramblings, suddenly leaping forward with great force, covering an extensive distance to land directly before General White. Remembering every detail from the comic, he was aware of the hidden traps within the command room. Thus, he wasted no time, drawing his blade and striking. Caught off guard, General White hadn't anticipated an immediate assault. Before he could activate the trap, he narrowly evaded the descending blade by rolling aside. Han Zheng, unperturbed by the miss, leveraged the blade against the ground for support, swinging his body forward to deliver a powerful kick to General White's face. Blood gushed from General White's mouth and nose as he hastily reached for his gun, but Han Zheng was relentless, charging forward to land another forceful kick to his chest, seizing the moment while General White was still on the ground. Han Zheng thrust his blade straight into his throat. General White fell lifeless, and Han Zheng eagerly awaited the notification of his kill. Combatant Noan 2199 has eliminated the significant NPC General White. Dropped. 1 drop of Earthling blood and a capsule item. Lieutenant Arnold the robot. Do you wish to collect? Collect. Han Zheng's heart soared, for everything unfolded as he had envisioned. The capsule containing Lieutenant Arnold the robot was precisely what he sought. Chapter 27. Lieutenant Arnold. Lieutenant Arnold the robot. Huzzah! Han Zheng cheered inwardly, as all developments were proceeding according to plan. His primary objective for this excursion was indeed Lieutenant Arnold. His cousin's diary had mentioned that, although Lieutenant Arnold appeared as a humanoid character, he was fundamentally a robot, devoid of humanity, unlike human-modified androids. Within the context of the mission, his attributes were designated as an equipment item, and his owner was none other than General White, having already acquired General White's handgun. Defeating him again could yield the capsule containing Lieutenant Arnold. Android number 8 approached General White's lifeless form, a look of bewilderment on his face as he struggled to accept the demise of his former master. Han Zheng cast a glance, but had no time to spare. He promptly examined the item status. Item, capsule, Lieutenant Arnold the robot attributes. Battery-powered combat robot damage, equivalent to combat power of 55 function. Lieutenant Arnold is robust and powerful, composed entirely of metal machinery, equipped with small missiles, and his fists possess thrusters for projectile attacks. Even if his head were damaged, the rest of his body would continue to function normally. However, his battery storage is limited, leading to poor endurance. While he may operate without issue under normal circumstances, once engaged in combat, his energy rapidly depletes, allowing for only 5 minutes of battle. After exhaustion, he must return to the capsule for a 2-hour recharge before reactivation. Additional notes: strong and durable, yet not enduring. Sweat poured from Han Zheng's brow. Indeed, 5 minutes of combat followed by 2 hours of recharging. However, this aligned perfectly with the original narrative. Moreover, Lieutenant Arnold was extraordinarily formidable, boasting a combat power of 55, while he himself only possessed a mere 33. With Lieutenant Arnold by his side, it was as if he had acquired a powerful familiar, enhancing not only his combat capability, but also providing him with a wealth of strategic options in future encounters. As he pondered, Han Zheng tossed the capsule into the air, activating it. In an instant, the capsule opened, and the imposing figure of Lieutenant Arnold materialized before him. With his towering stature, stern countenance, and those undeniably cool sunglasses, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a Terminator from a dystopian future. Android number 8, startled by the sudden appearance of the robot, looked on in astonishment upon realizing it was indeed Lieutenant Arnold. Han Zheng, seizing the moment, concocted an excuse, claiming this was a new model of Lieutenant Arnold discovered in General White's pocket. Android number 8, incredulous, absorbed the explanation. Once he had placated Android number 8, Han Zheng conducted several tests on Lieutenant Arnold, discovering that he need not rely on verbal commands or gestures. A mere thought would prompt Arnold to act in accordance with his mental directives. This revelation ensured absolute efficiency in combat coordination. Han Zheng then recalled the existence of a trap mechanism within the command room that led to the lair of the formidable creature, Bruang, as a powerful monster belonging to the Red Ribbon Legion. Bruang possessed significant strength and unique attributes, capable of releasing electrical currents and reflecting attacks. In the original storyline, Sun Wukong had faced Bruang, only to have his Kamehameha wave deflected due to Bruang's supple physique. However, this formidable creature had a weakness, a fear of the cold, which would cause it to freeze solid in blizzard conditions. Sun Wukong had exploited this vulnerability to secure victory. Soon, Han Zheng located the button to activate the mechanism on a machine adjacent to where General White had stood upon entering. When he pressed it, 2 concealed panels fell away, unveiling a vast space below. Peering down, Han Zheng was taken aback. The 5th level lay in disarray, as if a fierce battle had recently transpired. Moreover, the monster Bruang, who should have been concealed within, was nowhere to be found. Had someone beaten him to it? A chill ran down Han Zheng's spine, heightening his sense of caution. He scanned the surroundings but found no immediate threat. Then gazed down at the chaotic 5th level, his brow furrowed in concern. Who could have arrived before him and vanquished Bruang? Might it be that short-haired woman in white? Just as Han Zheng pondered this, Android number 8 suddenly spoke. Are you searching for the captured old man? He likely isn't there. However, there's a prison room here where he might be held. Han Zheng was momentarily taken aback, as he had been so preoccupied with the immediate circumstances that he nearly overlooked this crucial detail. After all, he had deceived others by claiming to be there to rescue the village chief. One must maintain the FA to the very end. Han Zheng acknowledged with a nod and surveyed the prison cell. Noticing a switch by the door, which indeed corresponded to the location where the village chief had been held in the original narrative, he retracted Lieutenant Arnold back into the capsule, placed it in his equipment slot, and approached the door, pressing the switch to open it. The prison cell was soundproof, rendering its occupant completely oblivious to the commotion outside. That moment, the bespectacled, bald village chief sat within, lamenting his fate. Upon hearing the door creak open, he hastily turned around, and upon seeing Han Zheng and the humanoid model number 8 standing before him, he was momentarily stunned. Village chief, we are here to rescue you. Although Han Zheng understood the necessity of playing the part convincingly, he was weighed down by his own thoughts, and his tone lacked any genuine emotion. What? You actually defeated the Red Ribbon Army? The village chief's face registered disbelief, and as he stepped out of the cell and beheld the corpse of General White, he gasped in astonishment, showering praises. Actually, it was all him, Han Zheng modestly replied. somewhat bashfully scratching his head. "But oh, I see. Truly remarkable." At that moment, Han Zheng was uninterested in idle chatter. He turned back to the mechanism, gazing downwards in search of clues. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted from behind him, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that hurled him away, crashing him violently against the wall. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he instinctively slashed behind him a few times for protection and swiftly regained his footing. The command room floor had been blown apart, creating a large crater, and several machines were sent flying. Yet, the village chief stood unscathed in a corner, seemingly prepared for the chaos, casually discarding a remote-like device from his hand. Amidst the thick smoke, a large object plummeted to the ground before Han Zheng, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the shattered, charred head of humanoid model number 8 that, glancing at the remote control the village chief had tossed aside. Han Zheng's understanding crystallized. The interior of humanoid model number 8 had been rigged with explosives, and the village chief was undoubtedly an imposter, holding the device capable of detonating the bomb within. How this remote had come into his possession remained a mystery. Han Zheng deduced that this individual was certainly a combatant who had infiltrated Mars Ruta, employing some form of transformation technique to masquerade as the village chief. What was his intent? Perhaps to ambush others like himself who had come to Mars Ruta to fight. Or maybe he was merely waiting for the narrative to unfold as originally scripted, anticipating Sun Wukong's arrival to rescue the village chief, planning to ambush him instead. Regardless of his motives, they were no longer relevant. What mattered now was that Han Zheng needed to eliminate him immediately. Han Zheng raised his weapon, acutely aware of the lingering pain in his back, which hampered his movements. The village chief, however, smirked slightly before lunging at Han Zheng with sudden ferocity. In an instant, the village chief's physique transformed mid-air, revealing himself to be a tall male combatant. The tall fighter swiftly closed the distance to Han Zheng, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Han Zheng, gritting through the pain in his back, raised his hand to defend. The force behind the punch was tremendous. Upon impact, Han Zheng immediately recognized that this individual's combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Seizing the moment, he managed to absorb the blow, gripping the tall fighter's fist before activating his special ability, the turn to radish technique. However, it proved futile. The opponent exhibited no change. The tall fighter's combat power exceeded Han Zheng's by a staggering margin of 35, rendering his ability ineffective. Han Zheng's heart raced in alarm as the tall fighter delivered a second punch. Knowing he could not withstand it, Han Zheng desperately swung his blade in defense. The tall fighter seemed cautious of the weapon. Retracting his fist mid-attack, seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng leapt upwards, delivering a kick aimed at the fighter's chin. Yet the tall combatant was quicker. He deftly sidestepped to the right, evading the strike, and retaliated with a powerful blow to Han Zheng's abdomen. Although Han Zheng anticipated the attack and braced himself, the impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the wall once more, with his combat power inferior to that of his opponent, compounded by the pain in his back. He found himself utterly overpowered. That the blade of Myajir Hebei, quite impressive equipment. Once I dispose of you, it shall belong to me. The tall fighter's eyes gleamed with greed as he fixated on Han Zheng's weapon, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. However, if you hand over everything in your equipment slot to my satisfaction, I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? Han Zheng scoffed derisively, dismissing the hollow threats. He swiftly retrieved a capsule from his equipment slot. Ha! Seeking death, the tall fighter bellowed angrily, accelerating toward Han Zheng once more. Han Zheng tossed the capsule, focusing his thoughts to activate IT in an instant. Lieutenant Arno reappeared. Like a Terminator T-800, Lieutenant Arno materialized in the room. Meanwhile, the tall fighter had already lunged at Han Zheng, reaching for his throat. Yet in the next moment, a colossal fist, larger than the fighter's head and engulfed in flames, surged forward, striking the tall combatant and sending him flying. As described in the functionality, both of Lieutenant Arno's fists were equipped with propulsion devices, capable of launching at any moment. The tall fighter was propelled 3 or 4 meters away, quickly extending his right hand to brace himself against the ground. Halting his momentum, he then pivoted on his arm, rapidly spinning to dissipate the force, and charged back at Han Zheng. IT appeared. He realized that Lieutenant Arno was too formidable for a direct confrontation. Eliminating Han Zheng was the priority. Observing this, Han Zheng swiftly dodged backward while issuing commands as mine for Lieutenant Arno to cover him. The synergy between them was remarkable, seamless, and precise. The tall fighter's punch was met with a solid block from Arno, who then swung his massive hand down toward the fighter's head. The tall combatant evaded just in time, but Han Zheng had already anticipated this move. Slashing his blade toward the fighter's face as he attempted to dodge, in a desperate bid. The tall fighter displayed his exceptional agility, twisting his body with all his might to evade the attack once more. However, his speed fell just short. Han Zheng's blade grazed past his right eye, and he let out a horrified scream as blood gushed forth. That strike had blinded him in his right eye. Now, who should be the one to surrender their equipment in hopes of survival? Han Zheng taunted, not allowing the tall fighter a moment to respond as he thrust his blade toward the fighter's chest. Simultaneously, Lieutenant Arno charged forward, aiming a punch at the fighter's crown that a dual assault. The tall fighter, now cornered with his right eye rendered useless, found himself trapped against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. He had no choice but to swiftly evade the blade of Han Zheng, subsequently raising his arm to shield his head as he absorbed the forceful blow delivered by Lieutenant Arno. The punch was astonishingly powerful, causing the tall combatant's entire body to sink down and the ground beneath him cracked open. Seizing this opportunity, Han Zheng plunged his knife into the tall man's abdomen, blood gushing forth along the blade. The tall combatant, summoning all his strength, kicked Han Zheng away, but immediately afterward, Lieutenant Arno raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on his shoulder. A sickening crack echoed through the air as the tall man let out a piercing scream, seemingly having his shoulder shattered by the impact. "Damn it! You will pay for this!" The tall combatant cried out in agony, and with the only hand he could still use, he grasped at the air, retrieving a bomb from his equipment inventory. However, weakened by his injuries, his movements had become sluggish, and Han Zheng had already discerned his intentions the very moment the bomb appeared in the tall combatant's hand. Han Zheng swiftly swung his knife down. The hand clutching the bomb was severed by Han Zheng's strike, blood spraying forth as it fell to the ground. The tall man emitted one final scream, and then his entire face was forcefully smashed into the wall by a punch from Lieutenant Arno. Combatant in 2199 has eliminated Combatant K-9632 with no items dropped. Upon hearing the notification, Han Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. Having finally overcome this formidable opponent, as soon as the battle concluded, he quickly stowed Lieutenant Arno back into his equipment inventory. Arno had become a crucial trump card, and Han Zheng needed to be judicious with his resources. Conserving energy whenever possible, he then approached the severed hand of the tall combatant and pried the bomb free. Although the drop rate for combatants was only 30, yielding no items, this bomb was indeed a legitimate equipment item. Equipment item: Super Bomb by Tao Bai Attributes. Single-use super bomb damage. Extremely high description. Even a master as formidable as Tao Bai, the world's #1 assassin, was severely injured by this bomb, illustrating its terrifying power. P.S. A single-use item. Handle with care. Think this was the very bomb that nearly obliterated Tao Bai. Han Zheng gasped in shock. Tao Bai was renowned as the world's greatest assassin, possessing exceptional martial arts skills, and even the legendary Sun Wukong was no match for him prior to climbing the Kalen Tower. Ultimately, Tao Bai was left gravely injured by his own bomb, subsequently transformed into a half-cyborg. Thankfully, Han Zheng had reacted swiftly. Had the tall combatant succeeded in detonating the bomb, he would have undoubtedly perished alongside him. Panting, Han Zheng patted his chest and placed the bomb into his equipment inventory. At that moment, his inventory was at 66 capacity, nearing its limit. Han Zheng glanced around the dilapidated command room, preparing to leave when he suddenly noticed a glimmering object amidst the wreckage of Android 8. He recalled something and hurriedly approached, extricating the object from the debris. Indeed, it was a damaged Dragon Ball. Due to the explosion, it was no longer a complete sphere, with a section shattered and a few cracks marring its surface. Nevertheless, this 2-star Dragon Ball still emitted a faint glow, proving quite alluring that in the original narrative, this 2-star Dragon Ball had been concealed by Android 8, who feared that the Red Ribbon Army would annihilate the villagers if they obtained it. Hence his reluctance to surrender it. This was Han Zheng's first encounter with a Dragon Ball within the instance, albeit in such a ruined state. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked it into his pocket. Although this Dragon Ball was merely a common item and not an equipment drop, it still held significance within this instance and should not be discarded frivolously. After securing the Dragon Ball, Han Zheng examined his injuries. Though he still felt considerable pain, it was manageable, and he had only one healing bean, which he needed to conserve AKT that moment. He suddenly sensed something amiss on the two remaining operational surveillance screens in the command room. Both screens displayed footage from the fourth floor of the tower, which was designed to resemble a forest adorned with various flora and wooden cabins beside a small lake. However, in the surveillance feed, the grass on the fourth floor suddenly began to fall in orderly rows, seemingly trampled by an unseen force. Shortly after, in another feed, several branches of large trees began to sway unnaturally, as if brushed against by someone inadvertently. Yet, there was not a single figure visible on the screen. Only the flowers, grass, and trees remained. Han Zheng instantly grasped the implication. Someone was indeed present on the fourth floor, making their way upward. The reason no figure was visible in the footage was that the person was completely invisible. Chapter 29. The death of the Invisible Man. An invisible man was present in the Mars Ruta. It appeared that quite a few individuals were attempting to take advantage of the chaos within Mars Ruta. The guards and soldiers on the second floor had already been dispatched by Han Zheng, and it was likely that the Invisible Man had encountered no resistance as he ascended. If he were to come across the corpses of those soldiers, he would surely realize that other combatants had reached the tower before him. Han Zheng scrutinized the surveillance footage, contemplating briefly before instantly employing his transformation technique to assume the appearance of General White. Between the fourth and fifth floors of Mars Ruta, the cage that once held Android 8 was now entirely empty. Not only was the cage vacant, but the entire level was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. However, if one were to press their ear to the ground and listen closely, faint footsteps could be detected, stealthily traversing this floor. The invisible combatant was currently pacing back and forth on this level. He had initially intended to take advantage of the Red Ribbon Army's assault on the village that morning, seizing the opportunity to hunt down weaker targets, such as General White or the notably vulnerable monster, Bouillon. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Mars Ruta, he quickly realized something was amiss. The guard soldiers had been slaughtered, and the thugs on the second floor had already turned cold. He immediately deduced that someone had arrived at Mars Ruta before him. This revelation left him feeling disheartened, yet he still hoped to rely on his unique ability as an invisible man to take a chance. The initial floors of the tower were devoid of life, and he pressed onward toward the summit. However, to reach the top, he first needed to navigate the maze on the fifth floor, but as he approached the space between the fourth and fifth floors, he discovered that Android 8, the guide he sought, was no longer confined within his cage. The Invisible Man tiptoed around, unable to locate any trace of Android 8, and just as he was about to give up in disappointment, he caught sight of General White, who was slightly injured, slowly descending the staircase while cradling a Dragon Ball in his hands. As General White descended the stairs, one hand held the Dragon Ball while the other clutched a walkie-talkie, his voice ringing out with frustration. "Where is everyone? What happened to the guards on the second floor? Are they all dead?" He grumbled, pressing at his wounds, continuously calling out to his subordinates through the walkie-talkie. Receiving no response only fueled his ire as he approached the now empty cage, glaring at it with indignation. "Damn it, that traitorous android will pay for this betrayal." As he cursed vehemently, he struck the iron door of the cage with great fury. Perhaps it was the force of his blow that caused General White to loosen his grip, allowing the Dragon Ball to plummet and roll into the confines of the cage. MD. General White ground his teeth and muttered another curse before stepping into the cage. Bending down to retrieve the Dragon Ball that moment, the Invisible Man, who had been lurking silently in the shadows, could no longer contain himself. Although he harbored doubts about General White, he could not resist the temptation to take a risk. The opportunity to strike down General White was before him, and doing so might yield the general's firearm. When Sun Wukong arrived in 2 days, he would be better positioned to vie for the blood of the Scions. Time was of the essence. Should he falter out of fear, he would surely regret it. Moreover, the Invisible Man held confidence in his unique abilities, believing that even if the situation turned dire, he could make a swift escape. Seizing the moment while General White was bent over, he surged forward with sudden speed. Within the cage, Han Zheng, transformed into General White, remained acutely vigilant, attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. In an instant, he felt a powerful gust of wind rushing from behind. He immediately understood that his plan had come to fruition. Han Zheng crouched low, swiftly drawing the blade of Midgeru Binjai from his equipment. And with a quick motion, he struck back. At the same time, the capsule robot Lieutenant Arno activated. As the Invisible Man lunged, he caught sight of a sharp blade slicing toward him. The speed and strength of this figure were evidently superior to his own, indicating that this was no genuine General White. Had he truly been deceived? Alarmed, the Invisible Man ducked and swiftly pivoted, attempting to make a hasty retreat. However, a tall and imposing figure materialized, firmly blocking the entrance of the cage. The Invisible Man quickly comprehended that he had been ensnared within this narrow confinement. I could see that moment. A smug smile crept across Han Zheng's lips as he wielded the blade with agility within the confines of the cage. The Invisible Man could only barely evade and retaliate, but in such a cramped space, his movements were restricted and the sounds of his actions were amplified, making it all too easy to detect his presence. Simultaneously, the towering Lieutenant Arno drew closer, further constricting the space. With nowhere left to hide, the Invisible Man suffered 2 deep cuts, blood gushing forth and staining his form, rendering his once transparent advantage utterly nullified. I beg you, do not kill me. In reality, I am a wealthy man. Just leave me an address or a card number. If I survive, I will surely reward you handsomely. In such dire circumstances, the promises made by a man were utterly devoid of value. Moreover, amidst the brutality of this battlefield, no amount of wealth could exchange for a single life. Han Zheng remained unmoved, thrusting his blade forward. Combatant N2199 has eliminated combatant L8852, dropping a senza bean. Would you like to collect it? Collect! To his astonishment, the unexpected drop of a senza bean was a delightful surprise. Such divine sustenance was always welcome that moment. The lifeless form of the Invisible Man gradually reverted to its original appearance, a short-haired man in his 30s. Han Zheng shook his head as he placed the senza bean into his equipment. Though his equipment was nearly at capacity, identical items could stack within the same slot. The status of the slot for the senza beans now read senza bean 2. Adhering to a philosophy of conserving energy wherever possible, Han Zheng retracted Lieutenant Arno. Observing his equipment inventory, he could not help but marvel at the bountiful rewards of his tower-clearing expedition. After cleaning the blood from his body, he leaped down to the grassy ground on the 4th floor, preparing to exit Misruta. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed from the lower levels of the tower. Were there other combatants inside the tower? Han Zheng immediately steeled himself. Transforming into a tiny insect and quietly descending the stairs, he flew past the deserted 3rd floor and reached the 2nd, where he was taken aback to discover the lifeless body of a man clad in black, sprawled in the center. Recognizing the figure by his physique and appearance, Han Zheng instantly identified him as the black-clad combatant who had previously ambushed and assassinated an armed soldier by the wall of his home before soaring away into the night. The black-clad man's body lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his neck, from which blood flowed profusely. The shape of the injury suggested it had been inflicted by a blunt object. Could it have been the Rui Bang? Han Zheng's mind raced back to the short-haired woman wielding the Rui Bang, and he grew increasingly alert, scanning his surroundings. Yet, the room revealed no other presence. The black-clad combatant had evidently just met his demise, yet the perpetrator was nowhere to be found. Han Zheng flitted around the room, but uncovered no useful clues. Had she withdrawn so swiftly? Pondering this uncertainty, he transformed back into his human form, gazing thoughtfully at the desolate Misruta. The day the villagers had begun their rebellion lingered in his mind. Han Zheng had fallen victim to the short-haired woman's scheme, mistakenly deeming the elder villager who had incited the revolt a suspect. Since then, this matter had weighed heavily on his conscience. Now, in Misruta, he surmised that the short-haired woman would surely take advantage of the tower's emptiness to farm some resources. Yet, despite enduring several battles since entering the tower, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Was her incitement of the villagers not aimed at Misruta, What had become of the creature known as Beyong? Who had slain this black-clad combatant? Or had she been here and left in haste? Han Zheng pondered for a moment, feeling that there were numerous points of suspicion. However, it was clear that remaining in Misruta was inadvisable. After surveying his surroundings, he concluded that he had overlooked nothing, that he exited the building, leaped from the second floor, and amidst the wind and snow, returned to the village once more on this day. The village near Misruta suffered the most devastating disaster since its establishment. The villagers' organized resistance faced ruthless and brutal retaliation. As soon as the villagers' army engaged the Red Ribbon Legion sent to quell the unrest, they were swiftly routed, just as Han Zheng had anticipated. During the confrontation between the villagers and the Red Ribbon Legion, significant internal strife erupted among the villagers themselves. Many combatants, who had yet to complete their missions, mingled amid the chaos, seeking out individuals they deemed suspicious, leading to a spate of assassinations and counter-assassinations. Consequently, the villagers soon found themselves in disarray, scattered and decimated by the Red Ribbon Legion. The sole achievement of the villagers in this battle was the destruction of Lieutenant Arno's mech. Reduced to a heap of scrap metal by an unknown assailant after he had exhausted his battery, by the time Han Zheng stealthily re-entered the village, the villagers had officially surrendered to the Red Ribbon Legion, declaring their intention to cease all resistance and comply fully with the Legion's commands, laboring to seek out Dragon Balls. The leaders of the resistance were executed on the spot, and several key members suffered cruel mistreatment. The remaining villagers surrendered their weapons and released prior captives. After their victory, the Red Ribbon Legion left a contingent behind to oversee the villagers while the rest returned to Misruta to report their triumph. However, en route back, the Red Ribbon Legion unexpectedly fell into an ambush. It remains unknown from where a substantial cache of explosives was procured, resulting in numerous casualties among the Legion. Moreover, those few who managed to survive the explosion ultimately did not live to tell the tale. Their bodies were later discovered nearby, suggesting they had succumbed to blunt force trauma. Upon the news of the Red Ribbon Legion's annihilation reaching the village, the villagers rose once more in rebellion, defeating the small contingent left behind to supervise them, thus achieving final victory. Yet the identity of the ambushers remains shrouded in mystery. On the 7th of May, 750 AD, Han Zheng entered the 4th day of the instance. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the second match. The second match features contestant Chung Long facing off against contestant Yamucha. Let us welcome the competitors to the stage. Inside the television, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was broadcasting the second match of the quarterfinals, with a host wearing sunglasses energetically building the atmosphere. Han Zheng reclined in a chair in his room, his feet propped up on a nearby table, leisurely sipping tea while watching the broadcast. This marked his second occasion witnessing the live telecast of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament within the Dragon Ball instance. On screen, the Turtle Hermit disguised as Chung Long and Yamucha stepped onto the arena, preparing for their contest. Following the complete annihilation of the local Red Ribbon Legion the previous day, the village had experienced a rare period of tranquility and peace. The villagers were no longer oppressed by the Red Ribbon Legion and resumed their normal lives. Meanwhile, the combatants who had been lurking among the villagers had suddenly vanished during this interlude. After all, there were only 40 combatants in this instance, and following the bloodshed of the past few days, particularly the rampant assassinations during the previous day's chaos, it was likely that the remaining number of combatants had dwindled to a mere handful. Most of the few remaining combatants had completed their survival tasks and had deeply concealed themselves, no longer making their presence known. However, Han Zheng firmly believed that, if the story progressed as expected, tomorrow, Sun Wukong would arrive here in search of the Dragon Balls, prompting the few remaining combatants to resurface in hopes of seizing Scion blood. Nonetheless, this brief period of calm was quite pleasant. Han Zheng could afford to indulge in leisure within this instance, watching the matches and sipping tea. Even at night, he could finally sleep soundly without worry, merely needing to deploy Lieutenant Arno, whose combat power reached 55, to guard him, allowing him to rest easy. After all, in a non-combat state, his energy consumption was relatively slow. Now was the perfect time to relax, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. The only concern lingering in his mind was the fate of the Red Ribbon Legion members who had perished in the ambush. The evidence suggested they had all been killed by blunt instruments. prompting Han Zheng to recall the short-haired woman, wondering when and where she might make her sudden appearance. On the 8th of May, 7:50 A.D., having just secured second place in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong commenced his quest for the Dragon Balls. During his search, he encountered Colonel Hilba's forces of the Red Ribbon Legion and decisively defeated them. Subsequently, he boarded Hilba's aircraft, heading towards Misruta, amidst the icy landscape. Han Zheng concealed himself deep within the forest, occasionally gazing skyward. According to the original storyline, Sun Wukong should be flying overhead in the aircraft, which would ultimately crash due to the pilot robot freezing in the region's cold. However, Han Zheng was concerned that the plot might deviate, so he preemptively hid the Dragon Balls in a certain location, ensuring that if Sun Wukong arrived in an unexpected manner, he could utilize the Dragon Ball's position to lure him in. As it turned out, Han Zheng was somewhat overthinking. Before long, the aircraft carrying Sun Wukong appeared above the forest. The plane then directly collided with a mountainside, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Everything transpired exactly as per the original plot. Transforming into a bird, Han Zheng swiftly flew towards the site. In the sky, he soon spotted Sun Wukong lying in the snow, frozen solid. It was all going remarkably smoothly. Now he only needed to approach, seize his tail, and eliminate him with General White's pistol, thereby effortlessly obtaining a drop of Scion blood. Just then, however, a figure suddenly leapt from a nearby patch of snow. Chapter 31. Scion blood. The figure, robust and powerful, burst through the snow, quickly advancing towards the frozen Sun Wukong. Han Zheng soared above, clearly observing that, in addition to the burly combatant emerging from the snow, another gray-clad combatant was hidden behind a nearby rock. Thus far, everything was proceeding according to expectations. Lieutenant Arno, intercombat mode, engage. Just as the burly combatant reached for Sun Wukong's tail, a massive mechanical fist hurtled in from the side. The burly combatant hurriedly raised his arm to defend, but the mechanical fist struck him with tremendous force, causing him to stagger back several steps. The mechanical fist had been launched by Lieutenant Arno, whom Han Zheng had previously concealed in the woods. While he himself hovered in the air, issuing commands in the snow, the nearly unconscious Sun Wukong seemed to sense the impending danger and struggled to rise from the snow. The gray-clad combatant, who had been itching to act from behind the rock, appeared unable to contain himself any longer. He swiftly retrieved a capsule, activating it to reveal a small mech that immediately materialized. The gray-clad combatant piloted the mech, racing towards the struggling Sun Wukong in the snow. Bang! A mechanical fist hurtled forward, striking the mech with such force that it staggered momentarily. In the blink of an eye, the towering Lieutenant Arno surged forth. The two mechanical fists swiftly retracted and reattached to Arno's wrists. Could it truly be Lieutenant Arno? The brawny combatant instantly recognized him, a hint of trepidation seeping into his words. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of Arno's master. Meanwhile, Han Zheng had perched himself atop a large tree beside the battlefield. The branches laden with a thick blanket of snow, he had transformed into a white bird, nearly blending into the snowy landscape, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. After enduring a heavy blow from a mechanical fist, the gray-clad combatant's mech momentarily froze, the entire machine halting for a full second before resuming its operations. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lieutenant Arno opened his mouth wide, unleashing a small missile that shot forth with remarkable speed. With a resounding explosion, the missile struck the mech directly, producing a deafening blast accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. The combatant numbered in 2199 had successfully eliminated combatant L9963, with no items dropped. After scanning the area and finding no sign of Arno's master, the brawny combatant glanced at the approaching Arno and then at the rigid figure of Sun Wukong lying in the snow. In that brief moment, he quickly assessed the situation and made a decisive choice. He turned and fled. The brawny combatant displayed commendable resolve, recognizing his lack of chances for victory and opting to abandon the fight. For Han Zheng, the immediate priority was to secure Sun Wukong, leaving no time to pursue him further. The brawny combatant was not slow, leaping several times to escape a considerable distance, just when he believed he had evaded danger. A sudden bullet struck him precisely in the temple. The brawny combatant collapsed to the ground, his expression devoid of understanding regarding what had just transpired. There was indeed someone lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack. A chill ran down Han Zheng's spine. He had anticipated that there would be more than just these two combatants targeting Sun Wukong. And indeed, there were others lying in ambush. He swiftly issued commands in his mind as Lieutenant Arno strode purposefully towards Sun Wukong. Struggling in the snow, Sun Wukong had yet to overcome the biting cold, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, just as depicted in the original comic. This seemed to be a moment of impending triumph. Han Zheng suddenly felt a disturbance beneath his arm. Having transformed into a white bird and concealed himself amidst the snow-covered branches, he had successfully evaded detection. Yet at that moment, Han Zheng felt a tremor beside him, as a figure unexpectedly materialized atop the treetop. This unforeseen occurrence caught Han Zheng completely off guard. Throughout the encounter, he had not only focused on manipulating the battlefield, but also on remaining aware of his surroundings. Yet he had failed to notice someone had stealthily approached him so closely. How had they managed to get so near? Questions flooded Han Zheng's mind. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The sudden combatant brandished a handgun, aimed directly at Han Zheng's head. The shape of the firearm unmistakably belonged to the formidable General White. In the next instant, the trigger was pulled with alarming swiftness. In that fleeting moment, with no time to think, Han Zheng instinctively made the most prudent choice that he did not flee immediately, nor did he revert to his original form to dodge and retaliate. For there was no time left. The bullet had already left the chamber. In that split second, Han Zheng activated his transformation ability once more, morphing from a white bird into a diminutive insect. The bullet that was meant to strike his head zipped past just above his insect wings, narrowly allowing Han Zheng to evade disaster. Immediately regaining his human form, Han Zheng swiftly drew the blade of Mijiro Bu, leveraging the acceleration of his descent to deliver a powerful strike. The ambushing combatant had clearly not anticipated that Han Zheng could escape this sudden gunfire. Caught unprepared, he swiftly lost his right hand that had held the gun to Han Zheng's swift strike. Yet before he could emit a scream, the second blow came swiftly. Seizing a branch, Han Zheng plunged his blade into the assailant's throat. Combatant L2199 eliminated combatant L5674, dropping a shrinking wristwatch. Should it be retrieved? Retrieve. Han Zheng, not pausing to inspect the newly acquired item, leaped from the tree and dashed towards Sun Wukong. I could see that moment. Lieutenant Arno held Sun Wukong's body down with one hand while firmly grasping his tail with the other. Sun Wukong, who had already succumbed to the cold, was now utterly at the mercy of those around him. Just then, from a distant snowdrift, another combatant emerged, brandishing a submachine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets toward Han Zheng. In a hurry, Han Zheng ducked behind Lieutenant Arno, using him as cover to evade the barrage of gunfire. Simultaneously, he swung the Mijiro Bu blade down upon Sun Wukong with fierce determination. Combatant 2199 eliminated the critical narrative character Sun Wukong Kakarot, resulting in a drop of 1 drop of Scion blood and a fragment for synthesizing Super Scion blood. Should it be retrieved? Retrieve. After quickly collecting the items, Han Zheng turned to confront the combatant who had just fired upon him. But at that moment, the combatant's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly lurched forward and then collapsed limply. Another ambush. Han Zheng quickly took cover behind Lieutenant Arno, seizing the opportunity while Arno's combat state still held. He advanced cautiously to investigate. The fallen combatant had evidently been struck from behind, and the wound was obscured, making it difficult to determine the cause of death. Han Zheng remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. When he spotted a corpse lying atop a nearby boulder, looking further afield, he noticed another body hanging from the branches of a tree. Were these individuals all combatants lying in wait to ambush Sun Wukong? Han Zheng was taken aback. Recalling the brawny combatant who had been killed while fleeing, he glanced down at the corpse beneath his feet and then at the two distant bodies. A heavy weight settled upon his mind. Tightening his grip on his blade, together with Lieutenant Arno, he cautiously approached the corpse atop the boulder. The body belonged to a long-haired woman, and her fatal wound was a gaping hole in her chest, seemingly inflicted by a blunt weapon. Upon seeing this familiar wound, Han Zheng's thoughts immediately turned to the short-haired woman. Chapter 32. Super Scion Blood Synthesis Fragment. The snowstorm seemed to grow ever more frigid. As Han Zheng walked through the snow, he continually surveyed his surroundings. These corpses were unmistakably the combatants who had initially lain in ambush to capture Sun Wukong, yet they had all been slain by someone even more deeply concealed. Who could that person be? Were they still nearby? Han Zheng searched around, yet he found no living soul to aid this moment. He had already instructed Lieutenant Arno to disengage from combat mode, preserving the last vestiges of energy. While utilizing his robust physique to provide constant protection, the chilling winds howled around him as he gazed upon the strewn corpses, involuntarily shuddering that it seemed unwise to linger. He needed to depart from this place swiftly. Resolute in his decision, Han Zheng reached into his pocket and retrieved an object resembling a wristwatch. This was the equipment dropped by the combatant who had ambushed him from a tree. Known as the Shrink Watch, since his equipment slots were full, upon choosing to pick it up, the watch materialized directly in his hand. During the chaos of battle, he had no time to manage it and had shoved it into his pocket. Although it was indeed an item of equipment, it could not be taken out of the instance unless placed in the equipment slots. Han Zheng opened his equipment menu, took out a submachine gun capsule, and replaced it with the Shrink Watch. It was time to part with such a mundane weapon. Simultaneously, a thought struck him, and he hurried back to the spot beneath the tree where he had nearly lost his life. There lay the severed hand still clutching General White's pistol. Han Zheng picked up the firearm and added it to his equipment menu. 2 enhanced pistols from General White. The submachine gun wielded by the combatant who had fired at him was also abandoned in the snow. Yet, like his own, it was merely a standard piece of equipment. With limited inventory space, Han Zheng deemed it not worth collecting. Subsequently, under the close protection of Lieutenant Arno, he swiftly vacated the battlefield, opting not to return to the village, but to plunge into the snow-laden wilderness in the heart of the forest. Silence reigned at this juncture. Han Zheng donned a white cotton jacket, progressing slowly through the snowy expanse. He wandered through the woods for quite some time, uncovering no suspicious signs. Following the conclusion of the Sun Wukong contest, this forest had grown eerily quiet, as if he were the sole inhabitant. Glancing at his watch, he noted that Lieutenant Arno had been charging for nearly 2 hours. Activate. Lieutenant Arno materialized instantaneously. After commanding Arno to maintain a non-combat status by his side, Han Zheng settled beneath a tree. The tension that had gripped him gradually beginning to ease. While resting, he began to examine his equipment and health status. Equipment item. Shrink Watch attributes. Auxiliary item function. Where the watch, press the switch, and the user instantly shrinks. Press the switch again to revert. Description. Developed by the scientific prodigy Bulma, the Shrink Watch is an essential tool for espionage, infiltration, theft, and assassination. Note. In the shrunk state, other equipment items cannot be used. And personal attack power will be reduced. Bulma's Shrink Watch. Han Zheng found himself quite pleased with this item, as it bore a resemblance to the capabilities of the Ant-Man suit. If utilized adeptly, it could prove immensely beneficial in both combat and reconnaissance. While his shape-shifting abilities could achieve similar effects, they were constrained by time limitations, whereas the Shrink Watch imposed no such restrictions. The combatant who had ambushed him from the treetop likely employed this watch's capabilities to stealthily approach. Continuing to inspect his health status. Blood held. Scion Blood 24. Super Scion Blood Synthesis Fragment 1. The quantity of Scion blood met half the requirement to unlock his lineage, and Han Zheng felt that the day he could become a Scion was not far off. However, he set that aside for the moment and turned his attention to the Super Scion Blood Synthesis Fragment, the very mention of which filled him with excitement. Blood attributes. Super Scion Blood Synthesis Fragment quantity held. 1. Description. Defeating a Scion with the potential to become a Super Scion, yet who has not yet achieved that status, may yield Super Scion Blood Synthesis Fragments. Accumulating enough fragments allows for the synthesis of Super Scion blood. Data breakdown. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Scion Generation 1 blood, 6 fragments are required, with a 100 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Scion Generation 1 Advanced blood, 12 fragments are required, with a 90 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Scion Generation 1 Full Power blood, 20 fragments are required, with an 80 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation 2 blood, 35 fragments are required, with a 65 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation 3 blood, 70 fragments are required, with a 50 success rate. Note: if one wishes to acquire Super Saiyan blood but lacks the ability or courage to attack a Super Saiyan, then endeavor to eliminate those with transformation potential who have yet to transform, such as Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Gohan. In the biting wind, Han Zheng was drenched in sweat. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated whether the designers of the lineage system in the Dragon Ball battlefield had once dabbled in developing mobile games in reality. It appeared that these synthesis fragments were essential for obtaining Super Saiyan blood, and it seemed that to become a Super Saiyan, he would need to gather a significant number of Super Saiyan blood. Perusing the detailed data, Han Zheng felt increasingly overwhelmed. Based on the explanations, it was clear that in the future, should he aspire to become a Super Saiyan, he must collect Super Saiyan blood, and the various tiers of Super Saiyan blood were categorized accordingly. The higher the tier of Super Saiyan blood sought, the more synthesis fragments were required. Of course, there was a more straightforward method: directly eliminate characters capable of transforming into Super Saiyans to obtain Super Saiyan blood. As stated in the note, all that was needed was the ability and the courage to do so. Nevertheless, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Rationalizing his thoughts, Han Zheng felt that the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan was still far beyond his reach. One should not dream of running before they could crawl. Whether he could survive on the battlefield until that time remained uncertain. Silently closing his personal status, Han Zheng rose and continued deeper into the forest. To ensure his safety, he resolved not to return to the village just yet, instead seeking a secluded and wind-sheltered spot in the woods to serve as his overnight refuge. As night fell, under the vigilant protection of Lieutenant Arno, Han Zheng gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself transforming into a Saiyan, then evolving into a Super Saiyan, just as he reveled in his triumph. A magical staff suddenly pierced through his chest, stained with blood. He turned back with great difficulty, and once again beheld the figure clad in white, with a face concealed save for a pair of crystalline eyes. P.S. The first transformation of the Super Saiyan refers to the muscular form that Vegeta assumed after his initial training in the hyperbolic time chamber, followed by Trunks' further transformation into a more muscular state, which has been proven to be an erroneous outcome of training and is therefore not included in the canon. Chapter 33. Conclusion of the second round instance. Han Zheng wiped his forehead, his hand glistening with beads of water, uncertain whether they were beads of sweat or melted snow. This dream was truly terrifying, he thought with self-deprecation, as he recalled Lieutenant Arno, who had guarded him throughout the night. Back into his equipment inventory, this moment. Dawn was breaking, and he stretched lazily before transforming once more into a bird, soaring towards the village. Inside the village, the villagers had already risen, commencing their daily labors. The skirmish outside the village that involved Sun Wukong had indeed left a significant impact, instilling fear among many villagers who feared the return of the Red Ribbon Army. Han Zheng stealthily infiltrated the village and returned to his home. He meticulously examined every corner of the house, finding no anomalies. The entire abode appeared exactly as it had when he last departed. Once assured that no one had intruded upon his residence, Han Zheng retrieved a shrinking watch, fastening it around his wrist, and pressed the button gently. In an instant, akin to scenes from the Ant-Man movie, Han Zheng diminished in size, resembling a tiny insect, for the remainder of the day. He alternated between his transformation technique and the shrinking watch, thoroughly investigating every household in the village, primarily focusing on the women within. Although the shrinking watch restricted the use of other equipment during its operation, it did not hinder the application of skills. Throughout this process, he increasingly felt that the combination of transformation and the shrinking watch offered both stealth and enhanced reconnaissance capabilities, a truly harmonious pair. However, despite meticulously exploring every female in the village, from those cooking to those dining, from those changing clothes to those bathing, Han Zheng found himself unable to locate the short-haired woman who had long caused him unease. After surveying the village, he also stealthily ventured into the deserted Masruda. Yet he remained empty-handed. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? Perhaps she has already perished, but who then was it that killed those combatants yesterday? Or could it be that she's indeed the perpetrator, now concealed and difficult to find? Han Zheng pondered, leaning towards the belief that the short-haired woman was responsible for the deaths of those combatants, and that she was now hiding in some corner. Since it seemed futile to continue searching for her, Han Zheng decided to abandon the pursuit. Whatever may come, he thought, he would face it, although the short-haired woman had always been elusive. Her combat prowess was comparable to his own. On that day, they had fought for a time without a clear victor. Now, with the formidable Lieutenant Arno by his side, there was no need for excessive worry. The instance had entered its 6th day, and Han Zheng estimated that of the 40 combatants, very few remained in the following day. Han Zheng experienced a relatively relaxed time. Many villagers had perished, leaving numerous houses vacant. He casually selected several, rotating them as his resting points by day. He remained vigilant, constantly aware of his surroundings, while at night, he entrusted his safety to Arno, which proved to be quite secure. However, on the evening of the 7th day of the instance, the peaceful village, which had only recently enjoyed tranquility, was once again besieged by the Red Ribbon Army. The news of General White's annihilation spread, reaching headquarters at last. Simultaneously, with Sun Wukong's demise, his Dragon Balls remained here. Commander Red of the Red Ribbon Army issued a deadly command, insisting on acquiring the 2 Dragon Balls in this vicinity. General Blue, stationed far to the south, was hastily summoned and led his troops northward in search of the Dragon Balls. Concurrently, due to the destruction of General White's forces, Commander Red expended a fortune to hire the world's deadliest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to accompany General Blue's troops northward, declaring that anyone daring to oppose the Red Ribbon Army would be met with merciless slaughter. General Blue and Tao Pai Pai took residence in Misruta, subjecting the villagers to the yoke of the Red Ribbon Army once more. Meanwhile, Han Zheng, upon their arrival, quietly concealed himself within the forest. If it were merely General Blue, it might have been manageable. However, the presence of the fearsome Tao Pai Pai was an entirely different matter. Tao Pai Pai could effortlessly defeat Sun Wukong prior to his ascent of the Corin Tower, nearly killing him. With such formidable combat prowess, Han Zheng felt it was unwise to engage him lightly. Unlike Sun Wukong, Tao Pai Pai lacked any significant weaknesses, such as a tail. His nature was not only shrewd, but also vicious, and being associated with the Red Ribbon Army made him even harder to approach undetected. Given his own meager combat capabilities, even with the addition of Lieutenant Arno, he feared he would not last long against Tao Pai Pai. Although he possessed a powerful bomb capable of inflicting severe damage upon Tao Pai Pai, he doubted he would have the opportunity to deploy it, deciding it best to save it for a later occasion. Most importantly, in contrast to Sun Wukong, Tao Pai Pai held far less value. The risk-reward ratio was simply disproportionate. As for the Dragon Balls, let them seek them out. The one brought by Sun Wukong had never been touched, remaining in its original location, while the one he had hidden was no longer a concern. Han Zheng resolved to avoid confrontation, allowing the remaining days of the instance to pass. Thus, he remained hidden in the forest, occasionally using his transformation technique to sneak back into the village for food, patiently awaiting the passage of time. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and the Red Ribbon Army, having located 1 Dragon Ball, continued their search for the second in the vicinity. Beneath a tree in the jungle, Han Zheng dismissed Lieutenant Arno, calculating that the time had come. The prompt indicating the conclusion of the instance finally sounded, and a surge of blue light erupted from beneath Han Zheng's feet, swiftly enveloping him. Survival task for Combatant No. Int 2199 has been completed. Safe exit from the instance is permitted. Combatant No. Int 2199 has accumulated a total of 650 points in this instance, which have been duly awarded. Combatant No. Int 2199 has successfully completed the second round of the instance, increasing inventory slots by 1. As the blue light faded, Han Zheng found himself once again transported to the same white room as before. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this chamber, there were only 3 individuals, including himself, in an instance designed for 40 participants. Only 3 had survived until the end, resulting in a survival rate of less than 10%. Before him stood a nervous young man, his head bowed as he fidgeted with his collar, appearing somewhat anxious. Judging by his demeanor, Han Zheng surmised that he was likely a newcomer, having just survived his first round of the instance. Beside Han Zheng stood a woman with shoulder-length short hair, her profile turned towards him, obscured by her hair, rendering her features indistinguishable. Indeed, the short-haired woman had made it to the end. Those combatants must have been slain by her. Han Zheng was suddenly filled with curiosity. He felt an impulse to approach the short-haired woman to observe her appearance. Just then, a surge of blue light erupted beneath her feet, swiftly enveloping her, seemingly preparing to teleport her away to that moment. The short-haired woman unexpectedly turned her gaze towards him. However, the blue light had already risen, obscuring her face, and once again, Han Zheng could only glimpse her eyes. Upon returning to the private living quarters, Han Zheng gently tapped his head, resolving to dismiss thoughts of the short-haired woman. He opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of renminbi. Simultaneously, he received a battlefield notification indicating that after completing the second round of the instance, his economic allowance had increased. Starting from that day, his daily subsidy would amount to 300 yuan. Just like that, his monthly salary had risen from 6,000 to 9,000 yuan. Having just finished the instance, Han Zheng felt remarkably relaxed and cheerful. He recalled a meme from a certain forum and couldn't help but chuckle at himself. If he continued grinding through instances like this, it wouldn't be long before he reached an annual salary akin to that of a pedestrian street. With money in hand, Han Zheng promptly exited the battlefield living area and returned to the real world. Specifically, to his parents' house, that he surveyed his surroundings. His parents had yet to return, and the house had remained unchanged for the past 10 days. Except for the heat. Why was it so hot? Was this still northeast China? Han Zheng hurriedly opened all the windows, realizing that after spending 10 days in the instance, the temperature had risen to such an extent. He took out his phone, connected to Wi-Fi, paid his phone bill on WeChat, and called his parents, who were still in SH and had not yet returned home. During the call, his parents mentioned they would be back in a few days. After hanging up, Han Zheng intended to step out to buy some cold drinks and soda when his phone rang again. "Hello, old classmate. Finally got through. I tried calling you twice before, but your phone was out of service. I was thinking if I couldn't get through this time, I'd pay your bill myself." Han Zheng recognized the voice of his former classmate, Wu Tianlin, from high school. They had maintained a decent relationship back then. But after graduation, they had lost touch. Why was he calling now? Han Zheng exchanged a few light-hearted remarks and inquired about the purpose of the call. "I just wanted to say that we haven't seen each other in years since graduation. So I thought about organizing a class reunion next month. You must make an effort to come." Chapter 34. Limited spots, first come, first served. A class reunion. Han Zheng furrowed his brow. He wasn't particularly interested in large-scale gatherings of classmates. If it were just a few close friends from school, gathering occasionally to reconnect would be quite pleasant. However, such large-scale reunions, indiscriminately inviting everyone, regardless of past relationships, often took on a different flavor. They were often touted as a nostalgic gathering to reminisce about the glorious past. Yet when the time came, few truly shared stories of their school days. Most conversations revolve around questions like, "Where are you working now? How are you doing?" The responses typically fell into two categories. Those doing well would boast in one way or another, while those faring poorly would mumble and divert the conversation. Regardless of the scenario, Han Zheng would find it exceedingly awkward. Wu Tianlin mentioned the reunion will be next month, leaving plenty of time. Yet Han Zheng couldn't be certain if he would be engaged in the next round of instances by then, that he casually deflected the invitation, citing a busy work schedule and uncertainty about his availability, promising to attend if possible. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up the phone that he decided to put thoughts of the reunion aside for now. His parents wouldn't return for a few days. Han Zheng quickly purchased some cold drinks and returned home, enjoying a brief respite before heading back to the Dragon Ball battlefield. Upon his return, he went directly to the communal living area and entered the trading hall. Standing at the trading platform, the transaction interface appeared instantly, and he swiftly flipped through several pages to check the current market conditions. Subsequently, he retrieved a General White's pistol from his equipment inventory, placing it on the trading board to establish a sale. Having acquired 2 General White's pistols, he decided to sell one to accumulate points for purchasing training instances. The pistol he was selling was the one he had obtained in the first round, which still contained 2 bullets. In contrast, the one acquired from the assailant who nearly ambushed him in the recent instance had 3 bullets remaining. Given the chaotic market prices, Han Zheng estimated a moderate value of 250 points and initiated the sale. A flash of light sparked on the trading board, and the General White's pistol vanished in an instant, while the board quickly updated to reflect the new sale listing. Once the pistol was purchased, Han Zheng would receive a notification from the trading hall, allowing him to collect the points after taxes that in the recent second round of the instance. Han Zheng earned 650 points for surviving the task. Without the newcomer's reward, he had actually received 50 points less than in the previous round. At this juncture, it was imperative to earn as many points as possible to buy training instances, and he could gradually sell off any equipment he didn't currently need. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, early game weaponry still held some utility, but from the mid-game onward, sheer combat power became paramount. Han Zheng even felt a twinge of regret for the submachine gun he had to abandon due to his full inventory. Although it was merely a basic weapon, selling it for 20 or 30 points would have allowed him to train for an additional few days. Having completed 2 rounds of instances, both of which were solo skirmishes, Han Zheng learned from his cousin's diary that typically, at least one of the first 3 instances for newcomers is a team battle. This indicated that his next instance would undoubtedly be a team-based one. From the descriptions in the diary, Han Zheng could discern that team battle instances were fundamentally different from solo ones. Fighters no longer fought individually. Instead, they formed teams of 5, engaging in 5v5 confrontations where the victors prevailed and the vanquished perished. If one had joined a particular team, they would be prioritized for allocation together in team battle instances. Conversely, individuals like Han Zheng, who were unattached, would be randomly assigned to teams. The diary occasionally noted his cousin's insights on teamwork during these battles. However, the theoretical knowledge conveyed on paper was challenging for someone like Han Zheng, who had never experienced it firsthand, to fully grasp. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. Combat power would determine one's standing within the team. In team battle instances, fighters with lower combat power and weaker abilities not only faced disdain from teammates, but could also find themselves relegated to the roles of cannon fodder or bait. The weak had no options. He must strive to elevate himself. Han Zheng once again spent all 650 points to purchase a 65-day training instance on Turtle Island. He returned to the small island within the instance, joining Sun Wukong and Krillin in their training under Master Roshi. Compared to his previous foray into the training instance, Han Zheng now exhibited remarkable proficiency. Not only had he gleaned insights from his cousin's diary, but he had also accumulated personal experiences from prior training, significantly enhancing his efficiency. For instance, if he could outperform both Sun Wukong and Krillin in the daily exercises, he would receive additional combat power points upon completion. Nowadays, surpassing Krillin in performance was no challenge for Han Zheng. However, excelling beyond Sun Wukong proved to be somewhat daunting. Han Zheng exerted himself to the utmost during training, occasionally managing to outshine Sun Wukong in specific tasks, perhaps a testament to the constraints of bloodline talent. Nevertheless, he consistently secured the top position during the morning reading sessions. After diligently honing his skills for 12 days within the instance, Han Zheng took a pause and exited. Due to the inability to receive messages within the instance, he was promptly notified upon his exit that the sale of General White's pistol had been successfully completed, and he should proceed to the trading hall to collect his points. Han Zheng did not rush to the trading hall. Instead, he returned to the real world, inspected his home once more, and sent a message to his mother via WeChat before teleporting back to the public living area, heading straight for the trading hall. Inside the trading hall, Han Zheng followed the prompt to collect the point from his sale, totaling 225 points after deducting a tax of 10 that it's akin to bloodsucking. He muttered lightly about the taxation system, and then prepared to return to the training instance. The trading hall was sparsely populated that day, with only a few combatants perusing the trading tables and a handful of information brokers aimlessly wandering the hall. Just as Han Zheng was about to leave after collecting his points, someone beside him suddenly shouted, "The team from the Level 3 living area is recruiting new members. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Newbies from the Level 1 area, your opportunity has arrived." Chapter 35. Who on earth are you? A team recruiting new members from the Level 3 living area? With limited spots, first come, first served? Han Zheng chuckled discreetly, choosing to ignore it. In reality, team stationed in the Level 3 area had no need to recruit fresh blood from the Level 1 area. Such individuals, akin to those information brokers, were merely concocting various schemes to swindle the unsuspecting newcomers out of their points. He recalled an entry in his cousin's diary where his cousin had nearly fallen victim to such scams during his own naive days, almost losing a significant amount of points. These con artists often claimed to hail from elite teams or battalions in higher living areas, exploiting the ignorance and fear of newcomers who had just completed a round or two, as well as their desperation to improve and secure their survival. Despite the low turnout in the trading hall, there were indeed some newcomers present, their demeanor noticeably timid and reserved. Upon hearing the recruitment announcement, a few displayed evident interest, hesitantly glancing towards the shouter. The man calling out was robustly built, sporting a well-groomed beard and a somewhat imposing countenance. Exuding an air of seasoned experience, that moment, a presumably new combatant rushed up to the imposing man, excitement etched across his face, and asked, "Is it true? I've only completed one round of the instance. Can I join the team? Will the seniors look after me once I join?" Haha. Our team is renowned for its generous treatment of newcomers throughout the entire Level 3 area. Rest assured, I will send you an invitation to join, which will include a notification for a 200-point joining fee. Just pay that, and you can join directly. Okay, I've received the invitation. I'm paying now. I'm in, Our team is called the Tiger Wolf Team. What a powerful name. Of course, once you join during instance allocations, teammates will be prioritized together. So make sure to learn from the veteran members and uphold the reputation of the Tiger Wolf Team. Seeing how easily this individual had joined the team for a mere 200 points and would reportedly receive care and benefits as a newcomer, the other novices in the hall could no longer contain themselves, rushing over to shout their desire to join. Meanwhile, Han Zheng found it hard to suppress a laugh. These scammers are truly dedicated. Their accomplices are quite professional. He lifted his foot to leave, but a group of newcomers suddenly surged towards him, their momentum causing him to stumble. The imposing man, standing not far from him, mistook Han Zheng for another newcomer eager to join and firmly grasped his shoulder, addressing the surrounding crowd. "Everyone, don't rush. There are still spots available." Han Zheng wished to avoid such trivial matters and attempted to break free from the man's grip, wanting to push through the crowd. Just then, he received a notification, an invitation from the Tiger Wolf Team, which, as previously mentioned, included a 200-point joining fee. First glance, 200 points seemed negligible, an amount any newcomer who had completed a round could afford. However, this was merely the beginning of the deception. After paying the joining fee, the team would then charge a cross-region fee under the pretext of being stationed in a higher living area. Newcomers who had already paid the joining fee would harbor doubts, but might hesitate to believe they had been duped, continuing to pay out a sense of hope. Following the cross-region fee, there would be additional charges for training fees, sponsorship fees, and various other claims until they had thoroughly emptied the pockets of the naive newcomers, or until, after paying a certain amount, they finally realized they had been scammed. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Zheng declined the invitation and turned to leave. However, a short newcomer suddenly grabbed his arm, a bewildered expression on his face. "Hey, aren't you joining? Did you notice something wrong? Do you think what they're saying is true?" Han Zheng was taken aback. Was this little fellow truly naive? Not only was it unnecessary to discern the scam, but to directly grab someone and ask such questions, did he expect others to offer guidance like a teacher or a parent? They were all combatants on the battlefield, potential rivals in the instance. And yet he expected someone to enlighten him on such matters. "If you don't know, don't ask me," Han Zheng coldly replied, attempting to walk away. But the little one persisted, exclaiming, "Did you really see something wrong? Do you know their true nature? Are they really scammers?" Fury surged within Han Zheng. He had no intention of meddling in such affairs, yet here was someone dragging him into trouble. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the other newcomers, their expressions now rife with suspicion. "What is going on between you two?" The imposing man advanced with a face full of fury, shoving the diminutive figure with a forceful hand within the battlefield. Han Zheng felt it prudent for a newcomer without a team to maintain a low profile, avoiding any unnecessary bravado. "I have prior commitments to another team, so I shall not join yours. And as for this individual, I am not acquainted with him." Before Han Zheng could finish his sentence, he was met with a vigorous push to his chest from the formidable man. Although combat was forbidden in the living quarters, such physical contact was still permissible. Damn it! What chaos are you two causing here? Who sent you to spew such nonsense? Offending our Tiger Wolf team will yield dire consequences. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll have your mother come in to collect your remains. With that, the imposing man thrust his hand forcefully at Han Zheng's chest once more. This wave of provocations ignited a spark of fury in Han Zheng, the other party's incessant insults, laced with crude references to women, compelled him to seize the man's hand. Cease your foul language. You know full well what you are, so do not overstep your bounds. How dare you provoke us? The Tiger Wolf team? We are stationed in the level 3 zone. You seem blissfully unaware of the term death. Let me make this clear. If you do not leave us with some explanation today, how dare you claim to be a level 3 station team with that pathetic white team name? Who is truly ignorant of the meaning of death? Han Zheng retorted sharply. The arrogance of the imposing man diminished significantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you still pretending? The team name on the invitation was clearly white, a mere newly established low-level team, likely with a captain who just acquired the qualifications to form a team, and you dare to come here and intimidate us? Moreover, your team name is distinctly Tiger Wolf Battle Team, not Tiger Wolf Team. The genuine Tiger Wolf Team is the one stationed in the level 3 zone. How audacious of you to counterfeit their name and deceive others. If the true Tiger Wolf Team finds out, who do you think will come to collect your remains? You from the level 1 zone? How do you know so much? The imposing man's voice trembled slightly at that moment. Han Zheng had no intention of revealing that his cousin had previously interacted with the Tiger Wolf team, that he snorted in disdain and forcefully pushed the imposing man away, his demeanor increasingly inscrutable. Are you perhaps a member of a high-level team or a military corps? Who exactly are you? That is of no concern to you. Han Zheng scoffed, turning to leave. However, just as he took a step, a sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly turned back, addressing the imposing man with a fierce tone. Did you not just say that I should leave you something, an explanation, perhaps, dare I say? The dignified man, stripped of all semblance of authority, now bore a smile that belied his earlier severity. Appearing quite diminutive, I have no intention of holding back, he retorted. What of you? Han Zheng raised his chin, a hint of menace lacing his tone. You dare to tarnish the reputation of the Tiger Wolf team with such actions? If I were to report this incident, it would not be difficult for a formidable team like the Tiger Wolf to investigate your pathetic crew. The dignified man momentarily froze, his countenance swiftly fading into one of despondency. Yet he managed to force a smile. Understood. Combatant No L039. I hereby propose a trade. He accepted the exchange and soon received a generous sum of 600 points from the other party. Though these swindlers likely amassed far greater sums through their deceitful practices, Han Zheng chose not to press too hard, recognizing that he was merely posturing. Securing these points was already a fortunate surprise. With 600 points, he could afford to purchase a 60-day training dungeon. Previously, he had only earned a meager 650 points from his second-round dungeon run that he nodded slightly, feigning satisfaction, and then turned to exit the trading hall, promptly transporting himself back to his private living quarters. Chapter 36. A friend afflicted by terminal illness. The proceeds from selling a pistol amounted to 225 points, and the extortion from the swindlers netted him 600 points, totaling 825 points. Observing his accrued points, Han Zheng was overwhelmed with joy. Today's earnings surpassed the rewards from an entire round of dungeons. He had contemplated selling off some equipment to amass additional points for further training. Now, with these points in hand, he estimated they would suffice to elevate his skills until the next round of dungeons commenced. Han Zheng refrained from hastily purchasing training dungeons, opting to conserve his points until he completed the 65 days of training he had already secured. 2 days later, when Han Zheng's parents returned from SH, he once again paused his training to re-enter the real world. With their return, he resolved to move out, as his frequent traversals between the battlefield and the mundane life proved inconvenient at home. However, coincidentally, his uncle and aunt had recently decided to embark on a relentless quest to find their missing son, Han Lei. They packed their belongings and set off for Z City, determined to search for him long-term. Upon learning this, Han Zheng proposed to stay at his uncle's house, citing his online entrepreneurial endeavors that required ample space for stockpiling goods. The couple, not suspecting a thing, expressed their support for Han Zheng's business venture. cautioning him to be mindful of the risks involved in retail and inventory management. Thus, Han Zheng took residence in his uncle's vacant house, dedicating his days to intensive training in the dungeons. Occasionally returning to visit his parents as the 65 days of training swiftly elapsed, Han Zheng returned to the real world, collapsing onto his bed a day of rest. Then I shall resume selling training dungeons tomorrow. Throughout his time in the dungeons, he remained resolute in his ambition to surpass Sun Wukong in his training endeavors, gritting his teeth in determination. Although he could only occasionally outpace Sun Wukong, his relentless efforts significantly enhanced the efficiency of his training results compared to the previous occasion. Combat power. 63. This marked a substantial increase of 30 points since his last training session, surpassing even the gains from his 70 days of previous training. Much to Han Zheng's delight, as of now, he had yet to receive notification for the next round of dungeons, with 825 points still at his disposal. He decided to take a day to rest and recalibrate before resuming his purchases for training dungeons the next morning. Stepping outside, he located an ATM to deposit a recent wage of 3,000 yuan, then procured some daily necessities. After returning home, he took a refreshing shower and lay in bed. Scrolling through his phone, he first replied to his mother via WeChat, promising to join for dinner that evening. Recently, Han Zheng had neglected his WeChat and forums, and his social interactions had dwindled significantly, leaving little time for online socializing in the WeChat group, since Wu Tianlin had called for a class reunion next month. The Longquai High School group had begun to buzz with life again. Classmates were inquiring about each other's current situations, professions, and family statuses. That a few female classmates who had married early and were now mothers exchanged parenting tips. In the past, Han Zheng might have chimed in on such discussions. However, after his recent harrowing experiences, he felt increasingly distanced from the normalcy of society as he observed his former classmates engaging in mundane conversations. Just as he was about to exit WeChat out of boredom, a series of messages in the class group suddenly caught his attention. Have you heard about Sun Yuqian? Sun Taiji? What happened to him? Isn't he the one who excelled at basketball in school? What is going on? Sun Yuqian. Something bad happened. A wave of alarm washed over Han Zheng. During high school, Sun Yuqian had been his closest friend. Sharing a name with the lead character from a popular drama, he had earned the nickname Sun Taiji. Not only had they been friends in high school, but they had also maintained contact throughout their university years, fostering a deep bond. However, after entering the workforce, their communication dwindled, especially after a recent phone call in which Sun Yuqian's tone seemed rather despondent, coupled with Han Zheng's own entanglement in the Dragon Ball battlefield. Their interactions had become few and far between. Could be that his dear friend was in trouble. Han Zheng quickly focused on the class group. After a few moments, a classmate who had first brought up the topic sent another message. Sun Yuqian has been diagnosed with cancer. Did you not know? What? No way. Shocked emoji. Is this a joke? Question mark emoji. Who would joke about something like this? It's true. It's been some time now. Han Zheng was utterly stunned, reflecting on the somber tone of Sun Yuqian's voice during their last conversation. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly retrieved Sun Yuqian's number and dialed it. After a brief wait, the call connected, and a faint, weary voice answered. Hello, Han Zheng. It's been a while since we last spoke. Are you calling about the class reunion? Recently, I have encountered some matters that are likely to prevent me from going. Listening to the voice of my dear friend, Han Zheng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, I have heard about your situation. This phone call lingered for quite some time. Initially, Sun Yuqian was somewhat evasive, but as the conversation deepened, he gradually began to open his heart to Han Zheng. Han Zheng learned that Sun Yuqian had been diagnosed with cancer for quite some time, and his previous decision to reduce contact with friends stemmed from this very reason. This moment, he bore immense pressure, not solely from the illness and the specter of death, but even more so from familial concerns. Upon discovering that his son was afflicted with a terminal illness, Sun Yuqian's father did not give up. He tirelessly sought various treatments, hoping to prolong his son's life as much as possible. Throughout this ordeal, the Sun family expended a considerable fortune, leading to a significant decline in their previously comfortable circumstances. Although Sun Yuqian was touched by his parents' love and care, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. Sun Yuqian was not the only child in the family. He had an elder brother who, at first, was deeply concerned for him. However, as their father invested nearly all of the family's assets into Sun Yuqian's treatment while simultaneously facing the reality of his incurable condition, the elder brother began to voice his discontent. The Sun family had previously saved enough money to purchase a home for the elder brother in a major city, facilitating his marriage plans. However, with this unforeseen calamity, all the funds were diverted to Sun Yuqian's medical expenses, causing the elder brother's marriage prospects to come crashing down. That if the money could have bought back Sun Yuqian's life, the elder brother would have readily accepted it. But knowing it was a terminal illness and witnessing their savings being depleted over time, he could no longer contain his dissatisfaction. The entire Sun family found themselves in a dilemma. Even the smallest creatures strive for survival, yet they must also consider the myriad concerns of family. During the call, Sun Yuqian brought up these matters with a heavy heart, sighing deeply, uncertain of the path ahead. After hanging up, Han Zheng remained in a daze for a moment. He never imagined that while he was embroiled in the perilous Dragon Ball battlefield, his dear friend Sun Yuqian was also grappling with life and death decisions. Life is fragile, and the distance between existence and oblivion is alarmingly short. He yearned to save his longtime friend, but with his own future uncertain. How could he possibly save another? Contemplating the myriad supernatural abilities of the Dragon Ball battlefield, which could even influence the real world under specific circumstances, he pondered whether there might be a way to rescue Sun Yuqian. He ruminated for a considerable time, but found himself at a loss. After the series of events, he suddenly lost all desire for rest. With life hanging in the balance, he knew he must strive relentlessly. He sent a message to his mother on WeChat, informing her that he would not be joining the family for dinner that evening due to prior commitments. Subsequently, he returned to the Dragon Ball battlefield, continuing to purchase training instances. Chapter 37. The man from the battlefield? Just 30 steps to go. 20, 10, 3, surpassed. In the training instance, Han Zheng gritted his teeth, carrying a milk crate as he ascended the mountainside step by step. The summit was just within reach, and he had finally surpassed Sun Wukong. Clenching his jaw, Han Zheng surged forward, charging up the mountain. Throughout this lengthy training period, this was the first time he had outpaced Sun Wukong in delivering milk. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced back at the tardy Sun Wukong, a profound sense of accomplishment welling up within him. Although he could only occasionally claim a minor victory over his rival, it was a hard-won achievement, considering that the latter was a scion. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden announcement echoed in his ears. Han Zheng's heart skipped a beat in the training instance. All battlefield notifications were unable to reach him and would only be received upon exiting the instance. There was only one exception. Attention, combatant note in 2199. The third round of the training instance will officially commence in 48 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Indeed, judging by the time, the new round was nearly upon them. Ever since completing the last round of training 65 days ago, Han Zheng had been purchasing 10-day training instances in increments. Anticipating the approaching third round AS of today, he had trained for another 20 days in the instance, and today marked the final day of his second 10-day purchase. It seemed that his training would come to an end today. Given that time flowed 6 times faster here than in the outside world, he had ample time. Han Zheng adjusted his mindset and continued his training session alongside Master Rashi and the others. After emerging from the training instance, Han Zheng checked his status. After 20 days of training, his combat power had increased by 9 points. Combat power, 72, considering his progress since the conclusion of the last round. Han Zheng felt thoroughly satisfied with his achievements. Compared to when he first entered the second round, his combat power had more than doubled. According to his cousin's diary, his current level would undoubtedly place him among the rare elite within the combatant community. After taking a shower, Han Zheng called his parents, informing them that he would be busy with work commitments for a while and would not be in touch. His father, Han Tongwei, accepted this without question and, wishing to encourage him, invited the family out for a meal the following day. Han Zheng had no choice but to comply. The next day, with only 1 day remaining until the third round of the training instance commenced. "Let's order," said Han Tongwei, handing over the menu. "This place is new. Your mother and I came here once before, and the food is quite good." The 3 of them sat at a window side table. But Han Zheng's mind was preoccupied with the impending entry into the instance, leaving him disinterested in ordering. After glancing at the menu briefly, He pushed it back, indicating that he would defer to his parents' tastes. If his cousin's diary was accurate, the next round should be a team battle instance. Although he had already participated in 2 rounds, Han Zheng had yet to experience a team battle instance firsthand. What kind of combatants would his randomly assigned teammates be? How strong would they be? What abilities would they possess? They would all be strangers to one another. Would they manage to coordinate effectively? Would there be any hidden agendas among the teammates? What would be the significant differences between the practical operation of a team battle instance and that of a solo instance? A myriad of questions swirled in Han Zheng's mind, causing him to frown deeply, so much so that he didn't even notice when the dishes were served. Stop daydreaming. This restaurant serves excellent fish. Come and try some. His mother, Zhou Min, gently tapped him, pulling him from his reverie. The local area, adjacent to HL River, is known for its abundance of wild river fish, and many restaurants showcase fish dishes as their specialties. After tasting a piece, Han Zheng found it to be quite delicious. He decided to momentarily set aside his myriad concerns and focus on enjoying the delectable meal before him. As he ate, he casually glanced out the window, only to suddenly witness a bizarre occurrence. Outside, in a somewhat concealed corner across the street, a passing man with curly hair stood there, seemingly agitated as he glanced around nervously. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Han Zheng was taken aback, nearly dropping the morsel of fish he had yet to swallow. He was certain he had not imagined it. The man had disappeared in an instant. Due to the somewhat concealed nature of that corner and the sparse presence of passers-by at that moment, no one noticed this peculiar occurrence. However, Han Zheng's position allowed him to observe everything with utmost clarity. Moreover, even if others had seen it, they might have thought it a mere trick of the eye. Yet Han Zheng was steadfast in his belief that this was neither an illusion nor a mirage. The individual had indeed existed and had subsequently vanished without a trace, but a sudden conjecture sprang to Han Zheng's mind. A combatant? This hypothesis instantly consumed his thoughts. Combatants could traverse between the realm of the living and the battlefield at will. Thus, to an onlooker, their sudden disappearance would indeed appear as if they had simply vanished. At that moment, in the same corner, the curly-haired man reappeared as if conjured from thin air. It had to be so. His abrupt disappearance followed by his equally sudden reappearance could only indicate that he was a combatant capable of shifting between the battlefield and reality. After materializing, the curly-haired man swiftly surveyed his surroundings before hastening out of the corner to flag down a passing vehicle. Han Zheng, disregarding his parents' reactions, promptly rose from the table and rushed outside. However, by the time he burst through the restaurant's door, the curly-haired man had already climbed into a taxi and sped away. The taxi was already out of sight, but Han Zheng made a mental note of the man's appearance. He never anticipated that he would uncover a concealed combatant in such a manner within the realm of the living. Regrettably, time was of the essence for Han Zheng. He was scheduled to enter a dungeon the following day, or else he would have desired to investigate further. With a mind full of concerns, he returned to the table and concocted a flimsy excuse to placate his parents. His thoughts became increasingly tangled as he gazed at the dishes before him, which suddenly appeared less appetizing. That night, Han Zheng returned to his room alone and gradually sorted through the myriad of events that had transpired recently in the darkness. The specific date for the class reunion had been finalized. And coincidentally, if he managed to survive the next round of the dungeon, he would still be able to attend. Earlier in the afternoon, Han Zheng had contemplated calling Sun Yuqian, but after some reflection, he decided against it. His own situation was precarious, and he lacked the ability to assist him. It was better to wait until he returned from the dungeon. What truly occupied his thoughts was the curly-haired man he had encountered during the day. A combatant who had appeared so unexpectedly in the realm of the living left him at a loss for how to respond. If he were to encounter him again after returning from the next round of the dungeon, what should he do? Should he reach out to him? Follow him? Eliminate him? Or should he simply ignore him as if he had never seen him? After pondering for quite some time, without clarity, Han Zheng cleared his mind and resolved to cast aside these chaotic thoughts, focusing solely on preparing for the impending dungeon that a day later. The dungeon commenced. Radiance enveloped Han Zheng once more, transporting him into a pitch-black void. Following the announcement of individual statuses, he finally awaited the information regarding the current dungeon that weighed heavily on his mind. Dungeon nature. Team combat. Type Chapter 38. The third round of the dungeon begins. IDN 2199 Combatant Status. Combat Power. 72 Combatant Lineage. Earthling Leader of the Rabbit Army. Blood held. 24 units of Scion Blood. 1 fragment of Super Scion Blood. Combat Power Ceiling. 1000, excluding special cases. Training Speed. E. Excluding special cases. Equipment Endowment. 67 Skills. Incomplete Transformation Technique. Special Ability. Turn into a radish upon contact. Executed Dungeon Rounds. 2 Equipment Slot. General White's Pistol. 2 Sins of Beans. Majiro's Blade. Capsule Robot. Lieutenant Arnold. Tau by Bai's Super Bomb. Shrinking Watch. Dungeon Nature. Team Combat Type. Timeline starting from the year 750 of the Aiki calendar, 5 days prior to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. With a mission duration of 10 days, located in the vicinity of the Martial Arts Temple, with restricted activity zones, this round of the dungeon involves 10 combatants divided into 2 teams of 5, with an average combat power of 54. Survival mission objectives. 1. Annihilate the opposing team. 2. Alternatively, at the end of the dungeon, ensure that your team has at least a 2-member lead over the enemy team. Accomplishing either of these objectives constitutes task completion. Failure to meet either criterion will result in the erasure of the entire team. The team combat dungeon was about to commence with a countdown of 30:29. Indeed, it was as he suspected. At least one of the first 3 rounds would be a team battle. A team of 5, split into 2 teams for a 5v5 match, as he listened to the countdown. Han Zheng rapidly analyzed the information at hand. The format of the team combat dungeon had been mentioned in his diary before, and it corresponded precisely to the current situation. The restricted activity area centered around the Martial Arts Temple, the very venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the timeline placed at just 5 days before the event's commencement. It appeared that this dungeon would allow him to experience the martial arts tournament up close. Renowned figures such as Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others would all make their appearances here. According to the survival mission stipulations, to achieve victory in this dungeon, they either had to annihilate the opposing team or have a numerical advantage of 2 members. But what if neither was accomplished? If neither team succeeded in eliminating the other or achieving the numerical lead, both teams would be considered to have failed the survival mission and would face annihilation. Team combat dungeons indeed carried a certain risk of resulting in total annihilation, a rather stringent condition. Han Zheng couldn't help but exclaim. 3:21 The countdown concluded, and darkness dissipated. Han Zheng found himself placed in a small, dimly lit room. The air was damp and bore an unpleasant odor. Within the shadowy space, he noticed that he was not alone. There were 4 others present. These individuals were presumably his teammates. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the dungeon prompt suddenly resounded. Team B has assembled here. Please locate your opponents in Team A. The team battle begins. What the hell? We are Team B, meaning our total combat power is inferior to that of the enemy. How utterly unfortunate. In the room, a tall, crew-cut young man stood up, cursing loudly, his tone brimming with arrogance, seemingly dissatisfied with the team allocation. Han Zheng was somewhat familiar with the issue of Team A and Team B. Due to the imprecision in team allocations for the dungeon, the total combat power of the 2 teams would invariably exhibit some discrepancies. Naturally, this disparity would not be excessive, and both teams would generally remain within a similar tier of strength. Team A was the side with slightly higher total combat power, while Team B was the weaker faction. Stop standing around like fools. Time is of the essence. We are at a disadvantage. The tall young man continued to bellow at the others, clearly positioning himself as the leader of the group. Come, let us each report our combat power, lineage, abilities, and equipment, as well as how many rounds of the dungeon we've completed. Han Zheng did not respond immediately. He turned to glance at the other teammates in the room. A somewhat slender man cowered in the corner, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety. Nearby, another young man with long bangs exhibited a similar air of awkwardness and unease. It was evident to Han Zheng that these 2 lacked strength and confidence. He shook his head slightly and directed his gaze towards the final teammate in another corner, only to be taken aback. There, leaning against the wall, stood a girl who appeared to be no more than 20, with shoulder-length hair and a sweet visage. Her clear, luminous eyes seemed remarkably familiar. Could it be her? Han Zheng immediately recalled the elusive girl in white with short hair from the previous round of the dungeon. She had orchestrated the villagers' rebellion, created the void in Mars Ruta. She had stealthily eliminated the combatants poised to ambush Sun Wukong. The annihilation of the Red Satin Brigade and the mysterious disappearance of the beasts in Mars Ruta, along with the slain black-clad fighters, were possibly her doing. To his astonishment, he found her once again in this round, and moreover, as a teammate. Yet, Han Zheng remained uncertain, as their previous encounter had left her face obscured. Apart from her hairstyle and eyes, he had not fully discerned her features. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong intuition that this girl in the corner was indeed she, the tall youth, who had received no reply. Felt a surge of irritation. Have you never participated in a team battle? Don't you understand how to report your data? He then pointed at Han Zheng, demanding loudly, "Hurry up. You go first. What is your name and what are your stats?" In a team battle dungeon, cooperation is paramount. Thus, the tall youth's request was not unreasonable. Although Han Zheng found his attitude displeasing, he had no objections to his actions. "My name is Zheng Han," he stated, deliberately rearranging his name. Combat Power 72, lineage as Rabbit Army Leader, possesses the skill of partial transformation, and as for equipment, I have quite a bit, having completed 2 rounds of the dungeon. The nervous duo gasped in surprise. While the tall youth's expression shifted, his arrogance immediately tempered. Having completed 2 rounds of the dungeon, and with a combat power of 72, is quite impressive. Which team are you from? I'm not part of any team, Han Zheng replied, his face impassive. The tall youth raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, yet he chose not to press further. He turned back to the anxious duo. Barking, what about you two? State your names and stats. Under the scrutiny, the slender man hastily replied, I am Zhao Xing, combat power 26, a human from Earth, with no skills yet and my equipment include a rocket launcher, a car, a standard combat robot, and a submachine gun. I have completed 2 rounds of the dungeon. I am Li Chunsheng. The other young man with bangs quickly added, combat power 25, lineage is Batman, equipped with a magic bean and a mecha, and I can perform the Wolfang Fist. I have also completed 2 rounds of the dungeon. 26 and 25. Han Zheng felt a chill wash over him. Despite having completed 2 rounds of the dungeon, the disparity in combat power was staggering. It seemed these two had either excessively spent points on equipment or skills, or they had not trained diligently in the dungeons, resulting in sluggish growth in their combat abilities. It was likely they were the weakest links in the team. With such teammates in a team battle, the burden would be considerable, especially since survival was the primary criterion for victory, as Han Zheng continued to harbor doubts. The tall youth also wore a look of dissatisfaction, his gaze toward Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng laced with contempt. He soon dismissed them and turned to the short-haired girl, asking, what about you? The short-haired girl tucked her hair behind her ear and stepped out from the corner to join the group. Chun, combat power 64, lineage is Monster Gyron, possesses the skills of perfect transformation and Skycross Fist. As for my equipment, she suddenly glanced at Han Zheng, continuing, not much, having completed 3 rounds of the dungeon. So, this Chun had indeed completed 1 more round than himself. Han Zheng pondered, if she was indeed the girl in white with short hair. Then in the last dungeon, their combat powers had been quite comparable, and now hers was 64, that although she had made significant progress, she still lagged behind him. The tall youth nodded, then spoke with a hint of arrogance. I am Wang Song, a member of the mighty team under the Store Brigade, combat power 82, lineage is human, skilled in the 4 Demon Fist and Volleyball Fist with more experience than all of you. Having completed 4 rounds of the dungeon, like Han Zheng and Qin Shun, he refrained from detailing his equipment. Han Zheng noted that Wang Song claimed to be a member of the mighty team under the Storm Brigade, instantly recalling the fighter he had slain in the previous round, who had also identified himself as part of the Storm Brigade before his death. Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing stood close together, their anxiety intensifying. They were acutely aware that their combat power was alarmingly low within the team, likely marking them as liabilities in this dungeon, where their survival seemed grim. Wang Song cast a disdainful glance at them, calculating 25, 26, 64, 72, 82 totals 269, giving an average combat power of 54 for the dungeon. With 10 players, that's 540. This means the enemy's total combat power should be 271, just 2 points higher than ours, which isn't too alarming. Indeed, Han Zheng concurred, the total combat power is roughly equivalent. However, the stark disparity in our team's strength poses a significant risk. Wang Song nodded in agreement, then shot another fierce glare at Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing. The two shrank further under his gaze. Silence enveloped the room as the five individuals began to contemplate their preliminary strategy. Han Zheng glanced at Qin Shun, who stood before him. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer and whispered, "Haven't we met before?" The moment the words slipped from his lips, he regretted them, feeling they sounded incongruous with the atmosphere. Chun Shin paused, then smiled brightly, after studying Han Zheng for a moment. She playfully remarked, "Did you brush your teeth today?" Chapter 39. What did you expect? Brush my teeth. Han Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. It was her if he had held any doubts before. He was now absolutely certain. Chun Shin was the girl he had encountered in the previous round of the dungeon. It was truly astonishing that a former adversary, with whom he had fought for his life, had now become a comrade in arms. That it was a curious twist of fate indeed. What are you two whispering about? Wang Song interjected, visibly displeased in the face of a formidable enemy. Are you two just playing house in the dungeon? Although Han Zheng had a multitude of questions stemming from their previous encounters. This was not the time for such discussions. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Chun Shin before stepping back. Chun Shin lowered her gaze slightly, forming a frown with her lips. Wang Song began pacing within the room. Looking at everyone, what ideas do you all have? Speak up. It seems that Wang Song has completely embraced the role of captain. However, given his extensive experience and formidable combat prowess, his assumption of this position is quite justifiable. Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing exchanged a few glances, bowing their heads in silence. Han Zheng furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, when Qin Shun suddenly interjected, "In our team, including myself, there are 3 members capable of flight. In a group battle instance with an average combat power of 54, such a situation is rather uncommon. Thus, I believe this constitutes an advantage for our side that we should exploit fully." The 3 airborne members likely refer to Chun Shun, Han Zheng, and the Bat-Human hybrid, Li Chunxing. The Bat-Human is a combatant under the auspices of the astrologer in the comics, capable of transforming into a bat. From the sound of it, you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge regarding the dynamics of group battle instances. Have you joined a battle team? Wang Song queried, his tone peculiar as he scrutinized Chun Shun from head to toe. Chun Shin shrugged nonchalantly and offered no reply. Han Zheng then added, "Chun Shun is correct. In the early stages of group battle instances, air supremacy indeed plays a crucial role." Wang Song's expression grew increasingly odd as he muttered under his breath. Having executed only 2 or 3 rounds of instances, how does this newcomer comprehend so much? I therefore suggest that in these initial days, we make full use of our flying members' advantage, conduct extensive aerial reconnaissance, and maintain constant communication via the team dialogue channel. Even if we cannot immediately uncover any clues, we should familiarize ourselves with the terrain as swiftly as possible, Chun Shin continued. The team dialogue channel is a special communication medium exclusive to group battle instances, allowing team members to engage in private discussions regardless of distance. However, Li Chunxing's circumstances are somewhat unique. Han Zheng elaborated, flying around as a bat in broad daylight within the city may attract undue attention. It is wiser to wait until nightfall to act, and bats possess greater advantages during the night. Li Chunxing, being of lower combat power, should refrain from acting rashly should any unusual situations arise during reconnaissance. He must immediately inform us, avoiding the temptation to overreach and risk his life, Chun Shin advised. Han Zheng added, "While it is not a solo kill instance, and random killings are not permitted, the opposing team will need a place to rest and strategize. I doubt they will choose a hotel or any conspicuous location. They are likely to opt for residential areas." He paused momentarily before continuing. "In fact, once we have thoroughly familiarized ourselves with the terrain, we could devise a small trap, creating some false commotion to see if we can lure them in, while leveraging our aerial advantage to maintain vigilance. Even if something unexpected occurs, we should be able to respond effectively." Chun Shun and Han Zheng seamlessly exchanged ideas, leaving the others in the background. The tense duo remained silent, yet Wang Song's expression appeared somewhat uncomfortable as he assumed the mantle of captain. It was only fitting that he display the demeanor of one. He cleared his throat emphatically and stated, All of your points are valid. I must emphasize that not only does the enemy require a resting point, but we too need one, as well as provisions. Since you are willing to undertake aerial reconnaissance, I will take responsibility for guiding the two remaining members in search of a safe location. Their combat prowess is considerably weaker, so when there are no specific tasks assigned, it would be best for them to stay close to me, the strongest member of the team. This will ensure we maintain constant communication through the team channel and can analyze any issues together. Han Zheng nodded in agreement. Having established a preliminary strategy, the team split into two groups. Han Zheng and Chun Shun would conduct aerial reconnaissance to detect any anomalies and familiarize themselves with the intricate details of the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Wang Song would lead Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng in securing a safe location and gathering supplies while remaining vigilant for any ground-level irregularities and monitoring news updates eye in the skies. Han Zheng calculated the time. He would soon reach the 5-minute limit of his transformation into a bird, but he glanced down and spotted a secluded rooftop. Upon landing, Han Zheng instantly resumed his original form. Shrinking from the size of a bird to that of an insect, thanks to the functionality of the shrinking watch he wore, that he concealed himself, counting the seconds while recalling the observations he had made during the past 5 minutes. Searching for any irregularities while committing various usable terrain details to memory. That moment, everything in the city seemed normal. He understood that on the first day, everyone would be exceedingly cautious, making it quite difficult to uncover any signs of the enemy. As the 1-minute cooldown concluded, he glanced at the time. It was time to meet Shun Shun, as previously arranged. He transformed back into a bird and flew away from the area, although the team dialogue channel allowed for discussions. Face-to-face communication regarding certain details and ideas proved far more effective. According to their agreement, Han Zheng arrived at the designated meeting place, where a flock of birds had temporarily settled, having previously established a signal. Han Zheng quickly identified Chun among the birds and landed beside her that moment. The pair appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary couple of birds within the flock. Devoid of suspicion, Han Zheng cast a wary glance at the surrounding birds. Chun seemed to sense his unease, leaning closer and whispering, "Rest assured, I've checked. They are all genuine birds." Subsequently, the two quickly exchanged information, delineating the next area to explore, sharing their opinions before preparing to part ways. Yet, Han Zheng could not shake off lingering questions from the previous instance, and he could not resist asking the previous instance. The Bruin, the Red Ribbon Legion, and those fallen combatants in the snow, were they all you're doing? Indeed, Chun replied candidly. I eliminated Bruin using the ice and snow, and then I found a substantial amount of explosives on the second floor of Marsruda, which I used to annihilate the remaining soldiers that I asked for those combatants. I did indeed kill them, by the way. I also took down a dark-clothed combatant in Marsruda, and the monster Kirin bloodline I possess now was a result of his defeat. Han Zheng instantly understood why the dark-clothed combatant had exhibited such peculiar flight behavior. It turned out he did not merely employ aerial techniques, but possessed the Kirin bloodline. Monsters of the Kirin lineage are naturally endowed with wings and the ability to fly, allowing combatants with this bloodline to soar as well, making it appear as though they were using aerial techniques. As for her annihilation of the Red Ribbon Legion soldiers, he could comprehend that her intent was likely to delay their awareness of General White's demise, preventing any disruption to the unfolding narrative and ensuring that Sun Wukong would arrive at Marsruda on time. Since you defeated Bruin, why did you not continue to the 6th floor to confront General White? Surely you do not regard his possessions as beneath you. Not at all. I certainly wish to go. It's just that there is a combatant with a power level of 46 on the 6th floor, and I did not dare to approach. I see now why you refrained from intervening during the encirclement of Sun Wukong, instead focusing on assassinating the surrounding combatants. It indeed aided me considerably, for which I owe you my gratitude. Did you think I did not wish to see Sun Wukong's blood? However, at that time, you had acquired Lieutenant Arno, giving you a significant advantage that I believed I could not compete with you. So I directed my attention to the combatants instead. It was unnecessary to kill instance characters to gather resources. While all the combatants were preoccupied with Sun Wukong and you, I stealthily eliminated many and reaped substantial rewards. Chun hesitated briefly before adding, in fact, I had initially planned to find an opportunity to ambush you, but you were simply too cautious. Even when you went to the restroom, Lieutenant Arno was watching over you. I truly could not find a chance. Han Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing, so that is how it was. Of course. What else could you expect? Chun Shin took flight, leaving behind her final words. Do you really think I have any interest in you? That I would intentionally help you? Chapter 40. The fishing plan in a certain building within the city, Wang Song commanded Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng, instructing them to each take a telescope and conceal themselves in the room. Constantly monitoring the situation outside, in the living room, Han Zheng and Chun Shun sat on the sofa, with several maps and a plethora of photographs spread across the table. The maps depicted the urban layout of the surrounding area, while the photographs were aerial shots of the city taken by Han Zheng. During previous reconnaissance, Han Zheng, in order to gather better information, had utilized his shape-shifting ability to stealthily acquire a miniature camera from a shop. He picked up the thick stack of photographs and laid them out on the ground one by one. Meanwhile, Chun Shin held the map, gesturing as she recounted various topographical details and points of caution to her teammates. Wang Song listened attentively, nodding occasionally and posing a few questions. Subsequently, he retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and distributed it among the other teammates. Time is short, and we still need to secure this place. So I couldn't gather too much money. Let us make do with this for now. Han Zheng accepted the money and, out of caution, inquired, there wasn't too much commotion while securing the funds in this place. Was there? We wouldn't want to inadvertently make the city news. Wang Song snorted dismissively, clearly displeased. I have executed 4 rounds of missions. My experience surpasses yours. Surely, I understand these minor issues better than you do? Han Zheng, accustomed to Wang Song's demeanor, merely nodded in response. Wang Song glanced at the map and then at Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng, who were tasked with monitoring the outside. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, we have already grasped many details regarding the terrain. Zheng Han, you previously mentioned the possibility of employing a fishing tactic to lure team. I find your suggestion quite commendable. Let us deliberate and devise a plan. Han Zheng nodded, and Chun Shin expressed her agreement. The core trio of the team gathered around the table, engrossed in discussion over the map and photographs. The fishing tactic, in essence, involved creating a bit of commotion to draw Team A's attention. The execution seemed feasible, but the primary concern was whether Team A would fall for the ruse. Chun Shun, studying the map, spoke first, gently tapping her finger against it. During our prior reconnaissance, I paid special attention to whether groups of 5 were traversing the streets. I suspect the opposing team may share this mindset, that we could hire or coerce 5 ordinary individuals to serve as bait, testing if we can ensnare our target. Han Zheng and Wang Song nodded in agreement. Han Zheng pondered before continuing. Finding 5 individuals is straightforward. The challenge lies in convincing Team A that they are combatants, that we must orchestrate their actions to reveal subtle hints, ensuring our FA remains convincing by paying close attention to details. By the way, I have an idea, Wang Song suddenly interjected, grinning with satisfaction. Zheng Han, weren't you just worried about whether I stirred up any trouble while securing the house and cash? We could use that to our advantage. Han Zheng immediately grasped the implication and nodded. Indeed, that's a viable approach. The opposing team will need to find a base and seek resources, and by putting ourselves in their shoes, they will likely understand that we share the same needs. If we leave some traces while searching for shelter and funds, they may very well take the bait. That plan is indeed feasible. Chun Shun added suddenly. However, merely this is insufficient. Consider this. If you were Team A and discovered some inconsistencies that might indicate Team B was carelessly seeking shelter and funds, would you act immediately? I doubt it. You would probably exercise caution, observing their next moves to ascertain whether they truly are adversaries. Han Zheng nodded in agreement, and Chun Shin smiled lightly, continuing, thus, we must implement additional actions to further entice Team A. This expands the requirements for our bait, and ordinary individuals from the mission may not suffice. Wang Song scoffed. Therefore, our bait cannot consist solely of ordinary people. At least one member of our team should blend in, creating a mix of authenticity to deceive them. Han Zheng slightly nodded, choosing to remain silent. Chun Shin rested her chin on her hand, raising an eyebrow as she mused. That makes sense. Observing this, Wang Song ceased further comments and turned his gaze toward Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing's expression had shifted during their discussion of the fishing tactic, and now, feeling Wang Song's penetrating gaze upon him, his demeanor changed dramatically, becoming visibly uneasy. Wang Song's gaze sharpened, causing Zhao Xing to feel as though he were under scrutiny. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly brightened. Actually, I have an even better proposal. We could adopt this strategy. Ignoring the odd looks from the others, he quickly elaborated. According to the timeline, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is in 5 days. Characters like Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, and Krillin will be present. Team A will undoubtedly covet these important mission characters and will be in attendance. That we could disguise ourselves as unimportant contestant from the original storyline, like that woman among the top 8. Infiltrating the arena, while the others lie in ambush among the audience. The moment Team A makes a move against Sun Wukong and the others, we can strike from both sides and capture them all. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, adding, moreover, once a team attacks Sun Wukong and Master Roshi, they will certainly assist us in countering Team. I doubt after we eliminate Team, we can then ambush these significant mission characters, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing Zhao Xing's fervent suggestion, Chun Qin blinked and remarked, using the tournament as an ambush is certainly feasible, but there are no buts. Wang Song interrupted her with a dismissive tone, followed by a cold laugh. The tournament is in 5 days. Do you expect everyone to simply hide and do nothing during this time? We have only 10 days total, which is too precious to waste. In a team battle mission, victory cannot be decided in a single confrontation. Throughout these 10 days, we must devise strategies from start to finish, rather than relying solely on a single moment. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xing's gaze instantly dimmed, and he silently sat to one side. In the ensuing days, Han Zheng and the others diligently studied and formulated various intricate plans, striving for a flawless execution. As night fell, the plan had taken shape, awaiting only the arrival of 4 ordinary individuals to serve as bait before it could be officially set into motion. Concurrently, Chun Shun took special care to reassure Zhao Xing, elucidating the stakes involved that in a team battle instance, every member must contribute. Otherwise, the team would be unable to achieve victory or survive. Moreover, even if Zhao Xing was required to mingle among the bait to lure Team A, the safety of him would remain a focal concern for his teammates, as survival numbers ultimately determined the outcome of the battle instance. After a thorough discussion, Zhao Xing grasped the gravity of the situation. He clasped his teammate's hand and, after emphasizing the necessity of prioritizing their own safety, consented to blend in with the bait, daringly enticing Team A. That night, Han Zheng, tasked with the first half of the night watch, returned to his quarters and collapsed into bed. Utterly exhausted, he was uncertain how long he had slept when he suddenly felt a presence stirring him. Startled awake, his trusty blade, Mijilong Bing Wei, was in his grasp in an instant. But soon he recognized that it was none other than his teammate, Chun Shun, who had roused him. The sky had yet to brighten, and Chun Shun regarded him with a solemn expression. Zhao Xing has fled. Chapter 41. Now is the time. Act immediately. Han Zheng's brows knitted tightly, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. What transpired? I'm uncertain myself. In truth, I was just awakened, and my mind may be less clear than yours at this moment. What about Wang Song and Li Chunchang? They have gone out to search for him. Han Zheng shot upright, his eyes sharp with intensity. How reckless. Wang Song was somewhat flustered. He and Li Chunchang were supposed to guard the latter half of the night. Yet whether due to carelessness or some other reason, Zhao Xing had managed to slip away right under their noses. After waking Han Zheng, he had taken Li Chunchang with him to pursue. Chunchen paused for a moment before continuing. Zhao Xing's performance during the day was quite extraordinary, nearly to the point of tears, repeatedly pleading for us to ensure his protection. In hindsight, he was likely preparing to escape. Intentionally feigning vulnerability to deceive us, isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Han Zheng shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. To abandon the team ultimately leads to a dead end. How can one survive if we do not triumph in the instance? In truth, Han Zheng could comprehend Zhao Xing's mindset to some extent. If he were in Zhao Xing's position, tasked with assuming the perilous role of bait, it would be only natural to feel anger and resistance. However, this perspective was misguided. This was a team, Only by overcoming the opposing team could they hope to survive. Moreover, during this process, each member must make an appropriate contribution. Those with lesser combat abilities could not compare in contributions to their more capable teammates, thus necessitating greater efforts in other aspects to compensate. Failing to do so would mean that if the instance was lost, every individual would pay with their life. Conversely, if they emerged victorious, every member would earn the same points. Yet the disparity in contributions was inherently unjust. Being weaker in combat did not excuse one from contributing less. Rather, it warranted an even greater effort in other areas to bridge the gap in contributions with higher combat-capable teammates. For instance, by undertaking tasks with greater risk, of course, from a human emotional standpoint, such reasoning was not easily accepted. They will not be too anxious. Chen suddenly tugged at Han Zheng's sleeve. In truth, the situation is not as dire as it appears. Then, in response to Han Zheng's puzzled gaze, she produced a device. Earlier, when Li Chunqing was here, I refrained from mentioning it, but now that both he and Wang Song have left, I must inform you that I have already placed trackers on both Li Chunqing and Zhao Xing. These two individuals pose significant risks, and I have kept a contingency plan. Enough of your cleverness, Han Zheng remarked, deepening his understanding of Chun Chun. On the tracking device's display, a red dot flickered in the northwestern direction. The signal appearing rather weak. This tracker is rather crude, not very precise. It can only provide a general location, and you'll need to exert additional effort for a specific position, Chun explained. Han Zheng nodded. Understood. I will seek out Zhao Xing. You must locate Wang Song and Li Chunqing as well, bringing them to that position. While maintaining utmost secrecy, we cannot use the team channel for now to prevent alarming Zhao Xing. With that, Han Zheng transformed and sped out of the building. Chun followed closely behind. In the northwestern vicinity, Han Zheng, clad in black, concealed himself within the shadows of the night. He glanced at the tracking device in his hand. His location had aligned with the red. Zhao Xing should be nearby. Yet he could not ascertain his exact position. The surroundings were eerily silent, and amidst the darkness, Han Zheng was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin his search. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot erupted from a nearby villa. Zhao Xing, are you intent on courting disaster? How dare you fire a weapon? Han Zheng cursed inwardly. Hastening towards the villa, he crouched low and swiftly approached the villa's wall. Peering through the window, the scene within left him astounded. Drawing his Midgelong Bingwei, he shattered the glass and leaped inside. Who goes there? The occupants of the villa were none other than Zhao Xing, who was taken aback by Han Zheng's abrupt entry. You found me so quickly? Is it too much to ask to let me have a few peaceful days before the end? Han Zheng's expression darkened as he urgently sent a message through the team channel, notifying them that he had located Zhao Xing and instructing them to hurry to his location. He then surveyed Zhao Xing and the surroundings. The villa was spacious, lavishly decorated. In a corner, several men were huddled together, blood staining the floor, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing stood bare-chested in the center of the room, clad only in shorts. The line of several slender, beautiful girls kneeled at his feet, their tattered clothing scarcely covering them. Tears streaking their faces, expressions filled with terror. What are you planning to do? Han Zheng urged once more through the team channel, then coldly inquired, Can't you see? Zhao Xing appeared suddenly nonchalant, a look of indifference on his face as he brandished the gun and spread his arms wide. I intend to enjoy a few days of freedom before meeting my end. Enjoying freedom before death. Have you truly resigned yourself to this fate? Enough of this nonsense. You want me to be the bait. So I am undoubtedly facing peril. Rather than struggle to survive, I would rather indulge for a moment before facing my demise. Indulging before death? Don't make me laugh. Based on your current actions, I can assure you that when the moment comes, you will not be as composed as you imagine. Say what you will. Zhao Xing suddenly aimed the gun at Han Zheng and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Do you see that? We are teammates. And in the team battle instance, we cannot harm one another. You cannot inflict damage upon me. So what else can you do? Just because I cannot harm you does not mean I cannot take you away. Oh, Zhao Xing let out a series of frantic shouts, then swiftly raised his gun over his head and fired several shots at the ceiling. Countless grains of sand and stone cascaded down, causing the girls kneeling on the ground to scream in terror. I advise you to flee for your life. Otherwise, I will draw the members of Team here, and you won't be able to escape." At that moment, Han Zheng had already learned through the team channel that Chun Chun, Wang Song, and others had arrived nearby and would soon enter. Zhao Xing, in a fit of agitation, completely forgot to check the messages in the team channel. Just then, upon hearing Zhao Xing's words, a spark of inspiration struck Han Zheng's mind, and he immediately sent a message in the team channel. "Do not enter yet. Lie in ambush around the perimeter. Maintain your distance and await my command." "What do you mean? If we don't subdue him quickly, are we just going to let him continue this reckless behavior?" Wang Song immediately inquired. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to explain. "Just follow my orders, maintain distance, stay concealed, do not act, and wait for my signal." He then looked at Zhao Xing and continued. "Why must you be so pessimistic? Although tactically you have been placed in a position fraught with risk, everyone will undoubtedly do their utmost to protect your life. This is not merely about safeguarding you, but also about preserving the well-being of the entire team. Furthermore, do not take my words amiss. This is the only contribution you can make to the team. You possess neither the capability to fight for the team nor the courage to bear its risks. Do you think you can simply sit back and enjoy the benefits? That would be exceedingly unfair, wouldn't it? By cooperating with the team's tactics, you still have a chance of survival. To act in such self-destructive despair is to resign yourself to a dead end." "You speak truthfully," Zhao Xing replied with a sorrowful smile. "But I can no longer endure, I can no longer withstand it." His voice suddenly turned harsh. "Even if I cooperate with the strategy, even if the tactic succeeds and you manage to protect me, even if I miraculously survive this round of the instance, what about the next round? How long do you think someone like me can survive on a battlefield?" Zhao Xing's voice grew increasingly agitated. "In my first round of the instance, I used all my wits and a stroke of luck to barely make it through that my second round is also a team battle instance. And within that team, they too required me to act as bait. The very words you just spoke were echoed by them that I complied, and then I nearly died. It was truly a near miss. Of course, I ultimately survived by sheer luck, but can I continue to rely on luck forever?" His voice suddenly rose. "Look at you, having completed only 2 rounds of the instance. You possess a combat power of 72. And I, a mere 26. Haha. I have never been able to endure hardship and have not suffered much. I simply cannot withstand the training in the instance. I have often told myself to just grit my teeth and push through. But, I simply cannot hold on. I cannot endure." At this moment, Zhao Xing was nearly screaming. "So, someone like me, how long do you think I can survive on this battlefield? Every day, I pray to the heavens, hoping that all of this is merely a dream. Yet the notification for the new round of the instance still arrives, and I am once again compelled to enter the instance, once again forced to be bait. I can no longer endure. Rather than struggling to survive like this, I might as well die." Zhao Xing grew increasingly agitated as he shouted, pacing back and forth while waving his hands. Among the girls kneeling nearby, one seized the opportunity and suddenly leaped up, attempting to escape through the door. Zhao Xing, with his combat power of 26, was ultimately not someone an ordinary person could rival. He dashed forward in a flash, striking the girl down with a single punch, then stepping on her beautiful face. "That I cannot escape this inevitable fate. You shall not escape either." Zhao Xing raised his gun, aiming at the girl's temple, and swiftly pulled the trigger. Just at that moment, a spear suddenly shot in from outside the window, striking Zhao Xing's chest with incredible speed. Zhao Xing's eyes widened as he stared at the blood gushing from his chest. He truly felt his life ebbing away rapidly. He suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with a complex expression, and with all his strength, he cried out to Han Zheng, "Save me." However, at that moment, Han Zheng had no time to attend to him. Han Zheng's left, the floor was abruptly torn open, and a blonde-haired Caucasian leaped out. Han Zheng's right, the wall was blasted open, revealing shadows moving swiftly beyond the breach. This was the moment Han Zheng had been cautiously anticipating. He quickly activated the capsule robot, Lieutenant Arnold, which he had been concealing in his palm. Simultaneously, he sent a rapid message in the team channel. "Now is the time. Act immediately." Chapter 42. The First Kill. Han Zheng had been awaiting this moment. Initially, he had contemplated how to swiftly bring Zhao Xing back to the team, but after Zhao Xing's reckless gunfire, that thought was promptly extinguished. In that instant, a bold idea surged into his mind. Amidst Zhao Xing's deafening gunfire, if Team A was not filled with fools or deaf individuals, they would undoubtedly notice the commotion. Furthermore, they would swiftly arrive to investigate. The chaos Zhao Xing had created could no longer be retracted, rather than allowing the opposing team to discover them and fall into a passive position. It would be more prudent to take a risk and use both Zhao Xing and himself as bait to launch a surprise attack. Thus, Han Zheng immediately instructed Wang Song, Chun Chun, and the others outside not to rush in, but to maintain their distance and lie in ambush. Initially puzzled, Wang Song and the others quickly grasped Han Zheng's intentions. Fortunately, after a thorough reconnaissance during the day, they were already well acquainted with the terrain details of the area. Wang Song, Chun Chun, and Li Chunsheng promptly selected the optimal distance and concealed themselves swiftly. Simultaneously, Han Zheng considered that once Team A's members stealthily approached, they might not attack immediately. Out of caution, they might first observe the situation to assess its authenticity. Therefore, Han Zheng resolved to continue verbal negotiation with Zhao Xing, provoking him to vent his grievances, utilizing their dialogue, a mix of 9 parts truth to 1 part deception, to convince Team A hidden in the shadows that internal strife had erupted on their side, creating an opportunity for them. Han Zheng even went so far as to include himself in this bait, all to stage the act thoroughly and entice Team A's fighters into revealing themselves. For this moment, the capsule robot, Lieutenant Arnold, activated. Arnold appeared instantly at Han Zheng's right, and at the same time, a small rocket flew swiftly through the large hole in the wall. Arnold seized the rapidly approaching rocket and hurled it outside into the breach. Meanwhile, to the left, the blonde-haired Caucasian leaped out from beneath the floor, and Han Zheng reached out swiftly to grab him, preparing to employ his transformation technique. However, the blonde-haired Caucasian did not engage in combat. Instead, he swiftly retreated, raising his hands with fingers splayed, positioning them at his temples. This was the stance for the solar fist. Han Zheng immediately realized and leaped high into the air, quickly issuing commands to Arnold. Arnold promptly turned around and lowered his head to come closer. Han Zheng, now in front of Arnold, swiftly removed the sunglasses from Arnold's face and placed them upon his own nose at that moment. Solar fist. A brilliant light erupted, flooding the entire room, and Han Zheng, just in time, donned the perfect countermeasure against the solar fist from the Dragon Ball world. The sunglasses, at that very moment, the sounds of combat erupted outside the villa, indicating that Wang Song, Chun Chun, and others had also joined the fray, commencing their assault on the A-team combatants who had already revealed themselves. Inside the house, Zhao Xing lay motionless on the ground, pierced through by a long spear. The N-8996 combatant had been slain, and the score currently stood at 5. For in favor of Team A, with an alert sounding promptly thereafter. Han Zheng, donning sunglasses, wasted no time and swiftly lunged toward the blonde-haired Caucasian. The blonde continued to retreat while hastily tossing a grenade. Observing intently, Han Zheng brandished the blade of Miyazaki Jinbei, striking down and cleaving the grenade in 2. Simultaneously, he directed Lieutenant Arno to charge in another direction, cutting off the blonde's escape route at that instant. A long-haired female combatant suddenly burst through the large hole in the wall. The moment she entered the villa, a putrid stench pervaded the air, as if the entire atmosphere had been tainted by toxic gas. Han Zheng inhaled a few breaths of the foul air, and instantly, stars danced before his eyes. He felt dizzy and unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde Caucasian advanced and landed a heavy punch on Han Zheng's chest. Han Zheng staggered back several steps, feeling a twinge of pain in his chest. Yet he discerned that the blonde's combat prowess was still inferior to his own. Concurrently, the foul-smelling long-haired woman lunged at Han Zheng, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Fortunately, the robot Lieutenant Arno, unaffected by the stench, swiftly positioned itself beside Han Zheng, absorbing the brunt of the fierce kick with its body. The impact forced even Arno to take a step back. This long-haired woman not only possessed a noxious aura capable of widespread influence, but was also remarkably formidable in combat. Han Zheng immediately realized she must be of barbarian lineage. Barbarians, also known as bacterial stinkers, have been top contenders in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Eliminated in the first round by Klin, They emitted a potent odor to incapacitate their opponents, proving remarkably effective. Additionally, barbarians possessed a special attack known as the phlegm blast, which unleashed highly corrosive spit, serving as another deadly weapon. Despite her attractive appearance, Han Zheng was taken aback by her revolting heritage. After missing her attack, the long-haired woman swiftly retreated a step and then, extending her neck, spat 2 globules of phlegm toward Han Zheng. Han Zheng held his breath and swiftly darted forward, evading the 2 phlegm assaults. At that moment, the blonde Caucasian seized the chance to close in, instantly drawing a sword from his equipment and slashing at Han Zheng. Holding his breath, Han Zheng commanded Lieutenant Arno to fend off the long-haired woman while he met the blonde-ass sword with his own blade. The clash of metal rang out crisply. Han Zheng's kijinbei remained steadfast, while the blonde sword trembled slightly but showed no damage. Clearly, it was no ordinary weapon. As he held his breath, Han Zheng's mind gradually cleared, and he swiftly lifted his leg, delivering a kick to the blonde's chest. The blonde let out a pained cry, spewing blood as he was forcefully knocked backward. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng swung his knife down onto the blonde's wrist, blood splattering as the sword clattered to the ground. The blonde cried out once more, yet with no escape. He gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch toward Han Zheng. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Zheng reached out and grasped the blonde's fist. A mere touch turned him into a carrot. Before the blonde could utter a sound, he instantly transformed into a carrot, clutched tight in Han Zheng's grip. Simultaneously, Han Zheng quickly snatched up the fallen sword, tossing it into his equipment inventory. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to inspect its attributes, merely catching a glimpse of its name. Equipment item: Young Son Gohan's sword. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman, embroiled in a struggle with Lieutenant Arno, was struck with panic upon witnessing her allies swiftly dispatched. With a powerful kick, she forced Arno back, then turned and fled the villa. Han Zheng, alongside Lieutenant Arno, gave chase, firmly grasping the carrot in his hand and squeezing it fiercely. N2199 combatant eliminated L1098 combatant. No items dropped. L1098 combatant slain. The score now stood at 4 for between Team A and Team B. Chapter 43. The second kill. Outside the villa, chaos reigned. Numerous nearby houses lay in ruins, and countless residents had been caught in the crossfire, resulting in numerous casualties and bodies strewn across the streets. On the roof of a dilapidated building, a brown-haired Caucasian pointed skyward, continuously unleashing beams of light from his fingertip, akin to a laser gun, aimed at the heavens. This was none other than the unique technique of the Crane School, Ding Wave. Not far above him, Chun Chun soared through the air, dodging the incoming Ding waves while simultaneously launching globs of sticky substance toward the brown-haired man below. These globs were none other than the special ability of the monster Gilong, magical chewing gum. This magical chewing gum could rapidly rush toward an opponent, ensnaring them in sticky masses. Once ensnared, their mobility would be severely compromised, making escape nearly impossible. However, the brown-haired man was quick on his feet, deftly swinging his arms to unleash several beams, shattering each glob of magical chewing gum with his Ding waves. Meanwhile, on the other side, amidst a pile of rubble, a mech, severely damaged, lay sprawled on the ground. Within the shattered cockpit, one could see Li Chunsheng, bleeding profusely and unconscious, in front of his battered mech. Wang Song faced 2 A-team combatants single-handedly. At this moment, Wang Song had unleashed the 4 Demon's Fist, sprouting 2 additional arms from his back, engaging in fierce combat with the 2 opponents. With a combat power of 82, Wang Song was indeed formidable, managing to gain the upper hand in this duel. Just then, the long-haired female combatant and Han Zheng burst forth from the villa onto the street. At this moment, the 8 remaining combatants in the instance found themselves in the same vicinity. The long-haired woman, emanating a foul stench, plunged into the chaotic melee on the street. In an instant, both Wang Song and Chun Chun were adversely affected by the noxious odor, their previously fierce assaults faltering and exposing significant openings. Wang Song, who had been dominating the fight, unleashed his punches with lightning speed, seemingly intent on swiftly eliminating a weaker adversary. However, the stench disrupted his momentum, allowing his two opponents to break free from his grasp. Chun Chun, covering his nose, narrowly dodged several incoming D-ing waves, striving to ascend to greater heights and evade the attack range. Han Zheng took a breath, holding it once more, and swiftly drew General White's pistol, firing 2 shots at the long-haired woman ahead. The long-haired woman, sensing the danger, quickly twisted her body to evade. She successfully dodged the first bullet, yet the second shot struck her side, creating a large gaping wound and sending her body soaring into the air. However, the long-haired woman appeared to have anticipated this. As she tumbled through the air, she swiftly raised her hand to her mouth, seemingly ingesting something. In the next moment, her gunshot-wounded abdomen miraculously healed, restoring her to perfect condition in the blink of an eye. It was a senzu bean. This long-haired woman must have been on guard, keeping a senzu bean at hand, ready to consume at the moment she sustained significant damage, allowing her to heal instantly. Now fully recovered, the long-haired woman drew a handgun and, leveraging her downward momentum, twisted her body to face Han Zheng, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Lieutenant Arno swiftly caught up and positioned himself in front of Han Zheng. A barrage of bullets struck his metallic frame, leaving only minor dents without inflicting significant damage. "It is unwise to continue fighting. Retreat," shouted a bald man, who appeared to be the strongest among the two engaged with Wang Song. In quick succession, he unleashed several strikes, forcing Wang Song back a few steps, and then hurled a grenade directly into the cockpit of Li Chunxing's mech. Alarmed, Wang Song hastened his movements, dodging to stand before Li Chunxing, and executed a powerful kick that sent the grenade flying while simultaneously shattering part of the mech's exterior. Taking advantage of the moment, the bald combatant and his diminutive companion swiftly produced a capsule that transformed into a small flying vehicle. They leaped aboard, and the bald man shouted to his comrade, "Do not linger in battle. Move quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle's rear erupted in flames, propelling it rapidly into the sky. Concurrently, the long-haired woman leapt high, grasping the edge of the vehicle, clinging to its exterior as it soared southward towards the city. Han Zheng observed the fleeing vehicle and promptly issued commands. Lieutenant Arno raised his hands, unleashing 2 massive, flame-spewing fists that surged toward the escaping craft. However, as they soared halfway, they were intercepted by 2 beams of energy, which knocked the steel fists from the air. The brown-haired foreigner continued to fire several energy beams, pushing Chun Chun in the sky and Han Zheng on the ground back a few steps. That he then took a running leap, reaching out to grasp the vehicle's exterior, hoping to escape with it. "Rui stick, extend." A crimson rod rapidly lengthened, thrusting forward with great force. The brown-haired foreigner, airborne and reaching for the edge of the vehicle, was met by the Rui stick, which struck his arm with tremendous force. With a cry of agony, he lost his balance and plummeted downward. The bald combatant on the flying vehicle swiftly maneuvered to dodge the extending Rui stick. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman seized the opportunity to stomp forcefully on the Rui stick, launching herself into the air and landing atop the flying vehicle. The brown-haired foreigner crashed heavily to the ground. Han Zheng and Lieutenant Arno flanked him, while Wang Song rushed over, effectively sealing off his escape route. Realizing the brown-haired foreigner was beyond saving, the bald combatant roared in fury, then forcefully pushed the control stick, causing the vehicle to emit a long plume of flames and race southward. Thus, they abandoned their brown-haired comrade. Struggling to rise, he was quickly tackled by Lieutenant Arno, who brought his foot down heavily. The brown-haired foreigner raised his hand to defend, but Han Zheng attacked from the opposite side, with Lieutenant Arno's combat strength at 55 and Han Zheng's at 72. They swiftly cornered the already injured brown-haired foreigner into a dire situation. As he glimpsed Wang Song approaching and his teammates fleeing, the brown-haired foreigner panicked, firing a few erratic energy beams while attempting to crawl away. Yet he was out of options. In the sky, Chun Chen's Rui stick once again extended, delivering a crushing blow to his back. He collapsed heavily to the ground, and before he could regain his footing, Lieutenant Arno stomped him down again. Blood spurted from his mouth as he struggled to retaliate, but Han Zheng swiftly pierced his throat with a knife. Combatant No. N 2199 has eliminated Combatant No. L 2369, dropping a fragment of the energy wave technique. Will you collect it? Collect. Combatant No L2369 has been killed. Current score. Team A3. 4 Team B. Chapter 44. A significant advantage 3-4. Let's continue our pursuit and secure another kill. That will stabilize our position. Wang Song exclaimed with excitement. Chun Chun and I will pursue from the air. You stay on the ground and keep an eye on Li Chunsheng. Ensure he doesn't perish. Han Zheng stowed away the blade of Maijirbi Bay and recalled the now low-powered Lieutenant Arno into a capsule. As his equipment slot was full, he tucked the capsule into his pocket. He then transformed into a bird, soaring into the sky alongside Chun Chun, following the long plume of flames trailing from the distant vehicle towards the southern part of the city. Wang Song quickly approached the damaged mech, yanking the unconscious Li Chunsheng from the cockpit. Wake up! You cannot just die like this! Wang Song slapped Li Chunsheng across the face several times. Finally, the unconscious Li Chunsheng moaned and slowly opened his eyes. With great effort, he lifted his hand, retrieving a magic bean from his equipment, trembling as he brought it to his mouth. What the hell just happened? As soon as he swallowed the magic bean, the dullness in his eyes sparkled back to life, his wounds healed, and he leapt up, surveying his surroundings with a look of confusion. Enough chatter from now on. Stay close to me. Do not stray. Wang Song shouted again. Pulling Li Chunsheng into a nearby civilian vehicle, the engine roared to life, and the car took off, following Han Zheng and Qin Shun in pursuit from the ground, eye in the sky. Han Zheng and Qin Shun tracked the vehicle by its trailing flames. The vehicle ahead seemed to be slowing down, and soon they caught sight of its body. They're decelerating. Be cautious not to fall into a trap, Han Zheng warned. And no sooner had he spoken than the vehicle ahead abruptly halted midair. Wait, do not approach. Han Zheng quickly halted, calling out to Chun Chun beside him. Rui stick? Extend. Chun Chun also ceased his advance, gripping the Rui stick as it rapidly extended, crashing into the suspended vehicle. Boom! The moment the Rui stick made contact, the vehicle erupted in a violent explosion that a fireball illuminated the dark night sky, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Chun Chun quickly ascended to avoid the blast force, while Han Zheng reverted to his original form, swiftly descending to the ground. The blade of Maijirbi Bay and General White's pistol appeared in his hands, one weapon in each, as he cautiously scanned the streets. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Li Chunsheng arrived in their vehicle. Observing the scene, Wang Song urgently inquired, What is happening? Where are Team A? I'm not sure. They set a simple trap and then vanished, Han Zheng replied, continuing his search of the surroundings. Chun Chun also scouted from the air, while Li Chunsheng transformed into a bat, circling the area under his teammates' cover, but they found no trace of Team A's escape. Damn, they sure run fast, Wang Song shouted in frustration, striking the car's hood with a fist, denting it slightly. This moment, most residents, startled by the explosion, flooded into the streets, and distant sirens could be heard. If we can't find them, we should retreat and regroup. This haphazard search is not a viable strategy. Han Zheng proposed a retreat, and in light of the situation, his teammates had no choice but to concur. The group hastily drove away from the area before the police arrived on the way back. Wang Song deliberately took a longer route, making several detours. Simultaneously, Han Zheng and Chun Chun employed their transformation techniques and shrinking devices, intermittently scouting behind them to ensure that their team was not being followed by any individuals or entities. Thus, the four returned to their residence without encountering any unforeseen incidents. Within the residence, Chun Chun remained in the washroom, diligently cleansing the bloodstains from her body. Meanwhile, Wang Song pulled Li Chunsheng aside, incessantly berating him for the various blunders he committed during the earlier battle, chastising him for nearly jeopardizing the team's safety. Han Zheng, seated on the sofa with a towel in hand, wiped his face while examining the spoils he had acquired from the previous confrontation. Equipment item, Sword of Young Son Gohan attributes, supremely powerful cold weapon damage potential. Exceptional description, a weapon gifted to Son Gohan by Piccolo during his childhood, which he used to hunt and thrive in the wilderness for 6 months. It turns out this sword is the one that Han Zheng quickly recalled that it was presented to Gohan during his training with Piccolo prior to Vegeta's invasion of Earth. The attributes assigned to this sword in the dungeon were indeed commendable. However, Han Zheng already possessed a blade of the same type, the Midrubo, which surpassed this sword in power. Thus, it would be prudent to sell it after the conclusion of the dungeon. Skill fragment. Dodo Wave Martial Technique Fragment Attributes. Key Energy-Based Ranged Attack Skill Fragment Collection Status. 12 Description. A fragment of the Dodo Wave Martial Technique. Collecting 2 fragments will allow for the synthesis of the Dodo Wave for learning. Please continue your efforts. Much like the previous Nimbus Cloud fragment, this is yet another fragment. However, this one is a skill fragment. And gathering 2 will enable the formation of the Dodo Wave. This acquisition greatly pleased Han Zheng, as he currently lacked any skills aside from the incomplete transformation technique. The Dodo Wave is not only an offensive skill, but also provides ranged attack capabilities. Precisely what he urgently needed at this moment. However, his equipment inventory was already overloaded. Glancing at the General White's pistol, which held only 1 bullet, he felt that it was likely to be retired in this round of the dungeon. Suddenly, the door to the washroom swung open, and Chun Chun emerged, her hair still damp from washing. Observing her freshly cleaned appearance, Han Zheng felt an inexplicable allure radiating from her, stirring within him a vague yet profound sensation. Just then, Wang Song, having finished scolding Li Chunsheng, ambled over and plopped down beside Han Zheng on the sofa, causing that elusive feeling to dissipate instantly. Let us discuss the events of this evening. It has indeed been a tumultuous night. First, Zhao Xing made a grave error, and then we seized the opportunity to lay an ambush, currently securing a lead with 1 kill. The ups and downs have been rather exhilarating, Wang Song remarked boisterously. Chun Xin brought over a small chair and sat beside the sofa, tilting her head as she continued to dry her hair. Moreover, through the previous battle, we have gained a general understanding of Team A's combat capabilities. Naturally, they have also learned quite a bit about us. Indeed, we have crossed paths visually, and from this point onward, we are all somewhat aware of each other's strengths, akin to revealing our cards, Han Zheng added. Haha, both of you are correct. After today's skirmish, I've come to realize that while the disparity in strength among Team A's fighters is not as pronounced as ours, their top-tier fighters are clearly inferior to us. Given our current lead of 1, I must say Wang Song appears quite exhilarated. He remarked, unable to contain his excitement, we possess a significant advantage. Chapter 45. The life and death choices of Team A. Are the top-tier fighters truly inferior to us? Han Zheng silently scoffed at Wang Song's veiled self-praise, though he found merit in Wang Song's opinion. However, Chun Chen's expression shifted upon hearing his words, and she quickly interjected, Wait. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Do not tempt fate by making such declarations. Wang Song, Han Zheng, and Li Chunxing were momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought you were so superstitious? Han Zheng couldn't help but comment. What do you know? Chun Chun retorted, vigorously shaking her head, splattering Han Zheng with droplets of water. This is nonsense. Let's get back to the point, Wang Song exclaimed, visibly displeased as he rapped the table twice. Currently, among the 3 remaining members of Team A, there is a bald man, a small individual, and a long-haired woman. Han Zheng ceased his frivolous remarks and continued, That long-haired woman, my Lieutenant Arno has fought her directly to Arno's combat power, is 55, and during their encounter, she held a slight upper hand, which suggests her combat power is likely between 55 and 60. Wang Song nodded in agreement, adding, I have previously faced off against both the bald man and the small individual simultaneously. I estimate that the bald man possesses a combat power of around 70, while the small man's attacks barely grazed me. It's difficult to gauge, but I estimate his power to be around 30 to 40. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Song seemed to recall something and coldly huffed. If it weren't for Li Chunxing's incompetence, I could have swiftly eliminated the small individual before turning my attention to the bald man. Even when they ganged up on me, given enough time, I would have secured victory. It's just unfortunate that the woman suddenly appeared, releasing that overwhelming stench that disrupted my focus. Li Chunxing shrank back, not daring to respond. Han Zheng pondered for a moment before continuing, As for that white man, who can use the Dodo Wave, both Chun Chun and I have battled him. I estimate his combat power to be around 65. And the blonde white man I eliminated in the villa was not particularly strong, likely around 40, assuming the woman's combat power to be 55. The small man's at 40. Han Zheng quickly pinned several numbers on paper. 70, 65, 55, 40, 40. Totaling 270. Team A's overall combat power is 271, which aligns closely with our calculations. Indeed, it should be as such. In today's fierce battle, Team A has lost 2 members. It is improbable that they would still conceal their true strength. Wang Song seemed to become excited once again, unable to restrain his eagerness. Now we are left with just a bald man with a power level of 70, a woman with 55, and a short fellow with 40. We indeed have a significant advantage. Chun Chen quickly interrupted him. Han Zheng chuckled softly, refraining from further mocking Chun Chen's superstitions, yet he genuinely acknowledged the truth in Wang Song's words. Currently, their B team, although having lost 1 member, still benefited from the formidable presence of Lieutenant Arno, effectively adding another combatant with a power level of 55 who shared an impeccable synergy with Han Zheng. Presently, the team's power level stood at Wang Song 82, Han Zheng 72, Chun Chen 64, Li Chunqing 25, and with Lieutenant Arno's 55, the superiority in combat strength was quite apparent. Moreover, within Team A, the strongest fighter, the bald man barely exceeded a power level of 70, comparable to Han Zheng and distinctly inferior to Wang Song. In the Dragon Ball universe, such a disparity in levels would allow Wang Song to exert absolute dominance over him, potentially leading to his demise. The top combatants exhibited a clear gap in strength, and the remaining fighters, lined up in succession, also indicated a clear advantage for their side. Furthermore, the opposing team was presently down by 1 member, painting an optimistic picture of their situation. You think the opposing team might just hide away and make it impossible for us to locate them? Li Chunqing interjected, a rare moment of input from him. Han Zheng smiled. That is unlikely. Humans possess a strong will to survive. If they hide, everyone fails to complete the mission and faces death. They will seek a way out to grasp at a glimmer of hope. Besides, they haven't reached a point of desperation yet, so your concerns seem unwarranted. Your lack of combat prowess is matched only by your lack of insight. Wang Song shot a glance at Li Chunqing before continuing. I believe Team A will undoubtedly have their sights set on the martial arts tournament. Conversely, they must think we are doing the same, that if we cannot find their whereabouts in the next few days, the martial arts tournament will likely become the next battlefield. Wang Song pondered for a moment before adding, we must prepare for the next encounter, ensuring we leave nothing to chance. That we need to devise a strategy to counter that woman who can unleash a foul stench, disrupting our state. That shouldn't be too difficult, Han Zheng replied. I've tried it. As long as we hold our breath, her stench won't affect us. Moreover, her combat strength is not particularly high. If the 2 of us can hold our breath, defeating her in a short time shouldn't pose a challenge. Wang Song nodded vigorously. Indeed, if we can avoid the stench, then holding our breath is not an issue for me. I've learned to swim before. However, before the 2 could finish their conversation, Chun Chen erupted into laughter. You 2 big men are hilarious. Holding your breath? Why not just go out and buy gas masks? That would solve everything without needing further discussion. Frankly, such an ability only catches others off guard and allows for a momentary advantage. Once it's understood and countered, it becomes utterly useless. Both Han Zheng and Wang Song were left speechless. In a certain area in the southern part of the city, within a small standalone villa, the bald man cautiously lifted the curtain, peering outside before turning back to the interior, letting out a heavy sigh. Inside, a long-haired woman leaned against the wall, unable to suppress her irritation. What are you sighing about now? It was you who insisted that the gunfire presented an opportunity for the entire team to strike, resulting in the loss of 2 teammates. Now that we're down by a point, you start lamenting again. Let's not argue at this time. The bald man waved his hand dismissively, his head bowed, as if in a foul mood. When the decision was made, you all raised no objections. What is the point of counting grievances now? The long-haired woman huffed in response, turning her head away, refusing to speak further. The bald man sighed again. Glancing at the small figure huddled in the shadowy corner before slowly approaching, he knelt down and asked softly, So what do you think? Have you considered my proposal? The small figure suddenly lifted his head. Eyes filled with intense discontent, he rasped, Is there truly no other way? Must I make such a significant sacrifice? Sacrifice? Winning the mission and surviving. Surely that's worth giving up something? The bald man's voice escalated sharply. Filled with fervor, Failing the mission means death. If you die, what good are those 2 drops of scion blood you possess? Scion blood. The term clearly provoked the small fighter, who widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Do you know how hard I fought to obtain those 2 drops? I cannot simply hand them over. I can offer you compensation, additional gear and such," the bald man continued to plead. "You have 2 drops of scion blood. And so do I. Given our current situation, we are clearly at a disadvantage. Using conventional means, it is challenging to turn the tide. The only solution is for you to give me those 2 drops of scion blood so that I can awaken my scion lineage." The bald man paused, a strange light gleaming in his eyes as he continued. "Once I awaken the scion lineage, per the rules, my combat strength will surge dramatically. Moreover, the martial arts tournament in a few days happens to coincide with the full moon. At that moment, I will transform into a great ape, instantly achieving 10 times my power level. Only then do we stand a chance against Team B and escape this mission alive." Upon hearing this, the small fighter lowered his head deeply, seemingly acknowledging the validity of the bald man's argument. However, the thought of relinquishing the hard-earned 2 drops of scion blood proved insurmountable for him. "Just agree to it." The long-haired woman chimed in. "We are currently at a severe disadvantage. The opposing team has 4 fighters, 3 of whom possess higher power levels than ours. Plus they have Lieutenant Arno, that we truly have no other means to turn the tide." The small fighter buried his head deeper, and after a succession of pleas from his teammates, he seemed on the verge of capitulation. Yet, in that final moment, he suddenly stood up, fixing his intense gaze on the bald man. He spoke fiercely. "Then why don't you give me your scion blood? Just because my power level is lower?" I'll say this. I absolutely refuse to part with my scion blood. Either we all perish in this mission, or you hand over your scion blood to me, so I can become a scion and lead our team to victory. Life or death. It's your choice. Chapter 46. The martial arts tournament commences. What did you say? The bald man could hardly believe his ears, having anticipated that the small fighter would finally relent, only to be met with such astonishing words that "I said." The small fighter exclaimed passionately, his chest heaving, "I would rather die than give up my scion blood. You just said that to win the mission and survive, sacrifices must be made, but why must it be at my expense? How can you be so obstinate? Your power level is only 37. Indeed, my power level is merely 37. The small fighter roared back, while yours stands at 71. I am but a fraction above half of you. So must I simply obey your every command? What does that have to do with this? What I mean is, you merely wish to argue that my low power level means that even if I awaken my scion lineage, it may not guarantee a victory against Team B. The small fighter sneered. You just said that upon awakening such an advanced lineage, my power level would increase significantly. And even if my base power is low and the increase is minimal. What of the full moon? When I transform, I will possess hundreds of power levels. Not only will I defeat Team B, but I could also obliterate this entire city with ease. The diminutive figure raised his chin, gazing at the bald man and the long-haired woman, who were rendered speechless by shock. Suddenly, a malevolent smile crept across his face. So, rather than surrender the blood of the scion, I would prefer that we all perish together. If you are so fearful of death and so eager to survive, then why not offer up those 2 drops of blood? In the southern part of the city, near Team A's rendezvous point, a series of explosions erupted in several small villas, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air and debris flying in all directions. The blaring sirens pierced the air as panicked residents scrambled onto the streets. On the rooftop of a distant building, Han Zheng lay prone, armed with a blade of Majirbi hay and a pair of binoculars, meticulously observing the chaos surrounding the explosions. Moments later, a pigeon flew from the direction of the blasts and landed beside him. After a quick inspection, the bird spoke in the voice of Chen Shun. They should have already vacated this area. Han Zheng lowered his binoculars, silently nodding in acknowledgement. It appeared they had arrived too late. Team A had already made their escape, that he swiftly transmitted a message through the team channel. Return. Team A has likely fled this vicinity. Damn it. After searching all day, I finally found a lead. And they slipped away again. I've wasted several bombs. Wang Song cursed in the channel. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged from a window of a house not far from the explosions and hastened towards Han Zheng and the others. These three were none other than Wang Song, Li Chunsheng, and Lieutenant Arno, who had been lying in wait. Han Zheng and Qinshin also descended from the rooftop. The team quickly gathered in a relatively concealed spot on the street. Team A seems to be adopting a turtle-like strategy, retreating into their shells, Wang Song remarked as soon as they convened. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Team A. Their newfound caution was only to be expected. Han Zheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyelids drooping as he pondered. Following the fierce battle of the previous night, as daylight broke, he and his teammates had painstakingly uncovered some clues regarding Team A's escape route, leading them to this villa area, which they suspected might be a temporary hideout for Team A. However, after launching a probing attack, they discovered they had arrived too late. Team A had already vacated the premises. As Han Zheng surveyed the chaotic street, the only signs of life were the disarrayed residents. He contemplated what he would do if he were a member of Team A at this moment. He believed he would not so easily abandon a stronghold. At the very least, he would set some traps to inflict damage upon the enemy when they arrived. Furthermore, if he were feeling particularly daring, he might even create the illusion that the combatants were still inside, while the real fighters lay in ambush outside, ready to strike when the enemy approached. Even if victory seemed unlikely, he would aim to eliminate the weakest opponent to level the score. Yet Team A had done nothing of the sort. They had simply abandoned their stronghold without leaving any contingency measures. Was it out of fear? Were they too intimidated to act recklessly again? Han Zheng felt that while the enemy would undoubtedly become more cautious, they would not simply cower in fear, or perhaps they had devised some other plan. Han Zheng furrowed his brow. "Hey, what are you thinking about? What is the next move?" Wang Song asked, unable to contain himself as he nudged Han Zheng. His train of thought abruptly interrupted. Han Zheng felt a flicker of annoyance as he looked around, only to find his teammates gazing at him intently. It seemed that since the fierce battle of the previous night, he had gradually come to be regarded as the core of the team. During that night, Han Zheng had seized the opportunity presented by Zhao Xing's defection to hastily devise a strategy. Successfully striking at Team A. In that confrontation, he had single-handedly taken down two opponents, earning him the title of the primary contributor. What astonished his teammates even more was that, in addition to his own formidable combat abilities, he commanded Lieutenant Arno, whose combat power was rated at 5.5, in many respects, Han Zheng's true potential in battle was not inferior to that of the strongest member of their team, Wang Song. The once arrogant and boorish Wang Song had altered his attitude towards Han Zheng following the events of the previous night. However, at present, he was merely concerned, lacking any definitive thoughts or plans, and could only offer reassurances to his teammates, continuing their search in the absence of more leads. In the ensuing days, Team A seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Han Zheng, Chun Shun, and the others even meticulously crafted false scenarios and traps in an attempt to lure Team A out, but all their efforts ended in failure. Chunsheng began to suspect whether the enemy was deliberately hiding, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Yet, Han Zheng found this notion too far-fetched. He had an inkling that Team A was secretly plotting something, though he could not yet discern what it might be. As the day of the martial arts tournament approached, Han Zheng and his team resolved to adopt the suggestion previously put forth by Zhao Xing, to send a member to masquerade as a participant infiltrating the event, while the remaining team members would conceal themselves among the audience, remaining vigilant for any signs of movement. Should any members of Team A also appear at the tournament, it would provide the perfect opportunity for a decisive showdown. However, if Team A continued to remain elusive, they would orchestrate a grand hunt during the tournament, with characters like Turtle Hermit, Sun Wukong, and Krillin all becoming their prey. If no other disruption occurred, Han Zheng and his team would not even require complex tactics for their hunt. They could simply allow the storyline to unfold as depicted in the original tale, waiting for the climactic moment when Sun Wukong and Chung Long, the Turtle Hermit, exhausted themselves in the final match, at which point they would strike, seizing all the skilled fighters on the stage. After the martial arts tournament concluded, if Team A still failed to reveal themselves, Han Zheng and the others would resort to large-scale attacks, razing the city, confident that they would be forced out of hiding. After all, by that time, the tournament would have ended, and there would be no formidable opponents left in the city to impede their progress. On May 7750 AJ, despite the recent spate of destructive incidents plaguing the city where the martial arts temple was located, the martial arts tournament was undeterred in its commencement. Today marked the grand opening of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Before the gates of the martial arts temple, a throng of people gathered in a sea of humanity that a group of formidable competitors, robust and formidable, queued at the registration desk, preparing to sign up for the contest. In a secluded corner at the southern end of the temple, three figures, Han Zheng, Chen Shun, and Li Chunsheng, were hidden, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a shadow darted in, revealing itself to be Wang Song that moment. Wang Song bore upon his back a woman who appeared to be unconscious. Utterly motionless, he unceremoniously dropped her, prompting Han Zheng to step forward for a closer look. The woman was strikingly beautiful, possessing an alluring figure and cascading purple curls that rendered her quite captivating. This individual was none other than Lan Fong, one of the top 8 contenders in the current martial arts tournament. Lan Fong was the sole female among the top 8, and in the original narrative, she had attempted to use a disrobing tactic against Nam Mu in the first round, though she ultimately failed. Though Zhao Xing's tactics may be unscrupulous, the idea he proposed is rather intriguing. Wang Song remarked to Han Zheng and Chen Shun, "You two possess shape-shifting abilities. Who among you shall transform into this beauty?" Han Zheng pursed his lips. It was evident he would not undertake the task himself. His incomplete shape-shifting skills only lasted 5 minutes. Thus the responsibility rightfully fell to the impeccably skilled Chen Shun. With a raised eyebrow, Chen Shun scrutinized Lan Fong's likeness on the ground, then promptly employed her shape-shifting abilities, assuming the woman's form. Han Zheng surveyed her from head to toe. No issues apparent. The plan can commence. Of course there won't be any problems. We shall meet at the tournament shortly. Chen Shun, now resembling Lan Fong, flicked her fingers and swiftly made her way toward the entrance of the martial arts temple. Chapter 47. The night of the full moon, as Chen Shun proceeded to register and subsequently entered the venue, Han Zheng and the others in the corner sprang into action. Given their prior encounter with Team A, their appearances were already familiar to one another, so they had prepared wigs, false beards, and other disguises, quickly donning them. Lacking the finesse of perfect shape-shifting, they resorted to this method instead. After ensuring their disguises were effective, they confirmed that nothing seemed amiss. Since the preliminary rounds of the tournament would take place within the venue and would not be open to the public, Han Zheng resolved to utilize his limited shape-shifting alongside a shrinking wristwatch to infiltrate and assess the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Li Chunsheng would remain outside, blending in with the crowd of spectators, awaiting the commencement of the top 8 matches while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Han Zheng transformed into a small bird, flapping his wings and soaring into the tournament hall. Inside, several platforms were arranged side by side, each surrounded by numerous competitors. Most of these participants were tall and muscular, some even possessing animalistic features, exuding an air of ferocity. Han Zheng perched upon a windowsill at the top of the hall, scanning the interior until he spotted Chen Shun, now disguised as Lan Fong that moment. Chen Shun was engaged in a match against a burly fighter on one of the platforms. Following their prearranged plan, she deliberately restrained her strength, striving to project an aura of capability that mirrored Lan Fong's, thus avoiding any hint of a flaw that might disrupt the narrative. On the opposite side, Han Zheng finally caught sight of Sun Wukong, Clin, and others on the platform. Sun Wukong had just defeated a giant adversary with a mere finger, while Clin prepared to face his former senior from Doran Temple. Across other platforms, Han Zheng also recognized Cheng Long, Master Rashi, Yamcha, the Barbarian, Nam Mu, and the Monster Jiren. The narrative unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any chaos. Minutes slipped by swiftly, and, as the duration of the shape-shifting spell expired, Han Zheng reverted to his original diminutive form. Throughout this time, he remained vigilant, observing the hall, yet failed to discern any anomalies. Whether Team A had infiltrated the venue or were simply adept at hiding remained unclear. Everything appears normal inside. What of the outside? Han Zheng inquired through the team channel. Moments later, Wang Song replied, "The outside is also tranquil, no irregularities that do not let your guard down. Maintain constant communication should you uncover anything." Han Zheng cautioned, eyeing the seemingly ordinary tournament hall, sensing that matters could not be so straightforward. The preliminary rounds continued until the afternoon, progressing without deviation from the original storyline. Cheng Long, Master Rashi. Sun Wukong, Klin, Namu, Jiren, Yamcha, the Barbarian, and the disguised Chun Chun as Lan Fong emerged victorious, each enduring a series of contests to secure their place among the final 8. However, when the time came for the drawing of lots for the top 8, an irregularity surfaced. The matchups deviated from the original narrative. Rather than the expected pairings, the draw revealed Barbarian versus Yamcha, Cheng Long, Master Rashi, vs. Namu, Klin versus Lan Fong, Chun Chun, and Sun Wukong versus Jiren, except for the match between Sun Wukong and Jiren. All other matchups diverged from the original plot. As soon as the draw concluded, Chun Chun relayed this unexpected development to her teammates through the channel. Such a significant change. This surely indicates a problem. Could Tima have infiltrated? Wang Song speculated. Could be the person responsible for the draw who is at fault. Li Chunxing queried, I'm not certain. The draw just concluded, and I had little interaction with the staff overseeing it. Making it difficult to ascertain, Chun Chun replied. The draw is problematic. Han Zheng felt a pang of anxiety. His suspicions had indeed been warranted. The martial arts tournament could not possibly unfold so smoothly. It was entirely reasonable for his teammates to suspect the draw's officials that he immediately sent a message through the channel. Keep a close watch on the host wearing sunglasses and the monk holding the draw box. At least one of them is likely suspicious. Should we take action against them now? Wang Song inquired. Han Zheng swiftly dismissed this suggestion. Do not act recklessly. We are currently no match for Master Rashi. If we provoke him, it could lead to dire consequences. Let us observe for the time being. Then, remaining concealed in his diminutive form high within the hall, Han Zheng transformed into a small insect, stealthily advancing toward the host. With the draw discrepancies, the host was the most likely suspect, and Han Zheng resolved to observe him up close. The top 8 matches commenced shortly thereafter, to be held on an outdoor platform. Officially open to the public, a vast crowd of spectators surged toward the perimeter, their excitement palpable. Wang Song and Li Chunxing navigated through the throngs to the forefront, standing just a wall away from the platform. They maintained a distance from one another, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Han Zheng, again in his small form, concealed himself against the inner wall of the platform, hidden behind the massive teeth of a stone sculpture. Thus far, the host's behavior had been entirely unremarkable, raising no suspicions. With so many formidable figures present in the venue, Han Zheng was cautious not to act hastily. Thus, the first direct encounter with the prestigious martial arts tournament's top 8 matches officially commenced. In the inaugural match, the Barbarian faced off against Yamcha, capitalizing on his foul odor to thoroughly disrupt Yamcha's movements. Moreover, the Barbarian, already endowed with immense strength, swiftly overpowered Yamcha, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. As soon as the match concluded, Yulong and Poole hurriedly transported the wounded Yamcha to the hospital. There is something amiss with this Barbarian. Chun Chun, please remain vigilant in the ring. The moment he exhibits any unusual behavior, strike first, Han Zheng cautioned, his suspicions aroused by the outcome of the match. The second match was even more thrilling, featuring a duel between the Turtle Hermit and Nam, a true contest of masters. However, despite the Turtle Hermit's reputation as the god of martial arts, he ultimately proved too formidable for Nam, who succumbed after a fierce battle in the third match. Following the predetermined strategy, Chun Chun feigned combat with Klin, intentionally allowing him to land a punch before collapsing to the ground, thus conceding defeat. The fourth match saw Sun Wukong triumph over Kirin, adhering to the original storyline. During the subsequent semifinals, no unexpected incidents occurred. The Turtle Hermit defeated the Barbarian, and Sun Wukong overcame his fellow disciple Klin, leading them both to the finals. Although there were various discrepancies throughout the process, the final outcome remained consistent with the original narrative. Concealed within a stone sculpture, Han Zheng felt a surge of anxiety, continuously reminding his teammates to be prepared, for the pivotal moment was imminent. As the finals commenced, the progression of the duel unfolded as Han Zheng had anticipated. True to the original plot, Sun Wukong and the turtle hermit exchanged blows, transitioning from tentative probing to full-force assaults, employing techniques such as drunken fist and wild fist. Eventually, midway through the match, the turtle hermit unleashed his ultimate technique, the good baby sleep punch. Sun Wukong fell victim to the technique, collapsing into a deep slumber. That moment, the anticipated disturbance finally manifested. In a matter of seconds, the host sprang into action, seizing Sun Wukong's tail with one hand while brandishing a pistol with the other. Simultaneously, the barbarian, positioned behind the competitors, surged forward, charging directly at Sun Wukong. Act! Han Zheng commanded through the channel, simultaneously reverting to his original form and drawing the blade of Majir, but according to their previously devised plan. Wang Song and Li Chunsheng dashed out from behind the audience seating, lunging towards the host. Meanwhile, Chun Shun, who had been closely monitoring the barbarian, seized the moment to strike, as the barbarian charged forth. She unleashed a massive burst of magical gum from behind him. The magical gum ensnared the barbarian, rendering him immobile, and he revealed his true form, an elongated-haired woman from Team A who had activated the barbarian lineage. Below the stage, the host also unveiled his true self, revealing himself to be the bald combatant from Team A, quickly subdued by the ambush from Wang Song and Li Chunxing. "Who are you?" the turtle hermit demanded, enraged by this sudden turn of events, his veins bulging as he seemed ready to retaliate. Han Zheng swiftly approached the turtle hermit, having patiently awaited Team A's intervention to spring into action. Specifically to counter this very situation, he had already concocted a plausible lie to placate the turtle hermit, flashing a friendly smile as he greeted him while discreetly surveying his surroundings. After a quick glance around, Han Zheng's brow furrowed in confusion. Team A had 3 members remaining, yet the smallest among them was conspicuously absent. At that moment, the long-haired woman, trapped in the magical gum, suddenly spoke, casting her gaze skyward and laughing maniacally. "The B-team scoundrels, your demise is nigh." Han Zheng quickly followed her gaze, observing nothing in the sky but the newly risen full moon. Turning back to interrogate the long-haired woman, he was abruptly interrupted as a colossal shadow loomed over the arena, enveloping everyone present. With a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens, the sound reverberated throughout the martial arts temple. In unison, the audience erupted into screams, cries for help echoing through the air behind the once crowded audience. A gigantic ape materialized seemingly out of thin air. This behemoth, resembling a titan, glared with bloodshot eyes and swung its furry arms, letting out a deafening howl as it leapt onto the stage. The sheer force of its leap sent a flurry of dirt and debris flying, injuring countless spectators. The full moon, a giant ape, a scion. How is this possible? The unexpected turn of events astounded Han Zheng. He quickly glanced toward a corner of the stage, where Sun Wukong lay obliviously asleep. If Sun Wukong rested there, then who could this giant ape possibly be? This sudden upheaval had completely taken Han Zheng by surprise. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the giant ape roared and prepared to stomp down upon Han Zheng and the others. What manner of beast is this? Even the formidable turtle hermit was taken aback. As the colossal foot descended, Han Zheng leaped backward with all his might, narrowly evading the crushing blow. The startled turtle hermit also dodged just in time, but Sun Wukong, still sprawled on the stage, remained oblivious to the chaos. The massive foot came crashing down directly onto Sun Wukong. Following this, the giant ape raised its foot and delivered 2 powerful punches to Sun Wukong's body. A combatant. This giant ape is a combatant, Han Zheng realized in an instant. Transforming into the giant ape did not strip it of its intelligence. It aimed to eliminate Sun Wukong first, who possessed the ability to transform during a full moon. This giant ape must be a combatant. Han Zheng recalled how his cousin, Han Lei, had once activated the Scion lineage, mentioning it in a journal. Although in the original storyline, Sun Wukong, or Sun Gohan, would enter a berserk state upon transforming into an ape. The battlefield had eliminated this aspect. All combatants with the Scion lineage maintained their sanity after transformation. Much like Vegeta, was this giant ape the diminutive combatant from Team A? Han Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the thought. How could anyone from Team A be a scion. Moreover, the small combatant had demonstrated the weakest fighting prowess in Team A, with a power level barely reaching 40. How could he possibly be a scion? What had transpired in Team A over the past few days? Had this individual suddenly awakened their scion lineage? As countless speculations flooded his mind, time was of the essence that on the stage, after dispatching Sun Wukong, the giant ape swiftly extended its long arms, swinging from both sides. Its left arm reached toward the long-haired woman ensnared in magical gum. Chen Shun was poised to utilize her Rui stick to eliminate the long-haired woman, but at that moment, the giant ape swatted the extended stick aside, sending both the stick and Chen Shun hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, the giant ape casually raised its hand, shattering the magical gum that enveloped the long-haired woman. Its right arm then swung toward Wang Song and Li Chunsheng, who were on the verge of defeating the bald combatant. Seeing the massive hand coming their way, they abandoned their target and rolled to the side to evade the impending strike. The bald combatant and the long-haired woman were both spared. The bald combatant regarded the giant ape with a peculiar expression, while the long-haired woman beamed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Quick! Eliminate the B team. In light of these developments, Han Zheng realized he needed to alter his original strategy. He hastily called out to the somewhat bewildered turtle hermit beside him. Chenglong, hasten to unleash the Kamehameha upon the moon. Once the full moon vanishes, this monstrous creature shall likewise dissipate. At this moment, he began to comprehend why the long-haired woman masquerading as a barbarian inflicted such grievous harm upon Yamucha during the competition. I end this critical juncture. Only Yamucha and Puar were privy to the Scion's Tale's vulnerability. Moreover, in the original narrative, it was Yamucha who alerted Master Rashi to the necessity of obliterating the moon to eradicate the great ape. What? Master Rashi exclaimed in astonishment, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Although Han Zheng was a stranger to him at this moment, in this dire circumstance, he had no choice but to attempt his proposed solution. Master Rashi quickly discarded his shirt, summoned a deep breath, and soon after, a colossal, plush fist came crashing towards him, sending the still-gathering energy of Master Rashi flying far away. The great ape was acutely aware of the situation and understood that only Master Rashi possessed the capability to extinguish the moon. Thus he initiated an assault against him. This instant, the great ape coiled his tail around his waist, disregarding Han Zheng and the others, and charged directly at Master Rashi, having just endured a devastating blow. Master Rashi gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, only to be met by another punch from the great ape. With no avenue for evasion, he raised his arms to withstand the blow, which shattered the arena's stone slabs beneath his feet, causing his legs to sink into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the great ape opened his mouth wide, releasing a massive energy blast that struck the beleaguered Master Rashi directly. With a pained scream, he was propelled far away, collapsing to the ground, motionless and unresponsive. Now is the time to retreat. As the great ape attacked Master Rashi, Han Zheng swiftly sent a message through the channel. The great ape could only transform under a full moon. For the time being, they needed to evade its wrath and devise a plan for the daylight. The other teammates quickly grasped the urgency. Springing into action, Wang Song leaped into the throng, while Li Chunsheng transformed into a bat, and both Han Zheng and Chen Shin morphed into birds, flapping their wings to escape. However, it would not afford them the luxury of a retreat. Forget about Master Rashi, quickly eliminate Team B, and do not let them escape. The bald man shouted, brandishing his handgun and firing several shots at Wang Song, who had dashed into the crowd, forcing him to halt. Immediately, the bald man and the long-haired woman surged forward, launching a coordinated attack against Wang Song. Simultaneously, the great ape heard the call of his comrades, no longer paying heed to the unconscious Master Rashi, and turned to unleash a barrage of strikes at the airborne Han Zheng and the others. The scene resembled that of a robust adult man swatting away 3 mosquitoes that had just gorged themselves. Han Zheng and Chen Shun dodged and weaved in the air, narrowly avoiding the great ape's onslaught through their keen instincts. Nevertheless, Li Chunsheng, transformed into a bat, lacked their agility. He had barely taken flight when a shadow enveloped him, and a colossal hand descended with force. Li Chunsheng was violently struck down, reverting to his human form mid-air, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground, before he could muster the strength to rise. The great ape lifted its foot, preparing to stomp down upon him. The combatant, designated L8756, was slain, resulting in a tie. A team 3B team. The previously leading score had been equalized, and the situation for Han Zheng and the others was equally precarious. As Han Zheng, transformed into a bird, flapped his wings desperately, a fierce gust assailed him, causing his flight to falter. A massive hand, fingers splayed, reached out to seize him. In a moment of desperation, Han Zheng found no escape route, and, seeing himself on the verge of being caught by the great ape, hastily transformed again, shrinking into a smaller insect, quickly darting through the gaps between the colossal fingers. Nearby, Chun was caught in the tumult of the great ape's wind, losing her balance and beginning to plummet, just as the great ape swung its other hand down upon her. More lives cannot be lost. Han Zheng gritted his teeth, instantly reverting to his original form mid-air, and kicked Chun away to safety. He raised his hands, wielding the blade of Midjai's Bihei, bracing for the impending onslaught of the massive hand. The colossal palm struck the edge of the blade, causing the great ape to howl in pain and retract its hand. Yet, even so, the residual force sent Han Zheng hurtling away. In the air, he felt as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration, the agony unbearable. It was fortunate that the great ape, having been stung by the blade, had moderated its strength. Had it struck him fully, he might have met the same fate as Li Chunsheng. Han Zheng crashed into the fleeing crowd, landing near Wang Song. I could see that moment. Wang Song was engaged in a fierce struggle against the bald man and the long-haired woman. Finding himself at a disadvantage in sheer numbers, as Han Zheng fell, the bald man and the long-haired woman abruptly ceased their assault, leaping several paces backward, distancing themselves from Wang Song and Han Zheng. "Eliminate those two," the long-haired woman commanded. The great ape, upon hearing this, swiftly lowered its head, opening its cavernous maw towards the position of Han Zheng and Wang Song, preparing to unleash another energy blast. Han Zheng hurriedly drew General White's pistol, aiming at the great ape's eyes, and fired the last bullet at this range. Accuracy was uncertain. After firing, Han Zheng tossed the weapon aside and rolled away, fleeing as far as possible. The shot, lacking precision, did not strike the great ape's eyes, but struck its nose instead. While the gun's power could not harm such a formidable scion beast, it caused a modicum of pain, momentarily delaying the energy blast's release. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Han Zheng and Wang Song escaped. The energy blast detonated where they had stood, creating a deep crater and sending shockwaves that propelled them away. The great ape, enraged by the missed attack and the bullet wound, prepared to unleash another energy blast. Just then, from the remnants of the battered arena, a figure leapt forth with remarkable speed, landing behind the great ape and delivering a fierce kick to its head. "You monster, you have slain Goku." The figure was none other than Krillin. Alas, at this time, Krillin was powerless to contend with the great ape. It swiftly turned, swatting him aside with a single hand, sending him crashing into the rubble, never to rise again. After dispatching Krillin, the great ape pivoted once more, aiming a swift strike at the airborne, now human Chun. This strike was swifter than before, indicative of the great ape's mounting fury and full-force assault. Chun, realizing she could not evade this blow, quickly retrieved a sense of bean from her gear, barely managing to pop it in her mouth when a hand struck her. She felt as though her entire being were fracturing. Yet in the final moment before losing consciousness, she summoned the strength to swallow the sense of being. Her wounds healed instantaneously as she landed upon the ground. However, the lives of her comrades remained perilously at risk. The bald man and the long-haired woman had retreated to a safe distance, watching with gleeful expressions as Han Zheng and the others floundered. The great ape turned to face Han Zheng and the others on ground, its red eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly, a resounding shout pierced the air from a side. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads, only to witness the once unconscious Master Rashi suddenly rise again at this moment. He gathered energy throughout his frail, emaciated frame, and his muscles swelled to a size surpassing even that of Schwarzenegger. with his palms forming circles and converging, his gaze fixed intently upon the full moon in the sky. He continued to bellow. "Turtle!" Master Rashi had risen once more. He intended to obliterate the moon. Han Zheng and the others suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. However, the great ape, along with the bald man and the long-haired woman, also recognized the looming crisis, and they charged towards Master Rashi simultaneously. "Stop them!" Han Zheng shouted, hastily producing a capsule that summoned Lieutenant Arno. Lieutenant Arno, Wang Song, and Chun launched their attack in unison, positioning themselves in front of the bald man and the long-haired woman. Meanwhile, the great ape opened his mouth once more, gathering a key blast, preparing to eliminate Master Rashi from a distance. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng retrieved a bomb from Tao Bai, quickly pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the great ape's head. The bomb soared high, detonating near the great ape's cranium. Though the explosion lacked the power to injure him, it was sufficient to cause a momentary disorientation, disrupting his attack. Master Rashi, with both palms extended, conjured a massive turtle destruction wave, forming a luminous energy sphere that swiftly shot towards the full moon. Exhausted from the immense effort, the critically injured Master Rashi finally succumbed to his fatigue and collapsed, but not before unleashing one final turtle destruction wave aimed at the moon, roaring with a deafening cry. The great ape inhaled deeply, summoning a tremendous ki blast in his mouth, forcefully expelling it in pursuit of Master Rashi's departing wave. The great ape understood the significance of the full moon. This ki blast represented his utmost effort, a culmination of all his strength. The blast swiftly overtook Master Rashi's energy wave, forcefully redirecting it off course. The two energy blasts merged, soaring into a different trajectory. Escaping Earth and venturing into the vast darkness of the universe, T.O. preserve the moon. The great ape exerted every ounce of his being in this strike, focusing all his attention and spirit on this singular moment. This effort drained a significant portion of his energy, leaving him trembling and somewhat rigid after the release. Nevertheless, the great ape ultimately succeeded, intercepting Master Rashi's final turtle destruction wave, thus safeguarding the moon. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Chun, engaged in battle on another front, felt as if they had suffered a crushing blow upon witnessing the interception of the turtle destruction wave, their spirits plummeting into despair. The bald man and the long-haired woman, however, regained their excitement. Yet, no one noticed that while the great ape summoned all his strength to launch his ki blast to intercept Master Rashi's energy wave, Han Zheng had discreetly transformed and slipped behind him that moment. The great ape's entire backside was exposed to Han Zheng's view. Although the ape's tail was coiled around his waist, the base was nearly within reach. Han Zheng swiftly reverted to his human form, brandishing the blade of Midru Binji, and swung forcefully. This legendary blade, which had once severed Vegeta's tail and saved Earth, now aimed for the great ape's posterior. Chapter 50. Annihilation of Team A. With this strike, Han Zheng concentrated all his strength, determined to ensure a decisive hit. Should he fail, there would be no turning back. The blade of Midru Binji glimmered ominously as it plunged into the great ape's tail. Letting out a howl, the great ape, who had just released a ki blast and had yet to close his mouth, suddenly cried out. The tail that had been wrapped around his waist slipped away. Immediately, the great ape began to transform at an observable speed. His dense, dark fur receded into his pores, his body shrank, and his face gradually took on a more human appearance. Han Zheng's monumental strike had indeed succeeded. He had severed the great ape's tail at the root. Without lingering, he swiftly turned and dashed away. The now diminished great ape, still in the midst of his transformation, retaliated with a punch to the ground. Had Han Zheng been any slower, that blow might have struck him. The great ape howled in anguish, but found no opportunity for counterattack as his form continued to shrink, swiftly reverting to his original smaller stature. On the already shattered arena, the once mighty great ape returned to his diminutive self. "Well done," Chun exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon witnessing the scene. Both she and Wang Song, invigorated by a surge of morale, donned gas masks and, alongside Lieutenant Arno, surrounded the bald man and the long-haired woman, leaving them no avenue for escape. The expressions of the bald man and the long-haired woman, previously brimming with arrogance, now reflected sheer terror as the diminutive warrior reverted to his original form. "Help us quickly!" the bald man cried out, unable to withstand the combined assault of their adversaries. However, the now small fighter paid no heed to his teammates' cries. He gazed at his hairless hands and the severed tail on the ground, his eyes filled with fury and shock. The small fighter glared at Han Zheng, roaring as he lunged forward, reaching out to grasp him. "Don't touch him! He'll turn you into a carrot," the long-haired woman, already battered, shouted in alarm. The small fighter, mid-leap toward Han Zheng, suddenly recalled the warning from his teammate about Han Zheng's ability to transform opponents into carrots. Yet, in a moment of unexpected circumstance, he had gained the upper hand, seemingly able to toy with his opponents, only for this unforeseen situation to arise, with his tail severed and his transformation dispelled. The significant advantage he once held vanished in an instant. Overwhelmed by rage and regret, the small fighter momentarily forgot his teammate's caution, only now recalling it in a moment of desperation. Having activated his scion lineage, his combat power surged nearly double. However, given his initially low strength, he still fell short of the immunity threshold against Han Zheng's Kara transformation ability. As he attempted to retreat mid-air, Han Zheng refused to grant him the opportunity. Instantly retracting his blade, Han Zheng unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. The small fighter desperately twisted his body to evade, but his momentum was too great, and while he narrowly avoided Han Zheng's right hand, the incoming left hand delivered a resounding slap across his face. "One touch, and you're a carrot." The small fighter's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to react in time. In an instant, the only scion combatant in this mission transformed into a mere carrot. It was over. The long-haired female member of Team A let out a mournful wail. Together with the bald man, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Wang Song and Chun Chen. To make matters worse, they were also up against Lieutenant Arno, who possessed a combat strength of 55 for some time. The two had been struggling against 3 opponents. Now, witnessing the scion in their midst being taken down, the tide had turned against them. With multiple injuries already afflicting her, she completely surrendered, relinquishing any hope of resistance. Chun Chen wielded his Rui stick and thrust it violently into her chest. Combatant L2217 was slain, resulting in a current score of a Team 2, 3B team. Meanwhile, beside her stood the bald man, who was also battered and bruised at that moment. He let out a roar and made one final attempt at transformation, hoping to escape. However, with both arms injured, he could not summon his wings after transforming. Wang Song quickly caught up and delivered a devastating punch that sent him crashing down. The fallen bald man reverted to his human form. Bloodied and no longer struggling, he let out a hearty laugh, laced with bitterness and rage. "If it weren't for this foolish teammate dragging me down, had my plan succeeded and allowed me to become a scion, you would have never." Before he could finish, Wang Song had already reached him in the state of activating the 4 demon fists. Wang Song unleashed a flurry of 4 punches, obliterating the bald man's skull in an instant. Combatant 0031 was slain, bringing the current score to a Team 1, 3B team. On the arena above, Han Zheng raised his right leg and crushed the carrot beneath his foot. Combatant 8891 was slain, resulting in a score of a Team 0, 3B team. Combatant N2199 killed combatant L8891, acquiring a drop of scion blood and a fragment of the universal earth-shattering palm martial technique. Would you like to collect? Collect. Indeed, those who survive great adversities are often blessed. After narrowly escaping death, his fortune surged, and he unexpectedly obtained 2 rare items after defeating a combatant. The drop of scion blood was anticipated, but the fragment of the universal earth-shattering palm martial technique took Han Zheng by surprise. Upon further contemplation, he quickly grasped the situation. Master Rashi had been gravely injured by the diminutive giant ape, and during their battle, he had exhausted his strength, ultimately leading to his demise in the dungeon's assessment. Master Rashi was judged to have been killed by the small combatant, and this fragment of the universal earth-shattering palm martial technique must have dropped upon his death, subsequently picked up by the small combatant. Afterward, Han Zheng defeated that small combatant. Thus the martial technique fragment re-emerged. With a formidable enemy now vanquished, Han Zheng leisurely examined its attributes. First, regarding the blood he now possessed, 34 drops of Scion blood. He was just one step away from unlocking the Scion lineage. The thought of it filled him with excitement. Next, he looked at the martial technique fragment, skill type, universal earth-shattering palm martial technique fragment, attributes, mid to close-range attack skill fragment, collection status, 13. Description, one fragment of the universal earth-shattering palm martial technique. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize the universal earth-shattering palm martial technique for learning. Please strive diligently. The universal earth-shattering palm is a powerful technique that Master Roshi had once employed during the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Facing the unexpectedly powerful Sun Wukong, Master Roshi had subdued him with this technique in a single move, had it not been for the full moon, which transformed Sun Wukong into a great ape. The championship would have undoubtedly been in Master Roshi's grasp. Han Zheng felt a surge of joy, akin to the Ngding wave. The universal earth-shattering palm was precisely the offensive skill he needed at this moment. With a vacant slot in his equipment inventory, he returned Lieutenant Arno to his capsule, placing it back into his equipment bar. Wang Song and Chun Chen soon approached him. Chun Chen appeared dejected, seemingly disheartened by the lack of drops after slaying the long-haired female. In contrast, Wang Song wore a look of satisfaction, evidently having acquired something valuable. Just then, a somewhat hesitant dungeon prompt finally sounded. In this team combat dungeon, all 5 combatants of a team have perished, while 3 remaining combatants of B team have completed the dungeon mission, each receiving 800 reward points. There are 4 days, 9 hours, and 51 minutes remaining until the conclusion of this dungeon. Upon its completion, the 3 combatants of B team may exit safely. Please be patient. Chapter 51. Chun Chen's Invitation. Finally, receiving the notification of task completion brought Han Zheng a wave of relief. This was the most relaxed he had felt upon hearing such a prompt in recent dungeons. After all, the previous 2 rounds had been solo missions, where even after completing the survival tasks, one had to remain vigilant against those who might still be on their missions. Now, in a team battle dungeon, with the enemy completely annihilated and only teammates remaining, who could not attack one another, alongside the absence of any remaining threats in the vicinity, he could finally allow himself to relax and catch up on sleep over the coming days. However, it was not yet time to rest. Hey, what did you get after killing that gorilla? Chun Chen approached Han Zheng, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. Han Zheng leaned on his sword, smiling silently. Noticing this, Chun Chen shook his head. With your demeanor, you must have obtained a drop of Scion blood. Why am I so unlucky? Team A got wiped out, yet I came away empty-handed. What a loss. Han Zheng could not help but feel exasperated. So not receiving anything was considered a loss? What loss was there when the dungeon was not yet complete? Wang Song laughed heartily. After winning the team battle, he seemed excited, his character regaining some of its previous arrogance. The hunt is far from over. In this city, there are still many dungeon characters worth our pursuit. However, he is indeed correct. Although the Turtle School's disciples suffered complete annihilation during the martial arts tournament, perishing at the hands of the great ape, there should still be several invaluable and significant dungeon characters in the vicinity at this time, aside from their own. For instance, Mu and Jiren, who chose to depart after their initial defeat, likely have not strayed too far as of yet. Not to mention, there are also the likes of Yamucha and his companions, who previously ventured to the hospital. Furthermore, these dungeon characters currently lack the combat prowess to rival Han Zheng and his associates. Han Zheng glanced at the other 2. After this fierce battle, the trio had developed a considerable rapport. They exchanged nods and set off once more, leaving the martial arts temple behind. Following this hunt, each of the 3 gained something of value. It was now deep into the night when Han Zheng and his companions returned to their lodgings, visibly fatigued after a day of relentless battles. Han Zheng, in particular, bore the brunt of the skirmish with the great ape, having been struck by a powerful swipe. Although the great ape had attempted to restrain its strength during the encounter, Han Zheng still felt the impact significantly. Despite his injuries, he hesitated to utilize the Senzu beans for healing. After the climactic battle of the martial arts tournament, the trio made their way to the hospital, where Han Zheng lingered a bit longer, summoning a doctor to tend to his wounds. This moment, Han Zheng's shoulder and abdomen were wrapped in several layers of bandages. He sat in the living room alongside Chun Chen and Wang Song. each assessing their respective gains. After leaving the martial arts temple, the three engaged in further skirmishes throughout the city. Wang Song acquired a drop of Jiren's monster blood, successfully unlocking the Jiren lineage. Chun Shen obtained the Wolfang Fist and immediately commenced its study at AS for Han Zheng. His luck with loot seemed to have run dry, as he failed to acquire the perfect transformation technique he yearned for, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he did obtain the Sky Cross Fist, and this time it was a complete technique rather than mere fragments. Technique, Sky Cross Fist type, unarmed attack skill, minimum combat power required. 35 description. A descending fist technique once wielded by the fourth-place contestant of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, Mu, who delivered a heavy blow to Sun Wukong using this move. Would you like to learn it immediately? Yes. The Sky Cross Fist begins to cultivate. Cultivation duration, 2 hours 20 minutes remaining time. 2 hours 19 minutes 59 seconds. The advantage of skills is such that even though Han Zheng's equipment slots were full, the newly acquired Sky Cross Fist occupied the space of the Mijizang Saber, but the skill could be learned immediately, thus freeing up a slot for weaponry. He returned the sword to his equipment slots, which now displayed a full complement of 77 slots. Senza Bean's 2 Mijizang Saber capsule. Lieutenant Arno's miniature watch. Young Sun Gohan's sword. Dowda Wave technique fragment. Universal stunning palm technique fragment. Han Zheng clicked his tongue. He had already expended the General White's pistol and the Tao Bye-Bye bombs during the martial arts tournament, yet his equipment slots remained at capacity, just as Han Zheng was meticulously examining his equipment. Contemplating various strategies, Wang Song suddenly spoke up from the other side. I could see that moment. Wang Song had noticeably tempered his usual boorish demeanor, lowering his voice as if about to convey something of great importance. After witnessing our collaborative efforts in this dungeon, I have developed a profound respect for both of your abilities and courage. Furthermore, I have come to realize that neither of you has yet joined a team. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree to perch upon. On behalf of our captain, I extend a sincere invitation for both of you to join our strong force team. Upon mentioning his team, Wang Song's face lit up with pride that he continued, our strong force team is affiliated with the renowned Storm Brigade. Our captain not only possesses formidable combat strength, but also treats his subordinates exceptionally well. Truly a commendable leader. Moreover, our captain holds a significant position within the brigade, earning the utmost respect even from the brigade commander. Hence, I reiterate, a good bird chooses its tree to perch upon. All right, I understand. Chun Shen, sitting nearby, clearly lacked the patience to let him finish and hastily interrupted. However, I currently have no intention of joining a team, so I must decline. Cut off mid-sentence and rejected, Wang Song's expression soured immediately. He ceased acknowledging Chun Shen and turned his gaze to Han Zheng, awaiting a response. So he seeks to recruit members. Han Zheng indeed felt a flicker of interest regarding joining a team. However, as Wang Song had mentioned, their strong force team was a part of the Storm Brigade. Han Zheng recalled the soldier he had previously vanquished in the last dungeon, who claimed to belong to the Storm Brigade. That soldier had been on the brink of death and even threatened Han Zheng with the brigade's name in a desperate attempt to survive, though his cousin had once been a member of a team. His journal seldom mentioned matters related to brigades. Thus, Han Zheng remained somewhat unclear about the precise relationship between teams and brigades. Exercising caution, Han Zheng politely declined, echoing Chun Shen's sentiments and stating that he did not intend to join a team at present. Wang Song, upon receiving consecutive rejections for his invitation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He crossed his legs and sulkily gazed out the window. The temporary team, which had recently celebrated a significant victory, now found itself in an awkward predicament. After an uncomfortable silence of several seconds, Chun Shen broke the stalemate on another note. Although I have participated in a few rounds of dungeons before, including one team battle dungeon, I must say that this experience has been my first encounter with such peril. Nearly facing death, she smiled at the two. We have now survived a life-and-death ordeal together. I still have not used the resource dungeon invitation voucher I received after my last dungeon run. Once we conclude this round, I plan to visit the resource dungeon. If you two are interested, shall we three venture together once more? Wang Song, still in a foul mood, replied curtly, I already used my resource dungeon invitation voucher long ago, so I can't accompany you. You might as well ask Zheng Han at that moment. Han Zheng was taken aback. Resource dungeon? Chapter 52. The conclusion of the third round dungeon. Resource dungeon. This term was not unfamiliar to Han Zheng, though he did not possess extensive knowledge about it. His cousin's diary did mention the term resource dungeon, but very sparingly, only noting that it was also referred to as a carnival dungeon. You don't know about the resource dungeon? Chun Chun tilted her head, seemingly intrigued by Han Zheng's reaction. The resource dungeon, also known as the carnival dungeon, is a non-combat dungeon that it would be normal for him not to know. Before Han Zheng could respond, Wang Song interjected, he has just completed 2 rounds of dungeons. This is only his 3rd round. The resource dungeon invitation voucher is a reward given to combatants after they complete 3 rounds of dungeons. So how could he possibly know about it now? Furthermore, Wang Song's voice gradually rose, directing his gaze toward Chun Chun. Not only him, but even you, while you have completed 3 rounds and received the invitation voucher. You have yet to enter the resource dungeon, correct? The term carnival dungeon. Where did you hear it from? Normally, you have neither entered a resource dungeon nor joined a battle team, based solely on the brief description on the invitation ticket. It seems implausible that you possess such extensive knowledge about resource dungeons. From the very beginning of this dungeon, I truly do not understand why Wang Song stands there with crossed arms and a furrowed brow. You two have only executed 2 or 3 rounds of dungeons, and moreover, you are not combatants of a battle team. How could you be so well-informed, appearing anything but the naive newcomers you are? Upon hearing this, Han Zheng and Chun Chun exchanged glances, both bowing their heads in silence. Noticing that no one was responding to him, Wang Song turned and returned to his room, muttering as he walked. When I first entered the battlefield, I was utterly in the dark. If it weren't for our captain. Carnival dungeon, a non-combat dungeon. After Wang Song had gone to his room, Han Zheng, somewhat puzzled, turned to Chun Chun and asked, "It seems you truly are unaware, considering you seem to understand quite a bit before." Chun Chun chuckled, picking up a segment of orange from the table and speaking as she ate. "Once this round of the dungeon concludes, you will receive an invitation ticket for the resource dungeon. Such tickets are awarded to combatants after every 3 rounds executed, allowing them to choose a time to enter the resource dungeon using the ticket." Finishing her orange, Chun Chun discarded the peel and grabbed a handful of cherries, continuing, "Within the resource dungeon, there are no tasks. Combatants do not need to engage in life and death battles to survive if you feel too lazy to move. You can find a house and simply sleep until the dungeon ends. Furthermore, in the resource dungeon, attacks between combatants are strictly limited. While not entirely prohibited, killing another combatant will not yield any loot and will incur severe penalties from the dungeon. I want to elaborate on the specifics of the penalties. You can read the explanation on the invitation ticket yourself. Thus, in the resource dungeon, there are no survival tasks, nor is there any need to worry about combatants clashing with one another. So, does that mean the resource dungeon is purely intended for combatants to scrape resources? Han Zheng immediately grasped the idea. With no tasks weighing them down and no need for battles, the only activities available in the dungeon would be to focus on gathering resources and capturing key dungeon characters. However, if the activity area is limited, the number of dungeon characters is finite, and with so many combatants, while they may not dare to engage in battle, they can still compete for resources that would essentially come down to who acts faster and thinks more cleverly. Isn't it possible for one person or just a few to enter the resource dungeon? Han Zheng inquired promptly. This way, they could avoid competing with others for resources and maximize their benefits. Advanced teams and battalions can regularly receive exclusive resource dungeon invitation tickets that outsiders cannot enter. The captain or battalion leader can lead designated individuals into the dungeon to gather resources. However, lower-tier teams or individuals like you and me can only enter the ordinary resource dungeons, Chun Chun explained, shrugging her shoulders with a look of resignation. The ordinary resource dungeons assemble 20 combatants and send them into a single dungeon together. Moreover, these ordinary resource dungeons usually do not deliver you to resource-rich locations, and there typically aren't many valuable dungeon characters, so there's not much to gain. After a moment of thought, she added, "However, it's better than nothing. A stroll and a bit of luck might yield some rewards, so how about it? After this round ends, let us head into the resource dungeon together once you receive your invitation ticket." Han Zheng contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. As Chun Chun suggested, a bit of luck might bring some rewards, especially since this type of dungeon poses little danger. By the way, he suddenly recalled, what's the story behind the name Carnival Dungeon? Well, Chun-Shin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Seemingly reluctant to explain, you'll understand once you enter, you'll see for yourself. Han Zheng nodded, realizing if she was unwilling to elaborate, there was no need for him to press further. In the following days, Han Zheng and the others found themselves largely idle, as there was little of consequence for them to engage in this area, and with the activity zone restricted, they were quite bored. Consequently, they sometimes gathered to play cards to pass the time. However, there were occasions when Wang Song would venture out alone for extended periods without disclosing his motives, returning often looking exhausted, and usually collapsing in a bed upon returning home. Han Zheng noticed that whenever Wang Song left and returned in such a manner, Chun-Shun would display a look of disdain. Over these days, Wang Song again sought opportunities to invite Han Zheng and Chun-Shun, only to be rebuffed once more. Meanwhile, Han Zheng and Chun-Shun made plans to meet at the service station in the Level 1 living area 2 days after the dungeon's conclusion to venture into the next resource dungeon together. Finally, the current dungeon came to an end. As the last second of the dungeon time ticked away, a notification rang in Han Zheng's ears. Task for Combatant No and 2199 has been completed. You may safely exit the dungeon. Combatant No and 2199 has accumulated 800 points during this dungeon. Rewards have been issued. Combatant No and 2199 has successfully executed 3 rounds of dungeons. Equipment inventory slots 1. Combatant No and 2199 has successfully executed 3 rounds of dungeons. Reward: 1 resource dungeon invitation ticket. Please refer to the ticket for detailed usage instructions. Combatant No and 2199 has successfully executed 3 rounds of dungeons. Reward: 2 battlefield promotion black cards. Please refer to the black card for detailed usage instructions. Accompanied by blue light, Han Zheng, Chun-Shun, and Wang Song all materialized in a white room. Until we meet again in the dungeon, we shall not know whether we are foes or friends. Farewell, Wang Song declared before teleporting away. Han Zheng looked at his reward notification. His mind filled with questions, he turned to Chun-Shun, intending to ask something, only to see her enveloped in blue light as well. Remember, we'll meet at the service station 2 days from now, Chun-Shun said before swiftly teleporting away. Now, Han Zheng found himself alone in the white room, pondering the reward notification with a furrowed brow. He was already aware of what a resource dungeon invitation ticket entailed. But what was this battlefield promotion black card? Chapter 53. How will you choose? In the private living area, Han Zheng regarded the 2 black cards in his hand, his expression grave. They had encountered such black cards before and had a vivid memory of them. After all, he himself had entered the Dragon Pearl battlefield with 1 such black card. Recalling the time, he found his cousin's diary in his cousin's house and discovered a black card hidden within the diary's compartment. He remembered how the moment he touched it, he was engulfed in pain, and when he awoke again, he was already entering the first round of the dungeon. Memories surged in his mind, as vivid as if they occurred yesterday. Han Zheng felt a tumult of emotions within him. Prior to checking the explanation, he had a faint suspicion, and after reviewing the information, his assumptions were indeed confirmed. The battlefield promotion black card is a tool used to pull ordinary people from reality into the battlefield, transforming them into new combatants, thereby continually replenishing the battlefield's ranks. According to the instructions, combatants on the battlefield may freely touch this black card without any consequence. However, the moment an ordinary person from the real world makes contact with this card, even if just a slight touch, they will be immediately absorbed into the battlefield and drawn into the instance. From the instructions, Han Zheng learned that as a combatant, after completing 3 rounds of instances, not only would he be rewarded with resource instance invitation tickets, but he would also continue to receive these battlefield promotion black cards that in the future, the more rounds of instances he completed, the quantity of black cards distributed would double. The reason they are termed rewards is that these 2 black cards, bestowed upon Han Zheng, are uniquely his. Why giving the black cards to ordinary individuals in reality and drawing them into the battlefield. He would receive the promotional rewards offered by the battlefield. For each black card used to help the battlefield absorb a newcomer, the owner of the card would earn 100 points and an opportunity for a lottery draw. Moreover, the combatants must utilize the black cards. The 2 black cards Han Zheng obtained after the 3rd round must be successfully used before the commencement of his 6th round. Failing to do so would equate to a failure of the instance task, resulting in the erasure of the combatant. In other words, Han Zheng must use these 2 black cards to absorb 2 ordinary individuals into the brutal Dragon Ball battlefield before the 6th round. So that is how it is. Han Zheng chuckled coldly. It's absurd that combatants themselves are required to draw ordinary people into the battlefield as newcomers. He gazed at the 2 cards and sighed. Though he felt some resistance in his heart, he knew that failure would mean his own erasure. It seems he must find 2 individuals at random and secretly use the black cards to draw them in. As for how long they might survive in the instance afterward, that was of little concern, especially since he was under immense pressure and had no other choice. However, upon seeing the last line of the black card instructions, Han Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. New combatants absorbed by the black card, should they suffer from any ailments, regardless of severity, would undergo a comprehensive scan and treatment upon entering the battlefield, restoring them to health. Reading this final note plunged Han Zheng into deep contemplation. After a long while, he emerged from his intense thoughts, leaning back on the sofa and suddenly chuckling at himself. No wonder my years-long rhinitis suddenly improved recently. He then set aside his previous thoughts and glanced at the resource instance invitation ticket's description. Han Zheng had already gleaned the specifics of the invitation ticket from Chen Shun, and the current instructions echoed what had been discussed earlier. The only detail Chen Shun hadn't mentioned was the punitive measures against combatants attacking one another upon entering the resource instance, which were elaborated upon in the instructions. Once inside the resource instance, attacking other combatants is strictly prohibited. Any violation would incur penalties based on the level of damage inflicted on fellow combatants, deducting points accordingly. If a combatant were to kill another, the penalty would be substantially greater. Additionally, should a combatant lack sufficient points, their equipment, skills, blood, and other assets will be converted into points for deductions. If that too prove inadequate, their combat power would be directly reduced according to the conversion. The punitive measures are indeed severe. Han Zheng was taken aback, then tucked the 2 black cards and the invitation ticket into his pocket. Having been informed, he realized that upon completing the 3rd round of instances, his financial assistance would increase again, now amounting to a daily sum of 400 yuan, an income exceeding 10,000 per month. He never imagined that the modest goal he set for himself upon graduating from university would be achieved in such a manner. Han Zheng shook his head with a bitter smile, withdrew the financial aid he had received during this period, and promptly returned to reality. Upon arriving back at his home, Han Zheng first called his parents. Then, glancing at his phone and after a mental struggle, he ultimately dialed the number of his old classmate, Sun Yuqian. During the call, Han Zheng learned that Sun Yuqian was currently hospitalized in a major hospital in the provincial capital. Han Zheng mentioned he had urgent matters to discuss and disregarded Sun Yuqian's inquiries, stating he would meet him in the provincial capital immediately. After hanging up, Han Zheng checked flight schedules and hurriedly left for the airport. Boarding the plane to the provincial capital, in a hospital in the provincial capital, it was evident from Sun Yuqian's expression that he was quite puzzled by Han Zheng's unannounced arrival. However, given their long-standing friendship, Sun Yuqian appreciated Han Zheng's concern. Seeing his old friend after a long time, Sun Yuqian, who had been quite dejected since his illness, seemed much more uplifted at that moment. You sounded so urgent on the phone. And here you are flying over. Did you win 5 million? Planning to share half with me. In the room, with only Han Zheng and Sun Yuqian present, Sun Yuqian, clad in a hospital gown, could not help but make a jest, then teasingly added about the upcoming class reunion. It's not because of the reunion that you're too scared to go alone and had to drag me, the patient, along, is it? I heard Guicho is also returning from abroad and will attend the reunion. Guicho, she is coming back too. The mention of that name startled Han Zheng, flooding his mind with a torrent of memories from his school days. However, he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brows and clearing his throat. I didn't come to discuss that. He pressed Sun Yuqian's shoulder, urging him to sit against the wall and remain still. What is going on? You didn't really win 5 million, did you? Sun Yuqian inquired, bewildered. Han Zheng paid no heed to his jest and fixed his gaze on Sun Yuqian, slowly saying, if I told you I could cure your cancer, but the cost of treatment would plunge you into another life-threatening crisis. What would you choose? Chapter 54. A new training instance. What are you talking about? Sun Yuqian's expression changed drastically, and he pushed Han Zheng's arm away. Standing up, did you come here just to make this kind of joke? Sun Yuqian moved to the window, turning his back to Han Zheng. Although his expression was hidden, his voice trembled noticeably. Calm down. And don't shout. Sit down and let me explain. Han Zheng approached, closing the window and drawing the curtains tightly, then lowered his voice. I need to start from the beginning. It's been almost half a year. Throughout the narration, the expressions on Sun Yuqian's face shifted rapidly, until finally he gazed at Han Zheng as if he were a lunatic. So, I called you immediately and came here to find you. But ultimately, it's up to you how you decide. Han Zheng succinctly clarified the events, yet he could see from Sun Yuqian's expression that he had already begun to perceive him as a patient. However, this was somewhat expected. Seeing you like this, it's clear you don't believe me. How about this? Han Zheng shook his head and smiled, pulling a small folding knife from his pocket. Han Zheng, the last time we spoke on the phone, you were quite coherent. It hasn't been long, has it? What are you doing with that knife? Sun Yuqian immediately became alert. Without hesitation, Han Zheng directly thrust a folding knife into Sun Yuqian's hand. Here, take this knife and stab me twice to see for yourself whether my words hold any truth. Sun Yuqian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he even took 2 steps back, deliberately creating some distance. Han Zheng, I've heard you've been unemployed for a while and still haven't found a job. Yet, you shouldn't be too anxious. Look at me. I don't even know how much longer I have to live. That my family is constantly embroiled in conflicts over the expenses for my treatment. Compared to my situation, your troubles seem trivial. Han Zheng sighed. Realizing the potential for misunderstanding, he glanced around the room and suddenly asked, there aren't any surveillance cameras in here, are there? No. Why do you ask? Sun Yuqian began to inquire, but before he could finish his sentence, Han Zheng abruptly teleported back to the living quarters, vanishing from a room in an instant. In the private living area, Han Zheng plopped down on the sofa, picked up a glass of juice from the coffee table, and began counting seconds. 10 seconds later, he returned to the real world. Sun Yuqian's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. He had witnessed Han Zheng vanish from the room. And after a moment of shock, when he turned to look around, Han Zheng reappeared out of thin air. Wiping the remnants of juice from the corner of his mouth, Han Zheng pointed to the folding knife and said, now you should believe me, right? If you still doubt, feel free to test it with the knife. Sun Yuqian gazed at Han Zheng, seemingly unable to trust his own eyes, yet the reality before him left no room for disbelief. He swallowed hard, picked up the knife, and with a force insufficient to inflict serious harm, he drew it lightly across Han Zheng's hand. Instantly, Han Zheng's self-defense system activated, and the blade glided over his skin, leaving not even a faint mark. Sun Yuqian stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Encouraged by Han Zheng, he thrust the knife into Han Zheng several more times, yet none inflicted any damage whatsoever. Faced with this incredible reality, he could no longer doubt Han Zheng's assertions. Sun Yuqian collapsed onto the bed, his eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions, remaining silent for a long time. Han Zheng, sitting quietly nearby, did not disturb him. So, everything you said before was true? Han Zheng nodded. Does that mean if I enter that so-called battlefield you mentioned, my cancer will be cured instantly? Indeed, Han Zheng replied. However, as I mentioned earlier, entering the battlefield requires you to regularly complete missions, each of which could be a matter of life and death. Therefore, although your illness may be cured upon entering, there is also the possibility of losing your life in a mission, thus prematurely ending your existence. He sighed and continued. This is a point of no return, and it may not necessarily be better than the terminal illness you currently face. Thus, the choice is ultimately yours to make. Sun Yuqian lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Let me think it over. Of course, Han Zheng replied. Such a decision cannot be made hastily. I happen to have a mission in a few days. When I return, you can give me your answer. Han Zheng initially intended to hand the black card over to Sun Yuqian, allowing him to decide when to use it. However, considering the card's implications for his own life, he decided it prudent to keep it for himself. Should Sun Yuqian accidentally lose it, his own safety would be jeopardized. Han Zheng resolved to hold on to the black card while allowing Sun Yuqian some time alone to contemplate the gravity of the decision at hand. Enter a mission, but didn't you just return from one? Sun Yuqian suddenly inquired. It's complicated, Han Zheng replied. Not all missions are the same. The one I just completed was relatively safe, and I'll be back in a few days. Use this time to think it through while I find a place to stay, not a place to stay. Actually, I have a rental here that isn't due yet. It's just in a rather secluded area. Upon hearing Sun Yuqian's description, Han Zheng felt a surge of excitement that a quiet rental would ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. Perfectly aligning with his preferences, he took the key from Sun Yuqian and followed the provided address to the residence. The room appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, gathering a layer of dust. However, this was of little consequence to Han Zheng. After securing the doors and windows, he teleported back to his private living quarters. According to their agreement, he was to meet Shun at the service station the following morning. Han Zheng was determined not to waste the intervening time. He decided to enter a training mission to continue honing his skills and enhance his combat abilities. Entering the training mission, a blue scanning beam appeared, followed by flashing blue text, Fighter ID, in 2199 combat power, 72 bloodline, Earthling Rabbit Army Leader combat power limit, 1000 training speed. He completed mission rounds, 3 scanning complete. Filtering results. Based on the scans, considering the fighter's current combat strength, bloodline, and completed mission rounds, the following 2 training missions were selected for options. Training on Turtle Island purchase price. 10 points per day training in Galinta purchase price. 50 points per day time flow in the training missions is 6. 1 compared to reality. Please select your purchase. Han Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Training in Galinta. Chapter 55. Training on Galinta. The options for training missions had finally expanded. Han Zheng was overjoyed. From the diary, he gathered that his cousin, after 3 rounds of missions, still remained in training on Turtle Island and had yet to qualify for the new training missions. This indicated that he was significantly ahead of his peer, Han Lei. With the meeting with Chun approaching, Han Zheng calculated the time and spent 400 points to purchase 8 days of training in Galinta. Upon completion of the purchase, a burst of light enveloped him, and he was instantly teleported into the mission. Surrounded by lush greenery, Han Zheng found himself in a dense jungle. Not far ahead, a massive pillar rose from the ground, piercing the sky and disappearing into the clouds. The pillar was adorned with intricate carvings and beast heads, exuding an artistic flair. That is the Galinta's sacred tower. No one knows how tall it truly is, a voice called from behind. Han Zheng quickly turned to find tall, imposing man dressed in traditional Native American attire. Legend has it that if one can climb to the top of the tower using their own strength and drink the holy water granted by the immortal at the summit, their power will greatly increase. Our family has guarded this sacred tower for generations. That it turned out to be Bola. Due to the striking physical characteristics of this formidable figure, Han Zheng instantly recognized him. In the original narrative, Bra and his son Yuba had resided here all along. It was they who informed Sun Wukong that there were immortals atop the Gowan Tower, possessing a sacred water that could enhance one's strength. It seemed that he had assumed the role of an explanatory NPC within this particular instance. With time of the essence, Han Zheng had no leisure to engage in dialogue. He leapt high into the air, seizing a protruding edge of the tower's column, and swiftly began his ascent, well-versed in the comics. Han Zheng understood that the so-called super sacred water was merely a fabrication. The true means of augmenting one's power lay in the act of climbing the Gowan Tower and subsequently battling the immortal at its summit. Through such rigorous training, one could attain strength. Han Zheng secured one hand on an ornate carving while the other wiped away a thick layer of sweat from his brow. Glancing down, he could only see a sea of verdant green, with no discernible details below. After several hours of climbing, he muttered to himself, breathing heavily, and looked up once more, still only perceiving the tower's column extending infinitely into the sky, tapering ever more until it vanished from sight. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the actual commencement of his climb occasionally filled him with a sense of despair, as if he were facing an endless journey. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he summoned strength from both arms and legs, continuing his ascent in the original tale, Sun Wukong had climbed for a full day and night before reaching the tower's peak. Han Zheng felt that, for himself, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult to reach the summit even after a day and a night of climbing. Thus, he persevered, taking brief respites on suitable protrusions when utterly fatigued, recovering some stamina before pushing onwards. Compared to his initial entry into Turtle Island for training, Han Zheng was no longer an ordinary weakling. Through numerous training sessions, he had gleaned many interconnected insights that he learned to manage his physical energy. Avoiding the temptation to overexert himself for the sake of speed and to seize opportunities for rest to recuperate, as Han Zheng climbed higher, he distanced himself from the ground, traversing countless layers of clouds. And finally, as night fell on the second day, he beheld the 4 circular entrances at the peak of the Galan Tower. Finally, the end was in sight. Unable to restrain himself, Han Zheng let out an expletive, gritting his teeth as he leapt upward with renewed vigor, diving headfirst into one of the circular openings. Exhausted from such a lengthy climb, Han Zheng tirelessly wiped the sweat from his arms and hastened to a nearby water jar. Gulping down water eagerly, "Come up," called a voice from above. Undoubtedly, this was the cat immortal, Galan. After quenching his thirst, Han Zheng set down the water jar and ascended the stairs to the upper level of the tower. A short, round, and plump cat appeared before him, leaning on a staff taller than itself. "You seek the super-sacred water, do you not? It is right there," the immortal Galan said, gesturing with his staff toward a delicate water bottle placed atop a high platform in the center of the level. Han Zheng glanced at the bottle, fully aware that its contents were merely ordinary water. True cultivation required battling the immortal Galan. However, he had no intention of exposing this ruse, for he had learned from his cousin's diary that he must follow the original plot's design. Striving to seize the super-sacred water and subsequently engage in combat with the immortal, thereby completing his training that if he were to unveil the immortal Galan's deception and forego the attempt to claim the super-sacred water. Directly confronting him, he would face minor repercussions when the instance concluded with the assessment of his combat power. "Oh, then I shall go drink it," Han Zheng replied casually, striding towards the water bottle. "But can you handle the super-sacred water?" Galan feigned profundity. Ignoring him, Han Zheng reached for the bottle, but in the next instant, it vanished from before him, appearing instead suspended from the immortal's staff. "If you wish to drink this super-sacred water, you must seize this bottle from me." This statement meant that their training bout was about to commence. Nevertheless, Han Zheng did not immediately attack. Instead, he suddenly declared, "I am currently famished. I could hardly overpower you in this state. Allow me to eat first, and then I shall easily snatch it." "Oh, is that so? Then let me treat you to a meal," replied Galan, casually tossing over a bean. This bean was indeed a celestial bean. Aside from healing properties, consuming it ensured one would not feel hunger for 10 days. Han Zheng accepted the celestial bean, sighing inwardly, lamenting that it was merely an item for the instance. Had he been able to retain such equipment or items beyond the confines of the instance, he would have preferred to go hungry rather than consume it. He swallowed the bean in one gulp, instantly feeling his hunger vanish, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. "Drink!" he roared, charging towards the immortal Galan with a fierce determination. In the ensuing days, Han Zheng engaged in relentless combat with the immortal Galan, vying for the water bottle filled with super-sacred water. When fatigue set in, he would take a brief respite, and once his strength was replenished, he would resume fighting. However, throughout these days, he had yet to lay a finger on the bottle. Not even once that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong had secured the super-sacred water in just 3 days, completing his training. Though he anticipated that he was not as adept as Sun Wukong prior to ascending the tower, Han Zheng believed the disparity should not be so vast. He reasoned that the instance was designed to facilitate the warrior's training, intentionally adjusted for difficulty. Yet, with each bout against the immortal Galan, Han Zheng could distinctly sense slight improvements in his abilities after every rest. Feeling himself grow stronger bit by bit, Han Zheng was greatly encouraged. Exerting even more effort in his training against the immortal, time swiftly passed, and soon it was the final night of the 8-day instance, as he calculated the dwindling time left for his training. Han Zheng felt a surge of urgency, letting out a fierce cry as he lunged towards the immortal Galan before him. The immortal deftly dodged, swiftly kicking him in the back. Han Zheng suppressed the pain, forcing himself to twist around, his right hand forming a blade as he struck towards Galen. At that moment, the once agile and formidable immortal suddenly appeared somewhat sluggish, and Han Zheng's strike landed squarely, causing Galen to tremble in midair, dropping his staff. Quick as a flash, Han Zheng dashed forward, seizing the staff while simultaneously grasping the water bottle that rested atop it. Wow, an impressive feat. To think you managed to do this in just 8 days. You may now drink the water, Galen said with a grin. Han Zheng suddenly realized that this too was an element of the training instance's design. The immortal Galen was destined to be defeated on the last day of training, surrendering the super sacred water. However, this was not entirely unfavorable. After all, the super sacred water was merely a gimmick, and obtaining on the final day was satisfactory, for the primary objective remained the combat training with the immortal Galen. Han Zheng uncorked the bottle and downed the super sacred water in one go. The training instance came to an end, and as the brilliance faded, Han Zheng found himself transported back to his personal living area. He hurriedly checked his stats. Combat power, 90. After 8 days of training, he had increased his combat power by 18 points. Indeed, it proved to be far more efficient than the previous training on Turtle Island. At this moment, Han Zheng had 1,025 points remaining, and he resolved to invest them all in purchasing the Galinta training dungeon. Glancing at the time, with several hours still remaining before his scheduled meeting with Chun Shun, Han Zheng, feeling somewhat lethargic, opted not to return to the present world and instead refreshed himself in his private living quarters. After resting, Han Zheng ventured into the public living area. He first made his way to the trading hall, where he placed the unnecessary sword of the young son, Goku, up for sale, pricing it at 700 points after some consideration. Although the sword possessed considerable power, it was likely too steep for the level 1 living area, where most individuals had yet to complete 5 rounds of dungeons. Departing the trading hall, Han Zheng proceeded directly to the service station. This marked his inaugural visit to such a place, which was slightly larger than the trading hall, and it appeared to be bustling with activity. As Han Zheng scanned the area for Chun Shun, he was suddenly greeted by the familiar voice calling out behind him, "Zheng Han." Han Zheng hesitated momentarily, but quickly realized he was being addressed and turned around. Standing right behind him was Chun Shun, her short hair framing a playful smile as she leaned in and whispered, "It truly is a pseudonym, isn't it?" Han Zheng managed an awkward smile in response, but offered no verbal reply. Chun Shun did not press further, and the two of them entered the service station together. The service station in the level 1 area offered minimal functions. Forming battle teams, establishing core, and designating bases were privileges reserved for higher-level living areas. Here, the service station currently only provided access to resource dungeon entrances and allowed for the input of combatant identification numbers to establish text communication. Han Zheng and Chun Shun arrived at the resource dungeon entrance, where a queue had already formed. As Chun Shun had previously mentioned, combatants holding invitation tickets were required to line up for entry into the dungeon, with every 20 individuals being dispatched to a single dungeon. Han Zheng and Chun Shun stood together in line, presenting their invitation tickets as they passed through the entrance. That a beam of light swept over them, and the tickets in their hands gradually vanished. In the next moment, Han Zheng found himself enveloped in darkness. "Attention, combatant No. in 2199. You have utilized the invitation ticket for the first round of the resource dungeon and are about to enter the first round of the resource dungeon. Nature of this dungeon, resource gathering, timeline commencing on September 1, year 749 of the Aichi era, duration 3 days, location, the village of Oolong, with limited activity zones. Number of combatants participating in this resource dungeon, 20. The resource dungeon is officially commencing. There were no scans of combatant status, no countdown timer, nor any statistics on average combat power. The prompt for the resource dungeon was rather succinct. Following the announcement, Han Zheng was instantaneously transported into the dungeon. Surrounding him was indeed a quaint village, with uneven stone pathways underfoot and modest houses lining either side. In the center of the road stood a well, and a few vehicles were parked nearby. Oolong's village. "My goodness, how can this be?" A voice filled with despair came from behind. "Chun Shun." Han Zheng glanced around and noticed that the other combatants were also scattered nearby, indicating that, since this was not a combat dungeon, they would not be dispersed at this moment. Aside from Chun Chen's continuous complaints, most combatants, being first-timers in a resource dungeon, were in a state of curiosity, scanning their surroundings. Chun Chen strolled over to Han Zheng's side, her complaints unabated. I anticipated that this first round of the resource dungeon wouldn't lead us to any resource-rich locales, but I never expected it to be such a dismal dungeon. Observing Chun Chen's dejected expression, Han Zheng could empathize with her sentiments. This resource dungeon was indeed lacking. Situated in Oolong's village, set in the timeline of September 1, with merely 3 days to explore, it felt quite underwhelming that he recalled that in the Dragon Ball timeline, Son Goku and Bulma would not arrive until September 5. This meant that during this period, the only valuable dungeon character in the area would be Oolong. Possessing the incomplete transformation technique, Han Zheng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This resource dungeon was indeed a bit of a letdown. However, even if it lacked appeal, he had no intention of relinquishing his opportunity to others. Seizing the moment while the other combatants were still acclimating to their first experience in a resource dungeon, Han Zheng swiftly transformed into a bird and soared toward Oolong's residence in the mountains. Seeing this, Chun Chun took flight as well, trailing closely behind him. You truly miss nothing, do you? You've already mastered the transformation technique and are still seeking Oolong. Han Zheng quipped that if you manage to extract that incomplete transformation technique and sell it for some points, it could be deemed a success. Chun Chen pondered for a moment before retorting, "Oh, I won't be snatching Oolong from you, that in truth there's nothing in this dungeon that piques my interest. It's simply a waste of time." Han Zheng raised an eyebrow. Not in need of points? Quite the bold claim that he mused silently, but refrained from probing further, flapping his wings until he swiftly arrived at Oolong's abode. That Oolong's house was as magnificent as depicted in the comics, exuding an air of grandeur akin to that of a royal palace. Han Zheng unsheathed his sword, Midru Bin Bei, and forcefully cleaved the door open, with the two of them striding in confidently. Inside the spacious and opulent room, several exquisitely dressed maidens lounged leisurely in various corners, sipping juice and performing calisthenics. Their tranquility was shattered by Han Zheng's abrupt entrance, causing them to gasp in alarm. "Where's Oolong?" Han Zheng inquired coldly. One of the maidens quickly regained her composure, nervously pointing towards an inner chamber. Without further ado, Han Zheng brandished his weapon and advanced, but suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from within. "Who dares to intrude upon the abode of Lord Oolong?" As the words fell, an exceptionally towering bull-headed creature emerged from the room, wielding a massive spiked club and wearing a fierce expression. Observing Oolong's theatrics, Han Zheng had no desire to engage in verbal sparring. He charged forward, swiftly delivering a decisive slash. Combatant No in 2199 has slain a key dungeon character, Oolong. That an incomplete transformation technique has been dropped. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Han Zheng smiled faintly. It was the complete incomplete transformation technique, rather than mere skill fragments, which greatly pleased him. Did you succeed? Chun Chun, who had been leaning against the door frame since their entrance, inquired. Han Zheng nodded, performing a gesture of gratitude reminiscent of ancient dramas. "Thank you, my lady, for your uncontentious grace." Chun Chun cast a glance at him, as the two were about to depart and return to the village, when they noticed several combatants swiftly approaching from beyond the gate. It appeared that these individuals were also drawn towards Oolong, albeit regrettably arriving a tad too late. The group of combatants, all male, rushed into the room, but upon discovering Oolong's lifeless body, their faces expressed considerable disappointment. Some scrutinized Han Zheng and Chun Chun with contemptuous glances, yet refrained from uttering further words, leaving in a huff one by one. However, two combatants chose not to vacate the premises. They surveyed the opulent surroundings, their eyes landing on the few terrified, beautiful maidens within the room. One particularly burly combatant wore a sinister grin as he approached, effortlessly seizing one of the girls, tucking the two most delicate maidens under his arms, disregarding their frantic cries, and kicked open the door to an inner chamber, laughing heartily as he entered. The second combatant, realizing he was lagging behind, was instantly filled with regret. He hastily grabbed the remaining terrified girl, chuckling wickedly, and began to strip her clothes as he made his way into another inner room. These two acted with utter disregard for their surroundings, leaving Han Zheng utterly astonished. Observing this scene, Chun seemed unfazed, as if she had anticipated such behavior. She let out a cold laugh and turned to Han Zheng, saying, "You surely understand now why the resource copy is also referred to as the carnival copy?" Han Zheng was taken aback. It dawned on him that this was the true meaning of the carnival copy. Chun gaze turned increasingly disdainful as she watched the rooms that had erupted into chaos. And she elaborated, "In truth, this is merely the first round of the resource copy. The combatants are entering this non-combat type copy for the first time and are initially somewhat slow to react. However, once the initial confusion passes, if one person leads, many will inevitably follow suit." After a moment's thought, she added, "If you doubt my words, return to the village now. I fear it may already be in complete disarray." Indeed, everything unfolded as Chun had predicted. Upon returning to the village, Han Zheng discovered that the once tranquil settlement had transformed dramatically. The stone path was marred by the bodies of several residents, and the doors and windows of numerous houses lay shattered. Disturbing cries echoed from within many homes. "Help!" A girl burst out of one of the houses, crying out in desperation. Yet, almost immediately, a bare-chested male combatant charged out from within. Seizing the girl and flinging her back into the house with a single hand, he glanced at Han Zheng and Chun, offering them a friendly smile before swiftly retreating back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. "This truly is a carnival copy," Han Zheng mused, contemplating how these combatants, accustomed to life and death struggles, must experience a level of psychological strain far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Now, in this copy devoid of tasks or survival threats, their propensity for such behavior becomes all too clear. After all, this is merely a copy. The residents lying on the ground and the screaming girls within the houses are but roles within this simulated reality, set to refresh after 3 days of copy time. Moreover, the combatants entering this realm have all completed at least 3 rounds of copies, each possessing a combat strength of at least dozens, rendering ordinary villagers utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. With no repercussions to fear and no post-event troubles, this serves as a most suitable venue for a combatant to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Han Zheng couldn't help but speculate whether his cousin had refrained from documenting any details about the resource copy in his diary, because he might have engaged in such debauchery within this carnival copy. As the cacophony of various cries resonated around them, Chun-Chen's expression darkened, seemingly unable to bear the sounds any longer. She turned and made her way towards the village's outskirts, prompting Han Zheng to hastily follow suit. The two settled in a secluded spot, enveloped in silence, each lost in their thoughts. The oppressive atmosphere was unbearable, and as Han Zheng contemplated breaking the awkward silence, he suddenly noticed a commotion not far away. A short, curly-haired man was running desperately, pursued by several others. Given their swift movements, it was clear these individuals were not ordinary villagers, but combatants. Combatants were actually hunting other combatants within a resource copy. How could such a phenomenon occur? Did they not fear the penalties of the copy? Han Zheng sprang to his feet, his brow furrowing in confusion, and Chun mirrored his bewilderment. The combatants approached quickly. The short man running ahead was too preoccupied with his escape to notice Han Zheng and Chun blocking his path. Upon raising his head, he was startled to see the two standing before him. Mistaking them for accomplices of his pursuers, he panicked and attempted to evade to the side. However, in his flustered state, he inadvertently tripped over his own feet. The pursuing combatants quickly closed in, encircling the fallen man. "Don't attack me. If you do, you'll incur the penalties of the copy. You've mistaken me for someone else," the short man exclaimed, waving his hands in a futile attempt to ward them off. Han Zheng's surprise. The short man appeared somewhat familiar. He scrutinized the figure closely and suddenly recalled seeing a similar man just before entering the 3rd round of the copy. The one who had mysteriously vanished in the street and then reappeared while he was dining at a restaurant with his parents. The resemblance was uncanny. Chapter 57. The all-knowing Han Zheng's mind raced back to that day. He had been dining with his parents when he witnessed the curly-haired man disappear and reappear in an instant. Han Zheng had concluded that this man must be a combatant capable of traversing seamlessly between the battlefield and reality. Though the moment was fleeting, it left a profound impression on him, especially since he had always been adept at remembering faces. The short combatant's hairstyle and facial features indeed bore a striking resemblance to that mysterious figure. However, Han Zheng rubbed his chin, pondering how the man was significantly shorter than he remembered, which was inconsistent with his recollection. "Don't make a move. Let us talk this out first. You must have mistaken me for someone else." He never wronged the Storm Brigade. The short man continued to wave his arms defensively while shouting at the surrounding combatants. Another mention of the Storm Brigade. Han Zheng noted that this brigade's name had been gaining considerable notoriety in his vicinity lately. "Cut the nonsense. I'll be frank with you. We are outer members recruited by the Storm Brigade, and our superiors have shown us your photo. It's you. The Storm Brigade has been hunting you for quite some time now. Whether we uncover your real identity and address or simply eliminate you within this copy, a generous reward awaits. Points or bloodlines, we've got it all." One of the blonde combatants shouted. "Who would have thought we'd get so lucky to have you cornered today?" A bounty from a Storm Brigade? Han Zheng was suddenly filled with curiosity. However, the combatants before him, who claimed to be members of the Storm Legion's outer circle, had completely surrounded the short individual. Yet none dared to strike first. It appeared that they were all apprehensive about the punitive measures associated with the resource dungeon, hoping to let someone else take the initiative while they could profit without harm. Meanwhile, the short individual continued to plead desperately. "You must be mistaken. I am merely a novice who has just completed 3 rounds of dungeons. I have no idea what a battle team or legion is. How could I possibly offend the Storm Legion? Please take a good look at me. You have definitely mistaken me for someone else. Could it be that these individuals truly had the wrong person?" Han Zheng stood beside the group, increasingly entertained. "Hey, stop gawking and move along." One of the combatants shouted after noticing Han Zheng observing them from a distance, eyes wide with indignation. Han Zheng chuckled lightly and swung a fist directly at the other man's face. Before the other could react, the fist hung perilously close to his nose, the wind from the punch ruffling his hair. Observing the astonished expression on the other's face, Han Zheng retracted his fist with a smile. Although he had not made contact and caused no harm, Han Zheng was confident that the other could discern the disparity between them from that single punch. As expected, the combatant's face turned pale with fear, and he retreated into the crowd. The others, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of complexity. The blonde-haired one hurriedly addressed Han Zheng. "We are members of the Storm Legion's outer circle, currently carrying out tasks for the Legion. So please do not interfere," he added hastily. "If you wish to watch, feel free." Han Zheng chose not to respond, remaining still. The others disregarded him and resumed their deliberations regarding who would strike down the short individual. Although the penalties for killing in the resource dungeon were quite severe, the generous rewards from the Storm Legion seemed even more enticing. After some internal struggle, the blonde-haired one resolved to take action himself. Just then, a fellow combatant beside him leaned in and said, "Wait, hold on. I can't shake the feeling that we might actually have the wrong person." "Nonsense. You've seen the pictures. They look exactly alike. How could we be mistaken?" While the facial features and hairstyle are indeed very similar, this person's chin is too long. Think about it. The person in the photo has a shorter chin. Moreover, our informant mentioned that the wanted individual is around 175 centimeters tall. But look at this guy. Even with elevator shoes, he wouldn't reach 170. The height difference is quite significant. Could it be that we really have the wrong person? If you kill him and then the Legion discovers the mistake during their investigation, not only will you miss out on the reward, but you'll also face the murder penalty. That would be quite a loss. You make a valid point. I was too rash. The blonde-haired one wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly filled with trepidation. "How about this? Let's take him to a secluded spot and interrogate him properly first." They continued to discuss the short individual's appearance and physique, and then proceeded to abduct him. Heading deeper into the mountains, Han Zheng observed the group as they gradually moved away, feeling no need to follow them further. From their prior conversation and expressions, he could tell that they had already begun to suspect they were mistaken. It was just that the blonde-haired one still held on to a glimmer of hope and insisted on questioning him. They must have indeed caught the wrong person. The individual truly wanted by the authorities bore a resemblance to the short one. Yet there was a notable difference in height. Suddenly, Han Zheng entertained the thought that the man he had encountered in the real world might very well be the actual target of the Storm Legion's pursuit. This notion solidified in his mind as he began to contemplate his next course of action. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Just then, Chun Chun, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain herself and asked, I was reflecting on how domineering the Storm Legion is. A few outer members dare to capture and kill people in the resource dungeon." Han Zheng did not wish to divulge all his thoughts. And besides, he wasn't lying. He indeed had developed certain views regarding the Storm Legion. The Storm Legion is the fastest rising faction in the past year. Recently, some have even been making a fuss, claiming that the Storm Legion is the most likely contender to break into the top 10 legions in the future. At this point, Chun Chin's expression turned disdainful as she added, "Of course, such talk should be taken as a joke. Although the Storm Legion is strong, it is still considered trivial in the eyes of the top 10 legions." The top 10 legions? Han Zheng discovered another term he was unfamiliar with. Given his limited understanding of battle teams and legions, he was now confronted with the concept of the top 10 legions. He decided to set aside the matter of the wanted man for the moment, as he could do nothing while still in the resource dungeon. Instead, he took the opportunity to inquire about the relationships between battle teams, legions, and the top 10 legions from Chun Chun. How do battle teams and legions relate to the top 10 legions you just mentioned? Chun Chun tilted her head, scrutinizing Han Zheng with a curious gaze, her voice tinged with intrigue. "So you truly do not know these things. I seem to have overestimated you." Han Zheng chuckled awkwardly, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Generally speaking, novices in the first-level districts are indeed unaware of such matters. However, I noticed that you seemed quite knowledgeable about many things earlier. You shouldn't be like those novices." Chun Chun smirked slightly, her tone teasing the AS for battle teams. Once combatants reach the second-level district after completing 5 rounds of dungeons, they can apply to form a team at the service station and assume the role of captain. The minimum requirement is to recruit at least 5 members within 7 days, with a maximum of 20. Once a battle team is established, they will be prioritized for grouping during dungeon runs. And they can also apply for a base, periodically receiving certain resources from the battle team dungeons, along with various other benefits at AS for legions. They are higher-level organizations formed by battle teams, requiring a minimum of 7 battle teams and a total of no less than 100 members. I won't enumerate all the privileges of a legion, but there are indeed many. The Storm Legion has been rising rapidly in recent years, and it has formed alliances with powerful legions such as the Legion of Light and the Scion Legion, making it quite formidable. Above all these legions are the top 10 legions, which are the only factions with comprehensive strength that can rank among the top 10 in the entire Dragon Ball battlefield. Each of the top 10 legions possesses immense power, and the leaders of these legions are the pinnacle figures in the Dragon Ball battlefield. For instance, the leader of the Iron Hook Legion, which ranks second, currently possesses the bloodline of Lightning Cell, and not to mention the combat power. Just looking at that bloodline can terrify many. Han Zheng nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. He had never anticipated that there were so many organizational structures on the battlefield. This is astonishing, but the shock doesn't end there. Chun Chun chuckled, seemingly reveling in her newfound sense of superiority. "You just mentioned how domineering the Storm Legion is. In truth, the real tyranny of these legions, even the top 10 legions, extends far beyond what you can see. Let me tell you, even the real world. These legions wield immense resources and power, including entire nations." "What?" Han Zheng was indeed taken aback for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Chun Chen's statement was, in fact, quite inevitable. The power possessed by high-level combatants far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Even with the constraints of the battlefield, combatants can still wield the self-defense systems to influence reality. For instance, he himself had once taught a lesson to a few young individuals driving under the influence. If the self-defense system is utilized properly, every combatant can exert their extraordinary strength in the real world. The thought sent a chill down Han Zheng's spine. It seemed that Chun Chun had anticipated his thoughts, as she smiled and said, "Essentially, combatants of higher levels gradually join various major teams, where they are then subjected to group regulations that prohibit the abuse of power in the real world. As for lower-level combatants, their strength is not formidable, and they dare not recklessly cause disturbances in reality. Using the real world as a foundation for nourishment and the battlefield as a venue for strengthening power is the survival and advancement strategy of most teams at present. After delivering this lengthy explanation, Chun Chun playfully extended a hand and remarked, "With this explanation, even if you reach the second or third level zones, you might not hear such insights. Now, don't you think it's time you paid me some tuition?" At that moment, Han Zheng was too preoccupied to engage in her jest. He gazed at the short-haired woman before him, increasingly feeling that she was an enigma. How could someone who had only undergone 4 rounds of instances possess such profound knowledge about the battlefield? Surely, she couldn't be like him, keeping a diary of some cousin's adventures. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Who exactly was this seemingly omniscient Chun Chun? Chapter 58. The proper use of Dragon Balls, why so silent? Chun Chen's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable meaning. "Are you frightened?" Han Zheng stared at her, suddenly unsure of how to respond. How could Chun Chen know so much? After all, she had merely completed 1 more instance than he had. During the previous 3rd instance, Wang Song had even complained that they both seemed to know far too much, unlike typical newcomers. Han Zheng's understanding of the battlefield stemmed from his cousin's diary. But what about Chun Chun? Could she be someone cultivated in secret by some large team? It was a possibility, yet Han Zheng found himself enveloped in confusion, unable to ascertain the truth. However, such doubts were not easy to voice. So he decided to shift the topic and inquire further about the larger teams. Indeed, it was a bit startled. Han Zheng chuckled awkwardly, continuing, "Using the real world as the soil for nourishment and the battlefield as the venue for power enhancement. Your words truly astonished me. Engaging in battlefield instances is akin to walking a tightrope between life and death. Your assertion makes it seem as though those high-level team members do not wish to escape the battlefield. Rather, they seek to leverage it to strengthen themselves, thereby consolidating their power in the real world. This is quite unexpected. Walking a tightrope between life and death." Chun Chen shook her head. "Is indeed the case for low-level combatants or the grassroots members of large teams. However, if one can reach the upper echelons, then the instance tasks no longer pose a significant threat to their lives." "Upper echelons?" Han Zheng queried in confusion. "And no matter how strong, one is bound to suffer setbacks or be ambushed in an instance. Moreover, the average combat power of each instance continues to rise, meaning that even if combatants grow stronger, their competitors within the instances will also become increasingly formidable. The difficulty of the instances is perpetually escalating. Even experts cannot guarantee their survival." "Of course not," Chun Chen replied, stifling a laugh, as if she found Han Zheng's concerns rather naive. "Aside from the 10 Legion commanders, no matter how strong an expert is, they cannot assure their survival in the next instance." However, Han Zheng's eyes widened in realization. "You mean, we are in the world of Dragon Balls?" "Precisely." Chun Chun snapped her fingers in front of his nose. "In the world of Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls naturally exist." Suddenly, Han Zheng comprehended fully. Dragon Balls, how could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? The dragon that could grant any wish, although by the midpoint of the manga, the dragon had become less omnipotent, unable to affect those with immense combat power or resolve ever-growing crises. It still possessed one indispensable ability: revival. Regardless of how formidable a combatant was, in death, all were equal. To be revived, one must wish upon the dragon. Thus, in this battlefield of Dragon Balls, they could still summon the dragon to revive fallen combatants. Han Zheng suddenly understood that forming teams or legions had this hidden purpose as well. Moreover, revival his thoughts surged with excitement. If wishes could bring back the dead, then his cousin Han lay, sensing Han Zheng's thoughts. Chun Chun suddenly inquired, "What? Are you thinking of using the Dragon Balls to revive someone? A fallen combatant?" Han Zheng looked at her, not replying but nodding in affirmation. "Is it a man or a woman?" Chun Chun pressed on. "Cough, a man." Han Zheng replied, "Oh, I didn't see that coming. Quite the flamboyant one. Aren't you?" Han Zheng frowned slightly and refrained from responding to that remark. Seemingly enjoying her moment of lecturing, Chun Chun continued, "Now that we are both newcomers in the first level zone, the instances we execute are all within limited areas. When we are able to undertake open area instances in the future, combatants will not only compete for lineage and equipment, but also for Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Balls collected in instances are merely instance items. Even if the dragon is summoned, It cannot revive fallen combatants, but only the characters within the instance. To revive a combatant, one must obtain the equipment attribute Dragon Balls. If you gather 7 equipment attribute Dragon Balls, you won't even need to enter an instance. You can directly summon the dragon and make a wish in your private living area. But do you know how to obtain the equipment attribute Dragon Balls? Equipment attribute Dragon Balls? Han Zheng quickly deduced. It must be by defeating the creators of the Dragon Balls, such as the Supreme Kai, Dandy, or the Grand Elder from Namek. That's correct, but not comprehensive. There's more. More. Han Zheng pondered briefly and then proposed another possibility. Killing the dragon? Quick on the uptake. Chun Shun praised him. Indeed, after gathering the Dragon Balls in the instance and summoning the dragon, one can also obtain Dragon Balls by slaying the dragon. Han Zheng nodded, then suddenly turned to Chun Shun, unable to contain his curiosity. Why are you sharing so much with me? We have only completed one instance together. You really don't have to divulge all this. Chun Shun feigned an air of mystery, shrugging her shoulders. You'll understand in the future. Yes, for now, I don't wish to explain why. Just like you said, we've only completed one instance together, and I truly don't want to elaborate too much. Han Zheng gazed at her with a growing sense of perplexity, finding her increasingly elusive. However, at this moment, he was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. Having learned that he could collect Dragon Balls to resurrect his cousin, all his attention was fixated on this singular goal. Yet, despite having devised numerous plans, he found himself unable to take any substantial action at this stage. After all, his current endeavors were limited to executing quests within designated areas. The task of gathering Dragon Balls would have to await future developments. The 3 days allotted for the resource dungeon swiftly elapsed. During this period, the atmosphere within the dungeon remained one of unbridled revelry, leaving the entire village in disarray. Han Zheng occasionally sought guidance from Chun Shun, who remained generous with her insights. However, whenever the topic of her own circumstances arose, she remained reticent and guarded. Throughout these 3 days, while Han Zheng continuously pondered the matter of resurrecting his cousin, he also found himself reflecting on the man who was being pursued by the Storm Brigade. This man resided in Han Zheng's hometown, yet he remained uncertain as to when they might cross paths again. Upon the conclusion of the resource dungeon, the group of combatants was teleported back to the service station. Chun Shun cast a glance at Han Zheng and, in a playful mimicry of Wang Song's earlier demeanor, deliberately lowered her voice, saying, "Until we meet again in the next dungeon, where the lines of friend and foe blur, I bid you farewell." At this moment, Han Zheng had come to understand her playful intent, but burdened by his own thoughts, he was unable to engage in banter. After exchanging farewells, they each returned to their respective personal living quarters. As Han Zheng contemplated the upcoming 3rd round of dungeons and the interactions he had experienced during the resource dungeon, he recalled her earlier remark about the ambiguity of friend and foe, prompting a bittersweet sentiment to wash over him that he shook his head, resolving not to dwell on these feelings, for he had another pressing matter to address. Given the passage of these few days, he presumed that Sun Yuqian must have reached a decision. Chapter 59. The first black card is delivered upon returning to his home in the real world. Han Zheng immediately dialed Sun Yuqian's number. He initially intended to inquire whether it was convenient for Sun Yuqian to receive a visit at the hospital. His surprise, upon learning that Han Zheng had returned from the dungeon, Sun Yuqian insisted over the phone that Han Zheng stay at home, as he was coming to see him without delay. After hanging up, Han Zheng was left bewildered. Wasn't Sun Yuqian still hospitalized? Why was he coming to visit? Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Han Zheng opened it to find Sun Yuqian, clad in casual attire and carrying a small bag, his expression one of urgency. Upon inquiry, Han Zheng learned that Sun Yuqian had made a decision 2 days prior. He wished to join the Dragon Ball battlefield. Undeterred by his parents' and attending physicians' objections, he had forced his way through the discharge process and had been anxiously awaiting Han Zheng's return. "So, you've made your decision?" Han Zheng reassured the visibly excited Sun Yuqian, his tone serious. "Absolutely," Sun Yuqian replied with resolute conviction. "Rather than sit idly by, I would prefer to seize a glimmer of hope. If I am destined to perish in the dungeon, then so be it. I will harbor no grievances. Moreover," he paused, his voice wavering slightly, "I don't wish to burden my father any longer. Lately, he and my brother have been quarreling daily. If this continues, our family will surely fracture because of me." Han Zheng placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, fully understanding Sun Yuqian's plight and empathizing with his choice. He retrieved the black card he had kept safe in his pocket, which was still encased in 2 layers of identification sleeve. Han Zheng held the black card firmly in his hand and elaborated on several crucial points that novice combatants should heed upon entering the dungeon. Then, he removed the black card from its sleeve and placed it beside Sun Yuqian. But if you are prepared, touch this card, and you will be instantly transported to the battlefield. Sun Yuqian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the black card for an extended period. Without lifting his gaze, he asked, "Once I'm drawn in, I will immediately have to engage in combat within the dungeon, correct?" "Not necessarily. The battlefield will swiftly assign you to a dungeon as a newly inducted combatant, though this may take some time. During this interim, you will remain in an unconscious state, and you will awaken the moment you first enter the dungeon." Sun Yuqian nodded, falling into silence for a moment before suddenly chuckling twice. "Han Zheng, when I return from the dungeon, I will treat you to a meal with my first economic subsidy." With that, Sun Yuqian grasped the black card tightly in his hand. What followed mirrored Han Zheng's own initial encounter with the black card. The card began to emit a fiery glow, and Sun Yuqian contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground in short order. The black card shattered and dissipated, and Sun Yuqian vanished as well. Observing this familiar scene evoked painful memories for Han Zheng, causing him to swallow hard, his emotions swirling at that moment. A notification from the battlefield rang in his ears. Combatant Noen 2199 has successfully dispatched a promotional black card to the battlefield, earning 100 reward points and 1 lottery draw. Combatant Noen 2199 remains in the real world. Proceed with the lottery immediately. Please return to the Dragon Ball battlefield. The rewards had indeed arrived. Yes, soon as the notification concluded, Han Zheng hurriedly transported himself back to his personal living quarters. Combatant Noen 2199, you have 1 lottery opportunity remaining. Would you like to proceed with the draw immediately? As soon as he returned to the living area, the prompt sounded once more. Yes, conduct the lottery, just as he had during his previous draw in the dungeon. Han Zheng was once again greeted by the blue screen and the spinning lottery wheel. The wheel featured 6 segments: points, skills, equipment, items, bloodline, and training coupons. Spin the wheel. The pointer spun rapidly, gradually slowing before finally landing on the equipment segment. As the segment lifted, Han Zheng's heart raced with anticipation as he beheld the item he had drawn. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of his head. The equipment he had drawn was none other than a combat power detector. "A divine artifact," Han Zheng exclaimed, quickly retrieving the combat power detector and inspecting its attributes. Equipment. Combat power detector attributes. Detection type item function, capable of probing the combat power of individuals in close proximity, as well as detecting powerful combatants located at distant positions. Supplementary notes. The results provided by this mechanized, data-driven detector are not absolutely reliable and require subjective judgment from the user. After all, if the target has mastered the art of aura control, the detected results may be misleading. Aura control. It seemed to refer to the ability to regulate one's own aura, thereby suppressing or even concealing their combat power. While it was likely that the detector would become ineffective against those who had mastered aura control, rendering it a mere trinket, it was nonetheless an invaluable tool in the present moment. Especially while the majority of combatants had yet to learn how to manage their auras, there was no doubt about its practical value in the dungeon. The ability to explore the positions of other combatants and assess their respective combat strengths. Could there be any items more suited for various melee-oriented dungeons in the early stages? As Han Zheng pondered this, his excitement grew exponentially. The lottery will truly offered him a remarkable opportunity. Gazing at the single lens, a detector that could be affixed to the ear, Han Zheng was suddenly reminded of a classic saying from Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. He took out the detector, placed it on his ear, eager to test it, only to be informed that the use of equipment and skills was prohibited within the living quarters. Reluctantly, Han Zheng set the detector back into his equipment inventory. Subsequently, as he prepared to enter the training dungeon to continue his practice, he was startled by a sudden notification. Combatant Noen 2199, the sword of young Son Gohan that you sold in the trading hall, has been successfully transacted. Please proceed to the trading hall to collect your points. The sword has sold? What a streak of good fortune. Han Zheng promptly made his way to the public living area and arrived at the trading hall. After reclaiming the points from his sale, totaling 700 points minus a 10-point tax, he received 630 points. Adding this to the 1125 points he already possessed, he now held a total of 1,755 points. Han Zheng initially intended to place his recently acquired incomplete transfiguration technique for sale in the trading hall as well. However, Qinshan had previously warned him that the pricing in the Level 1 trading hall was chaotic. Thus, selling an incomplete transfiguration technique was ill-advised. After all, if priced too high, Level 1 combatants would find it unaffordable, and if priced too low, it would not be worth the trouble. The transfiguration technique, a skill of great demand, would always find buyers. Qinshan had suggested he should wait until advancing to Level 2 before selling it at a higher price. Reflecting on this, Han Zheng decided that with his current ample points, he could easily purchase access to the training dungeon, and it would be wise to hold on to the incomplete transfiguration technique for the time being. With this thought in mind, he prepared to close the trading interface and exit the hall. Just then, a newly posted sales listing caught his eye. A fragment of the Dodon Wave Martial Technique for 300 points. Chapter 60. Reminiscing about glorious past years. 300 points. How inexpensive! Han Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Dodon Wave, a key-based technique, and a fragment of the 12 style, was being sold for merely 300 points. The Level 1 trading hall was indeed a realm of disorderly pricing. Such a golden opportunity could not be missed. As two more sales listings began to appear, pushing the Dodon Wave fragment down the list, Han Zheng internally shouted, "You shall not escape," and swiftly purchased the Dodon Wave Martial Technique fragment for 300 points. The previously acquired Martial Technique fragment had already been stored in his warehouse. Now, with the newly purchased fragment in hand, Han Zheng hurried back to his private living quarters. He retrieved the fragment from the warehouse and placed it into his equipment inventory, stacking the two fragments in a single slot. Dodon Wave Martial Technique Fragment 2. The requirements for synthesizing the martial technique have been met. Would you like to synthesize it now? Yes, synthesize now. A flash of light illuminated the equipment inventory as the original two Dodon Wave fragments vanished, replaced by the complete Dodon Wave. Han Zheng immediately chose to inspect it. Skill type, Dodon Wave. Attributes, key-based ranged attack skill. Minimum combat strength required for learning. 50. Description, a technique of the Crane School, emitting key waves from the fingertips to strike opponents. The world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, nearly succeeded in killing Sun Wukong with this technique before he ascended the Corin Tower. Would you like to learn it immediately? Yes, learn immediately. The Dodon Wave began its cultivation process. Cultivation duration, 3 hours. Remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Watching the remaining time tick down, Han Zheng felt a surge of anticipation. He was finally on the verge of mastering a key technique. Reflecting on the comics he had read, where powerful characters unleashed beams akin to laser guns with a mere flick of their fingers, he had always found it incredibly cool to eye in moments of excitement. He would even mimic the protagonist's gestures in his bedroom, imagining himself releasing key waves. Now he was about to acquire a skill in that very realm. Han Zheng reminisced about his childhood, chuckling at himself before dismissing the thoughts. He then purchased another 10 days of training at the Corin Tower and entered the dungeon once more. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Han Zheng, now significantly stronger than before, felt a notable increase in his speed as he ascended the tower. During his battle with Master Corin, he could distinctly sense a difference from his previous encounters. However, one aspect remained unchanged. Despite the passage of 10 days, he still managed to obtain the super holy water bottle only at the very last moment. After the 10-day training period concluded, a weary Han Zheng returned to his private living quarters. After refreshing himself and taking a brief rest, he transported back to the real world. Checking his status, he discovered that his combat strength had risen by 23 points following this training, bringing his total combat strength to an impressive 113. His combat strength had officially surpassed the 100 mark. The efficiency of training in Galinta surpasses that of Turtle Island by an astonishing margin. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Having spent 10 days in the training dungeon, a mere 40 hours have elapsed in the real world. And Han Zheng, glancing at the date and time, finds his thoughts swirling. Tomorrow marks the day of the long-anticipated reunion with his high school classmates. He opens his phone to check the WeChat group. where messages have been pouring in over the past few days. As the hour approaches, more and more classmates announce their return to participate, with some having already taken leave and others making a special trip from distant locales. Trapped in the Dragon Ball battlefield, Han Zheng initially harbors no desire to attend such gatherings. He feels that, given his current circumstances, he no longer shares common ground with his former classmates, and witnessing their discussions about their normal lives would only deepen his melancholy when juxtaposed with his own plight. However, when Sun Yuqian mentions that Gu Yiqiu, who is abroad, will also be attending the reunion, Han Zheng begins to waver. Beautiful, graceful, kind-hearted, with a gentle demeanor and a fondness for both idol dramas and basketball. Gu Yiqiu left a profound impression on Han Zheng during their school days that he recalls how her unusual name became a source of teasing among classmates, and he too found it odd. Indeed, it was rather peculiar for a girl. Only later did he learn from Gu Yiqiu herself that her father, a fervent admirer of Mao Zedong's poetry, had named her after a line from Qinyuanqin, Changsha, recalling the glorious past. The years are thick. Why a father would choose such a line for his daughter's name remains a mystery. At that time, both Han Zheng and Sun Yuqian were members of the basketball team, with Gu Yiqiu often cheering them on from the sidelines. As time passed, mutual affection blossomed between Han Zheng and Gu Yiqiu, but that was then. Shaking his head vigorously, Han Zheng attempts to dispel these chaotic memories. The present version of himself and Gu Yiqiu belong to fundamentally different worlds. Why should he return to seek unnecessary troubles? Nonetheless, with the ever-present risk of dying in the next round of the dungeon, he ponders that this might be his last opportunity to see her again. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to book a ticket online, preparing to fly back to his hometown for the reunion. Upon returning home, Han Zheng shares a meal with his parents, casually fabricating details about his entrepreneurial journey before retreating to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he clutches his cousin's diary and resumes his meticulous study. Since discovering that Dragon Balls could resurrect fallen fighters, he has been fixated on the idea of gathering them to bring his cousin back to life. Although he is currently limited to entering confined area dungeons, Han Zheng conceives a notion. Even within these restricted zones, he could find ways to leverage or coerce other dungeon characters into assisting him in collecting the Dragon Balls for his benefit. This idea, upon first glance, seems precarious, fraught with potential mishaps. Yet Han Zheng believes that with careful maneuvering, there exists a reasonable chance of success. After all, within the confines of the limited area dungeons, this is the only viable approach. While Qin Shun has mentioned that future dungeon rounds will lead to free activity dungeons, Han Zheng feels that the matter of resurrecting his cousin is urgent. He cannot afford to wait idly, but must find a way to act swiftly. Reading the final entry in the diary, he notes that his cousin entered the dungeon with his captain and teammates, and has not returned since. His cousin must have perished within the dungeon. Yet he wonders about the fate of the team. Did they all face annihilation, or did some teammates survive? His cousin had mentioned that the team was known as the Blue Team, and from the tone of the diary, it is clear that he held great respect for the captain, referring to him only as Brother Zhao, never by his full name. Lost in thought, Han Zheng suddenly feels a pang of regret for not having inquired about the Blue Team or Brother Zhao during the resource dungeon. Given Chun Chin's vast knowledge, she might have had insights about the Blue Team. With this realization, his thoughts drift back to that resource dungeon and to Qin Shun. His eyes grow increasingly distant, as he perceives a vague silhouette before him, a figure that distinctly possesses feminine qualities, yet bears a resemblance to both Chun Chun and Gu Yiqiu. Startled by his own fanciful imaginings, Han Zheng quickly shoves the diary beneath his pillow, pulling the blanket over his head in an attempt to force himself to sleep. Chapter 61. Beneath Gu Yiqiu's apartment, Han Zheng hears familiar voices. Long time no see. I heard you've been doing quite well down south. Oh, you drove here. Try to avoid drinking, are you? Let me tell you, that won't do. It's been years, and you put on a bit of weight. Should I be calling you Manager Liu now? Why are you so late? I told you on WeChat to come early. In the spacious private dining room of the restaurant, Han Zheng sits in a corner, quietly observing his high school classmates as they enter one by one. As the organizer, Wu Tianlin greets each newcomer with enthusiasm, effortlessly engaging in conversation. In Han Zheng's memory, Wu Tianlin was always well-liked and adept at navigating social interactions. Classmates continued to filter in, forming small groups based on their closeness during school days. Engaging in lively discussions, Han Zheng finds himself seated with a few former teammates from the basketball team, chatting casually. By the way, Han Zheng, what have you been up to lately? The conversation inevitably shifts to careers. A flicker of awkwardness crosses Han Zheng's eyes as he fumbles for words, attempting to deflect the inquiry. Sensing his discomfort, his classmates exchange knowing glances, their expressions shifting, each keen to avoid making Han Zheng feel more uncomfortable, and they refrain from pressing further. Thus, the topic shifts back to Sun Yuqian. Sun Yuqian was undoubtedly the best player among us, with both physical prowess and skill that I remember he used to boast about making it to the CBA. How could he fall ill at such a young age? It's just unfortunate, isn't it? I heard he spent a significant amount of money on treatment, which has caused quite a stir at home. Listening to their discussions, Han Zheng falls into silence. What became of Sun Yuqian in the first round of the dungeon? Was he defeated in a solo battle or a team fight? Did he manage to survive the first round? By giving him the black card and leading him into the battlefield, did he help him or inadvertently cause harm? Why did the two stunning beauties take so long to arrive? There are several boys in our class eagerly awaiting their presence. Wu Tianlin's voice interrupted Han Zheng's train of thought. He lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of Gu Ichou entering alongside another girl with whom she had previously shared a close bond. She appeared to have undergone some changes, yet in many ways, she seemed unchanged. As he watched Gu Ichou greet her classmates one by one and make her way inward, Han Zheng felt his emotions oscillate. Gu Ichou settled onto his side with a greater number of girls. Not far from Han Zheng, he contemplated greeting her, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. Han Zheng, it's been a long time. Gu Ichou was the first to break the silence. Her voice retained the same gentle tone he remembered. Indeed, it has been quite a while. When did you return to the country? It's been a short while. By the way, I added you as a friend on WeChat through our class group a few days ago, but you Haven T accepted my request. About that, I've been quite busy lately, and Haven T checked WeChat much. Oh, what have you been busy with? Nothing in particular, just keeping myself occupied. As the conversation flowed, Han Zheng gradually regained his composure, reminiscing about their school days and discussing their respective university experiences since graduating high school. The dishes arrived promptly, marking the official commencement of the gathering. With a few rounds of drinks consumed, the classmates shed their initial reticence, engaging in boisterous banter. Some reminisced about the past, while others regaled tales of the present. One male classmate, having imbibed too much, sat beside a married female classmate, incessantly professing the depths of his past infatuation for her. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, Han Zheng and Gu Ichou remained relatively quiet, occasionally exchanging light-hearted comments at tea times. Han Zheng found himself momentarily lost in nostalgia, feeling as though he had been transported back to those summer days of high school. The 2-hour meal passed swiftly, and Wu Tianlin began to usher everyone into the next activity. Several classmates, unable to drink due to health reasons, took on the responsibility of driving. However, just then, an unexpected incident unfolded. A few SUVs, parked improperly by unknown individuals, blocked the classmates' vehicles from exiting. 2 male classmates boldly returned to the restaurant to seek out the owners of the obstructive vehicles, but unexpectedly, due to their inebriation and the others' aggressive demeanor, a verbal altercation ensued. "Damn it, I want to see who dares to move the cars parked right here." With that exclamation, a stout man with a buzz cut, flanked by a group of around 20, stormed out of the restaurant with an intimidating air. Wow, quite a crowd. No wonder those 2 brats were so bold, the buzz-cut man sneered, casting a haughty glance at Wu Tianlin and the others. "The cars are parked here. What are you going to do about it?" As Wu Tianlin surveyed the hostile group before him, he felt a surge of anxiety, although their side had a considerable number of classmates. Most were recent arrivals from out of town and were not well acquainted with the local scene. The domineering attitude of this group, coupled with their numbers, made Wu Tianlin think it best to avoid escalating the situation. "Your vehicles are indeed parked inappropriately. Just look, you've blocked the road. How can anyone move their cars? My 2 classmates may have spoken a bit harshly, so let us resolve this amicably. Could you please move your cars so we can all go our separate ways?" "Stop with the nonsense. I'm not moving the car today. You'll just have to deal with it." The buzz-cut man bellowed, the stench of alcohol wafting from him. Wu Tianlin furrowed his brow. Choosing not to respond further, he discreetly signaled to a nearby classmate to call the police. The buzz-cut man stood there, crossing his arms, disdainfully surveying the surrounding classmates. However, when his gaze fell upon a certain figure in the crowd, his expression shifted dramatically, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Han Zheng, observing the buzz-cut man, felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. He stepped forward and suddenly recalled that one fateful night. Just before the second round of the event began, when he had confronted a group of young men on the crosswalk, one of whom was this very buzz-cut man. In that moment, the man's bravado dissipated entirely. Replaced by sheer terror as he locked eyes with Han Zheng, memories of the painful encounter flooding back. The individual before him had displayed an almost superhuman strength that night, thoroughly besting his group of 5. The buzz-cut man was certain that even with his 20 companions, they would suffer the same fate if they dared to confront him again. The change in the buzz-cut man's demeanor did not escape the notice of the other classmates, who followed his gaze to Han Zheng, their eyes widening in astonishment. Under the weight of their collective scrutiny, Han Zheng felt uncomfortable. He stepped forward a couple of paces, preparing to speak, but the buzz-cut man interrupted. I'm really sorry about this, just that we've had a bit too much to drink. Please don't take it to heart. We'll move the cars right away. With that, the buzz-cut man quickly turned to rally his companions, hastily moving the SUVs to clear the road. I'm really sorry for the trouble, he added, clearly shaken by the event of that night. Though the path was now clear, the classmates did not immediately return to their cars but stood in place, gazing at Han Zheng in bewilderment. Observing this scene, Han Zheng furrowed his brow. My sincerest apologies. Everyone, I've had a bit to drink and am feeling unwell, so I'll want to be joining you this afternoon. At that moment, Gu Icho stepped forward from the crowd. Han Zheng, if you have no other matters to attend to, could you give me a ride home? At this moment, Han Zheng indeed had no desire to linger any longer in this place. His purpose for coming here was solely to catch another glimpse of Gu Icho. Now that he had seen her, continuing to frolic with his classmates held little appeal for him, especially with the chaos that had just unfolded. He regarded Gu Icho, nodding in agreement, feeling within him that she remained as understanding as ever. After bidding farewell to their classmates, Han Zheng and Gu Icho hailed a taxi, heading towards her parents' home. During the journey back, Gu Icho refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, and they conversed about their shared past, which brought Han Zheng a sense of ease that Gu Icho's parents' residence was situated in a somewhat upscale neighborhood. As she mentioned, her parents were currently away on business trips, leaving her alone at home. Han Zheng escorted Gu Icho to the entrance of her building, where he observed her with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had come, he had seen, and it was time to let go. After all, she existed in the present world, while he was entrenched in the battlefield. With a smile directed at Gu Icho, he prepared to bid her farewell. Just then, from the side, a man of approximately 180 centimeters in height, with curly hair, approached, holding the hand of a little girl who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The man led the girl straight to where Han Zheng and Gu Icho stood and opened the door to the building where Gu Icho resided. Before entering, the curly-haired man glanced at Han Zheng and Gu Icho several times, seemingly perceiving them as an ordinary couple. He then calmly continued into the hallway, holding the little girl's hand. The entire scene unfolded with an air of normalcy. Utterly unremarkable, Gu Icho did not even shift her gaze towards the two who had just entered. Instead, she waved goodbye to Han Zheng, seemingly ready to part ways. However, at that moment, Han Zheng's heart was tempestuous. Akin to a storm raging within, he had clearly seen those few glances. The curly-haired man, leading the little girl into the hallway, was none other than the combatant he had unexpectedly spotted through the window of a restaurant. A being capable of traversing freely between the present world and the battlefield. The very individual who was being relentlessly hunted by the Storm Brigade, with a hefty bounty placed upon him. Chapter 62. The self-defense system activates. The curly-haired man, holding the little girl, slowly made his way into the hallway as the door gently closed behind them. Thoughts raced through Han Zheng's mind, and he realized he must make a swift decision. Thank you, then. At this moment, Gu Icho had already begun to speak.